3, 2, 1.
For a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Why can't we all just get along like all these Dota heroes, quietly roaming the streets here in the twilight hours of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia? It's tour number 1, it's division number 1, and it's day number 2 here. And I am your host, it's me, Tsunami, back again in Southeast Asia. Another day, another dollar here in my Mamak stall. But I have 2 different customers joining me this time here in the morning. It's Ninja Boogie and Pylai Dai. Gentlemen, you already got your first run with Sophie yesterday, but let me extend my thanks. Welcome to the DPC broadcast. Welcome to the show. Mike, obviously you and I have a history of broadcasting together.
Oh yeah, that was definitely good times.
If you ever want to go back in the archives, you can look up, it was King's Cup. There was a specific name of the King's Cup. I don't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, it's ages ago. Like this pandemic, you know, everything.
I know.
It feels like such a long time.
We've time warped since then. And Pi, you didn't plan this, but I planned this. We are wearing the exact same shirt. You mentioned in the group chat you were going to be wearing purple, and I'm like, now why would he be wearing purple? What purple thing could I think of?
Yeah.
Where did you and I get this shirt from, Pi?
Okay, let me see. This should be TI9, right?
Correct.
Like the All-Star map?
Correct.
Yeah.
Which you participated in.
Of course.
Of course. Do you remember how you got into the All-Star game?
Yeah, it was number 1 in like some weird points they had.
The
They had,
fantasy
like,
points.
Yeah, fantasy points, yeah. I think they were kind of skewed towards supports in some way. But I know like me and Yawar, we're on the same team and we were like 10 points off or something.
Yes.
Or we were like exactly even on points.
Yo,
something like that.
Good memory. I'm impressed. Yeah, I went back into the archives. It is biased towards supports because you love planting wards, which is why I always picked my gold 20% Pylai Dai obs wards planted. You carried me through fantasy, and now you're going to carry me through this panel because I've got both of you to guide me through Southeast Asian DPC, which both of you are immensely familiar with. And as it is day number 2, it's still week number 1, so let's look at our schedule for today and the entire week. Monday was already completed. It was Execration versus Talon, Fnatic versus Geek Slate, and Blacklist Rivalry versus Bleed. But today, we got Team SMG versus Execration as our first game of the day. Second game, Bleed versus Fnatic, and we will close things out with Boom Esports versus Talon, and then one more set of series on Friday because it's the new structure of the DPC. 3 BO3s, 3 weeks of Division 1 action. Well, is this a system that you would have preferred, Mike, if you were still active?
What was it last time? Was it 2?
Yes, it was basically 6 weeks of play, and there would be 2 BO3s of Division 1, and then 2 BO3s of Division 2.
Yeah, 6 weeks definitely felt like a bit excessive. I felt you could definitely like half it, and I guess this is
That's what we got.
the right direction. You know, it could still do a little bit more. Like you can have more games or just because 3 weeks, right? Yeah, I don't
Yes,
think it has to be that long.
But
Like,
you're also looking at it as just one region. Because if I come home from Southeast Asia DPC, I want to watch some Western Europe. I want to watch some NA.
well, I mean, as a player, they don't really think about
Sure.
that. They just want to get over with the tournament and either practice or know if they can take a break and go see their family.
Understandable, because the ultimately most important thing is to get to the top of this region, the top of your league, so that you can make it to the major. And right now, even though we only have 1 day worth of results, 6 teams have played. Execration got their 2-0, Geek Slate got their 2-0, and the last series of the day, which I saw you guys covering, was a 3-game series.
Yeah.
Bosku was able to get the win. Pi, did you consider them to be the favorites, or it was a competitive 3-game series?
I mean, it was a competitive 3-game series, but I didn't pay that much attention to the tournament before, which Bleed apparently won.
Right.
And we also heard Kuku in the interview afterwards saying that he basically thought they were one of the strongest teams, or the strongest team. And then they beat them, so...
Right. Perhaps
yeah.
inspiring confidence in his team, where he's just like, guys, we already beat the hardest opponents in the entire league.
Indirectly, saying,
That's right. By transitive property, we're already going to Peru.
Yeah.
And we can take a look at today's schedule as well in further detail. It's going to be our first series, SMG versus Execration. Second series, item on the menu, it's going to be Bleed versus Fnatic. And finally, Boom Esports versus Talon. And I have it on good authority that both of you demanded to be on this first series.
Whoa.
Yes, that is what I heard.
These
you
are-
cornered our schedulers. You said, I have to do SMG Execration, otherwise I'm quitting this whole thing.
I don't know about Pi, but these are just speculations and rumors.
I see. You're telling me I shouldn't read everything that I read on the internet? I
Yeah.
don't believe it all. Well, I'm glad to have you guys here, because not only did we have Pi here at TI9 at the All-Star game, but you played with Moon on Mineski at TI9, right, Mike?
Yeah.
And so you have history. You run deep in the Southeast Asian region, and I'm looking forward to. I guess I don't know if you. I didn't get to ask you guys your favorites. Who are you taking to Peru, if you had to guess, for SEA?
Well, I mean, it's hard to really give a definite answer, but Execration really has shown a lot of promise. But again, they might run out of fuel so early on, So I would like to see them go play there, just because they never really had much success in the major. They do well in the region, but I'm trying to think.
They did Animator.
I think the last time they ever went to a Valve event was one of the TIs.
They went to a TI 9, or 10, but Animator they did go to.
Oh, okay.
They did not do well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's always been my impression of the team. But they got March now, Pi, and it seems like in that game that they had yesterday on Monday, seems to inspire confidence.
Yeah, no, they looked very well practiced, and that they had a clear strategy. But did you mean the team going to Peru from these two, or the entire league?
Thing? So if you have a different pick out of all 8 Div 1 teams.
Yeah. So how many go? 2 or 3?
3.
3.
Southeast Asia gets 3 slots.
Yeah. So preferably I would want to see a few more games. But I think.
Yes, I know. Obviously, you would.
Yes, but then I'll say what I think. So I think the Kuku team is exactly they usually go in, and then I think still Bleed.
Okay.
And then it's a toss-up. I think we'll see SMG here, but I'm guessing SMG or Fnatic, or there's a lot Boom even.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen Boom.
Well, now you're just naming every single one.
That's what I mean. The third one is it could be any team. It could even be if Execration win there, it could be Execration. So
yeah, and I don't know if it's been formally announced, but I know I don't know if they ever explained, because originally 2 years ago, the third place team would go into the group stage, and the first place team would initially get seeded. I think that system's been eliminated because it was a terrible system.
Yeah,
it was pretty bad.
That was because I vividly recall Alliance would regularly dominate Western European leagues, and then just completely burn out whenever they go to the major, because they get to play 2 BO3s.
Yeah, you get seeded into the so there's 3 stages, right? There's the qualifier for the group stage, and you have the group stage, and then there's teams waiting that place number 1
in the upper bracket.
Yeah,
it was.
They didn't do too well usually.
No, it's I think we're still slowly feeling things out here in the DPC, and I am encouraged by this season's structure for the most part. And our first major is also going to be in Peru, Mike. South American major.
Ooh. It's good. Is this going to be like the first major in that region?
First Valve event. I think the only big LAN they had was something called Realms Collide, but it was primarily SA teams. This is, I think, the first ever LAN to bring.
Definitely good for the region, especially how well like the Southeast Asia, I don't know, South American teams did in TI. So it's like a good boost of tournaments there.
Would you have changed? Are you surprised that the slot allocations didn't change? At least they haven't changed since like the DPC League system was first introduced. It was always like 4 Western Europe, 4 China.
But they increased the total amount of teams playing
at TI.
Yeah. So I guess
LCQ.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they increased because now it's like I've seen like one region have like there's four going to like I think four teams in China gets to go to major, which
and Western Europe.
Yeah. So before it was only like 3.
Yeah.
And then for Southeast Asia there's only 1. So like the numbers is increasing.
Right.
But yeah, it's just good to see like a region that was particularly ignored in the past get a major, and I'm sure the fans are gonna be very excited to see their favorite teams play.
Yeah, because your tickets go live on Friday, and if you want to know more about this upcoming major, you're just now hearing about it. Well, let me play you this video.
Son ya casi 10 años haciendo esto. En ese tiempo he tenido la suerte de viajar, ver los eventos, sentir la emoción. Y yo siempre pensaba, oye, ¿cuándo nos tocará? Será en otros 10 años. Y bueno, los Old School sí hemos esperado. Va a ser lindo cuando se entere la gente que ve su dotita camino a la chamba. Los que se van al baño en la U a ver cómo va la partida. O los que se meten su ranked en cabinas como ha sido toda la vida. Ahora, por fin nos toca.
It has been a long time coming, but yes, a Valve major in South America, in Peru, and it is. I'm very, very excited because I recently watched the CS:GO Rio major. I don't know how much you pay attention to other esports.
Yeah, I watched a bit of that.
Yeah,
it's pretty hype.
It really like, and then like even just like the World Cup and stuff like that. Being able to watch South American culture take sports by storm has been very, very exciting. You've played in a variety of regions, Pi. You've done NA, you've done SEA, you've done Western Europe.
Yeah.
You ever considered dabbling in South America at any point, or did that never cross your radar?
No, it's never crossed my radar.
No Pain X type situation?
I was actually thinking about, because I know We on Mystery played there for quite a while, I think, one or 2 years. No, so South America to me was, when I played in NA, they were like really bad.
Yeah.
Like
Dodgy.
that was like, but they had their first generation of players coming up, but I think they all got banned for various things. And now the next generation that started like 3-4 years ago, they're actually like really good. You could see that at TI.
I would almost consider this like Generation 3 because the first one was like Smash with Peruvians.
That's the one that got banned.
Yeah. And so like in the eras of like the summits and stuff like that, I remember him and the rest of the Peruvians doing stuff. And then it seemed like the Brazilians took over in the second generation maybe.
Okay,
like the HFNs and
that's the Pain, right?
Yeah.
And then now yet
Hector.
again, Hector, exactly. The resurgence of the Peruvians. And so, I don't know, it's a very exciting time to be an international Dota fan. But if you're a Southeast Asian Dota fan, don't worry. I've got exactly what you want. I've got some games coming up here in the DPC, so stick around and we'll be right back after the break.
this ground. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the Blade Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Oh, we got new food this time.
Oh, it's no longer shrimp.
Yeah, it was the shrimp every single time, and now this is a what?
Looked like a shrimp there at the end.
It did look like a shrimp. Are they sneaking shrimps in again? Welcome back, everyone, to the Southeast Asian DPC and my mock stall. My name's Tsunami, and I'm going to be guiding you through this first series of the day. It's going to be Team SMG versus Execration. So let's just get it out of the way, Mike.
Yeah.
How many of these players have you played with before on this current roster?
Everyone except Chidori.
Okay, so the current roster, I guess let's take a look at this team in more detail. It's going to be Boomy as their 5, Afu as their 4, Mid One as their offlane, Moon as their mid, and Chidori or CDR as their carry player. But did you play with all of them on SMG, or this is just different rosters that you've played
So
with them?
Boomy, I played with him in the past. Like, I think we stood in, like, within, like, I just helped stand in for a tournament or so. But, yeah, Moon, I played the longest with Mineski, and then Mid One and Afu was just during my time in SMG.
Okay, and how long were you on SMG playing?
One season.
1 season?
Yeah.
Okay, so Chidori is the wild card. Do you know anything about him?
Maybe Pi knows more? Do you know more about...
No, he's just a pretty high rank carry
The
player.
leaderboard guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what team he was on before.
I think
Maybe you have it there. but-
Resurgence or something?
He was on Eternity.
Oh, well, it's completely wrong.
Oh, yes. I believe he was briefly in NA for, I think, a Div 2 NA team.
Okay.
So I strongly doubt he traveled there, but I don't know for sure.
Maybe he was studying there.
Yeah, it's possible. And now he's back in Southeast Asia. And him and there's a couple of other, like, oh, I haven't seen this player, like Corden. I wasn't familiar with Corden, but he's, like, again, a leaderboard player. So young up-and-comers making their name on SMG. How about you, Pi? How much of SMG, the current SMG, have you played with?
Everyone except Boomy and Chidori.
Okay.
I mean, I played with Mid One even back in Secret.
Oh, that's true.
First Secret. And then I played one season SMG too, and then I played with Afu and Moon. And Moon I played also with in Mineski.
Me and Pi keep getting softer.
Oh yeah. And then exactly.
Dream League, they got removed.
Yeah, but in SMG, I got kicked, and then he joined, and I joined Forward Gaming, and then that's how I got my shirt. Now I remember. That's how it was.
That's how you got your shirt.
Yeah, because I got kicked from that team, right? And then I joined this team.
Wait, what shirt?
This shirt.
No, you didn't get that shirt on Forward. You got it on Newbie.
Yeah, but I mean, it was Forward.
It became...
Yes, but I mean, like...
Get your facts straight.
Right. Wait, so then that was...
That was 2019.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I joined them after my stint in TNC.
Oh.
And then that was the TI9 lineup.
Okay.
And that's when Nico Baby also.
That's right, the Mineski Nico baby too.
Yeah.
He definitely made a name for himself there. And now they will be going up against Execration. How about these players? Because it's a bunch of your Pinoy boys, Mike. We got Palos, Bob. Well, you guys will see it on the screen. Which of these players do you remember playing with?
I think I played with BDZ a bit.
Okay.
Palos. I mean, like, I've played in so many, or like tried in so many different teams here and there.
Yes.
All these names are kind of like they're jumbling up, but it's like I don't know if it's like I'm remembering playing in the same team with them, or like I've played against them so many times that I felt like I'm in the same team with them.
Bound by Dota.
But definitely not like new names in the scene. They've been there for quite some time. So.
Same thing with their coach as well. March has been around for a long, long time. Very, very tried and tested. And I guess Execration has a little bit of history now playing with March because They played the BTS Pro Series at the end of 2022, and then they won that tournament. I don't think March was officially signed at that point, but he was signed like a day after they won, and so chances are he was probably like doing a tryout. Do you have any experience with March, Pi, or just seeing him around?
No, maybe I played versus him back in the day when he played. Played for like one of those Korean teams, right?
MVP.
Yeah, MVP.
I played against him a lot in Korea. It was fun. I enjoyed the KDL style that they had, where you have a game a week, and if you 2-0 it, you add $6,000 to your prize pool.
Ooh.
And then if you get 1-1, it's like 2,000. But then if you get 0-2, you don't get anything. So it's like, it's a bit spicy. But
do the stakes, like if you get another 2-0, do they keep escalating?
yeah, so
man.
you accumulate your prize depending on how you the results of each week.
Prize fighting Dota. That's an interesting approach. Perhaps the DPC could explore that. But how about just coaches in general, Pi? Do you attribute Execration's current recent run of success to like having a coach, or is it just a honeymoon period for these 5 players?
I mean, it might be a honeymoon period. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. We'll see if they keep, because it's not like they've done terrible. You said they went to the Animajor before, and like as we said, these guys have been playing for a long time. They've qualified for stuff before, so I don't want to give him like, if they win, it's all up to him.
Sure, but what has your personal experience been with coaches? Have you ever found that like they come in and immediately it's an adjustment period where you're like, oh, this is great, you're fixing all of our problems?
Usually how it is, if they're like, if you get like a boost, is they come in and they have ideas, like good ideas, right away, and then you implement them and they work. That's like been my positive experience with coaches.
Okay, and I would say that in their very first series against Talon, they seem to have good ideas, because I think the current idea of the entire DPC right now is Lina. How do you deal with Lina right now? If you're not going to ban her, I guess Blacklist have an idea.
The Centaur definitely seemed like a good counter alongside that Furion. Just having like multiple heroes being able to like jump on top of her, and shut these heroes that can like shut her down before she reached that peak timing where she's just like that force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, but I've also seen that maybe teams get a little too tunnel vision on that idea, because I saw some Tusk and Clockwork also be selected as an option to deal with Lina. Didn't really find too much success with that. Even like in the laning phase, I haven't really seen any one hero to really make Lina struggle.
No. I mean, it can be... I mean, the Centaur did okay, like when he hits level 6. Then you can
the
have
concept is very good.
Yeah, you can have like a Broodmother. She can like... she will kick her out. Like, I don't think anyone will just straight up beat her. The same like if Mars, when he hits 6, she kind of has to leave. Stuff like that. But I still like the idea of having one Clock or one Tusk. You don't need both. And then you like... So you have a 2-man smoke that can pick her off.
Right.
Because she has what? She has Falcon Blade, Maelstrom. And then hopefully you can kill her.
Yeah.
And that's like her HP for a long time. And you try to gank her. But I mean, it's not... usually what happens is like she goes down to 200 HP and then she... Like her team comes and they turn it around, so...
Well, let's see which
easy.
team may come to support, if we even see Alina. Oh, I got a new bell this time. It's been painted red. All right, well, serve me up a spicy draft then. Because it's going to be SMG versus Execration on game number 1. She is banned out.
Yeah.
Broodmother and Visage taken out of the pool. Alina Mirana taken out of the pool. And first pick, Treant Protector, followed up by a Marcy Enigma response.
I mean, I think this will be a really good test for Execration because they had to show like their best stuff, right?
Yeah.
First series. So, I mean, and you can see SMG looked at it. They remove the Brood and they take the tree. So, if Execration can look good here, like they're definitely a strong team.
Yeah.
One band that consistently surprised me. Oh, never mind. That was the second series. But one band that's surprising me in the entire DPC, I was looking it up. Aside from Lina, currently the most banned hero is Beastmaster, and I don't think Southeast Asia has been playing too much.
It's kind of been ignored.
Yeah.
I don't maybe like later on in the banning stage that they'll. I've seen a couple Beastmasters banned like in the
second, third phase.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think we've seen a Beastmaster play like first.
Yeah. The other ones are Southeast Asia, though. The other most banned heroes, Batrider, Broodmother, Naga. We're seeing plenty of those.
Yeah. I feel like I missed out a little not watching that tournament that ended just before DPC. I think
M88.
maybe there was a lot of beasts there. I feel like that because Kuko kind of looked at me like, yes, Centaur counters, Lina. Like, we just played it. Like, oh, whoops. So maybe there was more Beastmaster then.
We'll see how much the meta changes now that all regions are playing, but Batrider does get taken out, and Bloodseeker is selected by SMG.
Do you like the Bloodseeker pick here? Like, yeah, I'm assuming you picked it because of the Enigma, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a good versus. It's okay versus Enigma, I guess.
But it's like if it's like a Marcy Enigma lane, like
Yeah, I don't even know if it's the carry. Maybe they're flexing it carry off lane. But I guess you're right. Like it just makes more sense. Like okay, we see Enigma most likely off lane.
it's usually like Bloodseeker, Monkey King, like all these heroes that can deal. But
And Execration did pick Slark in their series versus Talon, so maybe like a preemptive counter, perhaps.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but I don't know. Bloodseeker's just a hero. Like it feels good early on, but later on, it kind of just like
Win lane, lose game.
yeah, like it doesn't. You know, the times I've encountered that here in pub is like after a while it just falls off.
Yeah, he usually feels way too BKB dependent, like versus most lineups. Like when your BKB runs out, you instantly just die. Doesn't matter how much farm you have.
Yeah, I typically see him, aside from being a Slark counter, is whenever he gets to make his shard be really useful against like these really tanky offlaners. Enigma's not one of those heroes, so it is a bit surprising.
Okay, Disruptor 5.
Maybe these guys are known for like Marcy Core or something. Maybe that's what they play. No, they did play it support in the first series. So.
Yeah, they did. But it was first phased, so maybe it's a flex.
Yeah, I don't know. I had an awful pub with Marcy yesterday.
You playing it, or you had a teammate?
No, I played it.
You played it. Tell me what happened, Pi.
No, it's just so the spells are just so bad right now.
I hear quite the opposite many a time, where her spells are too good.
Yeah, when you're like level 16, they're good. Before then,
Were you playing a position 5? Or?
Yeah, position 5.
Okay.
I think this hero is like, it's so hard to pull off as a 5.
Yeah.
And it's like you need that one BKB to feel like.
Yeah, and you need a hero that can use your passive.
Pick.
Yeah.
Oh, Doom, pretty good.
He's just one of those broken heroes. Like I don't even know if he's broken, but when he's just so annoying.
Yeah.
He will always get his items.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you do to him. But now it's interesting. Like, what do you pick here?
I can't say I see a very concrete strategy with SMG. I feel like
Yeah, it does look goofy.
It's like a bunch
Usually
of
versus
heroes.
Marcy, you want like a normal stun.
right.
They have like Overgrowth, they have like Willow, so they have like kind of stuff. They can rupture her.
But they're not reliable. The Rupture, I guess, is reliable, but
Yeah.
you really want to be rupturing a Marcy.
Yeah.
My mind's like there's.
I mean, I wonder if you just pick Naga here.
Yeah, I was also thinking Naga, like, it goes well with their lineup.
Yeah.
Song into the black hole, and then if Disruptor has Ags for some reason. Or so, okay, that's a.
Yeah.
Because it can go both ways, right? You get the Doom off before he does the Enrage.
Yeah. No, I mean, every time I pick Ursa versus Doom, I think I'm way stronger than I am early on.
Yeah.
But Doom actually kicks your ass until you're like level 3.
Oh, so even in the lane, it's not that easy.
Doom laning is actually quite strong.
Yeah. No, I mean, you will win eventually with Ursa, but you can't be too aggressive
Does
early
it
on.
matter what creep Doom gets? Or even then, he's just...
No, it's just early on. He's like he has like 15 more damage than you almost.
Yeah.
And he has 5 armor now.
And then you get that RNG lock of like a
Stealer.
good creep.
Yeah, I mean, a good creep can be like if he gets a lightning creep, he can buy like arcane boots, and then I mean, yeah, if he gets that early, you're
Or a purge creep. Like, I mean, the mana cost might be too much for you, but yeah.
no, there's a lot of creeps. Even the mana burn, like just the speed creep, there, ice armor. There's a bunch of good ones.
So would you prefer putting Marcy as a core here, or still as a support?
I think you can put her with Ursa, right? The Willow will hit you a lot, but
Yeah.
Maybe they just put the... I mean, I guess you want to play the Marcy with Enigma, but I don't think that lane is that strong. I guess they'll get stronger like level 4, when Enigma is level 3 or 4.
True. Who gets ultimate last pick? Forget.
It's going to be Execration.
Yeah.
Execration.
Oh wait, no. It's a band pick and then the other pick, so SMG. Right?
I'm still not used to like reading it. I'm so used to how the layout in the game
all my pro
is.
players are always like, oh, you know, on 27th pick you do this. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what 27th pick is. You tell me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how I understand it.
Okay, so yeah, Execration gets last.
Yes,
last
they do.
pick.
Storm and TA banned out by SMG, and Tusk and Wyvern.
Like,
no.
so SMG kind of need like a tower. Oh, Zeus. Okay, I was going to think like maybe Lesh.
That is not a tower hitter.
I mean, they have a very interesting lineup.
Yeah. Interesting is
I mean, they're all fine heroes, right? But
how do they come together?
I mean, hopefully they win their lanes. They all need levels.
Yeah.
So like, if you lose your lane, it's
one
gonna be...
pipe is really good on,
Yeah.
on Execration.
Fuck, huh? Okay.
I have been told the gospel of Guardian Greaves this meta is going to be like the be-all end-all for all offlaners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does an Enigma do? Are you also a Greaves buyer?
You have to, right?
Okay.
Like, because it's kind of like how race pack was in the prior patch. If your team doesn't go for it and the other team goes for it, you're going to be behind. So
It's also like a really good item versus Doom and versus Tree, and like there's a lot of things to dispel
and
here, right?
Like you know, like 1 second he's really fast, all of a sudden he's going and
Yeah.
picking, he has a lot of speed, and
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was something better than Puck to pick, but because I'm a little scared, like this mid-game-ish, they're not gonna have enough damage, especially if the Puck doesn't do too well in lane. Like he will coil someone and they'll put like a lightning bolt on them.
yeah.
It's like no one is really dying from that.
You don't think they picked him just because they saw Zeus was mid and Bob was like, give me Puck. I'm
No,
gonna
that's
slap him."
definitely how it went, but
Okay.
Puck is not really that good versus Zeus in lane.
Okay.
Like, it's not... It's Zeus favored, in my opinion.
Doesn't seem like either matchup you guys are, either team, you're like, yeah, this is the draft that I want to play. You're like,
I know, but the thing is, I don't really know how the Enigma... If the Enigma wins the lane, like he will be so strong this game.
okay.
I just don't know how strong he is. I feel like he might struggle. The Marcy doesn't do that much for him early on.
Maybe he'll prove us wrong.
Yeah, no, so if the Enigma does really well, I think I like Execration's lineup.
The snowball.
Yeah.
And then on the side of SMG, what if Doom does really well?
Well, I mean, Doom's always going to get right. Like it'll be hard not to. But yeah, it's just their lineup doesn't really pressure towers.
No one's hitting buildings.
So their map might, like become really small just because they can't open up the map as easy as.
Yeah, it's easier to rotate to an Enigma and go from there.
Okay, let's see if our casters are inclined to agree. Cap and Avery, what's your take on this situation as we slowly zoom in on your restaurant?
My take is that the panel needs to take some tips from some certain other analysts in the world. I want to hear some hard line. This draft is absolute dog, and I don't know what the hell they're doing. And these guys 100% have lost, and I bet my hair on it. I need to see something like that. There's way too hemming and hawing for me from this. Come on, Ninja Boogie, give me that.
Okay, fine. Yeah, Execration all the way, baby.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Well, I'm convinced, and we'll see if Avery can continue to pick up the ball on hardline analysis, because the cast is all yours.
Thank you. Of course, we would never treat a cast like that. That would be
unprofessional.
Unprofessional. I can't
course.
believe Ninja Boogie actually fell to that pressure. Shame on you.
Easiest
sir.
bait of your life right there. There's no way Execration wins this game, so he fell right into that trap.
Really? You feel that badly about it? No.
I think it's a perfectly reasonable game for both teams. I mean, you do have the Zeus Bloodseeker combo. Right, this is some old school global technology right here that I always like to see, because I just feel like anytime you pop this, the Bloodseeker goes in. As long as he has some buffs to back him up, you can get some work done. I mean, you have to enable it, right? It is a first phase Bloodseeker coming out here, so you kind of have to have a reliable way to turn him on. And I think Zeus is pretty much the best. God of Thunder. What else more can you ask for? At the same time, Execration trying to push the tempo with Ursa Enigma. If they get off to a fast start, they are going to roll this game. Because this SMG lineup is pretty greedy, right? Like the panel was talking about, no tower damage, no real heavy objective taking. They kind of want to just go late mid game where the Doom items, the Zeus damage, and the Bloodseeker just tri-core their way to victory. So if Enigma has a good laning phase, if Marcy gets some roam kills, Ursa pushes the first 2 Roshans, Execration has a decent chance to take over the map.
Sneaky little play. Execration. Shanks was actually playing in the enemy jungle, got that bounty, and then on top of that, Bob used his orb and stuck around. Took a few hits for it, but did manage to get that 3rd bounty away from SMG. So already off to a small little lead in that regard. Add on to the fact that you also are matching up against an Enigma who denies creeps, and you may see an Execration lineup, just that little network chart may be in their favor for the first 5 minutes or so.
I actually tend to like this tree matchup. I think it's one of the few melee 5s who can do okay versus Enigma, and of course you have the overgrowth in the mid game. So I think
Carlo, he's burned out. He's just dead.
Yeah.
First blood for mid 1. So the goodbye bounty advantage that they had there quickly swings over to SMG. It looks like Carlo just misstepped.
I was about to say, I think the side lane should be pretty comfortable for SMG here. Top going even better and faster than I expected. But I think even bottom, like, Jory should be chilling down here. I don't see him getting pressured too hard by this Enigma. Maybe the level 3 to 5 period, you get the Eidolons up and you toss someone into him. It comes down to pulls a bit. But even then, maybe Tree dies once, but this Bloodseeker could be pretty fine.
Oh, toss back into the tower.
Oh, yeah,
beautiful body blocks from Shanks, and the curses just continue back and
You know, in
forth.
my brain, I was thinking, no, unless someone gets tossed under the tower, but what are the chances of that?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you're still surprised by that little mechanic, and that was certainly one of those situations. I mean, plus Shanks did a really good job with the body blocking. That definitely was a big factor. Another toss back here. Not going to be quite the same because there is still a full creep wave under the tower, but it will be some pretty decent damage against an Enigma. Look at these body blocks, man. Shanks is making all of the reads and non-stop. He will not let this Bloodseeker go, and he is just dead. Unbelievable.
Well, prediction in shambles, but I guess it's what you get for getting tossed under the tower twice on the first wave. I mean, it's literally all you have to do, right? Is just not get tossed under the tower when that wave pushes in. You play for the pulls. If Trian threatens the D-ward and threatens the pull, Marcy can't just stay there, right? You just have to be patient. Instead, you're giving a huge amount of XP to this Marcy Enigma lane, which is probably the lane Execration wants to go the best of everything.
Yes.
Like, top is not going well for them, but Ursa can come back. If Enigma gets off to a fast start, he's the aura buyer, he's the objective tempo pusher. This is pretty much exactly what Execration wanted out of this lane. Now you have a fast level 3 between these two, which is, it's just gonna prove even deadlier as time goes on. This was not the lane you wanted to give those kills to.
Is there for this top lane, is there a time where Ursa can win the lane? I mean, it's just Ursa against a melee hero. What is it about this matchup that doesn't allow him to like dominate further?
I mean, it's Doom.
Yeah.
The Doom, Scorched Earth, plus a creep, it's a lot of damage. I mean, he also has Disruptor. I just don't think Disruptor is that good with carries that don't provide early heavy nuke damage.
Yeah.
Because you can't push past the threshold where you can man up. Ursa just doesn't tend to do that. Like, Ursa's level 1 and 2 is very weak. He is not, to any degree, a strong laner. He comes online 3 to 5 with boots and a ring, and you get some stacks up, but outside of that, kind of struggles.
The Eidolons were running out of the Blood Right, and Shanks had chosen those to try and bounce off of, so in the end, didn't really get the combo they are looking for there. To add on to your point, I guess like one thing is that this has been a little bit since this change was made, but Doom does have far more armor than he used to, and the Devour gives him armor as well, so he's actually a lot better against physical damage threats than he used to be.
Yep, very true. I mean, you can just level it now and it makes you tankier. Yep, why not? I mean, there's also a lane where, like, Palos, he's not playing to kill his Doom, right? He's just playing to get farm. He is going to go Battle Fury Ursa this game, so that is one consideration Execration probably thought of. Like, how greedy does this Ursa play? Right. Do you go for some fighting build and try and help pick off? Do you go for Battle Fury and play the heavier scale lane shove? Seems like that's going to be the decision. SMG getting
jump onto him. Yeah. They tried to get aggressive onto the Enigma, but now, if anything, it's going to be the Train Protector dying as Shanks once again repositions him into a bad spot. Top lane, Carlo again stepping forward, trying to keep the pressure off of Palos, but cannot handle the aggression of the Doom Dark Willow duo.
Yeah, these off lanes are just taking these guys to town. Like,
yeah,
no mercy at all. Another rebound. Whew.
That was a little deep. Is mid going any better? It looks like Moon does have the top CS in the game right now. Bob actually needing a bottle exchange here. So yeah, Zeus, I mean, unsurprisingly, our panel talked about it, but Zeus does do pretty well against Puck in the lane.
I still feel like this, it's hard to say who this favors, but if this top lane is going this well for SMG, it has to favor them, because mid one is getting out of control.
Yeah.
This is going to be another Ursa kill.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Absolutely brutal.
Shot down, not quite by the Shadow Realm, but you could just tell mid one's not going to let that one go so easily.
This is a huge wave up here, too.
Yes, it is a massive loss because they're probably going to kick Carlo out of experience range, so not even the support is going to collect much from this, though. Somebody needs to actually spot Carlo here.
Mid one's even being greedy, not even eating this catapult. This is the correct play. Sold him off this XP. Might even be another kill with it.
Yeah, Bob's going to make the rotation over, but it's not going to be in time to save the Disruptor. Might be able to get a counter kill or two with the Ursa showing up, but it's going to take a lot. They start chasing after the Doom. Boomy just goes in, goes to the TP out. They don't get either one. Oh, no.
This absolute disaster of a lane. Meanwhile, your tower took 2/3 of its HP. You missed 2.5 waves. You missed some flag bearer creeps. Mid one just destroyed this lane with this Doombringer. Early arcane boots, eating the creeps, almost level 6 already. That's a wasted Puck rotation on top with the early coil, which ideally you want to use on this Zeus or Bloodseeker.
Zeus making the rotation, might be able to get the kill onto Tino. Gets a lot of movement speed over our Bloodseeker, but yeah, low on mana, but we still have the Tree Protector going to come in. Shanks, he's going to have his TP stopped, and Moon making the much more successful rotation as a Zeus compared to that Puck rotation up to top lane.
Yeah, it's going to feel nice. He's low on mana, so he's going to have to walk all the way back, but well worth it to get his Bloodseeker back in the game. Now SMG feeling very good about 3 lanes and another kill for this Doombringer. Already up to 6. Ursa can't even stand on the lane anymore, level 4. This is just brutal.
I mean, at this point, you just got to break down the laning phase entirely, right? There's no more just going back to your 2-1-2 setup. There is a massive wave bottom that, again, SMG, after the kill that they got, are zoning heroes out of experience range for all this.
Another tower just dying.
Yeah.
This is not the objective-taking lineup. Meanwhile, this Ursa
dead to a Doom.
There's just nowhere to go.
No.
Go somewhere, I guess. That's not where you want to go.
Yeah, back to the fountain you go.
And I guess mid one is just lining up the Midas here on top, so why not? This Doom is going to be fat.
Yeah, he is. All right, well, Tino finally managed to pull the wave back, so there is at least something. That constant pressure in bottom lane was just brutal, watching all those creeps die under tower without anybody there to collect. And Moon will collect himself the perfect rune for a Zeus. He gets an arcane rune.
Oh, very nice. Why not?
Yeah, especially with Thunder God's Wrath coming up in 30 seconds, they'll definitely want to make use of that some way.
Look to make a play, look to play aggressive on one of these side lanes. Mid one can be happy just farming up top. He can also connect to mid though. SFG has pretty much all the options in the bank. Not a lot of playmaking potential for Execration either. It's just on this Puck. Like, what else is going to set anything up at this point? They don't even have the damage. This is another downside of this type of lineup. If you fall behind, your damage falls behind pretty fast. Disruptor is not the highest damage support. Marcy is kind of dependent on enabling her core to do it with her. Like, how do you even kill some of these heroes with living armor on the back?
Yeah.
Gonna need some big coils here.
Yeah, you certainly are. Glimpse back. Carlo, chase down pretty easily. Bob, nothing you can really do here. It's not like there's much damage being thrown around. The Dark Willow is healthy enough that not going to get popped. So, Bob still looking for an opportunity, but to be honest, the supports are not the best to be able to play with. Tino will be able to get out of the blood, right? That is pretty helpful because it means he can get off the black hole here, but the Eidolons, can they do enough damage? The Bloodseeker's going to die first. The Train Protector trying to limp back to the trees, but denied. Pulled back in by the Marcy. What a play from Tino. That was just inches away from that blood right, successfully hitting the silence on him. And what would have been an Enigma kill, and that's that. But instead, dodged the gank and was able to turn the whole thing around. Even better if they can kill Boomy as well, as the Malphite is going to prevent him from getting off that Terrorize. Shadow Realm should protect him, though, for the time being.
Decent way to use the one lane that was going well for you. That's exactly what they wanted. I mean, Zeus ult comes in, but not enough. And the SMG maybe could have played that a bit more, you know, dance around, but Execration finding the opening with the one spell that can kill people for sure in this game, which is Black Hole, because Coil was used mid during that time and it achieved nothing.
Oh, Bob, are you going to get it? Ooh, barely gets that invis rune. Shanks is going to die, meanwhile, as he was also trying to secure power runes for both of these intelligence mids who are very, very greedy when it comes to power runes, so just kind of the hazards of doing your job, I suppose.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
Why is it always a support?
Yeah, what, you want the offlaner to start rotating and securing power runes for the mid?
Yeah. give me the lane. I'll take the XP. You go gank.
Okay. Well, sadly, they have a Enigma off lane, so I don't really think he's going to be doing a whole lot of gank.
I've seen weirder. I mean, you saw a 33 Brood mid gank the other day.
Okay, but that was
TI
like,
winners, you know?
That was a lane swap that just so happened to turn into a gank, you know?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, well, if the captain tells you to swap lanes, you swap lanes. Little smoke gets broken here on this ward. It's another puck rotation. Mid one might doom him here.
Yeah, straight up doomed.
Easy. Had all the vision in the world. Even gonna pause on him. Damn.
Right before the killing blow, huh? That is
yo, mid one, chill, bro.
Rude. Come on. I was looking at it earlier, and it's I feel like this SMG lineup is pretty interesting because the established players that have a lot of history, they all kind of had their peak in that 2017, 2018 era, right? Boone, Mid1, Afu, like they all hit their absolute peak in their careers, and now they're trying to put something back together with this SMG lineup and see if they can reach at least the same heights that they used to, or you know, even be able to surpass that. Obviously, last year's SMG lineup was a huge disappointment. I mean, there were so many people who saw that initial lineup and thought it was going to go well, and it just did not.
No, I mean, you're right. There's a lot of big historic names on this roster.
Yep.
They can start gaining some momentum. It's a pretty scary team. Seems like a long time ago we had mid one on Secret and Afu on the Chinese organizations, right?
Yep.
LFY and all that, so.
Yeah, that was, I think it was that TI7 that LFY had the third place?
Trying to think, yeah.
Yeah.
They had a pretty good place. I mean, that team was good, right?
Yeah, they were very good.
But then, as is the course with Dota, many ups and many downs.
Rage gets off in time, but at the same time, this stun is delayed, and there's just, oh, he actually managed to hop down to the low ground. That's going to force him into the tower range. Palos is still going to die to the Zeus nukes, but is there anybody here that can punish this at all? A glimpse back into the tower? Marcy gank? Nothing. Nobody is in a position to stop this.
Puck is dead, and like you said, Enigma's not making the roam rotations, so.
No. I'm surprised they aren't playing to the Enigma more, to be honest.
It's just, SMG doesn't even have to go there, right? You bring heroes there, you just take the tower. Enigma ended up taking it on his own anyway. I don't think SMG really cares what this Enigma's doing.
Well, I guess my point was more so, why isn't the Ursa farming that side of the map? Where he's at least close to the Enigma, you know, who can help him out with all this pressure that's happening. Because right now, he just needs somewhere to be able to hit creeps with this Battle Fury build.
I mean, the Execration needs somewhere to go with anybody at this point.
Yeah.
I think generally you only want to move down here after the tower's dead, or if you guarantee the tower kill yourself. This tier 1 that finally dies, now there's some more space down here. It's just, it's an awkward map state. You could put Enigma mid here and just try and fight around Eidolons, use him as the brick wall. He does have Greaves up now, so this is maybe the time to try and do that.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need Black Hole for this Enigma to be at least somewhat of a bulwark.
Found the Tree Protector. That'd be a really nice pick off.
Yeah, I mean, this was necessary. You got to kick him out of the jungle here eventually.
Yeah.
Like, you have to remember, this is a disruptor lineup. And this is a hero that does not excel at anything in Dota outside of glimpsing people.
Yeah.
He doesn't farm creeps. He doesn't really do much. So if you're not running at the enemy, forcing people out of position and getting the kills off the back of it, Carlo's going to feel pretty bad in this game. And so here's another smoke trying to find this Doombringer. He's tanky.
They've got the double support ultimates here. Marcy's got the Unleash. They've got the Static Storm.
Hey, mid one's just going in.
Should be a kill. Mid one. Not actually going to be caught in the kinetic field at first. Glimpse back, obviously, and is still very likely dead as there's nobody here to really help him out. But it goes to show how farmed he is, or how many levels he has, perhaps, that it took that long to bring him down. And he still got his BKB in time. He still managed to buy that. So.
Which is an interesting item choice, honestly. Like, second item, I mean, Midas into BKB with Arcane Boots. No Blink for initiation, no auras for his other 2 carries, which, I mean, he has 2 other carries, right?
Yeah.
Just naked BKB, pretty interesting, especially when you're playing into a lineup that it's like decent first, but I wouldn't say it's amazing, you know? You have Enigma and Ursa who don't really care.
Yep. Yeah,
see what mid one wants to do with this. It could just be some sort of, I'm just gonna run in and frontline and I don't give a crap about anything.
Another theory could be that, like, BKB is just like the quintessential like team fight item, and it's just an item of strength right as you get it. And this is an important period of time for an Execration lineup, right? They're an Ursa lineup. They need to be able to secure Roshan, but how can you ever, if you never feel comfortable winning fights, how can you get Roshan for this Ursa?
I guess the way I'm thinking about it is does BKB stop that more than a Greaves does, or more than, like, I don't know, just even rushing some Shivas or something crazy, you know?
Sure.
I don't think the BKB is bad. It's just very interesting. I wouldn't have thought about it this game. We'll see. It definitely hurts the Disruptor puck, right?
Yeah.
It removes so much early spell damage here, so... And he can pretty much guarantee it. Like, there's no insta-stuns here for the Execration lineup unless you get hit by Marcy.
They're going to go for it. Once again, the Static Storm pops, and he goes straight up BKB. He's going to chase after Palos. He's going to drop that Doom. Now, he's going to have to keep diving in pretty deep to ensure the Ursa kill, and I don't think he got nearly enough damage out of that. No Thunder God's Wrath up either, so yeah, that's pretty easy for Ursa to walk that off.
Here's the other thing. So something like that play, right?
Yeah.
The BKB lets him do something like that. But the downside is this SMG lineup can't force the Roche themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, if, let's say they have the Ursa, you make that play, someone goes to Fountain, you just go Roche, in 30 seconds it's dead. Or you have the BKB, you can force the Roche, and then they have to fight into this early Doom BKB. It makes a little more sense to me, you know? But otherwise, stuff like that happens, and then you're just back to farming. And BKB is not a farming item. And your other cores aren't going to have it at the same time either, right? Like, this Bloodseeker wants to get his later.
Yeah.
It's very, very curious.
You can farm more aggressively, as you said, since
yes,
you deal
that
with
is
the glimpse and the coils, so...
We'll see. Yeah. Ultimately, it might not make a big difference here because he is so farmed that he'll probably buy anything and he'll have it all. So.
He's got 10K net worth.
Yeah,
first across that line at 16 minutes. Jump in. Marcy missing the stun initially. Should still be able to get the kill onto this Dark Willow, but they're going to use the coil to try and prevent these further rotations from getting a counter kill. Shanks needs a little bit of help. No, he's good. Zeus not going to keep chasing, nor should he.
I mean, this is a good map setup for Execration right now, though.
Yep.
You brought your 2 killing cores, you have the Witchblade on puck, you're playing with the supports. Ursa gets to excavate this bottom part of the map, which is, like you said, where he wanted to end up being. He can farm all this out, farm bottom, and then farm back into that ancient rotation with the Battle Fury. So Palos is super happy right now, catching up very fast. You kind of have to think about this. He's the fastest farming hero in the game probably right now with the space he's being given. And then you just have this Disruptor top who's just sitting here against Doom, right? It doesn't really feel great for mid one right now. He's farming it up, sure, but he's not really exerting his force on the map because that's the downside if you don't have the objective forcing.
Right.
So it's kind of a stalemate right now. The lead isn't building too fast. At the same time, is SMG too worried? Probably not. They're probably pretty happy farming up with Doom Midas, and you know, you have this Greaves Enigma who's not getting to do too much with it. And the biggest thing on the table, Ursa's not getting Roshan. Anytime he's not getting early Roshans, you feel pretty good about the stage of the game.
We also have a timing coming up with the, I'm not sure if you mentioned, the BKB on Bloodseeker is almost done. So maybe like, that's another reason they're down to just chill out, right? Once they get that item. Double
then
BKBs.
Then you can just force the Roche probably. And even if it's a little slow, you're happy to take it away. Everyone's got TV bottom. Maybe try and bait the Zeus out. Or just make a play of his own. He has Blink.
Blinks forward, does find the Marcy.
I got tossed over the crystal.
He did. Not a target you want to be dooming, so mid one's gonna do a little catch and release there. Let him go.
I actually thought they were thinking about baiting the Zeus because you know the Ursa's down here. And it's like, maybe you just show him and make the Ursa jump. But just choosing to be aggressive. You can see mid one wants to use his strength right now.
Overgrowth, they're gonna go back for this Marcy kill, who's trying to go for a D-ward, but in the process, they've also caught Tino next to his tower with the Guardian Greaves, though. He's not the easiest kill, and he managed to get off the Hood of Defiance, but there's still too much damage, too quick. He gets blown up pretty damn fast. Mid one's just gonna keep running at him. Jeez. He's not gonna get a kill on that puck, but he puts the pressure on him, kicks him out of the lane for sure. They secure that mid tower, continuing their hold on this Roshan area.
Yeah, that is a very good fight for SMG. They get the map control out of it, some vision control. They control both cliffs right now. And there's nothing to be afraid of. That's why Midone can play so aggressive here. Like, he could die to some Black Hole or Ursa, but not if he sees everything. You have Zeus vision on top of it. You have some extra Bloodseeker Thirst vision when people get low. There's just not the vision control from Execration around this mid area, so they pretty much have to group up here and try and take it back. Which Midone says, not on my watch, son.
No, he's not letting anybody get out there. At this point, Execration just have to play like the hard sides of the map and
yeah, Bob needs to get out deep on these side lanes.
Yeah.
Force somebody to show that maybe you can TV back and make a smoke, kill this Doom. Ideally, you black hole this Doom. That's really what Execration wants right now. That's easier said than done. And Palos getting interrupted on Ancients.
not good. See if they can actually bring him down here. As the Terrorize into the stun, there's the Static Storm. Mid one's going to be forced to use the BKB if he wants to keep this pressure on. And Paladins are going to use the Black Hole to turn it around here. And now Mid one, I don't know what exactly the plan was there, but he's going to get punished perhaps. No, got the blink away. He was so damn fast. He's kept that Kobold aura for this entire time, and he just ran out of there at 500 movement speed.
All right, the little sprint action from this Doom. I guess that was the plan all along. I calculated perfectly here. Glimpse was not up for 2, and there's no damage to keep the vision. Just punishes the...
Jeez,
I don't know, punishes them with his own.
The puck getting caught.
Brutal.
Everybody is so farmed on SMG.
I mean, that's just brutal, because that is the black hole kill you need on this tube. Now you have to wait another 2 minutes here.
Yeah.
That just means Roshan on the menu.
Yeah. Very free, perhaps. The BKB is still on cooldown, so mid one.
Throw it back.
He's caught.
That's some bad death.
The team, do they recognize that Roshan's going on, and can they get here in time?
Yeah, it was a window. They think, like, I don't know if they know, but...
They don't know.
That could have been pretty murky.
Yeah, they pinged it now, but it's too late. Ursa starts running over, but Roshan is done. Time to get out, Palos.
I mean, it's probably pretty hard to contest without puck. You're pretty much just betting on Ursa running in, but Palos does have BKB. That was not an uncontestable situation.
Sure.
Mid one's just making space for it, so in the end, doesn't end up getting too punished for that play, but it's still a big kill to go Execration's way. Downside here is your puck, Bob, is very far behind. And he is a lot of your mid-game damage to come out from this lineup. Just puts more pressure on Palos to be able to take the brunt of the force. And again, you're playing into Doom. So if your other cores are behind, you're like the solo damage core in this Ursa and you get Doom. What does that team fight look like, right? It just makes it even harder for him. Traditionally versus Doom, your best position is when all 3 of your cores are strong. Because then he has to pick a threat to try and deal with, and your other 2 get a free fight. In this type of game, where the resources are getting shoved more and more towards this Ursa, makes it easy for mid one to make the decision.
Yep. They're going to go for a 4-man smoke and head through this mid lane area. Shanks, once again, he seemed to be really good in his previous series about positioning to break smokes. And Marcy's a great hero for him. Oh no, that AoE stun catches Tino as well. Now with the Terrorize, no, they don't even need that much. The Bloodseeker is going to make sure to show up. Chidori's like, yeah, I can clean up on this team fight. In fact, I'm going to throw a Rupture down on Palos, the Doom, the Rupture. Static Storm actually going out, but Chidori does have the BKB. He's going to deal with Carlo real quickly. Wait out Palos' BKB, turn back into him. Damage is a bit too much, so he's not going to be able to get that kill. If anything, actually, he almost went down, got a little low there. Still, another great fight for SMG as they just continue to assert the strength they built up on the laning phase and build on it.
Yeah, we can see how fast this Chidori Bloodseeker gets pumped up, right? You have the Ags on Zeus, you throw out the ult, you throw out that Ags, people get low instantly. Afu drums him up, this Bloodseeker gets to 600 MS pretty much before anything even starts. He just comes in guns blazing. It's gonna be another issue that Execration has to deal with here. That said, like you said, Palos can hold his ground. Ursa does deal a significant amount of damage. He's pretty good at just sitting there and tanking it up. And now you have a window. No Doom, no Thunder God's Wrath, no Rupture. A lot of big ults down, and you have Black Hole and Coil up. Time to try and make something happen. I think you're not going to get too many of these windows left in this game before the items just are overwhelming.
Yeah, seriously.
Execration trying to bait them in here, I
These
think.
little mini stuns. Bob needs a helping hand. Shanks is going to give it to him. They're going to turn back around, see if they can get the black hole. They don't catch Moon. They only catch the Train Protector. And more than willing to make that sacrifice as Midwan continues its assault. He chases after Palos. They also have the Rupture now. Enrage, and on cooldown, no BKB either. So Palos easy to bring down. The rest of Execration will be able to retreat. You can see immediately the push to mid lane. Bob is just trying to shove some waves in and keep SMG off of their side of the map because SMG is pretty much undeterred. There is nothing to stop them.
I mean, decent idea here from Execration. You have all these ults on cooldown. They're trying to bait the fight in. If that hole lands on some bigger targets, you're pretty happy there, but SMG can just dance around. They see most of it. Mid one's happy to just run in. I don't think he cares about anything this game, and he's pretty much showed that. Now, kind of back onto the back foot. Mid one asserting even more dominance on this game. If you thought he hadn't asserted enough dominance on this game.
That was like back, going back to we were talking about the heydays of some of these players. Like Midwan as a mid laner, I think his greatest strength was when he was ahead, he was very good at being aggressive. And we're seeing it in this position with his offlane Doom. He got a lead, and he has just continued to just punish hero after hero. Even if he doesn't get the kill half the times, it's just like sending him back to base, getting them off of creep waves, not letting them farm anything.
Oh, he's destroyed this game. He's been everywhere. He's up to Ags on this Doom too, which is devastating here, right? You look at this Execration line, if you just blink in the Doom auto procs and AoE.
Yeah.
It's brutal for their heroes, so overall, pretty good itemization, pretty good map dominance from mid one. Understands what he wants to do, destroyed his lane. Sometimes you can just put the team on your back and make it easy, you know?
Dire's top tower
It's that simple sometimes.
Radiant are scanning.
Chidori's just going to chop away at this tier 2 tower.
Oh, they have an Ags on Disruptor.
How do you get that?
Just been farming a little bit. So that's pretty big here. I don't know if SMG is even remotely thinking about this as a possibility. He does have to catch somebody in it, though.
Yeah, and they're going to run into Boomy here. Boombox breaks that smoke. Execration's one chance to perhaps get a sneaky little team fight win over SMG is denied.
Zeusult scouts it. They might know this Disruptor Ags exists. They might not. Depends on who's clicking very fast.
Yeah.
There's just not great initiation here.
Yeah, the one thing they know is they're all kind of stuck here on this low ground area.
Oh, this is a great ward for SMG.
Yep, they're going to quickly try and deal with the ward.
Overgrowth.
But it does mean they get caught into the Terrorize with the Blood Mid. Jump forward from mid one as well. Look at Chidori instantly into the back lines. Looks like he recognized the threat that was Carlo. He immediately goes and deals with this Bloodseeker. Disruptor dead. Tino uses the one-man black hole, and looks like Shanks will be able to get that kill. So Chidori was so focused on the Disruptor that he actually puts himself out of position, but Palos has been kited to hell, was not able to stick on one hero like he wanted to. Midwan needs a little distance, and with the BKB should be able to get it. Now we can turn back on Shanks. There's no more physical damage threat, and should be able to just keep ahead of these heroes. Looking to blink back away from Tino into the arms of Shanks to finish him off. Execration did what they could there, and it was nice that they got the kill on the Bloodseeker, but he's not the only threat on SMG.
No. I mean, that was a fight without that Doom up either, so you're trying to take what you can get. Looking for the Zeus, he does get glimpse. It's his Ag ult here, decent amount of damage. He's just getting eaten. That's a freebie, and that's a big freebie. Look at the gold on that streak, man. 1,300 to Bob. You want your puck back in this game, that's the way to do it.
God, I love money.
That was not the type of kills you want to throw away here. Like, this is still a scary late game team from Execration, right? You have tools to deal with the hole and like Doom and this Overgrowth, but it's a pretty good Ursa game in some ways as well. And you have this Disruptor Ags, you just get caught. Some of these late game fights can turn around very fast.
God, look at this. Oh, Tino really could have gotten off the black hole before the kill on the Disruptor. Either way, getting that kill was hugely important. And the only reason it happens is because Palos is pretty much keeping the rest of the team at bay, and he's being kited nonstop.
Yeah, Fuzzy Wuzzy verse 5. I mean, he can only do so much. Saw how much that sidekick can heal, though, too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Like, this life steal is deadly on this hero.
When you start getting the stacks, and then you combine that with a bit of life steal, yeah, it's
Radiant's bottom tower
pretty intense.
is under attack.
So there's some nice small scaling mechanisms Execration is going to try and push into here. And again, if they find the big damage source, let's say you find Zeus at the start of the fight, you're pretty damn happy with that. You take a huge chunk of this damage out from this SMG lineup and a lot of the Bloodseeker enabling. Because it's not that easy for him to just run in the Black Hole to this Disruptor ult. If you get the Bashers up. SMG thinking about the next Roche here as well, and just got Disruptor ult, no BKB.
Mal fits into the Static Storm, no opportunity to press that BKB in time. A little glimpse just to ensure he stays there long enough, but when the Ursa, when everything comes together, when they do manage to hit that Static Storm, the Ursa is on that same target, disable plus that Ursa time, there's just nobody that's going to survive through that. So as you said, very scary late game. There is always that possibility. You cannot be giving away these freebies.
There's no save for this Static Storm, right?
Yeah.
You can E-Blade someone in it, but you're not helping them too much, and it removes so much net worth from these item builds as well, because this is a BKB dependent lineup from SMG for their 2 cores. If you're not getting BKB off, suddenly all that puck damage, all of that Enigma damage, all this stuff is just doesn't care. So this is pretty powerful right now, and SMG kind of have to think about how they want to respond to this and not give away deaths like that, right? You have to respect the ability you can just get blink stunned into that.
Radiant's bottom tower
Carlo's
is
even
under
rocking,
attack.
you know, the Eye of the Vizier here, so he has extra cast range.
Oh, yeah.
You can throw this thing from pretty far.
And he almost has a Blink Dagger on top of that, so...
I mean, he is very farm this game. I don't really know how this happened, but he just sat top and soaked it up. That said, SMG, you looking to jump on this ward, or at least control the vision.
Boomy is going to break his own smoke to deal with that ward on the high ground.
Roshan's up.
Execration definitely have an idea that SMG is here in this area. Do they know that this Roshan is actually being done right now? Do they even want to contest? It looks like they do. Carlo and Shanks, they're going to wrap around the long way here. It would have been really good, but Mid-One is one step ahead of them with the AoE Doom. He blinks ahead of the Static Storm. Carlo is going to fall just like that. The rest of the team still looking at this high ground area, looking for a way to be able to get to the Roshan pit, but they're going to be denied that as Boomy pushes them back. Does manage to force the BKB out of Shanks. It'll cost him his life, but still, that was enough time. Was it? They're still trying to do Roshan. It is taking so long.
Get in here.
Palos are going to get on top of the Dream Protector. Both of Chidori are now down. Chidori finally managed to get in. There goes the Aegis. Jumping from Tino, though. Immediately throws down the Black Hole, but it's denied by the Zeus. And now with Mid-One on top of it, it's going to be Tino dead. The rest of Execration are on their way out. Shanks is going to be caught as the +1 to this as well. So they were not able to get there quite in time.
Get double buyback, though.
Yeah. That's true.
That's 2 support buys for SMG, feeling a little pressure in that fight. And arguably a situation that I don't think should have been as scary for them. Because that Disruptor, that Static Storm gets thrown, that's a lot of the team fight from Execration. Enigma can never really Black Hole aggressively this game if Zeus is up. It's just impossible. You're going to get bolted. You're going to get stunned in some capacity.
Dyer's
Nimbus will do it.
top
So,
tower is under attack.
like we saw there, I mean, that hole looks great,
Dyer's
but
top tower has
in
fallen.
reality, it's just never going to happen. So I don't know. That said, I feel like Execration getting something out of that scenario is maybe more than they should have got. Like, I would take double support buyback there. That's pretty nice. Now you have time to split the map. We're at this game out a little bit more. Your puck is slowly catching up in this net worth lead. Mid-One continuing to try and hunt here. It's getting fast a bit.
Kill Mid-One. The stacks beginning to build up, and the Terrorite beautifully positioned, and Chidori's able to take full advantage of it. They look to be able to finish up the puck. Couldn't quite get him right away, but they cut it out. Palos, the Ursa, the AoE Doom is going to do some work here, but Chidori needs to be careful of this Ursa damage, but it looks like they have enough chain stuns to be able to keep him at bay. Full heal almost for Chidori off of that one, and he keeps his Aegis intact.
I mean, that Ursa, he's fighting for his life, but just too many ults getting thrown on this bear. That is the power of net worth. Mid-One just jamming it in.
I know it's funny, you said, like, you know how you take that, like the 2 support buyback and stuff, and I was going to say, that all sounds good as long as SMG doesn't have some sort of breakout team fight while this Black Hole is on cooldown.
Yeah.
SMG definitely saw they had an opportunity there.
Absolutely.
Dire's middle
At
tower
this point,
is
Black
under
Hole's
attack.
just...
Dire's middle
And even if it
tower
doesn't have
has
BKB,
fallen.
this Black Hole is almost impossible to use.
Yeah, seriously.
There's way too many tools to counter it. You're pretty much hoping you can Black Hole Zeus or Bloodseeker for like a second and a half. That's enough for a Static Storm or Ursa to come
Carly
in.
just gonna go for it. He tried to catch 3, really only got 1. I think he was hoping he would burn out Chidori's Aegis and maybe they'd be able to kill mid one or something like that, but...
I don't know about that play. I think you just wait, but...
Yeah.
Like, Static Storm is not a high damage spell. You're not killing everybody on your own.
I mean,
But
Tino wasn't even there to like midnight pulse follow-up or
Yeah.
anything like that, so it definitely felt like a solo play that was not gonna do anything.
Because now you're going to slow down the play you want to make, which is
Right.
kind of right now. You have Black Hole coming up, and they're missing a couple ults for 20. You might have had a smoke play. That said, SMG can easily read this. They're probably not going to get caught here. So not too much loss. And I respect going for some of this stuff if you feel like it's the right play. I mean, he's level 15 too, so it's an 8-second Static Storm. It's going to be annoying in the fight if it's just laying down there. Here's another smoke from SMG. Doom back up. Lower cooldown. Aegis on top of Chidori.
With the Thunder God's Wrath ready to be used for that instant vision of people.
They know there's no Static Storm.
Yeah, they know where the Disruptor is, and that is such an important target to go for. That Static Storm now effectively on cooldown for another 45 seconds.
Mid one's going to do a little
Dire's
Raxing.
middle
Why not?
barracks are under attack.
Chidori's going to do the same at top lane.
Dire's middle barracks has
Oh,
fallen.
TP bound, bottom lane. Midwan wants to go hunting once again, and they've caught Shanks. The BKB has been used. He has the TP, but I would have almost been down for him to like TP just to see if he could force the Doom, you know? I feel like that'd be a decent trade-off.
I think you want to get doomed. I don't want to get doomed. you can make that play. I'm getting out of there. I mean, this is a low cooldown Doom.
Yeah, he's got Octarine. You're right.
This is not some like big ult you're getting off the table anymore. This is an 80-second Doom cooldown.
Yeah, I forgot how low it gets when you get both the Octarine and the 20 talent. It's pretty absurd.
It is crazy. So
it's not like Enigma has that same kind of talent. Minus 35 seconds.
Once upon a time. Once upon a time he did.
Carlo, once again, going to be found, but this time was able to blink away as the smokes begin to break.
Dire's courier
This is like the last vision area for Execration if they can take a fight here. And I think that's why mid one's a little hesitant. He doesn't want to just push in their vision, give it to them.
Palos does show in the bottom lane for a second, so they're going to start swooping down.
Not a bad place to fight again, though. If Execration doesn't get jumped.
Oh, they found him. A
they
lane
didn't see
ward
him.
spotted him, but they only got the stun, but they didn't actually see where he was at. They still managed to get the AoE Doom out. At the same time, the Static Storm before the BKB. Midone didn't pop that, but he is staying on top of Ursa. They're going to be able to get the chain stun into the silence with Chidori, able to clean up very easily. The ult goes off, denying the Black Hole once again. Tino just has zero opportunity to get this one off. Shanks is actually putting in a decent amount of damage with the remaining seconds of his ultimate. Even as a support, you got to be careful of that Marcy ult, but still, it's a pretty clean win for SMG as they're even trying to hunt down Bob here. The Nullfire Bash going out. Bob
looking for Moon, maybe.
He's got a blink up, should be able to get away. They spot him, Boomy. No, he didn't have Bramble Maze up.
And that was very awkward. I mean, mid one got the jump, but didn't see the Ursa. It ends up pulling the fight farther back. You have a decent Static Storm, but once that AoE Doom is out, it's so hard to engage in. Like, Palos even gets his ult off. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You just can't get jumped. If Execration gets jumped, these fights are pretty much impossible, because mid one is just way too much control here. I mean, what are you doing into this, right? You're fighting into Rupture AoE Doom. The Black Hole gets instantly Eul Steel because there's still no BKB. You have Zeus spells going off. There's an Overgrowth waiting for you. You have to be able to start on SMG in these fights. And that said, mid one recognizes this. That's why he's just playing so aggressive this game. It does pay the iron price here, but, you know, I mean, Marcy's always going to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, that damage steroid is no joke. A Chrysalis picked up for Shanks, so he's... You know, honestly, the two supports on Execration are really, you know, they accept the fact that sometimes the support's got to try and carry the game. And they're doing that here. Puck is going to blink a short distance. They had the vision, thanks to the Bloodseeker. How far can he get? There's going to be the brambles on the ground.
Should be Gucci.
Yeah.
Some decent wasted time. Powell's going to TP down here, so going to reward this hill, try and look for something.
He's got an abyssal. They can jump on this. Doom caught here. BKB should allow him to stick on top of the Doom and get this kill. Can they catch anybody else after this, though? The supports have already kept their distance. Shanks not quite in striking distance in time. So it's just going to be a one pick-off, not a full breakout team fight for Execration.
I mean, good defense of their vision. Again, this is the one area of the map where they can try and find these kills, place the high ground ward, and abuse it. Fast blinks there from Execration, gets the job done. Looking at Moon on bottom, but nobody else is here. In fact, Moon has a Hex, so gotta be a little careful.
Yeah, if you didn't notice this one, the BKB puck. Not too many times you're going to see that item, but this time a necessity for sure. Bob's still playing with them. I mean, you got to go big or go home. I do not blame him for trying to go for this play. Unfortunately, it is not quite enough, but the rest of the team is here. Immediately grab Chidori. Shanks is going to do a battle against this Bloodseeker, but without a basher, it's a pretty uneven fight, I would say. Chidori's going to win that one out, get a bumper and heal. Back over to Tino, who's looking for his opportunity. Actually lost his opportunity, it seems, as his black hole was denied. The Ursa, Palos gets the Dark Willow kill. Is he gonna get out? Yeah, I don't think there's anybody close enough to catch him, so at least there's that.
Decent plays here. I mean, Bob just manning up, knows he might pay the price, but he'll set it up for his Ursa to clean up the kill.
Yeah.
And huge glimpse by Carlo there at the end, sends mid one back to base with that Doom active.
Oh, that's nice.
And so that ends up bailing out his Ursa. Very nice heads-up play there. I think he got about 1 second of AoE Doom. It's like, oh my god, and then, where am I?
Man, it still boggles my mind how just the concept of AoE Doom. Like, so many of the counters to Doom just stopped by the Aghanims upgrade.
It's pretty good, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I don't know, you just kill him.
Like, what are the downsides of Doom? It's single target? Okay, now it's AoE.
What is the downside of Doom? It's not
Lincoln's
global.
is the counter? Well, who cares about Lincoln's? Who cares about BKB?
True.
I don't know. Combined with the 35-second cooldown, we got to do something about this.
You want to buff it? Sounds like what you're asking for. Make it a global ability, like Nimbus. Just throw it.
This entire area. It's you know what you do? You make that, but then you switch the spell names. You call that Scorched Earth, because really that's what it is, right? It's just one area.
That's
it's
true.
Scorched Earth policy.
Just eliminate parts of the map everybody wants.
No, I got a better idea. It's just the floor is lava. Just everywhere that's a low ground is now
It's a trademark
just
game.
damage.
Come on. What are you trying to do?
I'm sorry. I thought that was just a childhood game, but my bad.
Full Abyssal for Palos. Honestly, I cannot believe Shanks went Chrysalis.
I know, man.
I still cannot
Also,
believe
why
it.
Chrysalis is not Basher? That's the typical.
Yeah, that's like, because he
idea.
was thinking Bat. I don't think there's any world you go Chrysalis over Basher.
Yeah.
I just do not see the
Tendency to agree.
justification, but
I mean, you saw the fight versus Bloodseeker. They're just going back and forth, but one hero had a Basher, the other did not. That's a... Oop.
Little scouting. Old Roshan is up too.
For those of you
That's
guys
a
who
big
don't know how
smoke
that works, when you pop Thunder God's Wrath on smoked units, it doesn't hit them, but it does give the AoE vision of that area, so you do know where they're at, even if you don't directly see the heroes.
Chidori's just ready to go in. He has Swift Blink Nullifier.
An Overgrowth to start things off, and mid one's already got the AoE BKB. Doom out onto some heroes, but a Black Hole gets him for a second. That's just long enough for the Ursa to be able to shred that Doom. It's enough. Now a bash instantly onto Boomy. No chance to be able to get off that Shadow Realm. Chidori's committing, trying to kill Shanks. Shanks fighting back, fighting for his life. Palos unable to assist him in time, but they pull him right back into the Bear's Den. Palos, Mother Bear, will protect his supports where he can, and Bob showed up too. Look at him go.
Damn, Execration pulling the fight out on their outpost using one buyback, two buybacks actually. So you do get two supports here for SMG, but that is not the fight they're looking for. And an aggressive overgrowth from Afu to try and start that up, but just sets it up in terms of Black Hole and Palos going to town.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like there's
Afu.
yeah, well, he tried.
That wasn't even close.
I feel like the Blink Overgrowth just gets them to use their BKBs.
Yeah, I don't think that's the spell you want to lead with. It looks good on paper. You're like, oh, he overgrows 3, but it gives them time to react and know the jump is coming. You get to reset a little bit. Ursa can choose to pop his ult or BKB, whatever he wants to do. And then by the time mid one blinks in with Doom, they get stuck in this like weird two-man static storm area. Ursa's just fighting him back and kills him.
So my question for you is, do you think that Apu thought that Moon was, or excuse me, Mid-One was going to jump faster, basically at the same time as him? Or do you think that he was intending to bait out BKBs?
I think he just jumped the gun. I literally just don't think you lead with Overgrowth this game. Because Overgrowth's there for Ursa, BKB, or Black Hole or something like this, right? It's the 5 time for your Bloodseeker and Doom once they're in the fight. You use it first. You don't have that spell for them later. And
okay.
Damn, Bob just taking names at this point.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, this is the late game Execration lineup with the Black Hole and the Ursa fully kitted. He can just stand his ground and pummel into you with the bashes.
Yeah, you said, like, even when the lead was like, what, 17K or something like that at some point, you said, like, this is still a lineup that is very scary late game. You cannot afford to give any lapses in judgment when it comes to these fights. And, well, Execration now even out the game entirely. Even out the set of Raxes, and now they're about to take maybe a full-on advantage as they push for a second lane of Barracks while the Dark Willow's still dead for a full minute.
SMG trying to poke this Ursa down now, but was he don't care.
Yeah, especially with an Aegis.
He's got Aegis and Cheese.
Oh, hot jump in from Shanks is going to be able to catch the Bloodseeker. Combo. The BKBs go out dealing with the Overgrowth and get the kill. And Appa will die as well. Buyback immediately from the Bloodseeker, but Mid-One did manage to catch that the puck that was being so notorious. Built up a reputation there.
Buyback's
second
coming out
for the Ursa. With the buybacks from Execration, they will be here to ensure that Palos is not going to die a second time.
I think Execration want to fight. They bought back their puck. Bob TV back in mid. They know there's no Doom.
They still have Black Hole. They have a second Black Hole with a Refresher. They have Cheese on the Ursa. I agree with you. I think that they should fight while the Doom is on cooldown.
I think if they had a smoke here, they just smoke into the base.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't. That said, I think you can still jump. They do have a ninja gear for this Enigma, so Tino's actually smoked here. And Tino has double Black Hole because he has a Refresher Shard. He can just jump. There's not much to deal with this. No Overgrowth up, no Doom up.
If they're gonna go, this next wave has gotta be it. But it seems like they're going to play it a bit slower.
I respect the respect. Yeah, it was a window though.
Dire are scared.
They
They were
did.
thinking about it.
Some of the heroes got a lot of gold off of that. I mean, right now I'm looking at Palos, who's got 6,500 gold, so, you know.
Yeah, he's big.
He gets a little bit more. He can spend that out for a Swift Blink and still have buyback.
I mean, this Ursa's terrifying. Like, these matchups were nice for SMG for a lot of the game, but at this point, it's hard to deal with him. He can get sidekicked. He can get the lifesteal built into this build. He has all his talents on board. It's just a monster of a hero at this point in the game. The Bloodseeker matchup becomes hard because he just stands his ground and fights you back. The Doom matchup becomes hard because, like we saw, Ursa can just kill you in that AoE Doom. Yeah. Doesn't care too much about it. So getting to a terrifying point here. I think SMG have to think about how they take the fights and maybe play the range game a bit more. Try and abuse the Zeus, abuse the vision, get a good jump on one of these backline targets.
Right.
And you do have multiple ruptures here as well, so you could stall up this Ursa a bit in the fight. Just engage around him. It's probably the game plan. I don't think you just want to run into this bear and see who hits harder. The test of strength probably does not favor you.
Okay. I like that idea, but what is Mid-One's job? Because you're talking about abusing distance, playing like, you know, kind of the poke game. But he is a commitment hero, right? So do you think he still commits to, do you think he still takes that fight against the Ursa is what I'm saying? Or is there a better target for him?
I think if you could blink on, you know, this Puck, Disruptor, Enigma, these three ranged sort of backliners that don't want to get jumped, that's going to feel really good for him. Okay. Because then it forces the Marcy Ursa to engage back on him, which then his team can turn around.
Right, then his backline has full space.
Yeah, okay. I think that type of fight setup feels a lot better for him. And if you're trying to jump this Ursa, now you have this double Black Hole waiting behind. The Puck is going to be able to maybe see the Zeus when he's casting spells, right? You're setting up an awkward paradigm. So the jump is really important here for SMG. I still think they want to be the ones jumping, but you have to see a bit more now. Zeus helps out with that, for sure.
You know, it's a 25 talents are always pretty interesting because you don't always get to see them. And I saw Tino, level 24. I was like, oh, he's almost got 25. Let's remember those talents. And I was like, oh yeah, none of those have anything to do with Black Hole, which is,
not,
you know, his big job in this game. So
that said, you do have the Doom break now.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
You remove some swipes. It's pretty interesting.
Now, yeah, maybe he can still stick onto the Ursa.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It might switch this little matchup a bit more. That said, you start to have to worry about this Marcy a bit too. Shanks did eventually get to the Basher here.
True, yeah.
So he's pretty big, 3,000 HP on this Marcy. Does a lot of damage.
Almost cost Moon. Moon was able to blink away, hop out.
Bob is looking.
Rest of Execration, I mean, if they get any vision, they can glimpse.
The other one doesn't want to jump this Ursa. He's thinking about it.
Shanks, maybe force. Oh no, Carlo with that one. They walked right past that Static Storm. And he doesn't have a buyback either, and the Ursa's already dead. Oh no, Execration. They fought so hard to push this game to this point, but now it may all come crashing down around them. Both their supports don't have buyback. Mid one still hunting. Bob forced to use his BKB, Aeon Disc, Blink. He's got so many options here. I don't think he's going to get caught.
Should live.
It's so hard to be able to catch this guy.
Yeah, Octarine level 25 puck.
Yeah.
Good luck. Does have that Dream Coil Pierce as well, which is a big deal here. But like we saw there, this Marcy gets Hex. That's that range game I'm talking about, right? You get the range. Yeah. You engage from far, you have this Hex, you bring down one of the supports, one of the disposers as well. Mid one's just waiting patiently in the trees. Second, he sees the Ursa with Marcy dead. Boom, jump, Doom, easy fight.
They're going to force it here. They're going to go straight up to the top lane. We'll watch this replay because there won't be much happening.
Yeah, now mid one feels very easy to jump this Ursa, right? He's just dead off the Doom. There's nothing really to save him. Black Hole's too far, Static Storm's gone.
Oh, they go for it, but the faster reactions come from Chidori. That was beautiful. Dodges the first Black Hole from Tino. Reminder that he does have a second. They blew the buyback on Palos still. That's what I was talking about. SMG were going to force it by hitting that top lane, see if they can get the Ursa to buyback. And, well, he bit full on to that bait.
Oh, nice heads-up play by SMG. Got exactly what they wanted out of there, maybe even more. Chidori fast with the fingers. Now they just wait till their ults are up, which Overgrowth in 3.
Yeah.
Control the map here. We'll see if they want to wait for the next Roshan in this game.
Potential spawn time starts in 10 seconds, so we'll see if it's going to be a fast one or a slow one.
I can do with more of that.
They still definitely have control of this game, but we can see how fast these fights can go wrong.
Yeah.
And you still have to think about this refresher shard on Tino. Double Black Hole with BKB is pretty deadly, especially if the ults are out of the way.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
SMG want fast jumps, fast kills. Execration want the fight to go longer. And they want to find this Zeus too. At this point, this Zeus is hella annoying, man. He is just out there in the back somewhere. You don't even know where he is. You don't have many direct jump vehicles or vision mechanisms.
Yeah, this Zeus is going to have a full-out Wind Waker the next engagement, so...
Which is really big. That's a Static Storm save, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's just running around ninja gear, too. Can't even see him.
But it's also simultaneously doesn't do anything if he gets hit by the Ursa, right? BKB plus Nullifier.
Yes, if he gets nullified, he is dead.
So
that's a big hit,
comes
though.
Back down to the spacing you were talking about, the initiation.
I mean, there's no way Moon should be like the most aggressive in the fight, right? He should just wait, be a little patient, let the Doom force somebody, let his ult see people. If he sees where the Ursa and Puck are, then he can play the fight super happy. As long as Moon doesn't get jumped, I think SMG are pretty comfortable in the fights.
But what if he was to get caught?
What if he was?
He's using this ninja gear pretty well. It's going to break. He blinks back into the trees and is perfectly fine.
That was close.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, honestly, that type of play is pretty dangerous. I don't know if he saw where Bob is, but like, you bolt the wave like that in Pucks there, you're dead.
It definitely feels an unnecessary risk.
Yeah, that was pretty bold. Of course, maybe he saw Puck. I don't know what their vision was exactly at that point in time, but... Looks like they're just waiting for the next Roshan. Happy to do so. And it is up. Refresher Shard, Ags, Cheese, everything you could want. Wonder who's taking the Ags here, because I mean, there's blood mist on the table.
Mist.
Is this spell ever someone you want to take?
I mean,
probably not.
Dark Willow does not have enough items to make her Ags useful. Is it actually the Treant Protector?
I mean, this one's better. Like, you get 3 charges now. People forget about this. So
the eyes.
Yeah, Eyes of the Force. You instantly get 3. You just pop them out. It's like already a pretty decent value.
I bet it's probably mid-one just taking it and selling his. The Aghanims that he's holding on to.
I mean, it's like Doom. He gets infinite gold.
That is true. That's a good point. You don't have to do that.
Any blood misters? Nope. They're going to give it to Boomy here.
Okay.
Regeneration.
I mean, all he has is a Blink Dagger Yule, so...
It's still decent damage.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I feel like information is actually the most valuable, because we've been just talking about how the initiation and spacing and all of that sort of thing is the most important part of this game. Cheese left behind, like always. It's
Nobody wants the fromage. What can you do?
At this point, it's iconic in Dota 2. Leave the cheese behind.
It is important to note that mid one took that refresher shard, so
yeah.
He has double Doom, double everything. Pretty terrifying here if he gets the jump on you. There is no escape. I wonder if it's better than on this Zeus though, in a way. Like, I almost feel like you don't need the double Doom.
Yeah, if he gets like a full Doom out, it probably means they win the team fight, right?
You're either winning in one, whereas double Thunder God is just super annoying. You throw out double Thunder God, double Nimbus, you might just kill one of these heroes in a burst jump or stun.
Sure.
Even double Overgrowth could be interesting. But of course, it's pretty hard to turn down all of this Doom's kit refreshed, right? That's all.
Maybe he's thinking it, because he has bots too, so maybe he's thinking about it from a buyback perspective, right?
Yeah, also possible.
Because I agree with you. I think there's no way he gets out 2 Dooms in one fight off of 1 life, because...
Yeah, I mean, you either kill Ursa or Ursa kills you.
Yeah.
But you could like double overwhelming blink or something. Be pretty fancy. See if they try and force high ground. That's the question here. Like, does SMG feel comfortable just running up this hill into what's still double? I mean, there's still the refresher shard in this Enigma. That's how long Tino's been holding this. But we still have 2 black holes here they have to think about. But if you're not forcing the game now, when are you ever going to, right?
Yeah.
Afu just meandering his way in here.
At the smoke, deep. Look at this position. He's going to get a ward way back. He sees Tino, and now, well, they didn't get the jump off that immediately, so they may actually have some sort of idea. Shanks, ruptured first. There's the pop out. Immediately catches Bob. The AoE Doom is going to go to work. They do have a buyback on 1. Shanks with the rupture was held in place, so they're actually going to be caught in the Doom as well. Mid1 picks up 2 kills with that 1 play. And another Overgrowth on top of that. This vision is working out so well to find the picks. They didn't even need that big team fight. There's no way for Tino to make a move here. They're just being picked apart. Now with the rupture inside of the base, they're going to go to work on these buildings while Palos just can't leave the fountain.
All right, time for buybacks. Time to try and find something. And SMG, they can choose whether they want to give it to you or not.
What happened to the Disruptor buyback? He's 50 gold off or something like that. Oh, no.
4-staff recipe, I don't know.
They need him for that. They need him for this fight, certainly.
I mean, they're not going to have him. So it's a question of who do you black hole here? Aegis Bloodseeker?
Oh, no, 5, 3, 2, 1. He's got buyback now. Tick Gold finally came into play as they make their jump. He immediately goes for the Doom. The Doom is going to be brought down. He does have a buyback, though. Chidori, he's already down so low. Shanks went to work on him. The second life for the Bloodseeker. The Doom has come back into play, though. He's going to come in pretty soon. You got to look out for that one. But they can bring down Chidori first. Mid-1 chasing away. They failed. No black hole out from Tino, but Chidori may still fall as Shanks just straight up and fought him in 1. Palos chases away Mid-1 as now they're going to pull back Afu. They're not going to let him escape either. The buyback from Execration, well worth it. They are in a point where they can now win this game. They force SMG to use critical buybacks.
Oh, he is lucky to not get glimpsed there.
Didn't get spotted in time. Carlos not able to take a full advantage of that one, but Execration can certainly push out. I mean, 2 supports, one of them dead for 90 seconds. You know there's no buyback on Chidori and mid one.
That was not what SMG wanted out of that. That is triple buyback forced out from them on 2 cores as well. That's your Bloodseeker and Doom buys. You lose one of these heroes now, you might just lose the game, whereas Ursa still has buy, Enigma still has buy. That was a pretty decent base defense from Execration there. And that second black hole got insta-canceled by the Doom, so it wasn't even as good as it could have been. I don't think you want to just put your Bloodseeker up there, have him die to the Smartsy, and then when he comes back, he just comes back instantly into Static Storm. That was just so rough. Flirting with danger.
Yeah, seriously, Palos, he's gonna make their jump forward. Oh no! It looks like Midwan struck first and managed to catch Tino, and immediately the Ursa turned around and tried to deal with Midwan. They actually do manage to get the stun with the glimpse back. They kill the Zeus, but he had the buyback. That was the only core that had it, but that's a dieback now to Chidori. If he caught Midwan, it would have been a second dieback, but he did manage to blink just ahead of Palos. Palos going to work now on the buildings with no carry on SMG, but the AoE Doom, perhaps the only carry that they really need is the burst damage goes to work and the Ursa falls. Immediate buyback though. Execration gonna push this numbers advantage to see if they can bring it back.
That's the last Doom. No more Dooms up. Palos knows this. He wants to end the game here.
No Dooms, no Bloodseekers.
Or
1 lane of barracks left.
I mean, Mega's not too bad either. You have Black Hole up in 30, Static Storm up in 25. Execration are missing some ults. Maybe they don't even need him though. You have to remember, you have level 25 Marcy sidekick as well. So he has castable spell immunity for this Ursa.
Bob fishing. Doesn't catch anything just yet. Defensive wards being dropped by SMG.
I don't know if SMG can defend this. They don't have any Dooms, no Thunder God's Wrath. Is this just Mega somehow off the back of that base fight?
Looks like it. The coil does manage to catch the Zeus. Immediately Carlos
Storm on 2.
Dash forward, does manage to get the Static Storm, pulls the Zeus a little bit closer to allow Palos to strike, finish him off. The black hole catches a tree projector because what is left on SMG? Absolutely nothing. Mid one stands alone on the high ground as that is it. GG Execration.
God damn.
Make the full comeback to take this game 1.
They're definitely happy about that one. That was not a game they had control in for 90% of it, but a horrible base push. A couple buybacks that don't yield anything, and suddenly you're on the back foot with cooldowns hurting you. Execration make it work out of nowhere, man. That was insane late game execution. Yeah, it's just plain and simple. They out-team fought him. There's no way around it. Palos just manning up in these late game fights, picking his targets well, destroying people. Also, that early Ags on Disruptor.
Yeah, I would say the 2 supports really did so much to carry some of the very specific team fights that they needed to win.
I mean, there were so many key pickoffs in that early mid-game with that Static Storm that you don't have unless you have this Ags, so great identification here from Execration, puts another W on the board. I mean, they are feeling themselves now. And
certainly.
That is also a game I think SMG feels like they probably should have won. That was 80% of it was mid one dominating people.
Yeah.
Right? And then in the end, it's just he's dooming, he's killing people, but there's buybacks. The bane of Refresh Doom is the second, third life through Aegis and buyback. Enough to get the job done. Very impressive win.
Crazy game 1. It's a great way to be able to start out this series between Execration and SMG, and I'm sure our panel has so much to be able to say about an hour-long game.
Be still, my beating heart, my goodness. Blood pressure rising through the roof after that game. Back and forth action between Execration and SMG, but I suppose SMG should be no strangers to that. Mike, you may have found yourself in very similar situations on such a lineup and wondering, why can't we end this game?
I don't know, they have yet to figure out how to close games. You know, we had this issue when I was there, and I'm sure with Pi, they also had a similar. I'm just like, they were up so much, and I don't know, they keep making these mistakes, overextending, and I guess like overconfidence, and yeah, that kind of brings a smile on my face.
Seeing it from the other end this time, being able to experience it as a spectator as opposed to a player, it's quite exciting from this side, isn't it?
It is.
But yeah, I mean, like, Pi, you mentioned that, like, laning phase was probably what SMG were going for with this lineup. They're the Enigma got shut down. Puck did not do well against Zeus. And you mentioned how Ursa is not really that big of a deal for Doom until like level 5. Even after level 5, Mid1 was still just slapping him around.
Yeah. No, especially... yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if they should do better. They just look weak together, Disruptor, Ursa like that. They probably should have done better than they did though, because like the game was basically a disaster after 8 minutes. Like it almost felt like it was over. But luckily they have these big spells, right? So they have Black Hole, they have Disruptor ulti, and with those, like there's always a chance, like something can happen. And something happened.
BTC definitely like went like YOLO going for this rush axe, and it played part. I mean, it played a big role in why they had like these crucial wins and in certain moments. This was a pretty bad, you know, I knew as soon as that the Disruptor ulti was just in the fog, it was kind of like, okay, we lost this fight.
Yeah, I was surprised that they were. I mean, I guess it's like a panic situation because I think that was the second smoke. They smoked, they got found out by a Treant, they left, they smoked again, and they were fighting into no vision, which pretty much the entire game, Zeus was giving all the vision in the world and allowing Mid1 to find these openings, immediately get the Enigma, make sure that Black Hole couldn't go off, get the Disruptor, make sure that Static Storm couldn't go off.
Yeah, I mean, Mid1 was basically destroying the entire game. I feel like what really lost SMG this game is like how they bought back, like how they managed their buybacks. Was a lot of time they just buy back too early, or they buy back when they don't need it. Even this last push into the base, like they died and they immediately bought back.
You're giving the opponents like a win condition, and you know they took advantage of it.
I mean, it's especially scary when you're playing against Axe, Disruptor ulti, and Black Hole, because those are like, if you don't have buyback, you feel so good committing those spells.
I ended up giving our rivalry MVP to Shanks on the Marcy, but I think Shanks or Carlo, the supports, were the MVPs for Execration.
For sure.
We were a little bit skeptical on the Crystallis purchase choice on the Marcy as opposed to a Basher.
Yeah, normally it's Basher first because you know that just having that raw attack speed, you can roll the dice and you'll definitely get one bash off throughout your ulti. But you know, didn't really cause them the game, and yeah.
I mean, he ended up with this like the dream Marcy support build where you even get to Nullifier. You have Nullifier, Basher, and then either Daedalus or Small Crit. And then you like, it doesn't matter. Like the Bloodseeker can't fight you. Like he's the carrier or whatever. But
yeah, and the supports can't save him.
Yeah, you kick his ass.
Like between the mute from the Static Storm and the Nullifiers, the Zeus just never felt safe. It didn't matter if you had E-Blade, Wind Waker, whatever. Ursa was gonna jump on you, and just yet again a third game of solid teamfight execution coming out from Execration. We saw it in the Talon series. We're seeing late game resilience here. I continue to be impressed with Execration.
No, for sure, and it was definitely like a hard game to come back into, you know. Definitely SMG definitely played a factor there where you know, their mistakes and the like Pai said, the costly buybacks kept them in the game, and you know, they every small advantage that they got, they took it, and you know, it snowballed from there.
Any hero takeaways from this game that you think SMG may reconsider in the next draft, either on their lineup or on the enemy lineup?
I don't know if it's hero in particular. I think it's just their decision making in at the end game.
Sure.
It feels like they're taking all these unnecessary risks where they have the game, you know, like in the palm of their hands. They just have to take it slow and not overextend. And again, like these buybacks, you give these opponents a win condition, and SMG seems like a team that they're bound to make mistakes when they're very close to finishing the game. So.
Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Yeah, but at least they are entertainers, if nothing else, because that was a great game to watch. A great game to start our day off with. It is going to be 3 BO3s, and we're just getting started here at the Mamak Stall, Southeast Asian DPC. Stick around, and we'll be back with game number 2.
Three, two, one.
hold his ground. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
It was a bit longer break than usual, but I was glued to the highlights the entire time. I was just like, oh yeah, I remember that fight where, man, he almost got this, and the whiffed disruptor ulti, the Enigma is never able to get a black hole. I just kept seeing things that just made it so difficult for Execration to win, and yet they did it in the end. And I think you guys are right. It's ultimately the symptom of buyback usage from the SMG side. It seemed a bit panic mode at the end.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they didn't have to take these risky buybacks, and yeah, props to Execration for punishing them.
Props to Execration, and we're gonna have to see, I guess, how SMG's new coach is going to collect their mentality, because Always Wanna Fly has now officially joined SMG as their coach. He was on Talon at the end, I guess during TI, he was their coach, and now he's on SMG, which seems like an odd import to bring an Eastern European coach in to Southeast Asia. I don't think I've ever seen that.
To say something positive about him, I'm pretty sure Talon started off awfully at TI.
That is
and
true.
Then when he got there, they actually won like 3 or 4 best of 2s or whatever they play in a row. He like kind of changed up their heroes and they started winning. So yeah.
Well, hopefully, he can change things up.
Yeah, I mean, if I would change like just one thing, it's just get something else for carry there, like something that is like a simple right-click range hero, or even maybe even melee, but like just a Drow Ranger, Shadow Fiend, or I'm guessing Lina was banned, but
yeah,
one of those.
Lina was banned. I'm curious how Bloodseeker is actually doing right now in the entire DPC. So through all Division 1s, he's only been picked 3 times. This is, I guess, the 4th pick, and he's only won 1 of those games.
Yeah, I mean, he's an okay hero, right? But
he just falls off late game. Like, like as soon as like his BKB is out, he can't man fight many cores.
Or even a Marseille, as we saw.
Oh yeah, he almost lost that one, like at bottom. Like
yeah.
if it was a Basher instead of a Chrysalis, I think Marseille would have won that. But
yeah, I mean, dude, at the end he kicked his ass.
Yeah.
Like one of the last fights in mid, he just ran up behind him and killed him in like 5 seconds.
Yes, that was brutal.
Yeah.
So, okay, a more traditional carry. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, like by the end of the day, you have to say like the way the game was looking, they should win that game.
Yes.
Like I don't want to.
Regardless.
I don't want to say, oh, they lost because of draft or whatever. I thought your draft did look goofy, but like when you're up that much, you should win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
although ultimately, even regardless of melee range core, they definitely did not have a lineup that was good at taking objectives.
Yeah.
Because we saw one time they hemmed out Execration from taking Roche, and then they were just like, well, we can't really take it. You can't take it, but also we can't take it.
Yeah.
But because of like that early lead advantage they got, they wiped out a lot of the outer towers, and they were in a very comfortable lead. And yeah, I think like everything kind of went downhill when they were forcing tier 4s.
Yeah.
And then that's when all of a sudden the 2 supports started buying back, and then Bloodseeker was died while hitting the tower and then bought back, and then I think mid 1 also bought back. Yeah, so everything went downhill from there.
Yeah.
I mean, they were basically in a position where if you're playing Dark Willow that game, you can like aim for Ags like Daedalus Moonshard, and you can be the guy sieging. Like you can go do like crazy stuff when you're up that much gold. I mean, they didn't think they would have to do stuff like that, but
I'm sure the Willow player was hoping that would happen, though.
Yeah. I mean, I hope he was thinking about that.
Yeah. Although I guess mechanically I was pretty impressed with Chidori. There were many times where he blinked out of a near almost black hole. He was choosing his targets well.
Yeah.
I'm definitely encouraged by his performance, because that's, I think, the first time that I've seen him play a DPC game. I guess he was on Eternity last season, but I'm assuming that's a Div 2 NA team. I didn't get a chance to catch that, but I'm encouraged seeing him here. The mid lane matchup, the CEO Moon going up against Bob. Why do you think Bob ended up wanting that puck?
I don't know. This is the second time I've seen puck since the DPC started, and it still kind of looks underwhelming for me. And I mean, I wouldn't say he did anything that spectacular that brought them back into the game. I would give more credit to the disruptor Ags, shutting down these BKB heroes. He's not winning the mid lane, and obviously he's against Zeus, so it's not really the best puck matchup.
Right.
But even then, like once he starts rotating, he didn't really do much.
Yeah. And I think, let's see. Okay, so how's Puck doing in all DPCs? That is the 4th pick and it won 3 out of the 4 games.
Okay.
No, I mean, he does fine, but it seems almost more of a late game hero now, where you're kind of waiting for him to get to
Level
what is it?
25.
not really 25, but like at least every skill maxed, and then like a Witchblade. Like when he gets his Octarine, that's when he starts getting really annoying.
That Dream Coil through Spell Immunity is like so critical.
Yeah,
back
it
in
is
the
critical.
day.
But you can see at the end of the game there, he's like giving a lot of vision. He's blinking in. He can split push. And when you're in a support playing against Puck, like it's one of the most like when he starts getting his farm, like it's not fun.
All right. Well, I hope the players have recovered after that extended game, because I want a second course. Give me another entree as we get into another draft. Rubik and Beastmaster banned out, Visage and Broodmother taken out, and Lina not first picked, but actually Marcy.
Okay.
And Tree and Protector also still in the pool.
Yeah.
Very intrigued with this Rubik. You know, like normally like you see teams banning Lina and all like, and then also Beastmaster. So maybe Execration knows something about SMG and the lineups that they run.
But do they know anything about Lina? Why would you not first pick Lina?
I think also like Blacklist just kind of like proved, you know, like
come on, one series win. I'm watching Western Europe. I'm watching NA. I'm watching Eastern Europe. Everyone's struggling against Lina.
But I mean, like what they said, like a lot of teams were saying Bleed was like the go-to team, and you know, like
okay, fine. Well,
never mind.
SMG says.
Did you see the Tundra versus OG though?
Yes,
they did like Dragon Knight. They did Spectre. Like you can beat Lina.
Yeah,
it's possible.
That's true. Well, let's see if Mirana and Tiny can do it, because that's the first phase that SMG opts for.
I mean, it is interesting because coming into this, Execration had like a really scary Doom they played. I think like it seems like everyone is kind of respecting Tree, and
completely ignored.
Yeah, nothing of this is getting picked.
Banned out.
Like a first pick Marcy for me is like wow.
But
so you were skeptical when it came out in the last game. You were like, is this like a first phase kind of hero?
Yeah.
After seeing the performance last time, seeing it as a 4 position, are you encouraged in Execration's hands?
Yeah, no, I mean, the Enigma lane was actually the only lane that did fine.
Right.
Like they went even. And it was stronger than I thought too. So yeah, no, it looked good.
Definitely scaled pretty well.
Yeah, no, eventually the hero, it basically becomes a carry.
The Ricky is banned out, and that's a common combination with Mirana that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
Sleep Dart and Arrow.
Is it like I haven't seen much games with Ricky? Is it always run as a support, or has it been?
I haven't seen a core yet.
Okay, so
I think it's just because you want that shard so bad, and core Ricky's never like, yeah, I'll spend money on initiation. You guys want me to help initiate, right?
Tiny's most likely gonna be mid. I do like not. Moon loves this hero.
Yeah.
Well, they removed the Puck.
Respect.
Tired of playing against it. But again, I don't know if you want to remove Puck. Like, I don't know. I don't like Puck and Lina in the same team. They're too squishy, you know?
I mean, then you definitely need that Execration Doom from earlier, like last game. No, not last game. Last series they played.
Yeah,
or you go like
Talon.
Pipe, Greaves, Wraith Pact. You need someone in there.
Naga.
Although it seems like any offlaner is getting Greaves.
Yeah, but Doom is especially tanky.
True.
And he will get those items. You can't stop him. Like you can say like, oh, we're gonna pick a Mars and he's gonna buy like Crimson Guard Greaves, but he might not get there.
I mean, offlaners are getting targeted quite a bit. The Broodmother and Visage taken out. The Beastmaster taken out.
Yeah, I am curious about the Tiny, because I'm guessing they play it as position 4 too. Because I would be kind of sketched out picking it this early and like putting it mid.
Yeah, I guess they can like put this Mirana pulse 5 just because Thunder showed in the past.
Yeah. I'm not sure. What do you want here? I mean, for Execration, I would just, I don't know. I think when they played Doom, it looked so good. So I would always want to have it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, yeah, basically every other offlaner is banned out. I mean, both Broodmother and Visage. And Beastmaster.
Oh, well, Doom's
there
out.
it goes.
Ember. Most likely mid. Who would you put?
Okay.
Bat Rider. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good against Ember mid.
And then Lina safe lane.
And you do have that option of putting that off in the off lane if ever you have a better mid hero. then they're most likely going to pick up position 5 here. CM.
Okay.
Ooh, but since it's an Ember, I'm sure you're okay putting Lina mid as well, because
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah.
Offlane Batrider?
No, and then just leave the carry. Yeah, carry mid. I mean carry last pick. You have like ways to be flexible with your draft.
One carry that I've been seeing be quite effective against Ember is the Nature's Prophet. These leashes on Sprout have been.
Yeah, it's level 20 though.
That's true.
I mean, when
Meanwhile,
you are gonna get it.
Yeah, I know.
Slide it down. But
and it does like increase your team's tempo a lot. And I don't think we saw Furion lose.
No,
yesterday.
Furion's been doing amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying yesterday. It's Monday.
I like the Crystal Maiden though. Like the Frostbite is really good this game. I'm guessing he's gonna max it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even make sense. Like you don't have to put the Marcy now with Lina. The Crystal Maiden Lina lane is very strong.
One carry that I see Execration, like if they opt to pick a carry last pick, like Slark.
Yep.
Like a lot of like these heroes don't do anything against Slark.
They picked Bench. I'm guessing that. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Is that like a? Is that a like
core?
support bench? Yeah, or there's no way it's core, right? It doesn't look good.
I don't
It has to be
core
support,
bench,
just
yeah.
like swap the Lina in or cancel lasso. Like that has to be the thought.
Yeah, definitely for the lasso. But yeah,
I guess swap into arrow is pretty cute. Also, sometimes it's not the most.
I mean, the
common,
swap
right?
spell is good this game. It's just this hero can be. There are some synergies. Like you obviously just have the stun arrow. That's good. Swap arrow, and you have minus armor with sleight. It's pretty strong early on.
very single target so far. Like they have absolutely no team fight.
No, true. Yeah, if they don't have a very farmed Ember who gets like Ags and stuff, then
I really think Slark is really good for Execration. Ban.
Oh, you're right.
Airblade. What else?
Looks like SMG is expecting this Batrider to be mid though, because they're banning out offlaners. They take out the Doom, they take out the Darkseer, which the offlane pool is getting very, very small now.
Yeah.
Who's gonna buy Greaves? I'm panicking.
No, I mean SMG's drafts have been very, what do you say, original, like
Creative.
creative, yeah. Because they can do, like they have to do something weird here. Maybe they even do like tiny offlane, like tiny Mirana, or like tiny, like Liquid did tiny carry yesterday or 2 days ago. Like something. Something is going to be weird.
The weakness with Venture is like it's kind of like a disruptor. It doesn't really win you the lane though.
Yeah.
It's a very weak support. Like sure you can do harass with the wave of terror and whatnot. When Venge was like really strong as a support is when they were like there was a meta of like dual roaming and you're just running around causing chaos in every lane. Where nowadays it's very static.
Yeah.
Darks here.
I guess other carry pairings still available. There are not many. Actually, I'm scrolling through the most popular ones. The Nature's Prophet is still around.
But it does pretty bad against Bat. Like if this Bat is going offlane, like with a Marcy, like, and then you're most likely gonna be paired up with a Vengeful. Like you have two heroes just running into you. Furion's just like gonna die. And SMG doesn't have much time.
I mean, I just want to see what SMG pick here. Because like their heroes, I'm assuming Venge is 5, but the rest can be like anything.
Maybe they go like a Mirana carry.
Yeah, exactly. Or Mirana offlane, or
I really think Execration go for something like a Slark.
yeah, just put switch everything up. Lina mid.
Lina mid. Like I just feel like teams shouldn't go for a default like Lina carry. Like sure it's strong there, but Lina's also really good mid.
Yeah, but the main thing is just putting Bat into, because I almost exclusively see Bat mid these days.
Yeah.
And so he'll be the one who has to recover the most. But
I think what is it called? Force. He played Batrider offlane, right?
oh,
But
yeah,
there are a few specialists. The same with the South American guy, Whisper. He also loves.
But it's like
offlane.
like these heroes, like for example, Bat, like he can clear ancient stacks. You just have their position 4, stack a couple ancient stacks, and he recovers so fast.
I feel though like you need an offlaner who plays Bat. Like he needs to be comfortable with it. It's not one of those, whatever. Like you can kind of do. If there's a really good Underlord game, like you should be able to play it.
Yeah.
But Bat, you have to play it a couple of times at least.
Okay, that was what?
So core Marcy? Or is core Coddle still a thing these
So
days?
it's probably going to be no, because Bob is a level 30 Bat Rider, so he's probably going to be taking that Bat Rider, and it's going to be a Lina carry.
Okay.
And then what
Offlane Coddle or is it offlane Marcy?
I think you need this Marcy to be a core, I think.
Yeah.
What benefit does a core Coddle give you that it doesn't give you as a position 4?
I mean, super high burst, I guess, but it's magic burst.
Oh no, so it is going to be a core Coddle.
Okay. I'm guessing he'll buy a lot of team items?
Yeah, so he...
Wow.
Okay.
Offlane Coddle. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, last pick for SMG is going to be a Life Stealer, so...
He's going to be... He should be fat this game, unless... Yeah.
You're referring Life Stealer?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's going to get blasted a lot of times in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you're a core Coddle, like you kind of have to show when you're blasting. It's easier to dodge.
Sure.
You get in.
And I mean, can a Marcy Coddle lane abuse like diving under tower that much? Because you're constantly going to be pushing your...
I mean, like, so the cooldown of rage is quite long, level 1.
Yes.
So you do a fake go, force the rage, and then once it's cooled down, then that's when you can do it again. But yeah, interesting. I was not expecting.
Oh, okay. So it's offlane Venge then. Yeah.
Against safe lane Lina.
And and then they're playing. Yeah, and they're playing the. I'm guessing they're playing the Potom with. I don't know actually. They probably play the Tiny with the Venge.
Yeah,
right?
then for sure.
But like so the Potom is just gonna be hitting people. Doesn't have an arrow target early.
Yeah,
Gonna do the Snake King Starstorm.
I don't think SMG is going to be able to recover from that game 1 loss.
Mentally shook. Okay. I mean, if nothing else, I'm very excited that Execration are not dipping back into the same playbook over and over again. Offlane Coddle.
Yeah.
Is this a North American thing by any chance, Avery and Cap? You have any intel on what an offlane Coddle does?
Well, you guys were mentioning Whisper.
Yeah.
He was one of the few guys who was spamming that. I've lost so much MMR to his offlane Coddle.
Because it's
ridiculous.
so good. Because it keeps beating you.
Yeah, well, I mean, not me. But, there's 5 players on a team, so NA pubs. There's always someone else to blame. But it can be really strong. Yeah, it's incredibly strong on the lane. It gets super farmed super fast, and you just run around the map and kill everybody.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Let's see how it all goes down. Game number 2 against SMG. Let's see if they got their bearings back, or if Execration are gonna get another 2-0. Cap and Avery, it's all yours.
So we've both seen a lot of offlane Coddle in our times.
I'm sweating right now.
I want to know which hero do you believe more in when it comes to the offlane role? Offlane Venge or offlane Coddle?
I'm surprised you're asking me that one.
I want to know, because I may have a horse in this race.
I despise offlane Venge.
You were going to say that.
I despise it. It's one of those things that's absolutely broken if you get there.
Yeah.
And you have to get there.
Yeah, I have to get there.
And I have bad experience trying to get there, It never worked out for me.
All right.
I've seen it work. It can work. It's incredibly powerful if you get to the items, where she just starts to become an unstoppable team fight force. It's just the laning can be pretty weak. Her farming mechanisms are terrible. Her early game fighting is kind of lackluster. She doesn't do that much damage, right?
Yeah.
You need a lot on this hero, and it's often very hard to get there. And so I think it's just an extremely difficult hero to execute. Whereas offlane Coddle is like, you just gotta start blasting.
Easy. Yeah, you just blast and blast. There's really nothing hard about that.
He just comes in blasting, he leaves the game blasting, blasts everything in between. He gets real farmed, he's super fast, incredible cast range.
And simultaneously don't quite have like the same kind of pressure as you as like a mid Coddle, where I feel like you definitely get targeted and a lot more of the game is riding on your performance. Yeah. So I feel like it's the best of both worlds in some way.
I mean, hell, he's not even going off lane. It's safe lane Coddle.
All right, even easier. Okay. We talked about pushing the wave in all the time. So I guess they want to be able to avoid the matchup against the
I'm not sure why they did this. I actually think it's fine the other way around too.
Yeah.
I also think Coddle in the off lane, you shove the wave, you stack the big camp, you abuse the pull.
Right.
When the support comes to contest that pull, you either kill him or mess him up. You can stack the triangle for the Coddle later. When he's in the safe lane, you lose a lot of that value. You're shoving the lane into the Venge here, for example, which Venge is super happy to have happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Everyone's like, oh, please shove this lane into me. I will gladly take these creeps under my tower with my weaker early level hero. So kind of an interesting choice. I'm not really sure why they favored it. You do get some advantage, maybe like, you know, Lina Marcy versus Lifestealer. A pretty strong lane. We've seen this Lina Marcy destroy people before. And in fact, it went to that off lane in one of those other games because of lane dodging. So it might be something similar here.
Simultaneously, I think Venge, like I played that matchup a number of times, and very often it can feel pretty good for Venge because it's one of the few heroes that can actually put some damage onto Lifestealer thanks to the minus armor, right? If you have a second hero in lane that takes advantage of that.
Well, they're on the same team cap, so
yeah.
Probably difficult in this.
That is true. You're right. Sorry, my bad.
But theoretically, yes.
I got lost in the sauce earlier when I was talking about the setup in the lane, and I was just like, wait, the matchup against who now? Like, why are they doing this?
It's okay. You saw Venge in the game, and you assumed he was going to start beating up his own team. I understand your feelings.
Yeah, I agree with you. Extremely hard execution. I think the only person I've ever seen really make that hero look consistently good was Faith Beyond's performance on it.
Yeah,
and that guy, yeah, that's just a special. Oh, okay, that was a little awkward.
I feel like Faith Beyond could make a disconnect look good. You know?
Yeah, like that guy, he had like a terrible laning phase, and I think he was like level 4, and he was just like, well, I'm gonna go ganking now, and he just like turned into some weird tri-lane situation. Boomy does get the first blood onto Tino, so already the off-lane, safe lane Coddle is not going quite so well as they would hope.
Yeah, that's a surprising kill to me. It's usually hard to kill this Coddle super early in the lane because he's so fast. He already has boots up. I mean, Tranquil's up since he brings it out after he dies, but that is the one thing about this Venge tiny lane. It's a huge amount of early nuke damage and chain stun if you get caught, right?
Yeah.
You just have to get caught. It's just not a lane I would expect them to get caught because it's Maiden Coddle. 2 ranged heroes with spammable nukes that shove the wave super fast and outrange you. And he's going to get stunned again.
Tino maybe not respecting this lane quite as much as he should. Though they actually maybe have just pushed the Tiny into a position. He takes a lot of damage at least. Does have 11 magic wand charges, so.
I mean, this is a lane where you get nuked down. You have infinite mana too because of the chakra, and you have Crystal Maiden Aura at some point.
Yeah.
It's a nasty lane.
Mid lane matchup, Ember Spirit versus Bat Rider. What build is Moon going for? Yeah, he's going for the no Flame Guard build that we saw earlier.
Yeah, so it seems to be the C meta in this matchup, which I can understand why. Yeah. He's getting out CS pretty decently here, but that's to be expected. So once again, similar to last game, mid one owning his lane.
Yeah, seriously.
And the other lane's struggling a bit.
I feel like this is the one hero that you should really never let have a good laning phase. As you said, it's so weak in the first couple of levels. Carlo tossed back. Boomy, he may die here to the Coddle, but he's going to ensure that it's a trade-off as Carlo is going to fall as well. So both the cores take some farm, but it's Tino who has a little bit more space to work with as mid one does have low on HP. We'll see if they're able to use that hard camp stack that's going on right there. Who's going to get that?
I mean, Tino's going to get it eventually. Tell you that much.
Yeah.
One way or another, he's going to try and get it at least. But yeah, mid one off to a very fast start on this bench. I mean, he is top of the CS board, top of the net worth board. Pretty high on the levels. His TP mid has killed Moon down. Not able to bail his buddy out. And the early Maiden rotation off the death, maybe just not thinking about it, catches him off guard. Level advantage for the bat. Quick punish. Mid one will soak up the XP by.
Yeah, he's almost dead.
Brother's grave.
Back, Buck goes for it. He just throws the sticky napalm for the last hit. That's somebody who has some serious experience with Bat Rider, especially the new Bat Rider with the sticky napalm that does damage. For me, I found it very hard to see exactly how much damage sticky napalm does on each level of the stacks.
Well, he's level 30, so he knows.
Yeah, this guy, he knows exactly how to work with the new Bat Rider.
That's debilitating. That's a mid one TP to mid that he ends up dying solo to the enemy mid. Then he has to walk out from base, You had the bottom TP as well. They got canceled. Then Ember has to TP back in mid because he died. So Bob forced triple TP. He's going to kill him
And he's
again,
got a lasso, so he can go for a kill easily.
He's just dead here.
Yep. There's nothing to do here. Whew, Execration, man. You may be right. That game one might have just broke SMG in some ways.
Yeah, this is, he even gave mid one the tip before as well. This is a disaster in the mid lane for SMG. You pretty much can't ask for anything better if you're Execration here.
Yeah.
Because Bat Rider mid, Zero gets off to a fast start. He takes over the whole game. He's going to have the mana back up to do it as well with Arcane Aura and Chakra. So he gets early bots or something, he's going to be a menace. He's going to have rune control. Nope, gets it stolen, but this is scary.
The Lina harassment is keeping Chidori from getting much out of this safe lane lifestealer. He's lowest CS among all the cores in the game right now.
I mean, I think this is a draft where you expect Execration to be winning 3 lanes. That's how I would see it. Or at the minimum, their cores should be free farming 3 lanes. They have 3 ranged cores versus 2 melee cores. They're going to win those lanes, and the other lane's a coddle, right?
Sure.
It's pretty hard for Execration to lose the lanes here. So you expect some early snowball from them.
Nice flame ring push back. Toss straight up in the air. The arrow sliding on by, doesn't quite get it. Bob is going to commit with the help of Carlo, and they'll secure a 5th kill in the first 7 minutes of the game.
I mean, Crystal Maiden's ahead of 2 cores here. This is spiraling fast.
Yes, it is.
I was going to talk about, like, I would expect Execration to win the lanes here. It's a question of how much do they win them, and right now they are winning them quite hard. This is a little too much to go into the mid game and be able to come back here for what is a slower lineup from SMG. All right, you have this Lifestealer, Ember, Venge, Tricore. It's like pretty slow to get going. Once it gets going, it's very strong, but you have to get there. And you're playing versus 4 ranged heroes and a Marcy. So you have to get there, because if you don't, the gap close becomes way too impossible. You're going to get kited in the fights. You're going to get run around. These are fast heroes to catch. You have Lina at 550 MS. You're going to have Coddle at 500 MS. You're going to have Bat Rider running around Firefly with bots at whatever MS. I mean, these are fast heroes with limited catch. You only have 1 swap. You only have 1 chains.
Yeah.
This is not a line if you want to fall behind early. Execration just out-executing the early game.
Mech at 6 minutes and 44 seconds. It's crazy fast timing.
That's the
You're
call.
not going to see that again too many times.
I mean, the panel's talking about Doom guaranteed gets items.
The rune of regeneration.
This hero,
yeah,
the old man on the horse guaranteed gets items.
SMG do have their 2 supports walking around together. They've got a nice stun combination. They also have got with that these laning phase. It's just not going well. So see if we can run multiple heroes into the same lane.
They don't want TP top as well. 4 heroes for us.
They can catch this Lina, it would be massive, and they're looking like they should be able to complete the chain stun pretty easily. Shanks is going to be able to pull back Boomy into a knock-up position with Tino hitting that 1 blast, and does have some follow-up with a blinding eye. Ready to go, pushes them even further into the hands of Execration. Swap back in, but Tino's pretty fast. It's going to be hard to stick on top of him with the mech going off. That's going to be just enough to keep him alive and up to the high ground. Meanwhile, Afu gets a little bit low, but he actually had so many stick charges. Does not survive, though, to the big blast coming out from the Coddle. Carlo, last one standing here is the Crystal Maiden.
Decent fight for SMG, getting the huge Lina kill, getting the Coddle TP out as well. I mean, mid one is trying his best to drag him through this early, making a lot of moves, trying to make stuff happen, recognize that him just sitting in a lane with this Venge is not going to be the ticket, and I agree. So this is good heads-up play by SMG to try and overcome what was an early deficit. Nothing insurmountable yet, and now 3 heroes mid. Another outnumber here into a quick kill.
Very nice.
Discover what lies
They TP out to lane, 5 seconds spent there, and you're dead. SMG finding a bit of momentum in a pretty rough space that they were sitting in. Still 2K net worth lead, though, for Execration.
I mean, this is the correct playbook. Like, if you're playing 3 lanes and all 3 lanes aren't going your way, you don't want to just stay in those lanes. If there's not some clear idea of how they're going to improve for you. You want to just make the map chaotic, force some TPs. Even getting that Coddle TP top, for example, open up space bottom for Lifestealer. So even if some of these moves don't work, it still ends up in a better scenario for you sometimes than just sitting there and taking the pummeling.
Yes, certainly.
Dire's top tower is under
Palos,
attack.
he's fast. Mid one gets the vision. Doesn't go for it just yet, throws it out. Still has the swap to go as well, but with the TP rotation coming out, he says, okay, for something once again. Mid one, is he going to be able to get away? Shanks could go for the rebound, but opts not to.
So it's hard
Boomy coming in from the side, and mid one does go for the swap now. Pulls back Tino into an instant kill on one. Boomy's going to die as he gets a little far forward there, and Carlo's going to chase away the rest of SMG with a freezing field that doesn't last long. Keeping their distance, a really nice change with the arrow from behind as well. Apu shows up, they finish off Palos. Now Carlo, underneath his own tower, pops the one and turns and fights. Nice kill, but he will ultimately die. A triple for mid one. Is the end result of yet another great fight for SMG. Except for that part.
Yeah, losing Chidori, not great. Bob's having a pretty good game here, but
yeah,
mid one is just destroying this game from a position that was not necessarily that easy to do it. Top of the net worth board already, 5-1. And not only that, but he gets his Ember involved, right? Moon gets so much off that fight. Of course, Arcane Rune Ember with max chains. Yeah, I think Execration underestimated it a little bit, but they played that fight perfectly. In and out, bait them in a bit, commit back in with the swap on the Coddle, the best target you're going to get.
Grabs him, but Moon, of course, had that remnant ready to go, kept enough mana in the bank to press that escape.
So fast start for Execration, but SMG executing it back, and now almost back to an even spot. I think they're still a little bit behind. They have to be careful they don't give up too much here, but way better spot than they were 5 minutes ago. And mid one, looking for more.
Once again, the TP rotation catching heroes that are too far forward. It was really interesting because Moon didn't leave a remnant behind. He just flat out TP'd away. And I was like, oh, maybe they're not fighting. And then mid one TP'd in. He's like, no, we are fighting.
Mid one just has perfect read this game, honestly.
He had a pretty damn good read of last game too, but
yeah,
wasn't quite good enough.
Showing up today, making it count. And, I mean, honestly, on a hero Venge, it's not easy to do this kind of stuff. Like, she has low cast ranges, pretty slow, so he has to make every move count, and he has made them count now. 4-man smoke rotation.
Ooh, Chains doesn't quite land. Bob into the trees, trying to find a way desperately out of this one. In fact, so much damage on a Moon, he might actually turn around and kill him if he's not careful. Fortunately, the Avalanche comes through at the right time, and the Infest gives him a little bit of bumper and health. Arrow coming through. The Chains just last so long.
Well, that's one way to get the back kill. Almost die yourself, bait him in, and then 4 heroes to get the job done.
Yep.
A lot of extra golden XP for this lifestealer as well. Now I'm gonna start wailing on this tower.
Is under attack.
This Batrider wasn't getting involved in all that early action, opting to finish up its boots of travel, I would say, as he should. But now that it's here, kind of need to be using that net worth advantage you had, that laning advantage, for some good. And it's not working out just yet. At least Palace is still free farming. He's now top net worth. He will probably continue that progression thanks to the Maelstrom. Just Lena farms so damn quickly with this build.
Yes, and this is going to be the mid-game game plan for Execration here. They have 3 cores who can all shove in the waves very fast and have incredibly high MS on the map. So you're talking about, like I was saying, 305 MS cores. These lanes are going to get pushed quickly, and it's going to force you to split up with your SMG. And that's where you don't want to give up too many pickoffs, because SMG wants to take the 5-on-5s. That's what their lineup's kind of designed to do. Get a Mirana ult into some chain stun on a dude. If somebody dies, you get the 5-on-4. You can transition it into objectives. You're very happy in those situations. You get split up on the map versus Execration lineup. Might be difficult.
Another one. Yes. Magic Missile into... I mean, they do have beautiful combinations with Mirana in this game. Like I said Tiny earlier, that's a pretty straightforward one, but Magic Missile is pretty nice, and then Slight Chains is a classic. That's probably the best one that they have.
I mean, they're making these little combinations work.
Yeah.
And again, mid one is the one finding the opening, right? He's been involved in 10 to 12 kills here.
Wow. For a primarily single target focused hero, that's impressive.
And Mirana ult is probably one of the best tools they have in this game. That's why this hero gets picked a lot too. Like, this spell is very powerful, especially with the limited amount of sentries or detection you can have. It'll allow this Venge and Lifestealer to get in closer and set up the initiations. And
he saw that coming a mile away. He didn't even land the arrow. They're not going to go for the kill, but seriously.
No, this mid one guy's just in zone right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he just has the read of the game. Now, Execration bringing forward, trying to find something.
Fortunately for perhaps mid one, Hafu is going to give the information that Execration was on the hunt up there. And using all the leap charges and a Moonlight Shadow. Won't lose his life for it either.
Yeah, this is a lot of time where it doesn't feel like Execration has been able to build up to much momentum. With a lineup that I would like to be building a little bit with, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Coddle is a hero that's designed to get ahead net worth early, but you have to use it, and they haven't really been able to use it. Tino has Greaves. I don't think we've seen it popped once. Trying to grab
Frostbite in the lasso attempted, but the chain's going to hold him at bay. The toss over on the Coddle. Nice swap timing there from mid one. They got to get away from this freezing field. Chidori says, let's go into it instead. Carlo, he's going to be focused down. That's the rage popped. Oh, mid one kept alive for a second there by the Infest, but eventually goes down. But he's got the Aghanims complete already. So now this is the great fight for SMG as the heals go off as well, keeping everybody healthy except for mid one's Illusion, who now finds a swap back onto Tino as well, looking for that third or maybe fourth kill. Not quite enough left in the tank though.
Blast.
Radiant's bottom
Just sends it out.
tower is under attack.
I mean, those heals are doing some work. Definitely keeping this Lina alive for a lot longer than SMG wanted.
Yeah.
But still, another good fight. And mid one, he has Ags, so his Spirit's already out on the map. I mean, this is early.
Yeah, that was perfect timing for that kind of rotation.
Yeah.
Good use of that second life.
Very strong right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fact, Bob gets caught right here. He's going to respawn and be able to get a second wave of terror out to be able to get the vision. Chain stunned.
That was a beautiful play. Double wave into the insta swap off the respawn. Free trip out of base as well. Oh, he tossed him out.
Oh, this has happened twice now, Shanks. Got to be careful with that.
Pick one, leave him where he is, or call the toss back, but don't get caught in between. Well, now it's a question of you go into this mid game. Like, I don't think Execration is where their lineup wants to be. Now you have to take these fights into the Mirana ult, into this Ember with the minus armor on top, and of course this Venjags, which can also be infested. It's pretty nasty. Any of these Execration cores that get swapped are probably just dead. You have the chain stun to insta follow it up. Mid one can probably look to be aggressive here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's also pretty tanky. There's 1700 HP on an Agi hero with the armor. Nether Shawl on top. You have to think about where is the damage going to come out in an extended fight for Execration.
Carlo. That was a cute little move. Will trade out his life in order to kill the Mirana, perhaps, or perhaps not. The Guardian Greaves. Again, the heals.
Yep, Coddle Blast plus Greaves. He almost won a Holy Locket on top of all this, but haven't seen that item in a couple of years.
Bob heads up to where Palos is with the Gleipnir complete. They can maybe catch Moon. Grab into lasso. Pure instant. No, I don't. Well, they didn't need one of those ultimates. I don't know which one was not the play. Shanks is going to be caught by the swap back in from mid one. Got to be careful going for mid one here with that second life, but they're going to play their distance away from him, except for Carlo. Palos comes through. He actually wants to go for the tiny kill. The LSA goes out and does quickly manage to get that one. The magic missile goes down. Can they stick on top of this Lina? The movement speed. Greaves going out, and now Shanks to the rescue with a beautiful two-man stun, allowing Palos to turn around, return fire onto SMG. And now that second life of the Vengeful Spirit doesn't mean squat. The rest of your team is all dead.
Whew. These LSAs have been on point from Palos. Early Gleipnir also just paying huge dividends. Now he's getting 2 or 3 heroes with these chains. Just sets so much up for the team. If you look at their lineup, they have so much long-range burst and nuke that can come in. If you lock heroes down instead of any sort of stun, they're going to take huge advantage of it. You throw a Nova in, you throw a Blast in. You know, someone's getting slowed by Coddle, someone else is getting slowed by Bat Rider. And Shanks just baiting it all and still living. Very well executed team fight from Execration. Pushes them up almost 4K advantage after all of that.
I thought Palos was maybe just going to trade himself out there.
Yeah,
I almost feel like Chidori's choice of like trying to bump up mid one's health may have cost them. Just because, I mean, he had the axe. Just you got to finish off that Lina fast. Otherwise, that damage, as we can see, becomes too much.
I don't know if they're finishing him, though. Like, he's still at 800 HP. You're going to have the Greaves Aura kick in with the armor. His Lifestealer's not doing insane damage this early in the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Trying to find Tino, and I think they'll get him here.
Yeah, pretty
quick
easy.
smoke.
All right, the healer's dead. What can we do with this?
Yeah, that is the question. You can get these pickoffs. You got to transition this lane here because your other lanes get shoved, right? Maiden pushing bottom, Shanks pushing top. Another Moonlight Shadow to try and make another move. Blink on Tiny. Nobody's home.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Walking deep into enemy territory here. Hoping to find anybody to keep these pickoffs going. Now they have the Desolator on Chidori, so a bit more single target damage. We'll be able to cut through even that Guardian Greaves Aura a bit better, but...
What do you think about this early gem for off? This is really early.
I am a very big fan of it when you are leading in the game. Just because I think it helps you close out the map really effectively. When you're behind, I think it's a very risky move.
It's a very interesting purchase. The thing is, there's a couple things with it, right? One is, I mean, they're going to take Roche here. Yep, the vision probably helps with that, and I don't think it's too contestable. But
oh, they made a fast move there.
Just put Gem back on too.
Yeah, he just check things out and then keeps it safe. I like that.
I mean, Mirana is one of the better Gem holders.
Sure.
Because you're so mobile, and it's very hard to kill you on the map. You're usually in the very back as well, so he has that upside. But it's also a question of, you're spending this gold on the gem, is there something else that's more impactful? Like 900 gold at this point in the game is a huge percentage of your net worth. 900 gold later on is not as big, so he spends a fourth of his net worth on this gem. That could be a force stat.
Oh, the smoke breaks. If they could find the Lina right now, it would be beautiful. Get on top of her with that Desolator. Maybe they can get the kill. The arrow comes through just in time, just what they needed, and that'll finish him off. Palos falls, and Carlo is just an extra +1 to that objective.
Munch, munch, munch.
Well,
Chidori eats him up and taking over the map. Gem killed a little bit of vision. This is going to open up even more. They have everything they want right now. This kill squad fully online for SMG and ready to go to work.
yeah, he's already bringing the gem back out on the courier, so he can go for another round, as you said, to clear out some more vision.
I think he can just hold it. Like, I don't think there's too much risk. Like, who's going to kill this Mirana?
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised this arrow hit. I'm not sure about that hitbox, but take that.
Yeah, definitely a long clipping, but even if it didn't, I mean, Moon was showing up to that fight as well. Nobody was really there to help out Execration. That's right. You gotta take your bathroom break before the game starts. Anybody that you ever played with that was like really notorious about that? Ever had a lot of problems with the...
Everybody I ever played with. That whole, every team I was ever on, it was a constant problem. So take your pick.
All different problems, I assume, right?
Yeah. I mean, I remember there was some game we played at TI, and we came out of it was like a booth game or something. We came out, and Yawar was like, I had to go to the bathroom so bad that entire time. I couldn't focus. I played terrible.
Did you guys lose that game?
I don't remember. I think we probably won if he was saying that.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
So it happens to the best of us. Happens to the best. Yeah. What can you do? But of course, regulation rules. You got to push on. No breaks allowed.
Forward we go. Moon, gotta be careful here, but as long as he sees the initiation coming, he's got a BKB.
Tower is under attack.
Just a BKB rush. What else is there that he needs in this game? I guess not much. Not much damage outside of later on Lina right clicks, but most of it's magic, right? This is a magic focus lineup from Execration. Trying to just extend the fight out past BKB, past getting multiple spells off, win the fight through kiting. So this is SMG's time to strike. You get the jump, you get the swap. Probably gonna win the fight.
Tower is under attack.
Which is exactly what they're looking for.
And Lifestealer's going to be lagging a little bit behind here, but this initiation is just going to be so beautiful. So many stuns. The lead is pretty tanky, though, and the Lifestealer is only just now showing up to the fight. He turns around, throws some damage, and Booney Palos trying to use that movement speed to get away, but stun after stun continues to rain in after him, and now that Chidori is here, the damage is inevitable. Marcy going to fall right next to the Lina. It looks like, well, mid-1 looking for more kills, maybe gets a more important target in Tino to get swapped back. Shanks getting caught by the slight chains from Moon, so they still ensure that kill as well. 3 dead. Great rotation from SMG. All they lost was mid-1 and his initial life.
Yeah, post-pause flank always works out, finding the best target on that Lina. Even if the Lina takes a while to die, she wasn't really outputting any damage in that duration. So Lifestealer just has free reign. And perfect target selection, good swaps, good stuns, nice arrow chains. There's a lot of heal in this lineup you have to think about, but you have a rage Lifestealer and a BKB Ember. There's nothing going on for Execration at this point in time.
I feel like BKB would be pretty important on this Lina in this game, right? Like every single stun that you can see, like you could see it coming. You can always pop the BKB before it hits you on every single one of those heroes.
It seems pretty decent, yeah. I mean, maybe he's just thinking they have the sustain, they have... I mean, he went Hurricane Pike. He's just trying to kite the fight out. You know, stuff like this, you can just stand and take his ground.
That's true, yeah.
You know, like BKB, you don't need it in situations like that, and I think that's what Palos is playing for, the long game here.
Boone needs some help. He gets a helping hand from mid-1, who goes for the swap, and Bob just gets eviscerated by that damage from CDR, and the open wounds bounced over to Carlos, who he's not going anywhere either. The magic missiles are bouncing over to Palos as well, but now the damage is too much. It's going to be the first life. Coming back, the Lifestealer. He has a rage coming up in just a half a second here. Any stuns? No, the rage is now going to go down. He lays into Shanks. The arrow also landing onto Lina. He forced that forward, but he wasn't in time. The arrow caught him instead. Palos turns around, finished off the Venge illusion. They're trying to throw this damage on his Lina, but you're right, the sustain is just too damn much. He doesn't need a BKB. He can stand strong through it all.
Damn, Palos just manning up with the sustain. He knows his limits. 3,000 HP on this Lina. With the Coddle heals coming through, the Greaves aura.
Oh my god, Boomy still wants it. He does get it. Okay. He gets it this time. The two supports will commit their lives to finish off the Lina. And not only that, but they're in a spot where they could kind of keep going. Bob's going to show up thanks to the Boots of Travel, so they will be able to get a punish here.
I guess Lina can only take so much, but
yeah,
Bob's done fooling around. He's going to lasso him.
Yeah, after that fight top lane, I was just like, okay, you didn't build BKB and you had Satanic queued up. Surely you're gonna go and you say, okay, maybe I do need BKB. But you're right, like the sustain, as long as he's got his heroes in place, he can push through.
I feel like it's okay to not have it this game in a weird way. Normally I would say, yeah, just buy BKB Satanic or something, but I can kind of see the methodology here.
Did he have the Morbid Mask in that fight?
He might have. I'm not sure. I mean, he does have sidekick this game.
Oh, yeah, that's another point.
As long as he can right click people, he's pretty happy. I mean, he gets to Satanic. He's gonna be pretty unstoppable, right? He has like he has this Coddle to build everything for him, and I think one of the biggest items this game is gonna be Lincolns. Which I was thinking about early. Does Lina want to build the Lincolns? Does he want to have other people build it for him? And Tino's queued it up here. So Tino just has Greaves, he has Pipe, he's going to buff the armor and the magic resistance Lina, and now he's going to build the Lincolns, which is predominantly to throw it on Palos, right?
Yeah.
Prevent the swap in, prevent some sort of magic missile, something like this. Again, eliminates some of the need for this BKB, which means the Lina can itemize to be a bit greedier, deal more damage, become tankier innately. Kind of makes sense here, and it's all lining up.
Afu just a few seconds late of spotting this smoke from Execration. Oh, Moon popping it himself there. Almost getting caught by Shanks, but he pops the BKB. The Gleipnir is going to grab Boomy.
Trouble.
Yeah, he's jumped too far forward. Palos is just going to lay into him. Nothing to stop him there. And the haste rune for the taking for Execration.
Yeah, these fights are becoming difficult. If you get kited out here from SMG, you really need to play around these swaps and be decisive. You can't get caught off guard.
Swaps, Moonlight Shadow, smokes, anything they can do to close the distance on the Lina, right?
Exactly. I mean, this is a lineup from Execration where you look at it and you go, these should be some squishy heroes, but you have to look at what you have to fight through. Greaves, Pipe, Wraith Pact on Shanks. He did not go some greedy BKB of Dasher build. He went for even extra aura armor
extra buckler.
reduction. Yeah. And it was a good Wraith back game. Predominantly physical coming out from SMG. The Lifestealer, Ember, and Venge have to right-click people down to win these fights. So these are deceptively tanky ranged heroes coming out for Execration.
I almost feel like that's one of the huge advantages that Lina has in this meta right now, is that she's not debilitated by Wraith Pact because she offers so much mixed damage.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things these Maelstrom buyers have too. Like, I think we see Maelstrom pretty much every game on most of these cores and on somebody.
Oh, what a move this is.
Oh, this
Palos,
is
they showed in the bottom wave. They should be able to catch him here, no problem. Now Bob
does have haste.
Doesn't want to let him go for free. The Moonlight Shadow is going to wear out eventually, but they've regrouped.
What the hell was that smoke, actually? How does it? That was just picture perfect.
I think they saw the bottom wave pushing in. They said somebody's going to have to defend that, and who ended up
him on the way back?
Yeah, Lina was the.
That was a crazy fast, just accurate smoke, and now they're going to get more. So SMG making good moves in this game, keeping this game very close. But you see, they have to like keep making these. They can't take their foot off the pedal in this type of game.
Yeah. Especially with Roshan coming up, they want to keep this advantage they have.
Yep, this next Roshan is huge. It's going to get you to like your next set of items here. That said, mid one is still pretty far on this Venge, full Octarine and Shard up, so he's also level 20. These are low cooldown spells. We're looking at 11-second swap, 5-second magic missile that hits twice.
I can't believe that he went for that talent over the damage talent, particularly since he is such a high level, and we're likely to see level 25, right, with the Pierce magic immunity?
It's interesting. I don't feel like he needs too many swaps. Whereas 5-second magic missile that hits for 560 sounds pretty hype. But I can see an argument either way. This is SMG's time to strike. This is where they're very strong. Wow,
oh, perfect! But can the rest of the team get here in time? There's a little bit of distance. Paolo's going to turn around. Long range arrow actually does manage to catch him. A 5-second arrow, but 4-staff down below ground. The Lifestealer not able to catch, but now he gets on top. Another one, 4-staff, not quite up to the high ground again. But Paolo, the range is worn out. They've brought in SMG. They've lured him deep into their side of the map, and now Paolo's going to just turn back into SMG, lay waste upon his enemies. Mid one, the surviving member alongside of Afu's Mirana, but even Afu might not be able to make it out as Bob. He waves goodbye, drops an item. It is going to be the Mirana, the sole survivor of it all.
That is Lina gaming in a nutshell right there. You think you found the Lina, but the rest of the heroes all know their duty. Protect President Lina, and they do it well, right? Everything about their itemization is built to help her out. You have 3 4-staffs basically built in, a blinding light, multiple auras.
Dire's middle tower
it's tough. God, imagine if he wasn't facing that direction.
Yeah,
like it was a great read for him to look down that cliff. Somebody was probably calling that they could 4-staff him.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about piking down, but he got arrowed.
Yeah.
And just heads up play by Palos.
Has fallen.
I mean, he has 7 deaths this game, but doesn't feel like it.
They're going to get the second Roche of the game, so
now he has
Shard,
Satanic, and Talon Sword on top of him for this Lina.
Oh yeah, that's a huge difference.
If you don't kill him in the chain stuns or something, you are not like you're not outman fighting. He's healing more than Lifestealer. He is better Lifestealer.
I like this. I think they have to go on the Lina, so Shank's the one to take the Shard.
Even more save.
Even more save, even more repositioning for the Lina.
And Tino queuing up another 4-staff here. This is just brutal. 3 4-staffs, a Lotus Orb on Maiden, a Linken's Grease Pipe on Tino, the Rebound Shard on Marcy with the Wraith Pact, Hurricane Pike on Palos.
I mean, it kind of feels like it doesn't matter how low the cooldown is on swap. You won't have enough of them.
Yeah, you need 8. Yeah, maybe 8 swaps. I don't know. Is there anything even left to build for this Lina? What is there? I'm gonna go look at the item chart real quick.
Solar Crest?
Drum. They're missing a drum. Fools. You fools. How can this Lina play without a drum in this game, Cap?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I'm sure someone's thinking about it.
Pop, pop, pop. Got to stay away from this 5-man of Execration. I think SMG know that fights are pretty difficult right now, especially with the Aegis, and yeah, that is the gem.
Survived with it for a pretty long time, but I guess the bell gets rung eventually.
Yeah, he probably got his value out of it.
I mean, SMG needs Nullifier, right?
Yes, they do, but
they can't get to it. I mean,
Chidori is too far away from it because he went for BKB. So I'm not sure if that was the right move. I think he just had to take advantage of an Infest Bomb and all in on killing the Lina. I think a longer fight than your Nullifier duration is not going to go your way. You know?
I don't know how they can play without it, though. You need a toss back here, I guess, because you can't swap them in. It's just too many Lincolns. Though I do think the Lincoln's Lotus swap reaction still works.
Yes.
So you have to keep that in mind, where Execration just need to be aware of not throwing both. But otherwise, you're looking for a toss back on this Lina, and that's your best bet. Then, you know, maybe he's facing the wrong way or something, and it's harder to force staff him out.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Because if you
attack.
do kill this Lina, the fight opens up. I mean, he is 80% of their damage. At least for now. That said, you are starting to get into like the late game team fight scenarios where these spells just become too much for your spell immunity durations. Another worrying factor here for SMG, who are definitely on the back foot. As Execration continue to pour in the items. Another Lincoln's being built on Carla. Okay.
They got a game plan. We loved their itemization last series.
I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I think the itemization this series is really on point as well.
I mean, I love when teams play like this because it just shows you're all on the same page. You understand what your win condition is. You understand who you're playing for.
There is the last
That's a pretty
pull
good
back
target.
on a mid one. A great target to be able, because they should be able to kill him twice without any issues whatsoever. Yeah, throw whatever stuns you want at Lina. It doesn't stop what is coming. Judgment.
Fiery judgment for your sins.
Yep. They're going to go for the toss back now.
Buyback?
See what they can get off of this. The arrow is not going to last super long. The force staff start going out. Force staff gets a little bit of distance. Moon not doing quite enough. Palos turns around and activates the Satanic back to full health. He goes. So now they have to target other heroes, as a two-man chains is pretty nice for Moon. With Chidori getting on top of Shanks, maybe they can at least get that one. Lotus Orb doesn't save him. That missile actually bounced over to Palos there, but he got another force staff outside of the Avalanche. Boomy actually has the Infest combo here, but everybody has TP'd out, so there's no one to grab, no one to catch.
Solid fight from SMG, abusing the toss back into that mid one buyback. Best case scenario, did take Lina a decent amount of time to get out there, but of course she eventually does, and then once she's in the opening, force staff into TV.
It did feel like SMG didn't overexert themselves trying to go for the Lina, like especially with the Aegis, right? They knew they would have to target other heroes anyway, so.
Yep. And I mean, that's kind of gonna be the nature of the game. Like, unless you get a really good out of position and you can just burst her, she's not gonna die. You cannot overfocus her here. Too much utility in the bank for Execration. They're always going to be able to say her. She now has a Silver Edge as well, so another invis mechanism.
What's next, Scotty?
No, third Lincolns for Bob. Okay. I mean, Lincolns are good this game in general. Their SMG is pretty reliant on hitting these swaps or magic missiles. If you block them, it's just super nice. You're taking out so much value from their team fight. Makes the fight way harder for Ember and Lifestealer.
See this toss back, and they try and go for the Lina, yeah, but it's, you know, Chidori immediately, he's playing whoever they basically can get that swap back in on the Coddle.
Yep.
Hit Shanks a little bit as well.
And he has BKB, so he can actually man up for a decent amount of time in these fights.
Yeah.
So we come back to
nice pullback onto the Mirana. And another, was that another gem dropped? Oh, it was. Ooh.
Yeah, it's rough.
The first gem definitely got its value, I think. Was that the same gem, though?
I don't think so.
I've lost track of how many gems have been purchased. Might just be the same one. Oh, Boomy Maybe not respecting that, but at the same time, there was an infested lifestealer, so Bob is in some trouble. He got double forced after round, pushed around a little bit, but they didn't get into quite enough bashes. And now Chidori may have to use his BKB to be able to get away from this as the Lina has a double damage. Ooh, the magic missiles do help. Shanks pursues, not quite close enough to catch the Tiny. So everybody else will get away unscathed, just losing the Mirana there. It's not the worst for SMG. They can hold.
And they need the nullifier so bad. You can feel it. Paolo's double damage does not want to give him any room. They don't see him. They dust him.
Okay.
Kind of out of position.
What is this? Can they can't actually do enough? They seriously could not commit onto that Lina. They'll kill Carlo, who got tossed in pretty deep. Magic missiles playing their time here, but that double damage just continues to be a serious threat of the Lina. Beautiful avalanche. Not like Chidori can go into that quite yet.
Dead with no buy though, and his spirit died as well, so 100 seconds with no venge.
Okay, another jump, another toss back into the tier 4s.
Got back.
The force staff was not going to be enough. If they could trade out the Tiny, oh, nice and fast, gives a little bit more time. Palos continues to lay in and commits. The Tiny dies now with the lasso, pulling back the Lifestealer. They can commit for that kill as well. Nice pickup. That is Execration opening up the game to completion now. As SMG, if they want to hold any longer, they're going to have to use a Lifestealer buyback, and that is the end game right there.
The mid one tips come out.
Jeez. No mercy whatsoever.
Yeah, seriously, Palos just does not care about anything. Just walks up the hill.
Up forward with the slight used. They see an opportunity here. The LS8 follow doesn't quite land onto Moon. He has the slight, and they'll stick on to Shanks. Shanks taking away at least the sidekick is a big factor, so the support does die. Moon needs to get out, though, and he has the remnant to be able to do so. Bob, oh, no bashes whatsoever from Chidori. Nice two-man Gleipnir. I like that he's focusing on the Tiny, making sure, because that tossback is the big threat. But now, focusing on the objectives, trying to get those megas. Jumping forward from Moon. He wants to end up onto Bob. Bob still on to BKB, though. They got the Lina back into the tier 4s with the rest of the team being chased away. Palos is dead. Moon is still sticking onto Bob, chasing him away as well as Tino, so they couldn't help that Lina. A beautiful combination of attacks there from SMG that gives them an opening. A way to be able to keep this game going, as they will be able to catch Tino, it looks like, as Moon will eventually rejoin that fight, locking down the keeper of the light.
And that's Gem back in their hands as well. So a decent swing here for SMG, making the most out of a rough situation. You lose 2 racks, but
you gain a Roshan as well.
Yeah, very, very good timing here to win that type of fight. Punish the overextension. Lina does have 5, but there's no way you're just using it blind here. A big momentum shift. Lifestealer's starting to come online, right? Every one of these little fights they win, okay, yes, the buyback, but he's still trying to push towards that nullifier, which is the big deal. Because then if you can toss the Lina in nullifier, you remove a lot of that save potential, and you can just man up and commit on her. This is the game plan here for SMG.
I'm sure they would have maybe preferred an Aghanim Scepter. Maybe not. I guess they already have all their Aghanim Scepters that are important, so maybe a Refresher Orb is the best.
I mean, Moon has Ags and Refresher. He is pretty farm.
Yeah.
Now you have a Refresher shard that can go to somebody else here, which I know who you give it to.
I guess Rage, BKB, Refresh, Rage, BKB. That sounds good.
Yeah, you can't give it to this Ember. Oh, they gave it to the Ember.
All right, have a 1 million remnants to play in the fight.
No. The problem is he has Refresher, so it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It puts a cooldown on the shard.
All right, so
now the shard has a cooldown, I believe.
So it ended up back into the Vengeance pocket.
Yeah, so the 96-second cooldown. So I think that stays. And
it does seem to be staying.
And it's not ticking either.
It's not ticking down, oh no.
Don't do that at home, kids.
I had no idea it worked like that.
Yeah, because it has to put the cooldown on it, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe it'll remove it, but I don't think it does. So they kind of just killed that Refresher shard, but arguably didn't have the best uses. Carlo's just going to walk uphill.
Nobody there quite yet. They do have the Tiny that's going to jump forward and bring the Lifestealer, so there was somebody there.
5v4 opening for SMG. They're still bottom ulted.
Yeah, and Moon certainly has the mobility to catch heroes if he doesn't overextend himself here. The arrow slips right off by Palos, but they got the lasso on the Moon. Oh no! But at the same time, the toss over onto the Lina. Moon stays alive as a result, gets off the cheese. Palos gets bashed once. He needs a little help, and he got pushed away from the Marcy where he can. Dispose as well. Turns around. Disarm actually coming out from mid. They are actually keeping this Lina from delivering damage like she wants to and delivering epic judgment onto everybody else as the constant force after pushing them around. They're sticking on his shanks. Gleipnir going out. Palos trying to get his distance, wait out this damn halberd. Now he can start putting the damage in, but he's too much. He has no supporting crew. Bob and Tino are sitting on the side, but they can't stop the stuns that are raining in. Oh no, the toss. It hit Moon instead. Palos got away with the silver edge, and now he's got a satanic backup into play. He can lead into Joy, push him back with a hurricane bite, keep him at a distance. Yule Scepter for a moment. Now Chidori gets back into play. Another Heaven's Halberd, another bash comes into play. Lina cannot put out the damage right now. Palos is going to be falling soon as the force steps are not going to be enough. Taking down Chidori. Now with no damage threats left in the building, it's just cleanup on aisle 7. First it's going to be the Bat Rider. Now they get the chains on Tino. He falls as well. No buyback on these heroes either. SMG still have the Aegis on Chidori as well. They can go for broke. They can go for everything right here if they really want to.
They can definitely push the base. 100 seconds on this bat with no buy. This is a big window to get a Rax or maybe 2. And just beautiful fight execution there, taking that super long extended fight versus a lineup that is normally very good at punishing it, but that kiting on this Lina, man, the halberds, they're so low cooldown. They have one on Mirana who's leaping in and halberding him. You have this halberd on Venge, which is pretty low cooldown because he has Octarine as well.
Yeah, and it goes longer on ranged heroes.
Yeah.
So it's a 5-second disarm instead of 3 that you're probably used to. So they had 10 seconds of disarm in that fight, and maybe even more. I'm not sure if Midwan got a second one off.
He definitely did. There were 3 or 4 random like Yules in there as well. I mean, just perfectly kiting this Lina. Just can't hit anybody forever.
Yep.
And Moon just cast probably 10 remnants that entire time. You're getting some extra bashes in between. This late game lineup coming alive here, making up for almost a 13k deficit in very short time. Swings it back to 1.
See how much more SMG is going to get out of this because they still have 40 seconds left on the Bat Rider. There's a tier 2 standing in front of their way in mid, so they may not be able to get a second lane of barracks, but they could certainly position themselves very aggressively, especially with this ward inside the base. I believe Execration has a pretty good read of this, though.
Wait, the items are here for SMG now, though. Like, look at how farmed this Ember is. He has full Shivas and Timeless Relic on top of everything else. Moon is just massive. And he's just killing everybody. Like, they don't have to kill the Lina anymore, right? Because the rate of damage that the Lina's pumping out is just not comparative.
Yeah.
It's falling off, so...
This is... you put all of your eggs in one basket. And, well, you dropped that basket a couple times.
I mean, this is part of the strategic downfall of these old 4 Protect 1 lineups, right? Is you can itemize to deal with one hero. It's not hard, and SMG's done it. They have the halberds, they have bashers, they have 4 staffs of their own now. You have tools to extend the fight. Ember has his abilities that he can just jump around.
Hey, and the Nullifier is finally here, too.
And it's finally got there, this long-awaited Nullifier for Chidori.
SMG have shown that it's not necessary to actually kill the Lina and all-inner, but it is now much more of a possibility with a Nullifier.
Yeah, now it's an option. If you get the toss back, you get the swap and nullify him. Might just be able to bring him down. You might just 10 Remnant in him, right? The one thing is, you do have this BKB on Palos now. So he is going to have a full duration to be able to sit there. That said, you just get jumped.
Yeah, immediately moved. Trying to get some sort of vision, trying to get some information. Immediately gets lassoed. He's jumped over to the Bat Rider, but the swap comes through. Really nice save from mid one. He can start throwing out those magic missiles, but they've lost their Tiny already, and they're not able to do anything about Palos just yet. They start throwing away. There goes the BKB. Chidori mini, but actually just gets shredded by the Laguna Blade, and now mid one's going to lose himself as well as he tries to actually goes for the swap onto Apu, but he won't get away from the Gleipnir. Palos will lock you down at least once. The Illusion might be able to make the escape, but Bob really doesn't want to let that one go. He keeps the sticky napalms, and yeah, it's going to fall a second time here. What changed in that fight, Avery?
I mean, they're just jumping super deep. You get this initiation on the Marcy, but that's about it. And then you're chasing into this massive CM ulti. People are force staffing over cliffs. It's hard to stick on top of them. That fight just doesn't get extended the duration, right? Paulus is just sitting there. He's not getting disarmed. They throw multiple Lincolns and Lotuses on him to prevent it. He gets to output the damage he's been trying to the whole game. Just a much more stationary, short duration fight for Execration, which is what they want. Yeah, Paulus gets to go to work. And as he gets to go to work, he's very happy. I mean, he was chunky Chidori there.
Yeah, I didn't see nearly as many Heaven's Halberds being used. I'm not sure if how many Lincolns, like blocked Heaven's Halberd just with so many small spells being used.
Threw all the orbs on him the second that fight broke out.
Yeah, he was just glimmering and shining constantly.
So that definitely helps. And it's tough. It's tough. He also has that level 25 Talon. He just Lagooned the Lifestealer and spell immunity. Oh, yeah. I don't care, son. So that also helps deal the damage a bit.
Defensive force staffs get used to get Palos out of that position from the arrows. That means that buyback on the Lifestealer doesn't do anything, and they've got a pick off now on the Boomy, who also has the gem. So it's going to be a shame to lose it, but I don't think they can do anything to be able to save him here. The damage isn't quite good enough, but they're going to go Lasso back into him with the Palos stunned up for a second, but now it doesn't last long enough. Midwan, who did swap out the Tiny, is going to lose his life once and maybe twice here. Yeah, Palos, he's going to go to work here. They have a buyback still. Moon's got to be a little bit careful as he's trying nice toss back onto Shanks. He's got a BKB though, thanks to that neutral item as well. Stuns didn't last long. He was able to shrug it all off. Another buyback forced out of SMG. Execration very close now. One pickoff could really just be the end of the game for them.
Yeah, who even has buyback left? It's just Moon. That's tough. His buyback is very powerful because he can get back in instantly. He can play very aggressive as well and just frontline make the space, but I feel for Chidori in this game, man. These fights, he just has to slowly walk in towards this Lina. Yeah. Every time he gets close, the Lina gets forced away. He has to walk a little bit more. She gets forced away. This Lifestealer's game is so tough.
We are down to just a 6-second BKB on Palos. So that'll help with the Nullifier, I guess, a bit more.
Just so many Lincolns to fight through.
Yeah.
And Bob ended up not going for Lincolns. He ended up going for Octarine or Refresher with a little Spell Prism on top. So this Battle Rider is doing a decent chunk of damage now, too. You have to think about multiple lassos in the fight. Is SMG looking for the jump? Gonna infest this Tiny. Try and find Lina, you would think.
I think it's so... I think when they're reaching out to start these fights, it really doesn't work for them, right? Because it's not natural swaps, it's not natural tossbacks for them. They really need Execration to be walking into them a bit more.
I mean, I don't think you can take an aggressive fight here if you're SMG, because Execration have 5 buybacks as well.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
You have to bait them onto your outpost. The problem is there is this nasty ward for Execration on the back.
And that's exactly why Bob's going to jump forward and grab Midwan immediately. There's no swap possibilities here. Midwan dies one. Shanks also jumping onto the Mirana where he can. The second life of the Mirana. Oh, look at Bench trying to get up to the high ground. Freezing field going out. Carlo beautifully positioned, but does get bashed by Chidori, who tries to do what he can with the Nullifier and such. Moon actually bounced around, dealing decent amount. Chidori, he gets burned out. The lane just does far too much, and Moon cannot possibly put the single target damage onto him. He can spread some damage around onto the supports. The arrow did land onto Palos. They can get Shanks, actually, but they need to make sure that Palos can't get off. They Satanic hits, and here they come. Oh, no! It's all back up to full health. Oh, Ultra Kill. Give him the rampage. It's coming in as Moon has no mana left to be able to send through this. He buys back to fight some more. He needs to be able to deal with Bob and Tino. Kill these surrounding support camps, but it got caught by Lightyear as he went in. Slight still goes out, survives a little bit longer. That hit, it landed. Napalm falls up. Bob managed to finish him off with the Blink Dagger forward. Boom, he's gonna die. And now it's just little Olafu all by himself. The 5 Mirana. GG is gonna get called. Execration pulled through again in another long game in this series, but they get the 2-0 over Team SMG.
And the 2-0 for the season, right? This is a huge start for them. They beat arguably some of the stronger potential teams on paper here early on. 2-0 right off the bat. They are feeling very happy about themselves. Haven't even dropped the game, I believe, so they are looking quite good. Yeah. That is an understatement. I mean, the itemization here makes a lot of sense. It's always on the same page. They have a very clear idea of what they want to do. The thing about these types of things in Dota is even if you're wrong about some of them, if you're all in the same direction, it usually ends up working out. And this game, throw all your items on Lina and have her right-click people. And sometimes that's Lina Dota. I mean, that's the strategy, right? This is why this hero is a first phase material hero, and it works out for them here. Great early game comeback execution from mid-1 on that Venge through SMG, though. Like, they played around it very well and got them into that late game where Moon was starting to pop off with the Deca remnants, I guess, or whatever it is at that point. I mean, there was some signs of good life there, so they almost took that game, but in the end, Lina inverse.
Yeah, Execration seemed to be the unstoppable force here, as this is their last series of the week. So they're going to go into week 2 with a nice 2-0 to start off their first season here at the DPC. An excellent performance in both of these games, and exciting series. Honestly, Southeast Asia is looking very good for this season. Let's head back to the panel so they can talk more about it.
That's for sure. I've continuously been impressed not only by Execration, but the entire region. All things considered, though, Execration seem to be the kings of the region. 2 2-0s back-to-back, beating Talon and now beating SMG. And this game may be a little bit closer in terms... Well, actually, no. Not closer. That's not the word. What word, adjective should I say?
More nail-biting,
More nail-biting, yeah. Because this time, game 1, it was SMG kind of fumbling multiple high ground attempts and perhaps overzealous buyback usage. Here, it was extremely fun teamfight execution. Watching this Lina get pinballed around, getting disarmed half the time, my eyes were glued to her, and I think I may be starting to see one solution. We saw Bosku's Centaur being one of the options against Lina. Pi, how are you feeling about Heaven's Halberd with a 5-second disarm against these Linas?
No, it's strong for sure. And it's not that expensive on an item. Like you saw, even a Potom got one eventually. So they had one on bench and then on Potom. And it's good. It's just, seemed too, like the lifesteal you can see here, it's just not doing that much. Like it looks like he's attacking so slow. It looks like he's dealing no damage.
Yeah, the itemization was superb, you know, like all these force staffs, like you feel so bad for the lifesteal. You just see him like, guys, I want to hit people.
And this was a team fight that may have secured SMG's loss because it seemed like they were bringing the game back. You can see it's only a 1K net worth differential, but maybe Ember and Tiny can get deep into these fights, but if you're going where there's no vision and you can't find this Lina, you can't even find the Crystal Maiden, then all of a sudden this Venge swap initiation doesn't become as intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to like their decision-making late game. Like those dives were so far, you know, like they won fights because like, again, Execration was under vision, or they were able to get these key heroes quickly, and then they had the numbers advantage moving forward. But like when they have these forceful dives, they always end up losing.
Yeah, no, there was one like even like before this. Roche was like 30 seconds away, right? And they do a toss back, but the team is just
going
so
on Lina
deep.
again.
Yeah, it's so deep and they're so far away. Like honestly, SMG, it's a very frustrating series loss for them because they had both games at like many points. Like the first game, they basically were winning for what, 95%?
They should have won.
And this game, like, I don't know. I think that like they were in a position where, like, they should have won.
It looked horrendous for them, like early on. Yeah. Like you had the Vengeful TPing mid, and then the Walk of Shame. Both had both used TPs, and they had a very good comeback, and it seemed like it was 50-50 at that point. But yeah, again, like I feel like their late game decision making is still like their weakest point of the game.
Which is why even though it is a 2-0, if we're considering Execration to perhaps be one of the best teams in the region, then SMG may be up there as well. Because yeah, they got 2-0, but both games, Pi, like you said, it was in their grasp. And so it's a competitive series. I imagine a depressing series, but looking forward to the rest of the season, I'm at least hoping that if they can win in the first 30 minutes, then they should be good. Post 35 minutes is a little shaky.
Yeah, no, it seems for SMG, it's... Yeah, I mean, it's how and when you take the fights they need to like really get better at. Because everything connects to that. It's the same with the poor buyback usage the first game. It kind of connects to the same thing. So, yeah, no, there's definitely like things to improve there for them.
And our rivalry MVP for that series was Palos. Although I said it on Monday, I'll say it again. It's probably a most valuable hero as Lina continues to be a menace. But the person who I want to speak to right now, I believe is on the line. could me serve me up some Shanks? Shanks, you did the
Hello.
easy part already. You played the Dota. Now it's time for the hard part. It's time for the interview. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Tell me, what was that game one like? Did you guys feel like you had it, or were you extremely stressed out?
I mean, we thought I think we were behind so much in that game. We just managed to had some good team fights in the game one. That's why we won.
I have a question about one of your items. You ended up picking the Crystallis in that game one on the Marcy. Any reason why you got that before the Basher?
I mean, I think I just wanted to deal more damage for the Bloodseeker because we have so many problems in that game. They have Doom, they have like this Treant, and I think we needed more damage.
Well, it ended up working out. Ninja Boogie, any questions for Shanks?
Let's see. How did you guys like stay composed? Because obviously game one was very, very hard, and you know, like I'm sure the environment in the game was a bit like, like I wouldn't say negative, but yeah, it's hard to stay composed in that kind of situation. What was the like? How were you calming everyone down in the game?
I think we just had this one idea that if we can Abyssal and Static Storm one guy, we can still win the game.
Okay.
It's like we just have to throw our spells properly, and
so
we can still win.
Yeah, the game plan. Like as long as you get the initiation first, then.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Pai?
No, I'm just wondering, game two there. Like you guys were basically stomping that game for a long time, and then like it swung back and forth. But at the end there, did you ever think like we're gonna lose, or it was no problem?
I mean, I think every one of us is pretty confident with our draft in the game two. It's just that we played kind of shit in the mid game. We're not playing together that much. I think that's it.
Okay. And I was wondering, like, how did it feel? Like, how strong are SMG? Like, what does it feel like to play against them?
They're a pretty good team. They played very fast. They like to run over the game.
Yeah. No, that's what it looks like.
But we expected it already.
Yeah. No, it looked like they ran very fast. They killed you, and then they ran a little too fast. Oh, yeah. Good job.
Ran to that buyback button a little bit too much. I'm curious, now that you've gotten 2 wins, what does March work on you guys with if you guys just keep winning? I feel like with losses, you're like, oh, we could have done this better, we could have done that better. With wins, what happens with the replay analysis?
I think we're just gonna prepare for the next matches because we knew all of the teams are like 50-50. Most of the teams are all pretty good, I think. We just have to scrim more and find new strategies, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're whipping out a lot of new strategies in these 2 series. I'm liking your Marcy definitely quite a bit, and so we'll see if you bring that back for week number 2. But Shanks, congratulations on another 2-0, and thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Shanks. Yes, an incredibly strong performance coming out in the beginning of this Southeast Asian DPC. I said it on Monday, and I'll say it again. Execration for me has always been in the middle of like Div 2 and Div 1. Rarely wherever it's like, oh, these guys are going to the major like right off the bat. Maybe they'll slip their way into the 3rd slot like they did to the Ana major. Here, even after seeing, well, we've seen 7 teams now. I think the only team that we have not seen play Boom.
Yeah.
And so out of the 7 teams that I've seen, I think Execration's the most polished.
No, they definitely have an advantage going into this season compared to like maybe the previous seasons where a lot of teams were already, you have like the, you know, the Fanatics and whatnot. They didn't have any swaps.
Yeah,
and
they'd been around
so now
for years.
They had their swaps ahead of time, and the only thing they brought in was a coach. So, you know, they didn't really have to change much of their dynamics and whatnot. So yeah, they're definitely, it shows that they're playing with more confidence and, you know, knowing one another. They don't have like this gel period where they have to understand how everyone plays in the team. So yeah, it shows why they're 2-0 for week 1.
Yeah, and then their opponents, so we haven't seen Boom yet. Boom is going to be the 3rd series of the day, but that's going to be Execration's next opponent on January 16th. Boom went through quite a few shuffles, but they were formerly my strongest team in Southeast Asia. I guess you and I, Pi, will be on that series, so I won't bother asking for expectations for that. But for the next series, you and I... Wait, are you on the next series?
I think it's just me.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll ask you, Pi, before we briefly depart. Bleed versus Fnatic. You saw Bleed go head-to-head against Blacklist Rivalry. Did you agree with Cuckoo that you thought that Bleed might be one of the strongest teams? Because like we said, we've seen 7 teams now.
Yeah. No, they look both strong and they looked a little weird too. And I'm just thinking back to the Fnatic game.
Yeah, they were against Geek Slate.
Yeah, and they looked kind of...
A little iffy.
Yeah, a little iffy, a little inconsistent there. So yeah, I would give Bleed the edge. But I don't know. Like, it's hard to count on Fnatic. Like, they always end up making it, so yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. And even though that series was a 2-0, it was a very long 2-0, so it's not going to be that long of a break. So stick around, and we'll be back with Bleed versus Fnatic after just a little bit.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the Blame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
3, 2, 1.
They were kind of like their picks looked messy to me. Like it was very they look like a team where Jackie has to carry hard. Like not that they're playing bad or anything, but I think ultimately that's their play style. You know, they play around Jackie, which is how it's always been for them. Fnatic, on the other hand, I think they didn't look too hot to me, but like I've said on the previous panel in their series, I think Fnatic's a team that they learn from their mistakes really fast. At least that's what I noticed in BTS, so I expect the game to be pretty close today, actually.
Yeah. One thing I mentioned about Bleed before is like I feel like since Corden's kind of like a new player or whatnot, like he has like a much smaller hero pool, and from that series against Blacklist, the bans seem to be kind of targeting Corden as a player, and as he gets picked later on in the draft, like I feel there's not that many heroes for him that he feels comfortable playing. So I would like to see some kind of adjustments in this series. Hopefully picking his hero like in the first two picks, or early on in the third pick, just so that I would like to see, like you said, Jackie. It seems like Jackie needs to carry the game, and it's easier for him to carry the game when he gets picked later on in the draft.
Yeah, it's kind of weird with Lina in the pool though.
Yeah.
They don't want to open Lina plus like mid hero, right?
That is
like,
true.
A bit weird.
But they did get Lina twice yesterday, and the whole day we're kind of groaning about, oh, Lina, like it's so strong, like how can you beat it? But Blacklist International did beat the Lina twice. Do you think it was because of the Centaur that Cuckoo picked? Do you think it was kind of like the laning with the Retaliate? Do you think it was just easier in that sense? Or do you think it's because like Blacklist as a whole just kind of overcame them as a team?
I think a lot of teams are having ideas on how to beat the Lina. I think mainly we see heroes that like kind of get on top of her and like try to run her. Like we saw Hellbirds the last game too. I think the Venge was cool. Like the Venge swap against at least the previous Lina had like a lot of trouble dealing with Venge swap.
Yeah.
I think the Lifestealers, something that's like not experimented, the Aghanim's actually lets you get into the Lina and you disarm her while dealing damage. I thought we would see it that game, but we didn't. And I think the biggest thing that I've seen work against Lina, even in like Euro, was like this Spear Breaker, this Centaur, just heroes that like kind of run at you, battle early, and this Lina can't really like keep up.
So I want to ask you a question. If you could describe the way that Bleed plays in one word, what word would you choose?
One word.
Yes.
Shit, that's tough.
Get a mic.
Uncertain. I'm uncertain. Because again, I know all the other players except Gordon, and yeah, I still just don't know much about this player. So
I think they're aggressive. I think Masaros and Play Hard to me, they look like people who are, at least in game when they're strong, they like push. Like you can see they're like leading the smokes, they feel strong and they like look to take over a game, but it's not something that Bleed has managed to accomplish in every game so far.
Yeah. For me, I would say calculated.
Calculated.
Because there was that one play that was just like super mind blown about how smart it was when Brood hit 6, when Cuckoo was on Brood, and they threw Conrad to the bottom lane to just contest, and Conrad was chilling, getting all that farm. They were looking clean that game. But now let's talk about Fnatic. If you guys could, say Fnatic in one word, what would you call them?
Veterans.
That's what comes to mind.
They just have so much experience between each player. All of them had such crazy moments in their play career. Gabby with his puck, Armel with Armel things, and then obviously Januel I'd say is like the least experienced among all of these, but he's definitely been an outstanding player.
Yeah, I think veteran totally describes them perfectly. I mean, we've seen these players around for a long time. Fnatic is, a standing name in Southeast Asia, especially in Division 1. I don't think they've ever been in Division 2.
No, they've never been relegated.
Exactly. And so, now we have Bleed, who is this new team coming to Division 1 versus our old school veteran Fnatic team. So I think that'll be quite an interesting matchup, actually.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like they're kind of new, right? Like both teams are new rosters, maybe Fnatic with less changes, but they also don't look like they've found their place as a team yet, found an identity. I think they're both kind of in similar spots right now, both one game down. It's a very important match for them. Yeah. Excited to see where it goes.
How many teams get regulated? Is it still the same as last time?
Two. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you definitely you can have like 1 or 2 losses until the pressure starts like sinking in, where you're like, well, fuck, now we can get regulated. But yeah, like as a new squad, you want to, again, it's good to make your mistakes early on, and then you get to identify it and hopefully fix it as you progress and play more games.
Yeah, because of the schedule now too, right? Like it's 3 weeks, so it kind of matters more how fast you address problems compared to before. I think that's something that we had like major complaints about, like in LANs.
Yeah, that's the major difference, right? Like in the DPC league.
Of 3, you play one game and you need to like adapt now, like right now. And I think like the experience from being veterans, like you said, is gonna play a big part in this series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are veterans though, but like from a lot of the interviews that we've had with all the teams who have already won, a lot of them considered Bleed to actually be, one of the top and I guess scariest team right now in this division. So do you think that will kind of play a role in terms of like intimidation? Do you think, Bleed also just came out winning the M88 tournament, so they're kind of on a pedestal a bit right now.
Yeah, it's good to know that, but you shouldn't like think that way. You should go to every match like knowing, not underestimating your opponents and not overestimating yourself, because if you're too confident going into series, like knowing, oh, we should be better than these people, then it can like affect you mentally in the game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Bleed adapts, because they were the only team that lost with this Lina twice.
Right.
Like, are they not gonna prioritize this Lina anymore? Like, I think it's going to be interesting to see what kind of path they choose to go down.
All right, yeah, let's find out what path they do go down and if they do pick this Lina. In our draft coming up right now, thank you, techies. We've got the tree.
Ooh, we got to see a Dubu Treant.
You think the tree is a first pick hero?
Again, I don't know what all the craze is about this hero. It's definitely good, but
I don't think it's a bad hero. I just think it has high win rate right now, and people just pick it. And like every game I see a Treant, I'm like, what did it really do?
Yeah.
The armor early game is nice, like on top of like the Greaves or Pipe or whatever comes out.
But I guess it's also like in the sense where like maybe the other supports got like nerfed like significantly, where this one got like buffed a little bit every now and then yeah.
I mean, if you also think about the kit of Tree, it's a pretty nice kit. You have like a root, you have a DPS skill, you have a heal.
Yeah, but it's always been like that, right? Like it's nothing new. Like why is it suddenly now number one? Oh, damn, it's an early Ember, probably Mirana. Oh snap!
Everything's just coming out.
Okay, well.
Is that very forced?
I mean, the Ember pickup, I could like, just from what I got from watching
The
Bleed.
block pick?
Yeah, it's a block pick. Like Corden seems to be like one of his hero aside from Pango. Snapfire, I don't see why it got such high pick.
What do you think of the Rubik Dawn bans? Feels kind of random.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Rubik, obviously, like, you can never really go wrong with removing this DJ. It's one of his heroes.
Yeah,
like,
I guess so.
But then with Dawn, I heard earlier this morning that there's like kind of like a bug with the luminosity.
Oh yeah, everyone like disconnects and like abandons the game.
Yeah, so I don't know if they got fixed. And then here, this was kind of what I was bringing up last time, where like Corden played a really good Pango versus Blacklist, and it seemed like he was very comfortable in this hero. And after that, they weren't able to get Pango after the first phase. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be Corden playing this hero, or they're going to opt to move it to like Masaros or something.
Yeah, it's definitely a flex for them, but I guess mid Pango is definitely the more popular choice right now.
Because like working with like new, like maybe let's say like less experienced core players, or like you want to just keep giving them heroes they're comfortable with, and then with practices and whatnot as you go along, you slowly increase that hero pool. But the confidence is the most important thing.
What do you guys think about the Phoenix ban? Do you think it's like a respect ban to Masaros because that's what he did Monday with the offlane Phoenix, or do you think it's just kind of a good, well-rounded hero?
It seems to be like Bleed's go-to hero. They definitely high prioritize this hero in Fnatic. It's just weird because Fnatic banned it, but then they got the Snap, which is like Snap's kind of the way to deal with the egg.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they just want to deal with fire, I guess. That's why they removed Lina and Phoenix.
That's a Ricky ban. What's happening?
Bleed banning both Mirana and the Ricky, which is, that's been seen a lot lately, that combo with the
Ember
sleep dart.
do as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, Pango does hate smokescreen. He's not really
chain smoke screen is like a big thing to her.
He doesn't really want to buy BKB and
or force stab.
Yeah. So curious. Bloodseeker. Yeah, it seems like all the two bands I can see related to Pango. So Blood and the Ricky. Mirana.
When you guys were talking about how Bleed likes to play around Jackie because Jackie's that carry, but right now it kind of looks like they're banning around
This is something I wanted to talk about earlier, but Trian against Brew is actually the most shit matchup in the world.
Like,
he dispels your overgrowth, he dispels your armor. Like,
it's pretty one-sided.
You're actually done. Like, you have no play.
Especially if you get the Ags. Like, before he had to split, then do that. Now the Ags, he's just got a free storm. But Dro is pretty good.
That's a very dangerous Dro pick, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good against. It's so good against Brew too. Like, and he can work well with either Shaman or the Treant in the lane, and I can
snap Brew. Isn't it like really just they're gonna just dumpster it in?
I mean, I guess it can go both ways, right? But yeah, I'd say 50-50. Whoever gets like the first kill or so, because like the Dro can play like the sustain, and then if you have like stick charges, you can never really kill. But yeah, I'd say Snap Brew has more of a.
It's just if you go on you, right? Cinder Brew and they just run at you. Trin really doesn't protect you. Like cookie over the nature's grasp is what it's called.
Like the way KP played this Brew last time, where like it kind of like confused me because he went for like this arcane build early on in the lane, and then in my mind was like, I was just thinking he went that because they thought they could keep going on the hero, but then after like by the time he got like the arcane boost, like I think Jardel was just was just moving around to the arc.
Okay, so it's a support Brew. Okay, I like this from Fnatic. I think they're punishing the draw pick, and honestly the Brew doesn't need to be a core to deal with the Trian.
Okay, so what? Brewmaster and Jan. Okay, yeah. No, yeah, okay.
You
And then-
just kind of deal with overgrowth and you want to cycle the Shaman in fights. I think it's pretty nice.
Okay.
I think also the core brew against the Drow is, after a lane, it's kind of weird because Drow does reach a point where multi-shot just kind of kills your brewlings. It's super annoying to play.
True. Even at level 20 with the HP.
I mean, it depends what the Drow has, I guess. But yesterday, I did definitely see the Stormbrand Fire Pandas kind of melt.
So now, Fnatic has overall last pick. Well, would you prefer putting this Ember mid or putting it off lane?
Definitely Ember mid, right?
I mean, Pango mid, sorry.
Pango mid? Yeah, I think it'll definitely be Pango mid. They like prioritize Masa. I think kind of similar to Jebs in the way he plays. I would like to see a Beastmaster ban here just because of Fnatic's heroes. I think it
You
also
say Beastmaster?
Like, sorry, Night Stalker ban.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it gets to like eat the ancient creep as well. Kind of annoying. Big
oh.
Masaros hero.
Okay.
But they choose not to remove it. Centaur type.
Masaros did play Night Stalker on Monday, and he looked really good.
Yeah, they just lost that game. Though.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. But he was carrying.
It's a pretty good Night Stalker game though, I think. Like gives vision, the Drow gets to play super easy. Has like roll to back him up as well.
Yeah.
But they do lack a bit of wave clear.
Do they? Ooh.
Stalker. Monkey Sniper ban. Alright, what's in the pool? Ursa? Gives them Roche. Not the best hero against Drow. What's the anti-Drow heroes here? Spectre.
PA,
and
Spectre.
dead hero PA. Ooh, PA,
Also-
PA looks juicy as hell actually.
Let's see. Gabby hero, Morphling.
Morphling, that's a Gabby hero.
Not a bad morph game. It's annoying. Actually, it's pretty bad, isn't it?
I mean, there is a shaman,
Pretty
so
bad,
you can get caught off guard a couple
If it
times.
was a Pango, Drow's kind of like a
natural counter.
deal.
I actually like because Master TA. Okay, yeah.
You like it?
I mean, because now that it's a Timber offlane, right? Like the brewery can't really do much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like and TA is a hero that can kind of like just stand alone, not really just push out the wave. Give some Roche. Their tempo is a lot faster. If they get that first Aegis, you know, they can just keep going on him. But it's tricky because
The Blade has this cool thing they can do with the Timber Shaman and get the Roche early away from the TA as well.
yeah.
I think Fnatic's draft looks a bit easier to execute for me if they can get out of the laning phase. I think their lanes can definitely be hard. Bot lane especially. This Beast against Drow is not the best of matchups from what I recall.
I mean, you also have the Beast against the Pango. The Roar is just going to stop the roll as well.
But Drow will be so happy if that
true.
That roar gets used.
That is very true. How do you think like the lane matchups are going to go, though, during the early game?
I think Blade has stronger lanes.
Yeah.
Right.
And then as soon as like Pango gets to 6, he can be pretty active, and eventually they're gonna have to like sack the Timber lane, and then they can open up the map from there with the Shaman wards and whatnot.
And speaking of, let's see what our casters also think about the lanes. Avo, Richie, who do you guys think the lane matchup is going to go? How do you think it's going to do?
Oh, what do you think, Richie?
Well, honestly, I see Corden back on this Pangolier. That was, I think, the most comfortable game he played yesterday. I think maybe that's part of why they picked it so early on and prioritized it a bit much. I don't know. I wanted to ask like one of the ex-pros, like, is that a thing? Like you kind of had a rough first day. You go back to a hero that really worked on you?
I think Fnatic had the approach of just taking the Ember away, and if they didn't pick Corrin's hero there, he would probably be left with nothing. So I think it's very good that they picked the Pango there.
Yeah, it's all about comfort, you know. Like especially the lesser experienced players, you gotta pick the comfort heroes.
All right. Thank you so much, Ninja Boogie and Adam, for your insight. Take it away, casters.
I can't wait to get into this game. Richie, I got so hungry I started, eating in the downtime.
Yeah, it is getting dirty. Make sure you clean up after yourself, okay?
We have people for that,
We don't want to get ants in here.
We have people for that. I have ants everywhere in my house, actually. They are literally impossible to avoid.
That's apparently.
I've moved to 3 different apartments here, and they all had ants, so... Just saying, I don't think it's me anymore.
That's right.
I think
What did BSJ say? That if the only consistent variable is you or something like that?
Fuck SCA? Oh, shit. No, that was... No, sorry. That was a different stream for BSJ. My bad. Not that one. We have... The game is currently paused, guys, by the way. We're not here to do our type 5. We're actually waiting for the game to begin. Yeah. And now that it's been on pause, we can finally go in-game and watch these two teams duke it out.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm personally really excited because we got to see Corden for his 3 premier games yesterday. In game 1 on the Pangolin, like I was referring to, he looked really solid. He had a really great, phenomenal early game. Rotated super early. So I do want to start keeping my eye on that to see if that's just something he really likes to do and kind of take tempo very early on into his own hands. Because he was ganking that off lane extremely early on, as we can see those axes are going to scout out a couple of enemy heroes.
It is true that in an interview that we will be able to show soon, Corden was talking about the fact that, the Zoomers play as if this game is a team game.
Right.
The 1v9 is a boomer mentality, as you said.
Right. Yeah, and he's always ganking lanes that, well, we'll see, right? I mean, yesterday, of course, on his games 2 and games 3, unfortunately, didn't go as smoothly as his Pango. But he's always trying to gank those lanes and really get the ball rolling, no pun intended, to make sure that his offlaner is enabled. Like I've been saying yesterday, I do think this is like a great first item patch for a lot of these offlaners. So the more you can make space for them, the better that they're going to do. That being said, all the times I've seen Timber lately, Habo, it's not been super amazing.
No, I agree with you. I think that Masaro's Timber was something I was really looking forward to seeing, and I was wondering if he would take it out because it's one of his best heroes by far. I think Masaros is also one of those players that likes to play somewhat of a win condition in the offlane, right? We have his Pangos, Night Stalkers, DKs. He's not someone that just creates space for you. And the Timber fits that role perfectly. The question is, how good is he? I don't know. The new reactive armor looks terrible. I've seen some Timbers actually not go for it at all in like high-level Immortal pubs, but I don't think that's viable and competitive.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to see like what he does here. I do think his role in this game is fairly clear, and he's going to be able to do a phenomenal job of being the bodyguard for the Drow Ranger. You've got 2 really big, beefy heroes that just stand and defend towers very easily. 3, depending on Playhard's build here on the Shadow Shaman, because they can just clear waves and really, really slow down this push. So that does give a lot of space and time for Drow Ranger to just get her farm online, get her items, and then she'll be packing quite a punch versus all these heroes. That's the goal here.
Yes, indeed. I think both drafts have a pretty straightforward goal in that sense. Both Drow and TA have similar ideas of what they want to do. They will solo carry the game. It's just that maybe the TA timings are faster, or I think that's what the Fnatic at least is hoping.
Yeah, absolutely. I think something that's definitely going to potentially derail Bleed's game plan here, especially for Jackie, is how well of a lane this Beastmaster actually gets off to. First points in the Wild Axe is very standard these days. I don't suspect he's going to be too incentivized to go heavily into boars, although as soon as you do boot Jackie, you want to take down that tower as fast as you can before Dubu gets too many levels, before you can really start defending the, wave after wave. So yeah, really curious to see his build here.
I mean, you can go for like a 2-2-1 or something like that. A little bit like the second point next is pretty value. And then you just max boards like you said. They have a decent board lane, but KP at least can get rid of the trees with these axes, which is definitely a big point as to why he went for this build. I don't know what the Snapfire really does here, though. Like, while she's useful in lane, I don't think you can kill Trim Protector. Doesn't seem like you have much kill potential. And you can't protect KP, as you see here. They're already going on to double slow. There's the cookie, and that's going to be the one thing DJ will do this lane.
Yeah, and that's just not a feels-good moment, especially because you have invested into cutting down these trees. Maybe KP even going for some sub-optimal Wild Axes just to make sure Tree doesn't have those abilities. As there's the top lane, some action. They'll get first blood first onto the support, so Gabby a little bit happy there that at least he's going to be able to pick up a kill. As the Beastmaster, or sorry, the Brewmaster make that will fall for Johnny.
That level 2 in Brewmaster is very important because you can trigger your own Cinder Brew. If you're playing Brew 5, rarely do you have a carry that can trigger that for you, right? So now you're finally enabled. Now you're actually a hero in the lane, not just a body. And he goes for the kill immediately after.
It's going to be good moves, right? Getting that experience. Keeping Shaman down as well in this early game is really important because I believe these shackles, with the way that they deal damage over time, pretty much shred through refraction. And he's going to heal off of them as well. That was a change that it actually is pretty impactful if you end up putting more points into shackles early on. It's not as crazy as like the Witch Doctor IO kind of thing that's been terrorizing some pubs, but it is like pretty bonkers. You really almost get a half heal on like level 3 shackles. It's incredible.
It's a pretty big deal as well against something like a Brewmaster, right? Because you usually as a 5 depend on Cinder Brew damage. That's damage over time. Shackles prevents that from being too impactful. But it is the more mana efficient build, so I wonder what what he decides to go for. Bottom lane, Dubu is being harassed, but here's the help from Jackie, and now it could be KP that's in trouble. This is the play by Fnatic, it seems.
And they just killed the boars as well, and that's the second point in boar. He just got level 3, so he's committed. And not having those 2 boars up, right, not being able to micro them and losing them is a really, really big pain point, because now you don't get that efficient harass with the wild axes instead.
And Jackie didn't miss many last hits on their tower either, which is impressive for a ranged hero. You know, pre-6 Strauss struggles with that sometimes, and Jackie helped his teammate in the process. So it's pretty good for Fnatic, or for Bleed, sorry.
Yeah, and this has freed up Dubu to rotate towards the water rune. I think he's going to beat Armel to the punch here. Sleight of Fist on cooldown, so Armel actually couldn't, try and snag that away mid-slight. Instead, they're going to go bottom now onto Jackie, but Dubu TPs immediately. They could look for a kill because KP was already committed, so KP has no escape mechanism. Jackie giving chase, and it's going to be Dubu who punches him into the earth. Even the boar might not make it out alive. This is a hard lane.
This is a hard lane, and that cookie is crucial. It's the one play DJ has. Scatterblast does nothing. Top lane, we're seeing an similar attempt against Masaros, but doesn't really matter because he is
play hard. Looking and lurking here in the mid lane.
Can he catch Armel? We have Sleight of Fist in a second. The shackles get him, but they don't have any more damage, and the TP is really scary for Playhard. Here comes Junwell. He can trigger his own Cinder Brew, and that should be enough to finish off the Shaman. Really good rotation by Fnatic.
Yeah, pretty good effort there by Bleed, but Fnatic are going to be a little bit faster on that one. And that's pretty important. Definitely a kill onto Armel pre-level 6. Would have put Pango in a really, really good position to get level 6 first and potentially, snipe him. Maybe even get him here. Oh, he's just shy on mana necessary for the swashbuckle. That could have been a kill. It's the bottle refill. Armel's going to be forced to back up. So I still actually think Corden, no, he's actually a little bit behind here in terms of after the kill. So Armel is going to get level 6 safely. Crisis averted.
This is one of the difficulties, though, of Pango. Very early, you do nothing but the Swashbuckle Shield Crash. Once those spells are on cooldown, it doesn't matter if the Shackles hits him for full duration. You're still not going to kill him. Your damage is really, really lackluster. And Bleed really went for a Hail Mary here, it seemed like. Armel was pretty confident the whole time. Now he's going to go back to home, and then Remnant back to the lane.
Corden needed to get the bottle refill. You could see Playhard still lingering mid, leaving the Timbersaw alone. Timber, very much the angsty teenager of the offlaners. Once he gets to like 3 or 4, he's like, get out of my room. Just let me close the door on the way out. He needs his solo XP, wants to get up to that level 6 to make sure he can actually get that kill.
In fact, if you listen closely to Masaros, you can hear My Chemical Romance playing nearby. So you do know that Masaros is already in full emo mode. Mid lane, though, is where the rotations are going to happen. Now by Fnatic, who decide, all right, we'll leave the TA against the Timber. That's going to be fine. DJ in the bottom lane is being chased as well. Corden has Rolling Thunder. Will he commit it? He has a swashbuckle. He's confident. Can he guess where DJ goes? DJ tries to avoid it, but he didn't succeed.
Very nicely done.
Can you go KP? No, you can't. There's not enough mana.
That'd be a bit aggressive. KP's being pretty hardly, pretty bullied out of his lane, though. He's very clearly behind.
Corden has Mangoes and a Clarity, which means he's allowed to now go top. Very interesting rotation. He's going to go for the Rolling Thunder. No, it hit. It's just a little bug.
Okay.
As Gabby is not going to be stopped one time. A single stun, Corden turns into Pango to use the double damage effectively. Really well played, Corden.
Yeah. And this is exactly, I think, where he feels the most comfortable. Like I said, this is very reminiscent of his first game, Series 1, overall in the entire DPC, his pro career. But even just yesterday, or Monday, make that, sorry. I think he's going to be in a really good spot now. Going for these mana boots early, expected defusal, hopefully by minute 16, 17 for him. And he can continue with this momentum. I think this is kind of a catch that can, this is a draft, pardon me, for Bleed, that can struggle a little bit against some of these slippery heroes, like a Blink on TA, as well as, the Armel Ember. But having that defusal to burn the early and low mana pool of Ember Spirit might actually catch him off guard.
Nice cookie down bottom, but the protection from Jackie makes it impossible for them to go on to Dubu. Dubu, look at him. He's just manning up. He knows he can chase down DJ with the help of his Drow Ranger. And this hero, yes, might not be Lina, but it is close enough with the lane domination that she provides.
Man, we just have to talk about how tough a time KP's having here.
Yes.
He's level 4. He's 2 full levels behind, well, 1 level and a half, let's call it, behind this Drow Ranger.
Wait, top lane, Richie, Gabby. They're going on to it. Masaros does have level 6. They need to break through the refraction first. Gabby is slowly losing HP here. Masaros is diving under tower. Gabby can't do much. Doesn't have a TP available either. But now, trying to run away with a little bit of movement speed. The Chakra will get him, and so will the Timber Chain. Play hard. He might want Join Well, but It's a little bit of a difficult kill.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, there's also a play happening as Armel is trying to avoid the last bit of damage, and he will succeed. Jackie dies before he does. Armel getting hit with a tree, the leech sheet on top of that, Flame Guard's unavailable, and that will allow him to kill him with the residual damage as Corden chase after KP, turns into a ball. In the pinball zone he goes, and poor KP is going to be bombed to death. Wow. He's hugging the wall, but that's not going to save him from an angry Pangolier.
Yeah, meanwhile on the top lane, they also still find John Noel, so it's a double kill from Masaro's top, on top of a kill onto the mid laner, only in exchange for the Drow Ranger from Bleed.
Yes.
This is a phenomenal game for them. That's a beautiful exchange. No one is mid soaking experience, so it's not like, you know, TA was farming the entire time. Remember, no. It's simply just a kill onto a core in exchange for 4. That is huge.
Top lane, they go for Armel. This is Masaro's second attempt. Do they have a Hex? They do not. So Armel has a Remnant.
He doesn't have a Remnant.
Yeah, he uses it now, and it's fast enough. Masaros shouldn't be able to chase after him. Armel is already cutting meat and escaping away.
Yeah, so there's no points in the Hex, right? So it's 3 into the Shackles, and you can see, like, Playhard can low-key kind of tank tower if it really comes down to it during the duration of the Shackles.
True.
More effective lockdown as well. And it's going to send, you know, Armel packing here. He knows he can't really defend this tower. They needed to send someone up here. KP's not ready. He just dies. DJ's going to try and pull the wave away, but it's only a matter of time before Masaros gets the creeps back onto the tower, and they've got that thing down.
And play hard now. Might be found out by Armel. This is revenge from Armel. Januel is nearby too. Play hard though is healing a ridiculous amount, but there's 3 heroes surrounding him. He has to die.
It's space though. Genuinely, it's space, because you can see what they're doing down bottom here. Bleed are taking 2 towers at once. They just demolished the top tier 1 tower. Now this bottom tier 1 tower is going to go down, and this is against a Beastmaster. I don't know, man. It feels like Beastmaster was this hero that, you know, Tundra kind of broke TI with, but I think it's been figured out since then. I have seen it a lot in the CQs, and I've seen barely any Beastmasters be able to take over enemy jungle. This is a hard draft for KP, and now I think he's going to really struggle to find his place in this game.
Yep, I mean, you can't take the tier 1, and that really, it sets a wrench in your plans. So my question is, if you're a Beastmaster, you can't take the tier 1 bottom. What do you do? Like, genuinely, what's your game plan now?
It's so tough. I mean, you still have to get... And now he finally does have Helm, so at least this tower should begin taking some chip damage, if not from the Beastmaster himself or his creeps. At least the wave's going to start pushing way more.
You just keep going at it? Is that your strategy?
I think so. But, you know, at the same hand, because you're supposed to be this quick online hero and the Beastmaster and be quite a big bully and be a problem that enemies need to deal with, this has freed up Masaros, who has become that very thing. You can see now Ember cutting the mid wave, trying to slow this push, but Masaros, he's so tanky. He's not taking any damage from this with the living armor. Ooh, good sneaky play out from the Ember. That was a bit scary. We'll see if they want to continue chasing. Got eyes on. Yeah, but it's a hard kill. And instead, it's just all towers down. Bleed.
Bro, Masaros? He's just chasing after him? This is more to make a statement. He knows he can't get the kill.
Well, and more so than that, it leaves no room for counter initiation on 3 quite vulnerable heroes tanking a tier 1 tower in the meantime. You know, he's really making a good amount of space there, and now Bleed can really easily defend. They need a TP soon though, because Jackie is going to get smoked onto 4.
Yeah, the Centaur's leading. There's the Hawk to give vision. The Centaur though is getting pushed back thanks to the Gust. Now it's Armel as well. That's a great overgrowth. Plus the multi-shot on top of this. Armel is in a pickle, but they're dealing a lot of damage to Dubu as well. They can at least stop Jackie for a while, so he'll use this ultimate. The stump, plus the help of the Mortimer Skidder should kill Jackie finally, and they succeed in their objective. They've also sent the Shaman flying, so no more stuns here. Dubu is dying to Armel, and now Playhard, his revenge is ready. DJ will die encircled by snakes, but that's the only kill they'll be able to manage. A single kill on Fnatic while they get away with the enemy carry.
Yeah, really good. I think that's where Fnatic are going to need to try and come back. Their team fight is fairly strong. I thought Bleed were going to run them over with a beautiful an overgrowth from Dubu, who kind of sneaks around in the trees.
That was great. That was
really, really smart play there, of course, because you can just tree walk and be basically invisible. Surprised everyone, but the TPs just weren't in time for Bleed, unfortunately. I think that fight looks much better for them. No one there to as well cancel the kisses, which basically condemns Jackie. In the meantime, Gabby finishes off that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, so he equalizes that pressure, and now he's gonna be, you know, well on his path towards recovery after a very difficult lane for Fnatic. Laning stage make that for Fnatic.
Yeah, that was very important. The question, though, is how do you beat this tower? It's still there. Obviously, they have a Trim Protector, so this is expected to a degree, but it's just difficult to play Beastmaster in this situation. Do you think maybe KP has to consider not going for Helm of the Overlord? Maybe a Blink Dagger early to have that initiation, those pickoffs? Or is it just the build to go for?
I've been watching a lot of Saber Chat streams here, and I think this is definitely a game he would build the Ag Scepter and just start drumming.
Oh, interesting. He does that.
Only when he's not having a very fun time, it seemed, or he's trollando a bit, as he says.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just, I say that because I do think this is a really difficult game. His game feels almost unplayable now. Low-key, Nature's Grasp is super hard for your summons to deal with because they just move like molasses in that thing with the move speed slow that it applies, so you really struggle to get your units on top of, well, where they need to be, basically.
And then Timbersaw comes with area damage and turns the molasses into syrup, and all of a sudden, what are you doing?
What are you doing, man? It's too difficult. Smoke play from Fnatic now. The Blink's not a bad idea. I also do think it's a really darn good Vlad's game, though, however, so maybe at least if he can do anything, it's just be the aura carrier.
Yes, we need the 4 armor aura. Just don't die for long enough so we can tank the Drow range.
And that bonus damage, right?
Oh, there's a tempt in the middle lane with Mortimer's Kisses plus Searing Chains. They might be able to kill Corden. Nice stone from John Will, stopping that Rolling Thunder. Playhard counterattacks with the Shackles. They can send him flying, but they're going to be patient instead, stunning him with a Hurl Boulder as Dubu is being chased in the trees. John Will, they see him, but it's a little bit difficult to catch his Trim Protector. He might have gained enough time for Monsters to come in and counter initiate, and we see the Brewmaster realizing he's in the wrong position now as Jackie punishes him. The tree is still alive.
It's going to be really hard to kill him. Yeah, he's got an Arcane Rune and plenty of Remnants, still just the one, but he'll be able to get it out alive. Another kill into the mid laner, though, so Bleed, once again, starting to have some of their early momentum be cut down from under them. That being said, now's a big timing here for Corden. He did get a pretty decent 14-minute Diffusal Blade, and it's straight into Roche, actually, with this item as well. Fascinating. I guess without the split and the kisses, Bleed feel very confident that even if this Roche is Serpents. Never mind. They'll be able to take this thing down in no time.
Yeah, that's the case, right? And Playhard even went for the full Shackles build. Oh, actually, only 3 points. Should be enough.
I like now going into Hex, though. I think you need that instant kind of catch, especially against these kinds of... I mean...
Spirits. It's just Spirits.
Spirits and Brewmaster, which is all the original Spirits guy, isn't he?
It is true, yes. They all come from him. They're actually all his children.
Oh, fascinating.
No, that's not true. I just made that up. I'm not really sure.
Well, I would have believed it.
Thank you. John Noel might be found out, by the way, talking about...
But he's breaking a smoke, so this is a great play.
It is. Very true. And he's just going the opposite direction. Like, I swear, guys, there's nothing in the high ground. Don't go there. Don't bother.
Pretty much. 15-minute hits, and DJ is very quick. He's prioritized his Fire Snap Cookie Shard, so that's got a lot more damage. It also helps him farm, because you can just basically one-shot waves up until like 45 minutes or something.
Really?
So, yeah. If you time it correctly on the cookie, the damage and then the lingering little kiss does a lot of work there.
Is it just with cookies, or do you need to add the Scatter Blast?
I mean, you can add the Scatter Blast if you want to get out really quickly.
Yeah, but assume that it doesn't.
No, it actually, you just nuke the wave.
That's incredible.
It's really good. So it's a pretty big farming tool. And as well, of course, it gives you that extended reach that maybe you were lacking a bit.
Yeah, and having a 4 that can cut waves that are that far advanced, right, it's a big deal. So people often don't talk about how important it is that you have like one spell that can kill a wave. I think it's one of the most broken mechanics in Dota.
That's true.
Right now.
I think like one of the best feelings in Dota when you play Rubik is stealing something like Dragon Slave or Breathe Fire, because you just fade bolt and you press 2 buttons and the wave just dies. It's the easiest defense. Stuff like that basically from good range on the Snapfire. However, it is Bleed now who are going to force the issue with this first Aegis on the Drow Ranger. She's got herself a defensive item here in the Hurricane Pike, and Corden still hasn't really used Diffusal Blade too aggressively yet. So still quite a few punches that Bleed can definitely throw here. Blink Dagger is well on this Shaman, so that's really, I think, the biggest strength of this fight. Can they actually catch someone out with that Hex and follow through in time for a kill? It looks like they're going to try for bottom.
Okay, it's only Masaros on TPs right now. And Masaros decided to go for the Kai and Sanj Vanguard, so just full tanky build. This build is much more common ever since the reactive armor nerfs, and you can actually see he hasn't maxed reactive armor this game. So this just goes to show.
Level 3, yeah.
It goes to show this is just not a good skill. It's just not that good a skill anymore. Timber Chain is more valuable.
Agreed, and also probably Vanguard's really value as well this meta, right? I think it's definitely a little bit of column A, bit of column B for sure.
Crimson Guard this game actually looks really good against the Brew Spirits, the TA, the Ember, the Beastmaster Zoo.
Yes, it does. And actually, on a similar note, you know, Jackie is still no BKB queued up. Of course, he's still making his way up towards his bigger items, but it'll be a full mantle and the shard here, actually, as he's going to force that forward for the Gus. Playhard's there to connect with the Shackles and an easy kill onto the Brewmaster.
Yeah, Playhard actually turning him into a chicken, sorry, so he doesn't have to kill an endangered species.
And check this out, Bleed again. Adubu, she's drawing the maps. I think he smoked them up immediately. They're looking for more.
Okay, play hard.
And this is pretty genius because if you look at the two heroes pushing mid, this is the two heroes you'd expect to show. They might not actually see this coming from Fnatic.
It's very true, and they have really strong initiations with the Shaman.
They found the
the Ember's perfect! There's the Hex! The Snake's on top of the Shackle! I think he should die here. Gordon, he's doubting whether to swashbuckle. Okay, there we go. He wanted to Rolling Thunder or Shield Crash. He decided to Shield Crash. That was the right choice. He wouldn't have gotten there in time.
What a value play. It's a little bit of a gamble because if Fnatic actually, you know, call your bluff there and they push the tier 2 tower, maybe you lose Aegis and Drow twice. But of course, I think if you're Fnatic, you take a look at their map, you know, they only have this one ward near the triangle. You have no vision. It's been really hard for you to get any advanced wards out, and under the cover of smoke, you're just going to assume that they're waiting in fog for you to counter-initiate. If they made the right play there, it's just that Bleed, you know, make a somewhat risky play, and it works out beautifully for them. I love that call.
Yep. I also love that Dubu is doing these ganks a lot with Playhard and Corden, right? And letting the two more experienced players farm the map like this. Corden is going a little bit crazy. Jackie, however, he's only being stopped by the Brewlings. Corden is stopped by the Primal Roar, and he's gonna die immediately. Januel sends the tree flying. Here comes Masaros. Mortimer's Kiss are flying as well, and Dubu will die. Masaros, though, is a little bit too tanky. Perhaps Shackles does stop the TA for a while, and Playhard should die in the process. Goodbye to Playhard as Jackie is now being attacked by two heroes on top of him. He can't get away from the Ember. Masaros might be unkillable, but he also doesn't provide anything for Jackie to survive here. And he already used the Hurricane Pike. He has no BKB. He multi-shots, a desperate attempt to get more damage, but in comes DJ, flying in with an extra Mortimer's Kiss cookie. And Masaros, is it even worth it to chase him? Just let him go.
Now they're just gonna kind of look at it awkwardly.
Maybe Januel wants to sacrifice himself for this. He really hates Masaros right now, but that hatred is making his team stronger. They're all going for him. Masaros killed too! Guys, someone stop attacking him! He's not good! He's not a pinata! He's a wall!
Okay, well, Fnatic have certainly underestimated that. There was no candy inside of that man, only buzzsaws.
It's just concrete, man. He just kept breaking their fingers.
Oh no, now the counter-initiation's here.
Oh no, play hard with Masaros still chasing after them.
Kill for him, I think.
Someone stop this Timber Saw. Playhard might die twice before Masaros dies once, though. He's used the Pig Pulp. That's not gonna save him. KP, however, will die to Masaros. He's godlike. He's a guild master now. Nobody can stop him. Armel's chasing, but will this actually lead to anything? They have a creep from the Beastmaster. He's low of reactive armor charges, but he is just too fast.
Okay, so Corden made a very deliberate move there, and honestly, I'm not a really good Ember player. I've never been able to snatch a rune mid-sleight of fist, but he moved south deliberately.
He's 20 years old, so that's why.
Was he?
Yeah, he is. He's 20 years old. That's why he could snatch them.
Very true. That's why he can do it. But me, I think what Corden did was he moved out. We'll take another look at this fight.
It's really funny because you can even notice the moment where Januel makes the call, like, guys, why is he still alive? Did we just kill him?
You can see the rest of it. They're like, okay, goodbye. And then the general's like, no, we fight.
Yes.
And Masaros said, okay, then you die. And they did.
And then DJ says, I'll save you, Captain. Oh no, I died too. Armel realizes he's not stronger than Timbersaw.
That's a lot of damage, guys. We don't really kill him too easily.
And the best part is after this team fight, Januel goes and says, I need Vessel. I'm going to farm for a while.
They really need Vessel because for the same reason, it's a good Vanguard game into potentially Crimson later down the line. You know, Masaros, he hasn't felt pressured by any of the magic damage. It's all this armor that's been seeing him through these fights very safely. And dare I say, without perhaps the Meld Strike and now this Deso on Gabby, you know, debuffs applied to him, I think those kills are really hard.
Yes.
With just physical damage.
I agree. That's why the incentivization by Masaros was honestly so clever. That Lotus Orb helps so much as well.
Yeah, there's a smoke coming out from Fnatic. Bleed have back from their tier 2 tower push, likely because they don't see anyone on the map, but it's going to be play hard here. He breaks the smoke.
Januel respects it though. He goes behind the trees, making sure to hit him with a Thunderclap. He got the AoE talent. That's why he hit him from so far away. He will die for this, and of course, Masaros.
Did you see that?
That was
he out-healed Kisses.
DJ has the TP. He knows the strength of Masaros. No longer can you fight this Timbersaw.
What level Kisses is that? Is only Kisses level 1? I mean, that'll do it, but still, that's ridiculous. That's 60 DPS that he basically lives through. I think he dies, honestly, if we're in a meta where Shackles doesn't also heal the Shaman.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Masaros, he's leading from behind. Gabby, you might be in an awkward position here. He does have BKB, though. Could always BKB TP.
So, this maybe is tempting.
It is tempting. They don't have Vessel, though.
Mess up the Lotus.
Yeah, the Lotus means that now they can use the Primal Roar. The Overgrowth did not hit the Beastmaster, though. Jackie fighting back. Armel's forced to use BKB, now going for Jackie. They're committing for the squishier carry. may play hard instead. But Playhard gets saved by Lotus Sword, the Koki catches him, Armel gets away. And KP continues this. They have the vision of the Hawks as well, but now that they're behind the Hawks, no point in following through.
Yeah. Masaro's just a little bit too aggressive, you know, where he can go, not everyone else can follow, unfortunately. He's a little bit, you know, he's a man, and I don't even know what kind of comparison I'm trying to make here.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Basically, the rest
Masaro's just turned your brain to mush.
he can't pretend like everyone else can follow him that easily. They need kind of a still like a pretty decent initiation for him to make those kinds of plays and be able to just move where he wants in the fights. Yeah, Dubu just died like in the crossfire of something, probably sleight of fist or like a meld strike.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Like he needs to understand that the rest of his team is relatively still made of paper.
But I think his role of like going behind them and giving that extra vision is helping his team a lot. Like you said,
For sure.
That line is so hard to draw as to like how much is too far and how much is you're giving vision.
I just think while you're doing that, there also needs to be other initiation going on. Right?
Oh yeah,
Someone,
that's Corden's role.
Corden or perhaps, you know, Shaman blinking in looking for a hex, something like that.
Another smoke broken by Masaros, by the way.
Done. Play hard.
Armel, he did not get the Sleight of Fist here in Chains combo. Both are on cooldown. You retreat now.
It's a pretty big deal as well, right? Because this is second Roche. First Roche taken fairly early by Bleed. So now both teams very likely to just be posturing here a little bit and trying to get the superior positioning for this upcoming fight. Dire still hold their outposts though, so you know the buybacks might end up actually coming a bit into play, especially considering we have an Ember in play who does have buyback here. He's sitting on almost 2,000 gold. He's 400 on his surplus.
Okay. And we'll see what he decides to go for now with the Ember. I think he might also be doubting as to what build he needs to go for. Because the Kayan Sanj, which he's queuing, seems okay. But maybe Ags? Like, I'm not really that sold on Kayan Sanj either. It just seems like a nice transitional item where you don't really know what to buy.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised by it. I'm not too sure.
Oh, he's buying the full he sold. He bought Sanj.
Masaros, trying to defend his ward, will not be able
They have Vessel now, though, so he can die. You notice how they actually didn't use the Vessel charge there to not reveal they have Vessel.
Okay, Jackie's got BKB now coming his way. Blink Dagger on the Snapfire, so both teams are highly incentivized to take a fight here and now.
Nice. That Force Staff and Blink Dagger on Snapfire, so a lot of mobility.
Yeah, there's a casual Crystallis on the TA, so she actually packs quite a little bit of a punch. Bought that first as she builds up towards that Silver Edge. Maybe kind of soon for KP, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to wait here. DJ with some really good D wards as he looks to try and at least make sure he gives this team the best chance at taking this possible Roche fight, as it's going to be Bleed who take a bit more of the initiative and smoke up first. Dubu once again leaving them into battle.
Yeah, this blue team. Very scary. They're gonna go initiate now. Gabby is the target. Rolling Thunder. They keep him stunned. They get rid of the enemy damage. KP's forced to TP. Can they cancel this in time? The fourth staff from DJ saves him. The real CEO of Fnatic saving his employees.
Yeah, what a gamer. Really phenomenal move. This is the second time Bleed make a really nice smoke, falling off actually in the very same part of the map, and they find an enemy core basically for free. Not much TA could do there. No chance to really BKB with the kind of situation they had.
So they're just gonna poke, it seems like. They're gonna kill the Shaman. This time he couldn't shackle the Ember because he was BKB'd. Manuel using the ultimate as well, but he might die to the multi-shots to be a little more careful. Masaros is definitely not the target. They just want to Cyclone him, so he's not a nuisance here.
That is BKB on Ember as well as the Drow Ranger, though.
Okay.
This fight a little bit awkward, and with the TA back in 20, if they can continue to delay this, there's a chance that they can actually take Roche. It's low, so Bleed are forced to action.
Yeah, and thanks to the Pangos minus armor plus Jackie's damage, it seems too difficult to actually contest this. Jackie will get the Aegis, and I believe the Shard as well.
He already bought it, so he's just left it on the ground, and it looks like, yeah, Masaros is going to get his flamethrower up. Does really increase his push, and of course a little bit more damage as well to boot.
Oh, we're seeing a small fight though. Skirmish in mid lane, it seems like Corden.
Wow, tap danced right around him, that was clean.
But they caught Nubu. Yeah. He's burning up. Januel though can't get the final hit, and he's going to die. He even swapped to the Fire Drunken Brawler to hope that crits were enough damage, but they just weren't.
KP down bottom does get a little bit of split pushing in though with his Ancient Black Dragon. That's always the best creep you're looking for, to just push the waves and do significant damage. So that is something that Bleed are going to have to take care of. Then again, they do have themselves a Train Protector with max living armor, so they should be at least a little bit more safer from those split pushes. That being said, Bleed are looking to continue to clear out the rest of their jungle and play hard.
Oh, wow, he avoided the dragon because the attack time actually takes forever. Play hard to still shackle him. Masaros nearby. Play hard tries to shackle, but a bit too late. He will die. Masaros, he's not afraid of anything. He starts to burn this dragon, cutting him as well. Chef Masaro is preparing this dragon for us. And it's going to be a 250 gold dish, Richie.
Delicious. He's going to go ahead and put 100 carrot gold leaf on it as well for us, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Masaro's looks like the kind of guy that would really enjoy that. Went to the team house. He's like, what are your favorite food? McDonald's burger. Oh, okay.
That's actually very true. Yeah, we did ask him that, and he was very clear. He said with McDonald's.
Very honest person.
KP is going to be a little bit upset, though, that, of course, he loses his Black Dragon. He does at least find the... Oh, good escape there. He does at least find himself the Ancient Thunderhide, so he can continue pushing. Yeah, not bad at all.
I think with TA is not the greatest because unfortunately your TA is not usually in position where you can frenzy her and just burst someone with the attack speed. It's better with like longer range heroes like the Drows or the Medusas. Yeah. But that slam got buffed, and it's actually really good for clearing creep waves now.
It is, yeah.
Oh, from Roar.
Hello.
He's going for the Shaman. They will kill play hard just in time.
Yeah.
The Hex, though, did come out. Spiteful Hex at the end.
Spiteful Hex. Invis Rune not going to be put to use here by Corden, unfortunately. That's not play hard twice, done in a very similar fashion, just a little bit too aggressive. I like their moves, you know, trying to set up an aggressive play. They do feel like they should be the ones kind of setting pace right now, given they have the second Aegis. But honestly, it's a Drow Ranger. She just wants more items. She wants this full Manta. It's even going for a second defensive item into the Linken's, but here they go.
Ooh, what a rolling thunder, but he does BKB in between those hits.
Wow.
You can do that now. There's actually no way you can to stop that BKB from coming out.
It's true. Not bad, though, just for a Rolling Thunder. Relatively short cooldown here at level 2 with 75 seconds. So we'll have that for another go-around, and they'll still have another minute of Aegis. So a small window where BKB might not be ready, but very small one.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, if you look at Corden's inventory, he was going for Ags originally. Well, that's where I think the point booster is.
He really likes the Ags. He
but
built
now,
that early.
Linken's that he's seen.
It's got to be for the Roar, right?
Yes. But do you like this deviation? Like, you already committed point booster, but you're still going for Linken's regardless? No sunk cost fallacy on this, man.
No, I guess not. I mean, the stats aren't half bad, right? But I guess I feel a little bit better. Who would be went completely all out? That's Januel taking to death here.
Well, obviously, it's the point booster is definitely... Like, he didn't mean to buy it, right? Yeah. But he corrected in time, and that's a rarity, especially for younger players.
It's true. It's true. You know, he's going to course correct now. It's a 1,200 gold deficit, but like I said, it's not like the stats go to waste on you or just the bonus HP and mana, right? A bigger pool for you to play with, and maybe you do end up living a bit longer. He is having a hard time if he does get roared in these Rolling Thunders. He kind of just dies to TA. It's that kind of hero, right? So having a little bit more survivability and immunity from that roll is really strong. Because honestly, the only other targeted abilities right now are Lift, which doesn't pierce magic immunity. It's just Roar. It's really just Roar. So Linken's does really allow you and enable you to roll around in these fights relatively safely.
Oh, it's true, actually. It's really difficult to
It's really just roll, and I think Bleed as a whole have identified that, right? Which is exactly why Jackie decides, no, I just need to be able to not get roared. And I'll be fine in these fights. He's got BKB, Hurricane Pike, Manta. Maybe some would say it's too many defensive items, but the stats are put to very good use on this Drow Ranger.
Oh, and you're right, because they actually have difficulties canceling Linken's regardless of BKB or not, right? So it has to be items, but Force Staff is pretty low range these days.
Beastmaster doesn't have any items. Force Staff on the snap, you're right, it's the only one. Ember has nothing. TA has nothing as well. It's literally just Hurl Boulder, Lift, and Roar.
But that boulder is the slowest boulder.
It is really slow.
There's no way you're time. Well, you know what? Maybe they timed that correctly. I'd be very impressed.
I mean, it is a boulder. If they said Hurl Pebble, you know, I'd expect that thing to be kind of getting a bit faster. But a boulder, I mean, that thing's got to pack some weight.
I don't think that's a boulder though, because a boulder I'd expect to be at least the size of one Harrison Ford.
One tiny. Oh.
And these heroes are about the size of Harrison Ford, so I don't think that's a Hurl boulder. I agree with your Pebble.
Well, we'll see. And just like Harrison Ford, you landed on the wrong runway with that joke. We'll see now. DD rune up for Armel. He's going to try and make a fight. He's actually got a haste rune as well. Fresh and a long BKB still at his aid. Oh, it's actually 6 seconds, pardon. But Aegis has been reclaimed, and they're fairly even here in terms of net worth. Bleed pretty passive there with that second Aegis duration. Jackie at a very crucial moment. He's about to get the gold for this Linken Sphere. And then he does become quite a difficult hero to get on top of.
Have a little bit of a lull finally from this game, huh, Richie? As both are collecting their items.
A little bit of a chill period. And Corden's actually once again swapped up his build. by the way. Has he sold the point booster? Is that what I see?
I think so.
Yeah, because he's replaced it with a full basher. That's curious.
I've never seen that before.
I can't say I've ever seen that too much either. I'd really love to go back and like on the post-game screen and see when he decided to sell that, when he decided to pick up the point booster, but I kind of still like the basher too. It does leave him vulnerable to those roars, so who is it? Masaros has to make sure that he gets that Lotus on top of him to make sure that he's, you know, fairly invulnerable during that duration.
I think Freud used to call this ego death, what he just did here, because I'm very impressed. I've never seen Dota players actually deviate that quickly, but it does go to show this profile of Corden we've been trying to build up, that he's really a team player, and he's obsessed with that idea.
Yes.
He is not the traditional mid laner of, I am going to beat everyone on my own. He is someone that values the team he's in, he understands the late's experienced, and he'll adapt to the situation to make sure his team can have a better game.
There we go, and we can see there's that Lincoln Sphere, 33 minutes, just shy of the mark here for the Drow Ranger. And I think now she can really just stand and deliver, play hard as well. He's invested into the gem, I believe. Yeah, that's online for Masaros now. He's a great gem carrier quite naturally. Masaros as well with his own Bloodstone. Lots of big items coming here.
Oh, yeah. I never considered the combo of Bloodstone plus Flamethrower, but it's pretty good, right? It's like this kind of uncontrollable air damage with Chakram, of course, as well. Of course. That you can't really stop, so you stun him, but he still heals with Bloodstone.
Yeah, you've got a Spell Amp talent as well, right at 15. Now that
True.
Now that your reactive armor talent's not really that great anymore, so this is kind of only further incentivizes it. Bloodstone, you know, I think is fairly safe to say is a little bit overtuned these days. So anything you can do to buff that is going to make you stand out even that much more in these team fights.
I was just looking at his talents. His reactive armor is a ridiculously bad talent. Now that's 40 stacks.
Yeah.
Plus 6?
That's what, like 8% or something? It's not amazing. Oh, careful though, Corden.
Yeah, they caught Corden with a cookie. That stun is going to be sufficient. Corden's already down. Team player or not, he died before his team could be there, but here's the counter initiation. Lift to get rid of Masaros. Play hard though, plus Dubu. They try to initiate, but they get killed so quickly as Masaros is finally freed from his prison. He goes and chases after KP. KP, who has a BKB, will try to TP in time. Masaros can't do anything to him, and the whole boulder will actually stun him towards the end of that fight. Jackie is fighting against the Ember alone. Armel finds a place to TP, and Fnatic, they minimize their losses, only losing their carry.
Just a great roar out from KP, really, to set that one off.
No doubt.
No doubt. Out of position a little bit there, maybe not correctly reacting to the information that he had on the map was Corden, and that's really unfortunate, right? You just bought this full Abyssal Blade. In fact, you've even sold a point booster to get here, and unfortunately, you're going to take that death. Jackie, though, is still incredibly strong in these fights. He is beating back this Ember. Ember is not tanky enough to deal with this Drow Ranger, not unless the Roar is on top of her and he can get in range and break her marksmanship passive. Even then, with the amount of mobility, BKBs, and a Lincoln Sphere that this hero has, like, it's so hard to stay on top of her. Jackie, I really like his itemizations here. He doesn't really need to be such a big tank buster this game, right? Drow Ranger already is quite naturally a tank buster with her marksmanship. She just needs to be able to have marksmanship online, and she's already the tank buster as Masaros. Yeah, he's gonna find John Noel this time. No TP away, so John Noel can only just run and hope to cut the wave. On fire, he will fall.
Do you know the leading cause of pandas losing their population is actually deforestation? So Timbersaw is made to kill this hero.
It's a very sad fact to bring up during the cast. I'm very sad now.
Good. I completely agree with your point on the Drow, and not just because she doesn't have to be tank buster, because you also have a Timbersaw.
Yes.
That's a tank buster.
Very true. Yeah, very true. And he kind of plays a little bit of double duty there, right? Because he can also be a little bit more of the chaos maker. Oh, quick, get on top of this guy. He's zoning me out from the fights, kind of. And that makes it a little bit more difficult for you to coordinate and actually get on top of this Drow. I do think Bleed, so long as they stick together, are very, very, very strong in these team fights. I think this is the stage of the game where, like, Overgrowth is maybe even preferable to a single target lockdown spell, even like Roar. Especially considering the Lincoln Spheres. You have a Blink Dagger on Dubu, right? He's managed to farm that item up. He's defended this bottom tower. Remember this bottom tier 3 tower when we used to see this thing getting beat to a pulp? It's almost full HP now, right? So Beastmaster's still not really able to really effectively utilize the split push potential that this hero has. So Bleed, you know, their draft is really, really coming together now.
I think you touch on a very good point here, which is the Beastmaster has one role, which is Primal Roar. The Tree Protector also has one role, which is Overgrowth, essentially, because everything else is minimized. But one's the core, one's the support. So having your Beastmaster only be able to do a Roar feels like you don't really have an offlaner. Compare him to the Masaros.
Looks like we're heading for a little bit of a team fight here. Johnny Well breaking the smoke.
And Masaros is going for the low ground. He surprised them because they were expecting them to be behind him. And instead, They were in the high ground already, trying to kill off John Well. That's going to be a dead Brewmaster. In exchange, though, for Playhard, they do catch Ember with the overgrowth, and Jackie stayed at the BKB, so the Kisses will not be able enough to kill him. Now they're going for Gabby, who activates his own BKB, and thanks to Aurora, they can finally get rid of Corden. Will his team be able to make up for this? They are chasing after the Templar Assassin, who's no BKB anymore, has a refraction, but knows against Timbersaw is kind of useless.
Masars is literally alone, by the way. His team has run the complete opposite direction.
Oh no, they have the Sphere Vessel. They should be able to kill him this time, but he's just a bit too quick. And they look in the opposite direction. Cookie does not work out.
Maybe this is still Roche. I mean, maybe it has to be Roche for Fnatic. You bought back on John Noel. It's a little bit of a commitment. They're going to capture this outpost to make sure there's no buyback shenanigans from Corden. And I think with your TA, you can actually finally look through with a DD rune online.
Masaros, you madman! He went in to de-ward that ward on the high ground, and he's still fine. In fact, he's going to fight back. Oh no, they put him up in the high ground. I'm actually not sure what put him up in the high ground.
I'm not sure how he got up there either. Yeah, must have been a little warper chain or something like that. Yeah. But Gabi, he's got the DD rune. They're going to scout that, though, so now they know. You can see the frantic pings, and immediately Jackie and Duber are like, no, we're going this way, actually.
I don't, but Masaros doesn't care.
I mean, why should he?
Someone kill this man, please.
Why should he?
Has he died a single time this game?
No, 16-0-3. I mean, he's playing a phenomenal game.
Masaros is in a pub game right now. He's not even playing competitive.
And that circles back, to the first double kill he got super early on, right? And to how we were talking about the kind of impact this kind of hero can have. Sure, this hero has felt more lackluster as of late, but when he's enabled for this kind of start and nothing's able to shut him down, it does feel like you can kind of sustain this lead. I feel like there's also a little bit of a lack of mixed damage here on Fnatic that really threatened him. If he had to diversify his build and potentially going for like the casual hood of Defiance, maybe he doesn't have full Bloodstone and also Shibas and also loaded. Like, it's just so much. And now with BOTs, he's everywhere. He's really everywhere in these fights.
And he's going for BKB in case you ever think of getting mixed damage here. Gabby is going to have a tough time initiating on this. Going to be the Embers going to lead instead. Armel, okay, DJ as well. They do Hex up this Timbersaw, send him flying. They just want to get rid of Masaros with the fly. From Aurora as well. They catch the Pango one more time, but they need more damage for this. Gabby's in position, and now with a second roll, they're capable of killing Corden. Dougal falls as well. Playhard has survived this long thanks to the shackles, but Armel is finally freed, and he's going to finish off this pesky shaman. There, it's going to be the last hit. Meanwhile, in the backlines of this fight, Jackie needs help. Masaros is nowhere nearby. Jackie goes up to the high ground and saves himself for a surefire death. As they have no roar or anything to catch him, it's going to be the Roche, though, given to Fnatic.
Okay, really, really good job there by Armel. I think it really carries him through that fight, just kind of sows chaos. Basically in the back lines, Shaman's nowhere where he needs to be. The last couple of fights that have gone well for Bleed have gone well because it's the Shaman making the jumps and finding the hexes and getting those pickoffs. Fnatic, ever since they fought near that tier 1, down bottom, I haven't really felt like they've ever had like a fight that they've left happy with. This is one where they're finally like, we did everything we wanted. We got a phenomenal roar onto the Pango, you can see here.
There's a fight going on right now, by the way, as we cut this replay, because they just hexed the Timbersaw, but once again, he's unkillable. He's not a target. He might just die to Masaros. Someone help him out here? KP? No, he's being slowed. And the Timber Chain will finish him off. KP's dead. Masaros gets the Bloodstone. Armel is also in trouble, trying to go for Jackie, but he's again soloing Jackie. Where's the help from Gabby? He's not reaching, thanks to Jackie. And Masaros, once again left alone. They're spreading themselves a bit too thin. Now Gabby, they have the detection plus the gust. That refraction is going to be torn to shreds. The Aegis is gone. And Fnatic, they can't do anything to help him. He's going to die twice.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. There's absolutely no way out. Even however strong this Ag Scepter is that Armel has, or Gabby, pardon me, there's just no way he's getting out of there in time. And that's kind of wild, honestly, the way that they end up losing that fight. They look high ground again for one of those, maybe really fortunate catches onto Corden, like they got very earlier into the game. This time Bleed's in position and they counter initiate, and it's beautiful. Masaros again doing his thing. He gets onto those backlines and no one else can really enter that fight from there. Jackie, he's only a node by the Ember, but even with the Ag Scepter, there's not enough remnants, there's not enough mana for Ember to really force Jackie out from these fights.
And it did feel like he was alone, right? They didn't feel like the TA was capable of getting close to Jackie and helping him out and finishing off this Drow. So even though it feels like Gabby understands he has to leave Masaros alone, he can't quite do that because he doesn't have the mobility to do so. And that's been an issue this whole game. The Axe is not giving the mobility he needed. Maybe a Blink Dagger would have helped a little bit. As these racks are falling down to Snakes plus Jackie, They're probably going to retreat after this, or are they going to go for another tower? They don't care.
Already pushed top. Masaros there buffing his own damage. Flamethrower onto the tier 3. Another fortify here, courtesy of the new his patch. Is that going to buy them a bit of time? And actually, the smoke play. There's a buyback here on this TA, so they could look for a play.
Oh, okay. They are going to try to break the backlines here. Jackie, uncomfortable position, but he is backed up by Masaros. They know they can't go for Masaros. They're Ember flying at least. Ember is on a remnants. He's also been shackled. They're turning this chicken into chicken karage right now as Armel is trying to get away from Aurora to save him. Refresh as well. Mortimer's Kiss is here. And despite the BKB on Shaman, he's still going to go down. Jackie, though, trying to concentrate on Armel. He will bring him down.
Ember
as the Pandas plus Gabby are going after Jackie. Masaros finally joins the fray, and he's just annoying Gabby, body blocking and making it impossible for him to get close to the Drow Ranger. As they also go for John Well. They want to make sure this Brewmaster finally dies here. Gabby might even be a target. No. They don't have an overgrowth. Doesn't really matter. Gabby's growth is too much slow, and they're going to lose Gabby. Your damage is gone. They might be able to finish off Jackie. At least they do. Armel, the real carry in this team fight. He's going to try to get out. Jackie does buy back. He's leaping right to the outpost. The Pangos are to catch him. They do dispel immediately searing chains. The silence from the trap. Armel so close to getting away, but unfortunately there's no more remnants left. They have the multi-shot. They have 3 heroes on him. Fnatic just lost their 2 most important cores for 2 minutes, Richie. It's over.
That's it. That's got to be GG. And I have to really commend Bleed. They drag that fight all the way from the high ground. They don't make the same mistake they've been making time and time again. They don't let the Ember completely cut their lines. They drag that fight all the way back to the outpost, which they control. They get the buybacks. They make the call, and they win the game. Phenomenal game out from Bleed, who will take game 1 over Fnatic.
Yes, what a performance by Bleed. Fnatic, to be honest, looking much stronger this game than the first series we saw them against Geek Slate.
Yes.
But Bleed did bring the pain this time. It felt like Corden had come into his own in this Pango. His early game was phenomenal, and even though he's being cancelled a lot in that mid game, he found the solution to it. He found a way to be useful and a way to trust his teammates. Great job from Bleed.
Yeah, for real. I was also really impressed with the way that he changed up his itemizations throughout that game, buying the full point booster and then selling it to get the Basher online. If they do end up winning and we get an interview with him, I'd really like to hear his thoughts on that, or potentially the pros that we've had on panel, why he decided that Lincoln's wasn't worth it and Basher was worth the price.
Yes.
Because that's a significant loss of gold, 600 down, you know. It's a pretty big deal to change up your build that late into an itemization. But we can't talk about Bleed and not bring up Masaros. 21-0-5 on the Timbersaw. What a game.
Yes.
I casted doubts on the abilities of this hero, and he's shown me in the right kind of drafts, when you get that right kind of support, especially from your mid laner, I really have to say, making that really surprise rotation. Remember, I think he bought a bunch of mangoes and then TP top lane from like bottom river rune. So not even like that big of a TP. It completely catches off guard. I think it was at that time Gabby. They get a kill, boot her out of the lane, and they just grab. They just grab, right? They get all that map control. They get all the tier 1 towers by like 15 minutes, and they just never let up.
Yeah, it was an impressive performance here by Bleed, and I cannot wait to see game number 2. But before that, I would love to see our host and panelists break down this game number 1 so we can learn a little bit more from these 2 great teams.
Man, what a game that was. That was kind of crazy because like the laning stage wasn't going great for Fnatic in both top and bottom lane when their towers went down like really early. But then for some reason, it never really felt like, even though Bleed took the first two Roches, didn't really feel like Fnatic was that behind. But then Fnatic was then pushing the bottom lane, and it looked like they were ahead when they took the 3rd Roche. And then all of a sudden, the game kind of went downhill from there.
Yeah. What else is there to say?
I mean that's crazy. That's basically the whole game.
I mean, Fnatic definitely were doing the right moves to like maintain the network lead, despite like you said, losing the 2 Roshan's. But yeah, they overextended. They felt like they were strong enough to go high ground. And it goes back to the build that Gabby, the Silver Edge, there's no real way to get in or get out. And once you get caught with like a Frost Arrow when your BKB's down, you're kind of like a sitting duck, and you became a duck.
I feel like Fnatic's draft, like they had last pick for both their side lanes. They picked matchups that both lost. They kind of like picked heroes to like deal with the Pango role, right? The Beastmaster and the TA both. I think they didn't expect the TA Timber to be so one-sided, but Masaros obviously very good understanding of his hero. He probably understood the lane a bit better. I think Fnatic, I thought they won this game when they got the 3rd Roche.
Yeah.
But I think they thought they won too, and they ran bot lane. They stopped doing what they were doing throughout the whole game. I think they had like room to scale and like take the game slowly. I think it was like they got through the hardest part of the game, and then they kind of messed it up.
And like fighting in the high ground, it's like you got to give more respect to your opponents, and you have to make sure you're in a bigger advantage. Because like one, they never dealt with this timber problem. So going high ground, you gotta find a way to address that timber problem. And they didn't, and you know, Master Ross became a boss, and I have to give credit to Corden. Like he enabled this timber to snowball kind of out of control. You know, like what the caster said, that TP rotation to top killed Gabby the first time, and then I guess and then Playhard was there next to set up another kill with Gabby, and those two deaths was a big setback for him.
I feel like we have to talk about Mastros for a bit because he did play outstanding this game. So a while ago, Adam, I asked you, right? I was like, hey, you know, there's this Timber hero. Doesn't it usually like kind of fall off in the late game? And you said, no, because of his itemization, it helped him scale. So what exactly did he do? Like what items did he buy to help him really go through all the way to the late game and kind of carry a lot of it for himself?
Yeah, I was telling Pi just now, I felt like if this Timber just bought like Griefs and maybe Crimson Guard, they could actually just go high ground at 20 minutes and Fnatic couldn't do anything because Fnatic doesn't really have a lineup that wants to fight into that early, but he chose to go for his like scaling item build, Sanjay Kaya, Lotus Shiva, Bloodstone, and I think he was just unkillable the whole game. Like Fnatic looked like they didn't have damage. Gabby went for his Silver Edge, but it definitely wasn't enough, clearly. 21-0 and 5 Masaros.
Do you feel like the Fnatic kind of gave them too much respect? Like, sure, Timber's a hard hero to kill, but I'm like in my head, like a smoke roar, you know, with a Snapfire ulti, like I think he was killable.
I think there was this one fight bottom where Gabby had DD and Masaros came to a high ground and KP like didn't roar him. I think he would have died for sure.
Yeah, he was hesitating because of the Lotus was on, but I think at that point, like DD Gabby, he would get that streak and you know, could have.
I definitely feel like he should have died once or twice. He didn't have Hood or anything against the snap out early on. There was definitely a way. I think Zhao had Vessel too, but he had Lotus.
It was quite late. It was quite late, but again, I feel like you still have to try because Timber is one of these heroes that can snowball out of control if you don't really.
I think their approach was to like use the Bruling to kind of ignore the Timber, right, and like kill the. And it kind of did get to a point where they like abused their vision. We saw the Roche fight to Fnatic. They did reach a point where they definitely were in the position to take over the game, but they kind of got a bit overexcited there.
Yeah.
Giving the game back to Bleed.
All right, so let's see who will take the next game. Will it be Bleed? Will it be Fnatic? Right after this break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
that, Adam?
Damn, what's that, Mike? Pancake.
Egg.
Some kind of eggy pancake.
I mean, it looks like kimchi pancake, but it's probably not. I don't know.
Oh, it looks delicious.
It does look good.
But you know what else is delicious? The game 2 coming up that we're ready to see for Bleed and Fnatic. That's going to be exciting.
Sure.
Sure.
You can have that for dinner.
Yeah, but I'm also kind of excited to see, you know, so far that we've seen a lot of the times when teams are playing against Bleed, well, the past, how many games has gone by? 4 games where Bleed has played. They've banned Ember and Pango. So we've only been able to see Corden play Puck, right? So I kind of want to see him be able to play on
Yeah, the
Ember.
game of Primal Beast.
Ah, yeah, right, that Primal
Or
game.
Mars. I don't know.
Primal Beast, yeah.
Primal Beast.
But from what I got from like such a small amount of games is he's definitely like a more active position.
I think he plays a role very similar to Mikoto. They just like pick his hero early, enable your to silence. Like you're not really supposed to carry the game.
Yeah, because
like, you'll carry later if you want, but early game you're like, help me out here.
But I reckon they'll still just keep this formula of picking his hero early on because just a limited hero pool.
Will Trian be banned?
I don't know.
You feel the Trian again?
Again, it's like I guess you could say the impact was there because if there was no Trian, KP's Beastmaster would have been able to get bottom.
100%.
And you know, there were some fights where the OG was very crucial and got like the Ember and whatnot. But yeah, again, like if it's not Trian, what are you gonna first pick in this current meta?
Lina, Phoenix, Marcy, no, Miranda.
Also, Marcy's like, you know, like sure, like I think Shanks is the only one that has been showing that Marcy has that first pick potential. Everything else is kind of iffy.
Seen a lot of Nature's Prophet recently.
Yeah, but you don't first pick that.
So Zai's like off-lane Aghanims, Nature's Prophet too.
Is it still the root?
Clue, I think so.
So many changes, so hard to keep track of everything.
Speaking of KP and the whole tree, man, that was so painful. There was like one part where the tier 3 tower bottom was like, this little help.
Yeah, it's so sad. He worked so hard.
He did.
The whole game, he was just like...
He was working.
Them dragons.
Yeah, and he was like making so much space too. Like he was just pushing the tower, and there was a lot of times where in the middle of the game, Fnatic were actually able to win to the team fights because someone had to TP back and def.
Yeah.
So, man, shame, the tree hero.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic kind of put themselves in this hole because of the laning phase where they had to play this game where they needed to split the map. I mean, they did a good job, but I don't think they went into the draft saying like we don't want to fight, we want to split push. Just kind of ended up there from the lanes.
Going back to the draft, I didn't really see the TA last pick. You know, the reason why they saved that for last.
Well,
I mean, we talked about this just now. We felt like the last picks that Gabby has been taking has not been like the really like I'm gonna get you. You may.
Well, I mean, here you can go ahead and press the button. That's all you, man. Here's our draft. Speaking of, let's see who's picked. And you have the first pick Lina and first pick Rubik.
So
like you said,
Ember is really like banner take.
Yeah.
And you know,
Centaur?
Let's see if like Bleed's like, well, we've encountered this first pick Lina and Blacklist countering us.
Centaur's not really a Masaros hero though. I feel like he prefers to play like this heavy scaling mid game.
Yeah, he definitely likes to scale. And
I could see a Mars though. I think he's a big Mars player.
Rubik.
I mean, Centaur might not be the Masaros hero, but it might be the answer to Lina. So, I mean, I've seen Cuckoo's games. They're pretty good.
I guess they're sticking to their plan, just Corden hero, Space Maker. It's also a bit of a flex, but I don't think Dubu plays Rubik. Like, it's definitely going to be on play hard, right?
I mean, every support can say they play Rubik, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Undying.
Okay, I like this from Fnatic. I think Masaros in general is just going to play a strength hero. Secure lane for Gabby. They just... I mean, I look at last game, I'm like, guys, we lost our lanes really hard. Just like, pick me, Undying.
Yeah, it's never fun playing a Brewmaster versus a Timber.
Yeah.
They're just like, I just want to leave this lane right now.
What do you even do?
But this is the first Undying that we're seeing?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember any other Undying. Bleed though, a lot of people are saying like Rubik is kind of a really good pick nowadays.
I mean, you can never go wrong with Rubik,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like it limits what the opponents want to, like, you know. It's either you go all out well there's like so many good spells to steal, or you don't.
I mean, it's also an instant stun, right? Just live, you can't pop BKB. Same as Hex. Rubik, bit stronger laner, bit more useful.
Like there will never be a patch where Rubik is not a good pick, because it's just such a good hero.
And the spell seal's nice for the tomb for sure.
And you can also, like, with the shard, like you have that defensive option of lifting the.
Does Gabby play Lina?
I mean, like if Lina carry is the meta.
I've never seen him play a hero,
but I'm sure he has.
Maybe in pubs. I mean, they can still do Armel Lina, right? I think against Tiny, not the worst.
Every time I hear Armel's name now, I just think of that X-God clip that's like Armel, Gmail, so mail. You've never heard that?
No.
Oh my.
I don't really listen to.
You don't listen to Cat?
You might.
No.
Oh.
Not unless I'm in it. No.
I hate the sound of my voice.
Bad. But what else do we have? We have the Pango ban, Dawnbreaker ban.
Just heroes to protect the Lina, kind of bit of team fight here. Surprised if Fnatic choosing to ban carries, not really addressing the, well, Masaros hero, I would say. Probably go for a Night Stalker. I think it was Bleed's Lina answer. He went like Blade Mail too, I think. Or was that someone else?
No, definitely someone else. He went Armlet into BKB.
Mm-hmm.
You're a fan of the Night Stalker Blade Mail run at the Lina?
No, I think that's like
too much.
I don't see Night Stalker as a good Blade Mail hero.
Fair.
Because you want to. I mean, I guess like the stats that you get, it's pretty good. You get armor, but it's like if you're getting that chainmail, you might as well go for the armlet.
I feel like other items are also just kind of too important. Like BKB on Night Stalker is kind of like crucial, especially running towards Alina. You might want to blink, and you need that shard. Shard's very useful.
Yeah, that's true. Fnatic taking some time with their ban here. What carry is Jackie gonna play against Lina? PA? Have we seen PA against Lina yet?
Not yet.
We have not. We've seen some Spectre, but honestly, Silver Edge just makes the matchups weird. Whereas PA is Spectre, they all can just kind of die when they like go in on a Lina.
And yeah, more like it seems more often than not that the carries nowadays just love to have that silver edge,
right? Yeah,
because it gives you the crit and then that
invisibility is so annoying to play against as well.
And like with how Execration built, like it was a really tanky Lina.
Yeah.
Like
feels like
you can't really burst that kind of like if they opt to build that kind of way where you have more HP. Oh, it's a brood. Okay.
Just put the Undying as a like offlane support here. Pick something else.
How is Brood against Lina?
It's okay until like Lina's level 6.
Yeah, that just leaves, right?
Yeah.
Goes jungle.
But it's kind of like no pressure, and it's a Rubik, so yeah, I relatively an easy laning phase, and then after a while he's just like, okay, you can have your lane, I don't really care.
I'm curious to see what KP ends up playing here. Maybe some tied
Mars
banned, Dawn Pango Mars removed.
Yeah, so targeting KP.
They could also just pick Gabby's hero and let Armel play Lina, right? Like this Brood is shown super early.
Yeah.
So Lina's kind of not really fixed as a carry.
Oh, Legion.
Okay, KP hero. They could.
Another Lina buffer.
Is that the first time we've seen Legion in CDPC?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
The Q is nice against the spiders, though. You run very fast.
It is. I think it's just protection for Lina as well.
Yeah, the lockdown's pretty bad right now. You just have avatars left.
A very common hero, though, especially when you don't see the carry matchup.
Yeah.
It can go really rough. They need some damage here from DJ, I think, or team fight.
Yeah, so Monkey King's banned, so there's that link to the pick.
That's the pick here. Hoodwink, Tuskar. Interesting pick.
Ooh, Tusk and Lina kind of pain, though.
Why the Tuskar? Just another save.
Yeah. And maybe just like a hero that can go on the Rubik. Not because you want like heroes that can kind of shut down this Rubik and not be free to keep stealing whatever spell you want.
I just see the 3 heroes on bleed and I feel like there was no reason to pick Tusker. I guess now there is.
Yeah,
that's the better heroes against Drow in the lane.
I mean, it is a very strong hero, Drow, kind of like one of the better carries in this meta. But against Tusk, and could cause a lot of pip.
LC though. Is it a strong lane? I don't know. I feel like Drow's gonna be okay. They have last pick for their.
Yeah, but like, what is their?
5?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What is, like, is it tiny pause 5? But yeah, Cordon's probably gonna be tiny mid. What would you pick? There's some more Undying. Yeah, so they're removing the pause 5s that can be kind of like the bodyguard, clockwork. Ogre's not really that.
Dazzle, let's go.
Dazzle?
Dazzle. Spank him.
It could work.
Dubu hero. Please don't pick
Chen
Chen
is a
Dubu.
Dubu hero.
It's kind of trash against this though.
Yeah.
He just dies.
Yeah.
Snapfire, I see Snap. It's like a bit of a body. Cookie's good against shards. Kid Tombstone.
Omni Knight.
Omni Knight?
No, it's too weak. So, could be good in the lane, but
haven't seen that hero in a while, man. Can he play Rubik 5 here?
No. I think just if it's a touch 4.
Just pick any strong laner.
Yeah.
Yeah, banning supports on bleed too. Hoodwing removed. They think it's a Tusk mid with the draw in the pool now. I think that's fair.
Silencer. I wouldn't think of banning that, but I guess it could cause some trouble. You know, like global with the brood going in and.
Just for a lane. But they have LC. I don't know. No save, I guess. They have like a very saving base draft, right?
Yeah.
So toss, lift, and global silence comes out and messes with their game plan.
I really would love to see like the whole hero list. I cannot like.
I know. I'm trying to think.
I can think of heroes, but I just can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
I'm
like.
so used to seeing all the heroes.
What do you think Fnatic can get though?
Fnatic.
I
What
think
are
they
they
should
looking
pick
for?
a carry. They just pick some Bloodseeker or something. It's good against the Brood and the Drow. Just let Armel play Alina.
I don't know.
Slug's pretty decent. Bad
This is a head
Rider.
scratcher.
Okay, Bad Rider, yeah, no.
Bad Rider.
It can cause a lot of trouble mid.
Alright, Vengeful Spirit, let's go.
Ooh, we saw that today, where there was a Venge versus Bat and Lina, the swap.
What else do you pick here? Omni Knight.
Venger. I was thinking Abaddon, but Abaddon's
Yeah, Omni.
No, Omni's not.
But then you have
It's
the.
kinda ass.
What do you call it?
Eva's kinda ass too. But it's like just for the lane. I think you want something for the lasso in the game too. It's so hard to shield off the.
Venge is probably the more better, like the, you know.
But the lane's so damn hard.
Is it though? Because you're playing against 2 melee.
Yeah, I guess so. Just terror and like hit them together, right?
So it's Abaddon. It's one of those two, Abaddon or VS.
And this feels more for the lane. I just feel like they don't really have a lasso answer later on. I think it's really hard to shield lasso. I guess they have lift to like counter initiate before he has dagger, but.
I would have preferred the VS option just because you can be like a little bit more aggressive. Because now it's like play hard has to play amazing, you know, like and Cordon also.
Play hard.
Yeah.
Play hard has to play hard.
His name. If you can't do it, well, I don't know what to tell you.
So I think, well, early game, it's Selena, so early game, like the laning and stuff, Fnatic probably was going to have it done. But who do you guys think is going to come on the
I
late?
feel like this Brood's gonna take over the mid game.
Yeah.
Like the LC
as soon as like Brood gets his response fire links, or if ever they catch Selena off guard, we can lift, and you know, like there's like the potential, like for the lane to go pretty bad is bottom with the Brood. Otherwise, it's all pretty 50-50.
I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see how this game pans out because I don't know. For me, the drafts, like both drafts, are like a little funky. Is this the first time we've seen ABBA?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's with a purpose, right?
Yeah.
It's not a bad rider. Like I kind of understand why they chose to go for a route. I think Bleed has a draft that looks more well-rounded together. Fnatic, not a fan of the Tusk Legion. They look kind of a bit awkward to me. But I think they have a okay draft too. Like, can definitely play the game.
Avo and Richie, are you guys there?
Hello.
What do you guys think of the Tusk Legion?
I'm probably with Adam. Maybe not the best of ideas, but Tusk is very strong right now, right, Adam? Like maybe there's some points to be said that the hero's just broken.
I believe in the DJ Tusker.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like any hero this guy plays is you're just gonna get some phenomenal position 4 plays.
If he's melee especially, right? That's his specialty. I miss these Earth Spirits for DJ.
Yeah.
All right, take it away, guys. Good luck.
It's a lot of phenomenal games on the Nyx Assassin. Even last game, he was doing his best trying to get around there, wasn't he?
Yes, he really was.
So you had another snack in between the games as well, didn't you?
2. I stole Pile Die's snack.
Oh.
Yes. I can't help but laugh. It's just so ridiculous. The Fnatic lineup is a lineup that I think has a lot of their comfort heroes, though. I feel like, yes, Legion Tusk, maybe not something very common, but I've seen a lot of KP Legion in his recent pubs. So I think that should be mentioned. Gabby's been practicing the Lina, as any carry has. So there's a lot of comfort here, and I think the comfort is important for game number 2, especially if you've lost game number 1.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Fnatic still, of course, looking for their first series win after their loss yesterday. But Bleed could potentially put themselves as well on equal footing here, as we'll see how they're going to be able to perform, especially how Corden, again, continues to perform on his hero here, this mid lane Tiny for himself. I think it's new. I think he's played a new hero every single time. Hold that thought. Dubu's going to find 5 and likely his own demise. Yep. First blood. Who will it go to is the only question. Oh, maybe
the magic stick
charges? Nope.
They had to give it to KP in the end, but he actually managed to take it away from Armello, right? Early, Bad Rider does suck at getting first blood for obvious reasons. He deals 44 damage a hit, so it goes to KP instead. I do think Legion Commander might be one of the better offlaners to give the first blood to.
Yes, yeah, I agree, because you can really like kind of fluctuate your builds. Level 1 already into the overwhelming odds, but you know, if you're doing some kind of funky lane, you can go for some really crazy stuff. Playhard has just, by the way, really sussed out his own ward there. Don't think he's quite meant to do that, but that ward is plainly obvious now, so Fnatic are going to have a nice advantage there when it comes to rotations. As Masaros gets the bottom room, but over top is where Jackie's having a little bit of a rough time. Should be able to make it out alive here. 2 games in a row for him on the draw.
Interesting how they decide to get into a draw, huh? Interesting how they decide to do the lane swap to make sure the Broodmother gets completely cancelled. But because the Legion Commander always has a great matchup against Brood.
Right.
How do you see the Drow-Lina matchup going?
Interesting. They're actually... Okay, so they've sent the support top. Sorry, I'm just kind of curious what their plan is here now with 2 supports top lane. John is scouted. Dubu just looking to run down this Lina. I mean, I guess it's got to do a lot with the supports now, right? Especially John Noel. Like, this is going to be a very heavy skirmishing lineup early on, and Undying loves playing in tri-lanes. So it's just more strength for him to steal.
True.
So I almost feel like when it comes to lanes, it's a little bit more on the laning side of that Bleed is proposing right now. This is a little unorthodox.
Also, isn't Tusk one of the better tri-lane heroes as well? Because you have the tag team just incredible with a tri-lane.
Yeah, I'd like to see him go top, and he is now.
Yes,
so, yes, because, of course, he does pretty much nothing down bottom, right? The ice shards, Broodmother just walks over them, so see you later. You never catch her with Snowball because she has free pathing. Those are some good, nice shards there as well. Maybe just threatening.
Oh, actually, they just blocked in the range clip and they couldn't get it. Maybe not the best, but it was very impressive how he positioned them.
So, a fun try on try. I think it kind of depends really what the goal is here. Fnatic with a little bit of a kill lane for sure, and it seems to me like Bleed just want to get the levels and the farm on the Drow Ranger and eventually get her out of here. I think eventually this dual strength melee lineup, you can see Dubu now kind of getting torn into. He's just going to be able to dive the tower, and Lina with 2 beefy bodyguards with only an Abba and a Rubik to threaten, there's just no threat there. So I think Bleed, the objective is survive.
Yeah, the concern to me is not just this tri-lane, though, is that the other 2 lanes for Fnatic, if it's 1v1, they're pretty good for them. Both the Bat Rider versus Tiny is pretty nice for Bat Rider, and bottom, we already talked about how strong Legion is against Broodmother. So even if this tri-lane goes a little bit better for you, or you survive it, or you do well, you're still sacking essentially 2 of your lanes for this.
That's true. That's really true. Especially as Masaros is going to, really start to struggle here. Legion is like one of the perfect counter picks. Eventually, when the spiders come online, you have the points and overwhelming odds. And even with Insatiable Hunger, you know, with 2 points now in Moment of Courage procs, you end up being able to trade just as easily.
Yes.
So it's really quite a good matchup. You're completely right about that. We'll see how that develops. So I guess for now, Bleed are really banking here on this Drow Ranger. I don't really think you can outfight this Legion. I think this matchup's too good. Yeah. So maybe they're just putting their eggs in the Drow basket for now.
All right, so then how do you optimize the Legion to take advantage of this Legion basket as much as possible? What eggs are you putting in there?
I think you want to go for like this, at least start and ideally look for these kinds of like dual damage, like get the ball rolling on dual damage and try and basically become a second core, pretty much even third core. Well, that right is a little bit more utility. Top lane though.
Yep, there's a tombstone already dropped. It's difficult to kill him, but they should get it in time. Nice Execration though, did hit play hard, couldn't avoid it. And Januel was thinking of diving the tower, but he's out of mana. And Decay's on cooldown anyway, so he can't even use his mangoes. Everyone retreats. Fnatic does not get the kill they were looking for. And they also get the tombstone gold on Jack.
Januel's out of basically mana and HP though, so he is going to be maybe sent on a suicide mission somewhere. He'll probably come back, but is a little bit more limited in now his utility for the next couple seconds, which is going to give a good amount of time for Bleed to try and recover a little bit here, get some more CS onto the Drow, who, by the way, Jackie, 2 games in a row, doing a phenomenal job. There's the self-deny, like I was
Gabby
alluding
though.
to.
They actually knew this was going to happen, so now Gabby's being gone on by 3 heroes from Bleed. They have very little defense. Gabby flats back, but it's not going to be
DJ's
enough.
in trouble too now.
DJ might die indeed, as the constant slow from the Frost Tower is already level 2. DJ cannot live this, despite his attempt with a Fairy Fire. It won't be sufficient. They read Januel like a book.
Yeah, not how I thought this lane was going to go. Bleed, you know, just kind of getting the better of the little calculations there. They knew exactly what the Undying had in mind as soon as he disappeared. Minute 3 rune into tier 2 tower. You know, not that crazy of a play to be making. And that's even more space now. Lots of experience as well in this tri lane for the Drow Ranger. I think that's another big point here, actually, is I think Drow really hates being kind of behind in terms of experience. I mean, what carry doesn't, but especially the Drow, just because you really need your stat gain to get online. You last hit a lot with Frost Arrows, right, because your animation is garbage. So I think this is still not all that bad for Fnatic, but they can't really afford to take many more losses. Another go here, though, towards Jackie.
A big deal. Now utilizing the tactical correctly, as they are thinking of going to Dubu instead. They're dividing the damage a bit, but that's going to net them a kill against Dubu. Januel does dive for this. It should be okay, at least it's a support for support. Not the worst of trades.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I didn't see if they denied Tombstone or if someone got the bounty. That would maybe change my mind a little bit on it.
Yes, Tombstone's a big deal.
Yeah.
Only level 1 as well. It just feels very weak.
It does. I mean, it is another objective, and it's going to force him back anyway. I think with Ice Shards, you're at least able to get a couple of zombies stacked up, which is the goal. But down bottom, LC actually dying here. The Insatiable Hunger level 2, a bit too much.
The Silken Bola there also being utilized.
Right, that miss rate, yeah.
Yeah, and the Legion Commander dying to the Bruma that was definitely not in the plans of Fnatic.
It's a real 50-50 lane. And in the lane, I thought that the LC would be able to handle, you know, single-handedly and fairly easily. I think maybe now it's time to potentially rotate a hero down bottom and just kind of surprise. I think it has to be, I promise, it has to be Tusk. I think Tusk you'd rather have bottom. Right now, though, it's Januel who's looking to go mid along with Armel. There's going to be the first Flaming Lasso in the mid lane.
Yeah, it has been used here, but not going to succeed because there's an Abaddon ready to save Corden's life. And the top lane, similar attempt by Fnatic, also fails. Playhard, though, might be in a worse position now. They put a sentry, get temporary vision here on Playhard, trying to break the sentry from Playhard, but they can't in time to try to punish him instead. Tag team available in 2 seconds. Ice Shard at least blocks his way of escaping. Playhard, though, is really juking through them, but he will eventually die as Jackie realizes this kill on Tusk is not going to happen. Januel once again joining this tri lane.
Meantime, in the mid lane, though, Bleed were able to find themselves the first power rune, and they actually get the rune down bottom. So it's a full refill here for Corden, which is, of course, pretty big. It's not only that, it's also an Invis rune. So he could look to maybe make a rotation to one of these side lanes. And again, if he's going to play this tiny anything like his Pango, it's all but guaranteed. We'll see if he wants to make a move. Like I said, down bottom, it's kind of a 50-50 lane. It feels like, surprisingly. So one rotation could really upset the balance here. And he is really, you know, he's pointing his hero down towards the bottom lane now. It does leave Jackie alone up top lane, but this could be worth it if it enables Masaros.
Indeed, as Corden, the poor man's Blink Dagger is that Invis rune. He's close enough, but KP smells something weird. Says to Avalanche from pretty far away. Gets the toss-up as well as Masaros activates the Insatiable Hunger, hoping to finish off this Legion Commander. Now that they bring the spiders in, they get even more from KP's corpse.
Top lane.
Top lane, they are trying to punish Jackie for this. Light Striker hits him, but he did have Gust, so a little silence here will hurt them. Nice little Aces to bring back Gabby, and now with Corden's Avalanche, they completely stop Fnatic.
Dude.
Jackie destroys the Tombstone in time. They're not going to get any kills on Fnatic here.
Corden is doing such a good job of these early rotations. He really identifies where he's needed at what point in the map and is like just getting there with good spells and good mana. The only, I wouldn't even call it a mistake really, the only suboptimal play he makes there is it does take him a while longer to actually get into position because he TP'd far away in the trees and had to walk all the way around. Maybe didn't have tree grab or something. It doesn't matter though. I mean, it's still a beautiful counter initiation, and that's kills kills top and bottom, and he's right back to mid without really taking any tower damage because it's a Fat Rider without lasso. He's not going to be able to gank. He's going to push your way, but that's it.
Corden, now I want to say stuck in the ice shard. He just walks away from them. Guys, this Tiny is a little bit of a difficult kill here. At least they stopped him from getting the room, which was bottom anyway, and that goes to Armel. Should Armel be rotating? Should he match Corden's tempo now that Lasso's off cooldown?
I'd say so, yes. I think he does need to make a play, and Corden, unless you really get these stacks of Napalm up, are going to be a little bit too tanky. The one thing I did want to go... Oh, hold on. Actually, they're making a play for him now.
They are. Armel could be in trouble. No rotation. If he's dead, he's put inside the snowball. That snowball's going to Masaros. Didn't guess that correctly, but telekinesis will catch Armel regardless, as DJ is now running back to the tower. Is Masaros afraid of towers? No, he's not. He's a gigantic spider. He's going to kill DJ now go for the tower instead.
This is going to get really bad. I don't know. Bleed have such a great synergy in this early game. Like, the way that their mid laner controls this early tempo, gets a couple of kills, and the way that Masaros loves to connect after picking off the tower, even though he's just lost his entire family with one overwhelming odds.
It's okay, spiders eat their children. I hear Masaros likes to put them in burgers, actually.
It's true, yes, it's true. It's really, really nice to see this team play in the early game. I think they have their early game down to a T, and you need to really be careful. Like I was saying, down bottom, you know, one rotation could really upset the balance of this game, and it dramatically did, right? That tower has been long since deleted. Masaros well on his way towards this mechanism, and eventually into the Guardian Greaves, so he's going to be looking to continue fighting with his team. They have a little bit of heals, actually, 2-2 build on Dubu, a Phonic Shield most importantly here. This is an early fighting lineup here. It's a little awkward with the Drow Ranger, I will say, but I think, you know, you can kind of utilize this Broodmother just as, like, shove her in there with all the heals and the dispels and kind of just look to, you know, have her as the temporary core until Jackie's ready to start farming and fighting. Gabby, though, not off to a terrible start either, it should be said. He's still finding his farm. He is still, as I think a lot of people would say, Lina. Oh.
Yes, that's the most important. But can the team lean on him to win this game?
Well, for now, actually, Bleed once again looking to lean on this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They've added 4 heroes, and actually Jackie's here as well.
They lean a tree on this tower, though. I think it's going to break really soon. And here comes Corden to show us. Oh, doesn't want to break that tower just yet because the glyph will prevent this tree charges from being used effectively.
KP's still building up like he's hoping to be a little bit more of a secondary core in this game. I still really like Blade Mail first on the LC, don't get me wrong, but it can feel like a very, you know, really teetering on useless item if the game continues to trend in the direction where Bleed are just moving around the map and doing what they please. It's not really the kind of initiation item that you might need to turn this game around. That being said, you do have Snowball and DJ, right, with level 3 tag team, so he is pure support. This is not, you know, your mid laners build of just Ice Shards and Snowball, so he is here to help physical damage be done. That could very well be a turning point for KP.
I mean, maybe KP's also thinking that he could go for the shard build. Oh no, he's decided against it. He's going for Blink Dagger now. Okay. Because the shard build allows you to have a little bit extra movement speed, or rather a longer duration of the buff, right? And it gives you armor, so you can just walk into the team fights, less dependent on duel. You have Bat Rider to join you as well in that process. Bat Rider versus Spiders. Spiders are destroyed.
Deleted.
And they find Rubik as well. Playhard stuck now with the Ice Shards. They have duel. Blamehawk did, but telekinesis is stopping this from coming out. Playhard steals the shards, and he's going to survive this. In fact, it's DJ who they're going on now. Masaros, though, not a Timber Saw this time.
Down.
Can't just die this tower. The counter initiation to be good by Fnatic, and they're going to finish off Playhard. That duel will catch Corden, allowing a little bit of damage now on the Legion Commander.
Jackie's here.
Jackie is here from the high gun, finishing off John Well. DJ could be in trouble. The help from the press the attack. He's going to snowball off to the creep, using the Ice Shard for vision. Now the Walrus Punch, but unfortunately, flashy plays, not good enough.
Doesn't matter. That was pretty cool from him, though. Set himself up for the vision to snowball up, and down goes another tombstone. This one into the pockets of Masaros. But that is KP's first dual kill, so 10 damage for him. He's got something to look forward to. A nice little bit of bonus gold as well, because the Tiny was worth a pretty penny. And a bit of a frustrating moment, dare I say, for Corden, who was pretty close to Blink Dagger. I think, you know, he gets 1 minute, he farms 2 waves, and he has Blink. Instead, Fnatic, they force the issue, and he's going to be called in to fight and doesn't have Blink a little bit sooner.
If you could just sneak in one more duel before he gets his Blink, that would be the ideal situation for Fnatic to take advantage of this.
It's going to be really hard pressed to do it. I think Corden's basically got the Blink already here. He's coming mid lane for the rune. And nice stun there. Is not taking, any chances with DJ. My goodness, that stolen overwhelming odds there on Rubik did some work alongside the Fade Bolt.
You gotta respect that. It's very difficult for Legion not to get a valuable spell stolen.
It's true.
Actually, the best spell for, or the worst spell for Rubik to steal probably is Duel.
Duel, 100%. Although it is really, really flashy when you steal Duel and actually do something cool with it. But I don't think that's going to be the goal here, obviously.
No.
Pardon me for Bleed.
KP, he is farming in the vicinity of a couple of heroes, but Masaros, because he's going for the typical Spider Aura build, not going to have kill potential solo.
So actually, I'd like to point something out, right? Because I've always really liked how Bleed, how much pressure they've, in games that they've won, have applied a lot of pressure onto towers, especially the off-lane tier 1 tower, so they can evade triangle. Hold on, that should be nothing here. This game, the downside of Broodmother is she takes a long time to get set up because she's limited by her webs. So I do like how Bleed aren't like forcing the issue. They're not like looking to push that top tier 1 tower, and they're just going instead.
They forced the issue and they burst Gabby.
Wow.
Gordon just jumped him. That was the Blink Dagger reveal. To be fair, that's Gabby dead once again.
Now Armel, you know, he's struggling to find the same amount of impact, right, that this Tiny has.
Yes.
So it's supposed to be a good lane. The same can be said of KP into the Broodmother, and you can still see it is a good matchup. Masaros gets his spiders deleted instantly, but the tower being sieged, no Blink Dagger here either. On the Batrider, just the BOTs. So he needs to find a flame break, but of course with the Abba showing, it's just going to be impossible. And Luku, of course, holding on to level 6.
Armel is going to try to cut the lane, I think, or is he just running away?
I know where he's at.
They do. They see a trail of fire. I think there's a Batrider around here, guys.
It could be.
Yeah, he's going to cut the lane. Okay, he's going to prevent the creeps from getting close to the tower. Never mind. He's going to TP.
He's going to TP away. Okay, didn't really like what he saw there. Fair enough.
The tier 2 is just going to fall at this rate, right? Or is Bleed aware? Yeah, they don't see the Batrider on the map, or they should see him soon.
I think the only thing Bleed has to really be careful about right now is getting caught a little bit too deep in an objective or any part of the map where Tombstone like just destroys you. It is Tombstone level 3, so General I think is quite wisely maxing that, because I think that's the biggest and kind of the only problem that Bleed have right now. You have this mechanism on Broodmother. She's almost into the full Guardian Greaves already. That's just so much sustain.
Oh no, KP has been found in the trees. Rubik Telekinesis is ready, Avalanches as well. Corden throws a spider, and that spider will kill off KP. And a tower.
This is getting ugly, man. Bleed, you know, the only time that they've ever relinquished controls in games like this, for example, game 1, was when they've been outfought. DJ was without Blink Dagger, though he doesn't really feel like he can get in there and really make too big of a difference. Like I said, I really think it's mostly about the Tombstone this game. And Bleed have not really given an opportunity for John Noel to find a good placement here, other than the one in the mid lane, which was really good around the tier 1 tower. It's those kinds of fights that Bleed are really, I think, in risk of losing. Anything else in their game feels really good. It's only a 2K net worth lead, but it doesn't feel like that.
It really doesn't feel like that. The map control is just a completely different story, right? How many red dots do you see on the map right now, Richie? How many green ones?
That's true. A lot of this might change here once his Batrider actually has BKB. He can get on top of the Jaw Ranger and force her out of the fight. That's probably the goal for Armel. He did a really good job, considering, of course, Jackie's playing the same hero as he was game 1. He did a really good job on the Ember of breaking marksmanship and kind of forcing Jackie to scurry around in the fight. But the follow-up damage just was never there. So perhaps this time with an LC to potentially be your second core with Blink Dagger coming online soon, or maybe not that soon.
Blade Mail. Okay, that deters the aggression a little bit, and in fact they have no way to cancel this TP. They did lose Januel in this rotation. They connected with him by accident almost. Masaro's on the top lane, Armel's trying to go for him. They have a lasso ready as well. The TPs are coming in. They need more damage to kill off this huge spider.
There's no chance.
There isn't. She's coming back. She's coming for you.
She's running through the flames.
Look at this.
And look
it's
who's
like
connecting.
A Dragon Force song.
The smoke play in the river. Bleed are already in the triangle.
They're going to connect here. If not, they're going to take a tier 1. The TPs are coming immediately from Fnatic. They have no place in the map to play.
It's just such a feels bad move. I mean, that's your lasso. Hopefully that was the kill that gave you maybe a tier 2 tower, a decent siege, a foothold, something like that. Now you don't have BKB. You've got this blink on KP, and fortunately you avoided this nice ward that I think, yeah, Dubu put that one down. So this is a blink reveal that was not scouted. But I really think Fnatic, their best way back into this game is if they catch a really, really juicy hero right now on this Blink duel reveal.
We'll see. Just an Undying in a
hard,
Legion that are smoked. Corden could be a good, juicy hero. There's the duel. The help from Gabby nearby. Will they have enough damage inside the duel? Probably not, but it's okay as long as they get the kill. Corden's dead, and Fnatic, it's a step forward.
It's a step forward. Not too bad, not too bad. Quite interesting. I just want to point it out because I'm always really curious about the Rubik item builds. Arcane Boots into, I believe, Telekinesis Shard pretty much straight away. So really highly valuing that. I think it's got to do probably with a duel and mostly ice shards to make sure you're actually not super trapped. So I really like the item. It's cheaper than Force Staff. Doesn't give you the stats or quite, you know, the freedom of movement. You know, you're a little bit more limited because usually Force Staff's defensive only and telekinesis is a mixed use now. But I do really appreciate that he picks it up early on. Definitely seems like Bleed want to utilize this ABBA and the defensive items they're building to go and do things like this early, force objectives. Now they're aware of the Blink Dagger on the LC. Honestly, it's not even the worst trade in the world. She didn't get the 10 dual damage, and Rubik stole LSA. It's pretty darn good.
It's also because of the way the Fnatic lineup is made, right? It makes it very vulnerable to this kind of save. Because you have 2 single target spells that are your main initiation tools, some small team fight in the Tombstone, but that's it. If they telekinesis someone back, what do? You literally just let them go.
So maybe this is where things change. Gabby has BKB.
Oh, that is a good duel this time, but they need damage. They need the damage, and Gabby started to pile it on with the snowball. One more punch, that's going to be Dangerous Gun, but no duel damage just yet, though. They send the Undying back. Light Strike Array to stun, and that was from the Rubik. Unwell is in trouble. He does fall. They get rid of the Tombstone now as the Battle Rider tries to finish off Jackie. Again, the damage is needed here, and Gabby starts to pile it onto Jackie. With the help of the tag team, they might just be able to bring down this Drow with the help of the Snowball too.
No,
but Jackie had a magic wand there. And the magic wand saved his life. KP dies for this. At least they don't lose their 2 main cores on Fnatic.
Small correction, Avo. It was Dubu. Dubu saved his life there with the miscoil. Yeah, his wand, he still had 7 charges. He was relying.
He was on cooldown too. I think it was both.
Oh, could have been both. Yeah. Could have been both, but that last second there was certainly Dubu. And this is exactly what I was referring to. You know, everything coming into play there to keep Jackie alive on that second life. I thought Fnatic really could have turned that given how great that Tombstone placement was. They don't lose Gabby at the very least. That's the one upside, but he only gets a couple of basically supporting casts and only Aegis, and I don't think Bleed are really too scared for the next minute. So long as they have the numbers.
My Light Strike Array from Rubik is actually scarier than the Lena's.
I'm telling you, it's so good.
It's so good because there's not the large cast point as you pointed out.
It's actually not copium when one of your cores dies to duel, but you're like, it's okay, I got LSA. That's not copium. It's really good.
It's just you're a support player. That's what it means.
Exactly.
Oh, they found Armel. Armel has BKB though. Armel has BKB.
Not how I wanted to use it.
But
and Jackie.
Oh, maybe it sucks even more than we thought. Multi-shot. Armel runs between the arrows and he manages to get away. Almost Prometheus school of running away from things there.
Almost. But he did find, you know, it was like the Charlie Chaplin thing where the house fell down and he found the window, basically.
It's true. And now they found the Lina, though. Does she have a window opportunity to get away? Doesn't seem like it. She's been stunned by her own Light Strike Array. Rubik letting you taste your own medicine.
Now the voice lines are coming out from Bleed. They're really feeling themselves here in this match for sure.
They are. They know they're playing phenomenally well. And they know Fnatic's resources are just getting smaller and smaller. It's time for them to find a tower here. This will be the first tier 3 for Bleed. Masaros, much like with his Timber Shot, just doesn't care. He leads the fray every time.
And, you know, why should he not care? I mean, he's got Sanj, he's got these Guardian Greaves for a self-dispel. He has Dubu right by his side. Dubu, who, of course, can dispel himself so long as he's not silenced, and then dispel anyone else if he does happen to be caught by a stun. It's just, it's so difficult here. And look at these early, that's drums on the ABBA.
Yep, he's going for the
bongo boots.
What are they?
The bongo boots.
What was the real name?
What do you mean? This is the real name.
I actually forgot. Boots of Bearing.
Boots of Bearing, yes, very true.
Because you go so fast that you lose your bearings.
Yes, it's true.
We're swapping roles these days.
I think it's because the enemies have no bearings on you because you can't be slowed, which is pretty darn good here, actually. But be careful. Fnatic, they found another man.
This duel should be easier. It's only support, right? But can someone hit the Rubik? Can someone hit the Rubik? There we go. They have to wait for the duel to end to actually kill him because they hate KP. Dubu, next target. He does have the borrowed time, but
he'll fight him.
He'll fight him to the death, and it'll be his death.
Jackie gets the Force Staff down to the low ground. It's his own Force Staff, actually, from the Hurricane Pike. And Masaros not really too comfortable fighting here. Doesn't have the webs. Is going to be forced away.
I feel like if I was KP, I'd be reporting my teammates right about that. It's been the 3rd time this happens to the poor guy.
Yeah, part of it, I don't think he's making bad moves because he's still getting the kills. Part of it, it's just like he needs to be the one to catch. His team's going to be a little bit slower. They lag behind, but it just it sucks, right? To not get that dual damage and continue scaling into the core.
It's not the most important part, like you said, but there is a moment you're like, guys, if I'm catching a duel, that's your go-to. Obviously, Fnatic was trying to find other things around it. They were being quite greedy there. Maybe they should be because they're losing. But they still have Lina, and that's always a point of contention.
Yeah, and that's what I was actually about to get to as well myself, right? Is we are starting to get into this window where Lina just feels like the most bonkers hero in the game. She's going to be going actually for 4-staff first, curiously enough, but then back into the Hurricane Pike, and eventually, of course, into that Gleipnir build, upgrading that Maelstrom. That's where maybe that's going to be a little bit problematic. Jackie once again with another Lincolns, as the cores are going to run face to face to each other. Oh,
that multi-shot actually saved them because it stopped the Battle Rider completely. Armel, who went for the Witchblade, by the way, to add a little bit more damage to his build.
It's surprising. Can you dispel the Witchblade debuff? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can.
I believe so as well. I mean, the Abba, you know, the Abba Aphotic shields have been really on point from Dubu. I feel like you kind of have to respect that and maybe go for a different build, personally. And then again, it's hard to say, like, what does he go for then? Because Blink doesn't feel good, because if you blink in and lasso anyone, Dubu's going to be there to save him anyway. Like, it's just, he's in between a rock and a hard place. And at least this way, he's got the potential to get pickoffs a lot easier. So I could admire that, at least, about the Witchblade.
Yeah, and he's going for the shard as well. Like, I think he has also identified they need damage. That's their biggest issue. It can't be that the biggest damage source in these fights is the tag team, right? And our Merle is just trying to make up for that. Even if it's not the ideal item for this game, you have to do that something. Hopefully, Dubu just messes up an Aphotic Shield or they play around it. Dubu, even though he's known for the Chen Enchanters these days, he was a prolific Abaddon player.
Man, I'm such a big fan of Masaros today. I love his item builds. Full Heaven's Halberd done now after that Sanj. 5-second disarm onto the Lina. And actually, now that Bat Rider's got a Witchblade, it's worth mentioning, it'll disarm him too. You know, it's not really that crazy to bring up at this stage, and maybe even a disarm against KP later on should he actually start racking up some dual damage.
Yeah, but just deal with Lina. Right now, it's all about the Lina, right? We've seen this, it was Kuku as well, Bosku, sorry, who decided to use the Heaven's Halberd as a centaur against Lina, and that was how they dealt with it personally. And they managed to be bleed with it as well. So, you know, a little bit of bleed using what's been used against them. They're going to do a tier 2 for tier 2 tower trade, but made a little bit bigger for Fnatic as this opens up the potential alphas from the enemy. Bleed always had that option.
That's true. It is also the last outer tower, though, that Fnatic had. So now, you know, especially with a Broodmother and a Drow Ranger who's had a very comfortable game, things, oh, well, there you go, deleted the spiders. Things do start to look a little bit scary. Masaros has to channel his inner StarCraft player now and start doing some splits.
Yes.
I mean, it's fine. It's very minimal gold, I think. I don't know, maybe we can see how much money LC's actually gotten off of these spiderlings, but I've seen her kill at least like 8 broods of spiders at this stage.
That's why I like the shard. I feel like the shard with those spiders, you come into the team fight 30 extra armor.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with you, and it's bonus armor, right? That's green armor, so Drow Ranger doesn't actually go through that with marksmanship. I actually do think that's well worth it this game.
They don't have much magic damage against Tiny. That's
74 spideries killed. 44, I believe that's said by the LC.
Thank you, Layers.
Yeah. It's about, I think it's at like 400 or 500 gold. That's pretty cool. So not a huge, not enough to make a big difference there, but you know, it's gonna get KP his BKB say a minute faster. That being said, he's not in this push. He is farming jungle.
Yeah, and that's why the other TPs.
So the Fnatic, everyone else is going to get back. Okay, they were just casually knocking on the door to trigger some TPs, and now they're away.
Now we'll see another pool of spiders, no overwhelming odds, but the PTSD from the overwhelming odds triggered the spider's response.
Yes, absolutely. Fresh item there. BKB, I want to say, for Jackie, now freshly delivered. He really likes his like triple defensive item build. I don't think we're going to end up seeing a Manta style from him this game. I'd be a little bit surprised if he chooses to pivot into that now. Maybe like a butterfly or something's better suited. But he does like going for his defensive items first. I do like that.
You can just damage as well. You can just silver edge this game. Always useful to have that.
Good point.
But I think Drow just doesn't need damage items. Like Hurricane Pike is the only one you really need. She even went for Shard, which is a little bit of that extra damage as well.
Oh.
Okay, Legion. Ooh, KP avoids the avalanche and the multi-shot. They tried to telekinesis cord and aim to this initiation, but now Fnatic is fighting with high ground advantage, and they're gonna squash this Broodmother. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. The overwhelming odds is what gets her in the end, as the Greaves almost saved her there. The Tusk is now going for Corden. They've already got a support, but they want the big beefy core. Corden would be ideal. Dubu now stands in front of the enemy between him and Corden. Dubu protecting his new hire and making sure they can't quite kill his mid laner there.
Yeah, it seems like the buyback there was intended for Playhard to be able to TP to Outpost. They were trying to drag the fight over in that direction, but Fnatic are not going to appease them. Instead, they go right into Roche. Okay. They've only bought back on a support. They've used almost everything here, but you're right, with Tag Team and Press the Attack, they really ripped through this guy. I don't think Bleed have any response.
Nope. Initiation is not strong enough here, and Corden is not ready just yet because there's no BKB. And Corden goes for a Hail Mary play, but without BKB, it's a little bit too dangerous. Roche is really hell-bent on bashing Gabby right now, though.
That's close.
Roche is like our Twitch chat, just wants to bash Gabby right now.
But no chance. Snowball in as well, just to make sure no one else was going to be able to find a cheeky little stun in. And Fnatic will be quite happy there with that Aegis now on the hands of the Lina. Clapnir then, she can pretty safely buy out for that item and be fairly happy. Strong initiation there from Fnatic.
Oh, Elven Tunic. Oh.
They don't quite get it right. Oh, and there's actually overwhelming odds purchased there on that shard, so we'll be looking forward towards that in our next fight.
Actually, Observer, just check Legion's armor. I don't care what happens in the fight. That's all I want to see. In fact, can we get a little timing on the right
there
that says Legion's armor currently?
Legion's highest armor in all of DPC. We'll see. I mean, it'll get pretty crazy.
Where are you?
It'll get pretty crazy for sure on those buffs, and I'm looking forward to that. And again, right, Drow's passive only pierces base armor, which is why she's so good versus TB, which is why she's so good versus Morphling. Those are
heroes in general.
Most edgy heroes. In fact, that's very accurate, but especially those that usually just rely on their super high edgy gain to get them through a lot of
for example, too.
Yeah. In fact, LC, make that Lina instead. Sometimes in these kinds of matchups, we'll actually choose to go for ACs instead. That's not the case here, actually. Gleipnir completed, on the way to her now, and it's going to be probably the Crystallis first again for Gabby, if he goes for a similar build on his TA, and to the Silver Edge.
Now Alina's coming online. It seems like that's giving Fnatic some air underneath their wings. Armel's choice to go for more damage has also helped him out a lot, but now he's finally deviating into the initiation he's always been wanting to do. I don't think you can really knock on the enemy's door right now, but they are trying to catch anyone that's out of position.
I think right now, if you're Fnatic, the only thing you're scared about is like a toss back from Corden. I don't think like, the team fights are really... Obviously, you don't want to just like go in and give enemies a free fight. But I think for now, Bleed actually don't have the strongest high ground. I think it's actually rather difficult for them. This is, I look at this lineup and it's a team that would much rather be sieging than be besieged.
Right, high ground defense, yes, I agree. I agree. Like you said, Tiny is a real threat when you're sieging.
For sure.
But Fnatic has enough people that can be thrown in and don't care.
Yeah. We finally have this Blink Dagger as well for Tusk, so DJ, of course, on this phenomenal position for heroes, melee heroes that he loves. Might end up seeing some really sick snowball plays from him, even if there is a really good toss back. You know, so I expect lots of great things here, to be honest, from Fnatic. I think they really have the potential to turn around and maybe even win the game, dare I say, in this Aegis.
I think that's the point you're making. Like, Legion gets tossed back, you have the BKB plus play mail, hard to kill her.
Yeah.
Batter has BKB. Undying is Undying, he doesn't really care, just drop Tombstone.
Lina has Aegis.
I mean, Lina probably is the best one, right?
Yeah.
But let's say without Aegis.
Sure.
She's the one you want to catch, but how possible is it to catch a Lina with a tossback? I don't think so. She has way too much range.
Yeah, shouldn't be too easy. Like you're saying, the range is really the biggest thing. And I think that's going to make life pretty difficult for Bleed.
Means that you can't really blink in easily, right? You put Tombstone in the right position. It's very difficult for Corden in this game. A lot of pressure onto this guy. But he's the key. He's the key to being able to stop this lead.
I think the issue is Fnatic would be much more comfortable going up to high ground after a pickoff, and that's what they intend to do, but Jackie's going to get onto the firing line of this one. It is actually Manta style for him next, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he does want to go for that Dispel. Okay.
Okay, so this means that the only damage that's really relevant to Jackie is going to be the Lina.
Yeah, pretty much. Can't really make anything else stick on him. He's got lots of dispels as well, so Batrider shouldn't really be the biggest issue. It's really like, oh no,
Legion
LC...
has 10 dual damage.
It's not even so much about the LC dual damage more than about the lockdown, right, from dual.
Yes, yeah.
It's, oh no, I can't use my Hurricane Pike. My team can't really save me that easily. It's just the Rubik Telekinesis Shard, which, what level is our Rubik? Does he have?
He doesn't. Oh.
He didn't take the landing distance talent yet.
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, but it's a 10 talent. So he skipped it, which is very usual. It's a 20.
It's
my bad. It's 20. That's the damage at 10. My bad.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have it. That's a big one for him because I do think that actually is going to allow him to get pretty good saves onto the Drow Ranger and reposition her mid fights, even through a duel. Everything else could be pretty hard. But there again, with the Lincolns, how likely is it you get a duel? I don't know. It's hard.
What do you have to cancel it?
Lasso and Soul Rip. Sword's pretty good. Walrus Punch also blocks?
No,
Walrus Kick does?
It goes right through it. I think Kick.
I think Kick is then blocked by Linken's. I think you're right, because this is an auto attack modifier.
Yeah, Punch definitely goes through it. It's like a Inferno Blade.
We're hearing ourselves twice on the...
You can the Soul Rip is a pretty good idea, for sure. I think that could help cancel Linken's if you give vision on it, but you need someone that's going to do that.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that's a good idea for them to try and make that happen. Like I'm saying though, for Fnatic, the scary part and why they really didn't look to force things too much with this Aegis is because their high ground's a little bit awkward right now. Like you're saying, Gabby is realistically the only way that Bleed are able to really turn around this game and regain position. If they can get a toss back onto Gabby, maybe the things actually go wrong from there. So who else hits high ground right now, though?
But Cord is actually thinking of a different strategy, which is the crit into perhaps Ags, right? Which I'm assuming this is the idea. Maybe he gets Ags off Roshi, so he's banking on that idea. And that would allow them to have enough damage to threaten the Lina and maybe force her to go forward regardless. Because she's not going for Satanic yet. She will eventually have it, though.
I'm also curious if he's going to go for like the Moonshard build as well that you tend to see with this on occasion, right?
Yeah, how much gold can he possibly
that's exactly, I mean, that's a lot of money. But it's, I guess it's a matter of how much damage do you really need, right? How much damage output do you need? I'd assume your Drow's more than enough at that stage, and I'd say at this stage she certainly is.
We're also seeing an AC on Broodmother, which will help us damage a little bit as well, in addition to being able to tank the Lina's damage a little bit better.
Attack speed's huge. That AC nearly completed, but of course, Bleed saving for buyback here as they lead in game number 2.
Interesting wraparound. Are they baiting? They're baiting the arcane.
This might work. Who really wants to sprint Batrider? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe Batrider with this.
Oh, this would be huge. Yeah, he's in the bottom. Okay, they didn't bait him. That would have been an incredible play.
That would have been a good move. But I actually
was eating his bottle or drinking his bottle.
He was eating it. In any case, I think that's probably a better move. I think with this ward, that fight would have been really hard. And with the smoke expiring, Bleed, they're just like, let's not waste more time. We've cut the waves. We've done what we can. Let's get out of here. Now an Arcane Rune here for the Tiny. Shortens his BKB cooldown quite significantly. I think that's the biggest thing. And he's got his volley of spells quite quickly now, too. It'll scare Fnatic back either way. They're not too confident. Instead, they're going to smoke and sweep across the map. And actually, that scan... Oh, that's Jackie's scan, pardon me. No, that's actually a Fnatic scan. It doesn't clip him, though, somehow.
Interesting.
That was close. That was real close.
The Parallax error there. Now that Rubik has shard, but overwhelming odd, he might be... I want to see Rubik's armor now. He walks in, he's the real tank. If he hits all 5 heroes, he gets 25 armor, right?
Yeah?
Yeah. And then Rubik just becomes the offlaner.
Still not the biggest HP pool to pull from, but yeah, that'd be pretty funny to see. He's also got some wicked cast range, by the way. He's holding on to the Eye of the Vizier.
John Noel just stayed there, activates Tombstone. Where you going, Dubu? There's the Ghost Scepter to make sure that he does not die himself. Dubu's being chased by a bunch of zombies. Now a little bit of lightning. The Spider, though, giving him the space he needs to retreat.
Bleed are just going to wait out this Tombstone now. Fnatic are going to hope that Bleed are a little bit too optimistic in jumping in here, but looks like Bleed are going to play this very, very safely here underneath their own ward. They have no reason to go diving under this Tombstone right now.
Yep, but you could say the same thing about Fnatic. They're not going further from the Tombstones. They're respecting this, and they still have other options. Duel,
they're maybe trying to illusion bait. There's no way that's going to... Well,
it kind of worked, and in fact, it does work against the Tusk. It seems like the duel, though, for Corden. Can they kill him in time? The damage is from the low ground. They're missing a fair amount of attacks. Corden is just going to get away as the battery gets thought. It is the duel stolen by Play Hard.
What a play!
That flashy play we talked about earlier, Richie. It happened. And now they can continue the onslaught. They're going for John Well. They do toss him onto the snowball, and Corden bit off a bit more than he could chew as he realizes Lina is a bit too much for you.
Still a really, really good fight, though. And I really, really have to give props here. This is the type of Rubik performance from Playhard that makes me want to play Rubik, and then I get frustrated because my hands are not as fast as his. He got a crucial telekinesis lift right onto the Batrider as soon as he got in. I don't think Armel's going to make that mistake. He's going to BKB every single time he jumps in again.
He has more dual damage than the Legion Command.
Wow. That's really nice. I mean, that's a very great reward for him, honestly, for how much he did in that fight. Because the telekinesis, even though it didn't really last that long, allowed Jackie to just lay into that poor Batrider. There was no chance.
And that choice to go on the Tiny first, right? That extra armor from Grove really deterred them.
Yep.
And like we mentioned, Gabby just being in the low ground was the biggest deal there. They missed so many attacks, and that didn't work out in their favor.
Roche scouted as well, and actually Jackie with a nice illusion bait. I do have to say, I'm surprised it worked, but Fnatic were just eager, itching for a fight.
He does have that borrowed time, is forced to activate because he was broken. The Spiderlings are killed, and how much armor? 37 on this Legion Commander. That is absurd.
Thank you for checking. Good eye, good eye. Yeah, that's a lot. What's our physical? It's 50 armor. It's a 75% physical resist, so
that's pretty ridiculous.
Very good against Drow. Like, seriously, very good against Drow.
He really is.
But
and against Broodmother, right? For the similar reason.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. One illusion bait, sure. Now they're not going to fall for it.
No, certainly. I mean, the only other thing I wanted to say towards the Talon of that fight was I do like Corden's aggressiveness. It's nice to see he's looking for that +1, but while he still cuts his teeth against teams of this higher caliber, does need to learn a little bit of patience as well.
Another duel of Play Hard. This duel is being more impactful than KP's right now, but KP duels Play Hard. Let me teach you how it's done. Apparently that duel's canceled. DJ is going to die first Play Hard as well, and the BKB saves Armel. What just happened in that duel versus duel interaction?
Right. Actually, this is one of my favorite things in Dota. I forgot this is a thing. Anytime that Rubik is in the game, there's always going to be some spaghetti coming out.
Sure.
Of
Explain the spaghetti, Mr. Italian.
So basically what had happened is that whenever Rubik duels someone, if you duel a Rubik as well, once the first duel ends, it ends all duels.
So Rubik became the master of duels.
So Rubik was master of duels, and LC wanted to go for a full duel, but Rubik's like, nah, I'm done dueling, man. Like, we're done.
We're done.
And LC's like, I guess.
Rubik watched Hamilton. He knows what happens. He just respected that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And he's still going to take a death at the end of the day. But it's
but didn't give dual damage.
Still dual damage for KP. I mean, that's just frustrating.
And 20 for Play Hard, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
There's one good Legion Commander, one not so good Legion Commander. Let's go.
I think there used to be a couple of other abilities that used to work that way. I remember, like, back in the day when you would steal Rot, like, if you were also being rotted by Pudge's Rot at the same time, like, you would not take damage from Rot or something like. There was, like, so many weird. That got fixed forever ago, but there's so many.
Okay. KP a little bit crazy. He went in with Blade Mail. Didn't have the extra armor either. KP, he is going to heal back up thanks to press the attack. They had a Force Staff that will save him. That was wild, though. Yep. That was a blind blink.
This Lena's got damage now, by the way, in case it's not
clear. She's going for Satanic. That's the turning point.
Exactly, and that's what I was about to say, right? Because that's going to really enable. You know, I normally would have said this in jest, but at this stage, it's maybe a legitimate concern, unless she gets dueled.
Armel? He has BKB, activates it immediately. He's been broken. The damage is not sufficient. Armel's making it out. Running away from the multi-shot. Play Hard's already dead. No more duel stealing for you. As KP goes for Jackie next. When BKB is about to end, the Heaven's Halberd breaks that Lincoln. They hit him with a Gleipnir. They keep him in place, but Corden gives him a little more space. DJ managed to barely get it out as Armel cooks the Broodmother. And Jackie tries to gust away KP. KP, though, is relentless. He's chasing after Jackie. They have the same movement speed. Now the overwhelming odds. Someone help KP. He realized he's gone a bit too far. He's not going to Masaros this. He's going to go back instead.
Yeah, really aggressive play there by Jackie. That was probably a really scary couple of seconds there when he uses his Hurricane Pike to try and maintain vision and get that kill onto Armel, but is unable to. Now, Fnatic, once again, finding the better of Bleed in one of these fights, are going to be heavily rewarded. Third Roche here, this one with the Refresher Shard, and likely now the third Aegis here onto Gabby. Yeah, picked up. Really nice fight from Fnatic. They just barely squeeze out with Armel alive, and he's really crucial in making sure that they are able to close out that fight. Good dual priority as well, just immediately in, and now we're up to 40 damage for KP. Now we're cooking with gas.
40 damage, Richie. We do have, at least, this Roche was not the important one. They were looking for the Ags Roche for the Tiny, right? Because that's going to deviate his build. So, you know, a little bit of copium for Corden. He gets to just wait for the next Roche, and that's going to be much more impactful on him. He's already finished his Crystallis. He's committing to the full Daedalus. And I think that 3 volley is going to be maybe the turning point Bleed is looking for. That and perhaps Scotty. I know that Jackie was thinking about it earlier, but it's no longer in his quick buy.
And these bongo boots for Dubu are almost online too. He's done a good job of managing his drum charges for how early he's actually got in this item. But these boots, of course, they are upgraded in terms of all the assets, and you get the charges refreshed.
You know what's online though for this Tusk is the Ags. DJ has the Ags.
That's really scary.
That is.
I believe the kick is blocked by Lincolns, but we're going to see that here in just a second because Fnatic are smoked up and looking to go up to high ground with his Aegis.
Unless he kicks Masaros, then he won't care. Who's he gonna kick? Masaros? Oh, they know where she is more or less. And they both wanted to go for him, but they decided to buy their time.
Loved it.
Yep, he did. Press the attack will save him for now. Snowball. He might just die as soon as he comes out of Snowball. Activates the Ice Shards, and DJ, he's fine.
Ooh,
hit with a Soul Rip.
Good heals.
Very good heals. Flame Break keeps him away, and they did find a Broodmother.
Yep.
Once again, they're cooking with gas.
There it is. Tombstone's up as well. KB pops BKB a little bit preemptively. The rest of Bleed did not want to go out to the high ground, but Monster's a bit too aggressive there. And unfortunately, kind of just overextends, and he does not have buyback here. Lina now, from range, is going to be able to take down these towers, and Armel circling like a shark. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger, though, is his problem, but does, well, and has no lasso, but does have himself this Refresher, so he's a very real threat now.
Oh, Corden, he shows himself. Armel has a second lasso now, thanks to the Refresher Shard. What did he lasso? An illusion?
I'm not sure. The lasso stolen, though.
Lasso did get stolen, and now we're going to see a real lasso from this Rubik. We'll see how effective that can be as forced them as well. They did force the power time from Dubu.
Yeah, and Jackie as well, BKB. Not the best usage of BKB for him either, so Fnatic, they might actually be willing to stick around.
I know we can see a replay as to what he lassoed. I'm very curious. It was immediately
I think it's going to have to wait, because Fnatic, they know that they're at a pretty decent advantage here.
Now that I see it where the Drow was sending the illusions, I think it might have been one of these.
I love the mining games on illusions. I do it all the time, man. It is so good, because it doesn't always work, but the times it does, not only is it like an opening for your team to exploit, but it's also mental damage.
Yeah. It's a lot of mental damage, and the pride you get, you didn't just bait a random 2K player, you baited Armel.
Of course. Well, not only that, like on a serious note, now that the next time, like they never know. I mean, I'll always quote SSA Spartan, but the way that he jumps in and makes those kinds of plays, you know, it literally gives enemies doubts whether or not it's the real hero. Who's the other guy that you said? I think it was I think Yamate plays like this as well.
No, KYXY.
Yes.
I think it was. KYXY has the offlane. Yeah, he's a full psychopath there. You're never really sure.
Jackie with a TD ruin. This is maybe a moment for Bleed. They need to find the right position to fight, and the Tombstone's still a really big problem for them. Every single arrow that, you know, Jackie shoots from his crossbow that it's not intended for a hero is like basically all of your damage right now in this game.
It also negates your multi-shot, because the zombies block the multi-shot, or the zombies get hit by the arrows, and you obviously can't use multi-shot on the Tombstone. So you gotta hit it for a while. It's a huge nuisance. Are we close to the Tombstone on death? We are 3 levels away, not that bad. You might give him the tome now.
Yeah, he's got Aeon Disc as well, John Noel. That saved him in that last engagement.
Yeah, he's just trying to live. Go Scepter, Aeon Disc. He has one role this game.
He's called on dying for a reason, right?
True.
Alceros then into the Nullifier next for him after the full AC. He might be shy of buyback, and indeed he is by 800 gold. So definitely does not want to take another death in the fashion he just had there. So we can see now lots of spiders, 1,400 gold, so 1.4K, about a tenth of that net worth that Fnatic has is only because of the spiders.
Oh, that's considerable.
It starts to add up.
Starts to add up.
It's still a fairly close game, all other things considered, though, I'd say.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the lead, it'd be close.
True.
It's just this hero, you know, right now seems so strong. I think Satanic is going to open a hole in the Bleed lineup.
For real.
The fact that they didn't go for the Scotty, they only have the arrows from the shard from Frost Arrows, but that doesn't pierce BKB. So as soon as you get BKB plus Satanic, you're just going to heal to full.
It's true. It's pretty crucial, and I think that's why Masaros is so aggressive and sometimes a little bit too aggressive and kind of just dies, is he really, really wants to get this Heaven's Halberd on. He really wants to force the BKB with the Silken Bola.
Excited against it.
It's just reclaimed.
You think Armel should go for a Blink Dagger now, by the way? Is that moment where it's actually valuable?
I don't know. I'd give the respect to Dubu and say no.
Okay.
I see that. No matter what you do, I mean, you have to silence the Abba. Otherwise, no matter what you do to him, he's going to be able to.
Sure.
Right.
You're a secondary initiator, if anything. You're not really the main guy. Drag someone out.
Yeah, definitely. The only way that works is if you have the LC jump in and duel the Abba, because then at least even if you can't kill him through the ultimate, hold on.
What? This smoke is wild. Masaros is just leading. He's spreading his spiders as much as he can, but the spiders are no longer in web, so they're a little bit slower. Now, again, out of the webs. At least they take over the outpost.
Yeah, not bad, and they give a reason for Fnatic to get to the other side of the map as they start dealing with a couple of waves that have been pushing in. I think John Noel just picked up how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runes, that looks like.
It's almost 600 gold.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, in the river? What?
185. They did find KP. He has no way on this. That lasso, play hard. Literally used that lasso in the last seconds of its use. He just lost it.
That is a feels-good moment right there, for sure. Corden pops the BKB just to make sure there's no follow-up coming through. Don't want to get kicked back.
Fnatic, don't fight without Legion, right? There's no boots of travel on KP. Don't fight without Legion, right?
Oh, now they lost the ward. There's no way they want to take a fight now.
Okay, they all TP'd.
Yeah, this is such a bait. With Dubu standing right next to him, a Photic shield, jam, like there's no way.
Yeah, no, I think this is the right play.
The TJ, though, doesn't have TP. I don't think they're going to quite catch him in time, but Drow, okay, I thought maybe there was a chance if Jackie went down those steps, he could have found a Walrus.
I hate when I find a walrus at the bottom of the steps.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in Greenland. Happened all the time.
Did it?
Yeah.
Is that,
my
and
mother.
then you, wow, I was gonna flame you as well. I was gonna say, and then you decided to copy his mustache.
Yes, actually. I took all my tips from the wall. I also dress like it.
Goodness gracious. Bleed now moving all over the map. You can see Masaros intends to stay. He's going to get cozy. He's had all these webs charged up from just sitting inside all day, and now he's been released out into the wild.
Finally, someone got Masaros in a cup, put him next to a window.
Pretty much, yeah. This is what the spider does after you let him out of the house.
He actually doesn't know what to do, though, this game, because you've already... Your auras, right? You just need to exist in these team fights, but your actual impact in the team fights is just you surviving.
It's true. I mean, I think his role does change a little bit more when we have to consider the Halberd as well as the Nullifier when that gets online. I do think that's pretty significant this game. It allows you to pick off the cores much easier, especially this Undying, right? Making sure that he can't actually get A on this to be useful at all. So I still kind of like that. But you're right, he is kind of just awkwardly running at people and threatening to Silken Bola them. That's about it.
I'm gonna Silken Bola you! I'm gonna Silken Bola you! It's not very scary.
No, it's not. Dubu, breaking the smoke. He's not scared either. Holy moly, that Giga Chad just stood there.
Okay, but now he gets set back. He actually has his 4 steps.
Wow.
And he is gonna survive.
Good telekinesis.
As well. Lasso though, they find Broodmother. They just wanted to distract Dubu so they could kill off Broodmother. Now Dubu, a little bit of shame that he got baited into his own bait. And he's gonna be caught by the duel. More duel damage for KP. He reaches 70.
There it is. He's getting there. He will continue to scale, infinitely scaling core, and Roshan, number 4, ladies and gentlemen, now is going to be the prize here for Fnatic as Gabby moves straight into the pit with his 25 talent. Laguna Blade is pure and damage and pierces spell immunity. Okay.
I think you give the axe to the Battle, right? Yeah, I think it's pretty huge. Double lasso, potentially, because you can only dispel 1 now.
True. True. You just have to hope you don't catch the Abba in it.
Yes, that's true.
That's the only...
Oh, right, because you can't control it, sure.
Yep, that's the only point. I have no idea how Lasso with Rubik Telekinesis Shard works, to be quite honest. Because I know Lasso with...
Oh, there's a break distance for the Lasso, but I forgot how much it is.
But like, there's this weird interaction where like Lasso always applies forced movement. So if you try and apply other forced movement to someone who's lassoed, it gets yeah, right, it gets overridden. I don't know how Telekinesis is coded though, so...
I think it might just stomp in place.
We'll see. Maybe we'll get to see it in play here.
Will, Armel. He knows this is an illusion, guys. We're not going to fall for it. They found Dubu. This will be a huge kill. Activates the borrowed time. And they do send Alina in the middle of the fray. Gabby needs to get away. The Aegis is still on him. He's not afraid of dying just yet. In fact, he's going to heal back up thanks to Satanic.
Wow.
Masaros, he TP'd in the middle of the fight in the Walrus Punch.
Good, Aeon.
Sorry, Walrus Kick.
Oh, it doesn't
Will
matter.
cancel as the duel. We'll bring him back as well. Masaros going back to his space. Safe at last as Cordic kills up Junwell.
It's pretty big. KP now wears off for wear. Has got Refresher, still has BKB, but was expecting that duel to last a lot longer. 80%.
Oh, there's the Walrus Kick again. The best way to kill a spider is not with fire, it's with a kick.
And then a punch.
And then a punch.
And then a punch, because down goes the Brute combo. Still without buyback, actually. Bought out for something, and I think it never made it to her. Or did she just buy back?
No, she didn't. No, it was bought out.
I don't know what's new. I guess it's the Aeon. It has to be the Aeondis that's new.
She was going for...
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
careful.
it has to be.
Dude has ulti.
And that's going to be a dead DJ. This time he got a little bit too big for his bridges.
By the way, speaking of some big bridges here, Playhard stole Walrus Kick, blinked in, and then kicked the Lina into the fight. That's pretty much almost why she died.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Playhard has been an absolute god this whole game. I mean, his steals have been insane. And it's just because they're getting to the point of the game where their lineup is just not strong enough that they're starting to struggle. Rubik players out there, beware. Learn from Playhard. He got the land distance now, fine, level 20.
Undying, by the way, also has a 20 count. So on death, careful.
Okay, I think KP saved by the Stormcrafter. BKB immediately as well. Junwell is happy to die for KP. In fact, he
doesn't
might
have
not
to.
even need to. Dubu, 1 more second. There's the last of the
Yeah,
spell.
that's what you don't want to do.
Exactly. But they did catch Jackie and pushed him back a little bit. Can they continue this fight? Jackie is in much better position now as Dubu goes down to the low ground. In comes Cord, and the competition's good. They tried to get away. KP does manage to do so as the rest of Bleed destroys the tombstone.
Dubu God absolutely broke their ankles here. It's going to cost them even more.
Playhard as well. KP's going to die to the damage. That's the dual damage coming into play for Playhard.
Dude,
these supports, man.
Incredible moves. Bleed absolutely playing it. It's a full team effort to get through there. The what is it called? The Stormcrafter setup into the 4-staff. Dubu always just having his ulti ready to go.
Yeah.
He's gone for that 20 talent, -8-second borrowed time, and you can really feel the impact here in these last couple of fights. He's got those bongo boots as well, which means he's uninterrupted with his move speed, and he's very, very fast.
He can't be slowed,
Yeah, I love this. It's such a good build. And now Corden, I think this is Ag Scepter. He's almost got a full Ags.
Oh, he does. He actually ended up building it. He realizes, screw the Roche idea, just build it.
This is good. Someone else needs to start doing damage, and he's not really able to get... He's been getting Blink Ava tosses, and then the 2 hits, and that's about it. He needs something from range.
And he's going to combine with Jackie. As Lina has now reached her final form. There's literally there's no more slots left on this Lina.
No, only the...
Moonshard.
Yeah, really only Moonshard and...
I guess you get rid of your boots.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, so maybe one more slot to deal with, which might have to be an MKB if this game goes really late.
Yes. Armel, he has an Arcane Blink himself, though. So he's lowering that cooldown on Flaming Lasso, making it almost immediate.
Oh yeah, that's always a fun one.
Yep.
It's always a real fun one.
It really is all about the double lasso right now, because, like you said, you can only dispel 1. As long as you don't catch Dubu, you should be fine.
And that's the exact kind of thing. That's why I meant Dubu God. He immediately identifies, this is no different than what I've been doing literally all games.
True.
Saves Jackie. Jackie gets out of there. Dubu continues to bait KP. Basically, it causes 3 heroes to overcommit and die. Like, it was just such a damn good play from him. I'm impressed.
He changed his positioning completely once he saw that Ags, right? Like, he started being much closer to the lasso target, so make sure he always gets caught. It's very well done. I will say, though, that there's still an option for Fnatic to punish this. If they go for a silence with KP's duel, they can't stop him.
Ag Scepter, by the way, for Jackie.
Or a break, sorry. A break with KP's duel.
Yes, that's true. A break does really hurts the ABBA. That's because then you can't manually activate it if you're stunned. But Jackie's got Ag Scepter now, so he's got way more AoE damage.
You can't. It doesn't automatically activate when you're stunned. And then with the dual silence, it stops you from manually activating as well.
Yes, yep. Yeah. Very true.
Sorry, you were saying?
Jackie's got BKB. Sorry, Ag Scepter.
Okay.
On the Shroud. Whoa.
That's huge. Oh, this is not the right position for them. DJ in trouble. DJ is just going to die. Playhard did die for this. Janelle trying to keep the tombstone alive. Armel holding on to his BKB.
Waiting for the BKB to end?
They are looking for it. And invasion for the monster style. This lead just got made. And Gabby destroyed by a quicker Jackie. Now go for Armel. Armel's not going to survive this. Janelle's also dying. Jackie showing us Manta style dodges are still hot this day and age.
What a play. Bleed are absolutely friggin' cracked right now.
Oh, Jackie is certainly cracked right now.
That was madness. I really have to commend Gabby for his patience in that play to wait for the BKB to wear off. It was really nice because Jackie maybe preemptively pops the BKB there. He's looking to punish it, but Jackie, he's in gamer mode right now. Can't be stopped.
He came out of invisibility as well. What is this man?
Wow. That was incredible. And now Lina likely going to be forced to buy back here. You can see KP maybe looking to do a little bit of split pushing up in the top lane, but he's going to be recalled home here quite quickly.
Yes. You're up against Drow. You don't split push against a Drow.
No, you do not.
Okay, they need to buy back on Gabby. There's no question about this.
God, I guess KP's waiting to try and solo duel. Maybe a support that goes back first to deal with the wave.
I guess they're trying to hold on to the buyback to surprise him with it, because at this rate, it's going to be 3 lanes.
Wow, that looks like Little Shredder coming out from Jackie right now.
It does, yeah. Might be faster even.
That's terrifying.
It's even without the Swift Blink. Yeah, Gabby, you need to buy back. I don't think you can hold on to this. The greed we're seeing here.
8 seconds. There is no Fortify either. This is everything that Fnatic has. It's either that or the Megas, which is not an impossible comeback for them by any means, but it's certainly going to make your game a lot harder to play.
Okay. This initiation with a Walrus Punch, getting rid of
He's going to save it. He's going to save buyback.
He is going to save it, but that's your Rax on the double lasso. He's going to save it, and the lasso didn't quite work. Cord at least gets caught in the duel.
Okay,
and to get this kill without the help of their carry.
Bleed, looking to just get out of here. Masaros TPing away. Dubu?
Yeah, I have no way to cancel this TP, unfortunately.
Wow. Well played to Bleed.
did Fnatic just make the active choice of fighting against Mega Creeps? I guess it's possible.
They did. That's what I mean. It's really not impossible for them. And then they even have a really good chance now that they've killed the Tiny, right? This is a win condition. They can force the buyback, and that makes the game significantly easier here for Fnatic to play. Mega's already pouring in, though. They've already got 2 waves that have spawned. So that's slightly troublesome.
Courageous decision by them, honestly. Like, you have a decent deep push, but not the greatest. It's really only Lina.
That's true, but Gabby does have those bots too, and he's got more than enough now for the Rapier and buyback. So Rapier on the way. This is an active decision. I can't say I completely disagree with them, by the way. I think they needed the full team there.
Yep. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
They've also bought on Refresher here for the Bat Rider, so now Dubu cannot stop both of these lassos.
Let's go for the Walrus Punch to get rid of Play Hard. That's a really important hero to kill. The Force that didn't quite work was looking the wrong direction. Well, that telekinesis is a ridiculous range.
Yeah, Masaros as well with a key disarm here onto the Lina. And they're going to be able to get a reset. And now the Megas, they're coming into bottom. They're coming into top. This is going to get problematic and real scary. Fnatic are going to be forced into some action. They're not going to get the objective they wanted. They wanted to force this tiny buyback. They wanted to get that win condition and then ideally go back and take Roche. They might not be able to get either of them.
I don't know. KP is going to be leading just to get vision. Ice Shard as well, but they're just...
They don't care. They don't care about this mid lane. It's only about this bottom lane for them now if they take mid. They have no incentive to contest this, at least until Corden respawns.
Let the Mega Creeps do their job. They haven't forced this buyback.
Mega's in the base. Tier 4 towers under attack, lads.
Gabby is going to be taking...
Make haste! Defend the towers!
Defend the towers, lads! They're falling down! The English are upon us! Gabby is going to be taking down these creeps, so he's at least able to survive for a little bit longer. But this bet they made that they could force the Corden buyback, you know, take a good fight, it didn't work out.
I had to commend them for making the play, though. They very clearly had a cohesive plan there. And they were not panicked into making a rash decision, right? That's something I think you have to respect. It really shows the experience. You know, something we haven't brought up yet is, even though this is only the second match of Corden's, and he's 2 years younger, I believe, than Armel.
Yes.
Armel has like 6 more years of experience than him on the professional scene.
Yes. Of course, there's some small local tournaments for Corden, but at this level, Armel's already been playing for 6 years.
Right.
Sorry, so young, still only 22.
And you have to imagine, right, that there's a bit of that comes into play, right?
100%, yes. And whoever is making decisions for Fnatic is not quite sure if it's DJ, KP, or Genwell. They've all played that captain role before, but someone made that really hard choice.
Okay, and that means, I think, for the second time, we've had some really good games this DPC so far. I think in all the regions, we've had some real big barn burners. This is set to be another one. Especially in C. No, I mean, for real. This is going to be then Mega's incoming, as that's the gem recovered there. They didn't want to
broke the DJ. Courier? Is Roche just attacked the Courier?
He might have.
Because he was aggroed, right? Interesting.
No, well, they of course can't kill Roche outside of his home. Not easily, anyway.
That is a good tactic. Just keep aggroing Roche so they can't take it.
It's true. But you can see Armel basically left back home to defend the waves, and unfortunately he can do it. He's got Swift Blink, Octarine, like there is just permanent uptime basically for Firefly.
Blink, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's got no problem dealing with Megas basically by himself.
There's 6 items.
He's in tier 5.
Oh, sorry, tier 5.
That's okay.
Tier 6. 60-minute item.
Yes.
Fallen Sky for Fnatic. Arcanist armor already for Bleed. Fallen Sky is huge for Fnatic. I think you give that to the Tusk, honestly. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Or maybe Bat Rider's better. I don't know. Timeless Relic looks really good on Bat.
You mean like he wears it very well?
Yeah. It's like très chic. Okay, that's Roche is going to fall.
Had everything, of course. This is 5th Roche already. Jackie with Aegis. Play hard. Yes, the Ag Scepter. Absolutely. This is what I was waiting for.
No, they give it to Dubu.
No.
Guys, if you ever question if Dota's a meritocracy, you know it's not. It doesn't matter what Play Hard does.
Dude was like, I don't think so. To be fair, this is a really good Ag Scepter.
It's a better Ags.
Yeah, if he can get, and he was building it anyway, if he can get himself this Holy Locket, which now he can easily afford, and he gets this 25 talent, which isn't far off, you're looking at something like an 80% damage resist.
Oh, no, the 25 does not work, actually, on the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but it doesn't.
Huh, interesting. Either way, it's ridiculous. You just jump in, and, and no one takes damage.
Stygian Desolator for the Drow Ranger now.
That hurts.
They just got it. They can actually give it to the Tiny instead. They did. Okay.
Oh, goodness.
He has the Ags. He has the Daedalus.
Dubu's in. He says, fight me.
Dubu knows he has the cover of Paul Bunyan here on Corden. Okay, they're going to try to kill him. They did use the breakless duel.
They did.
Worked out.
That's exactly what you need to do. And I think that's going to send Bleed back. And Dude was like, right, they can catch. They can actually kill me, guys. I dared them to do it.
My bad.
They dared. It happens. What are you going to do?
Okay, Fallen Sky also for Bleed. Now that gives some use to the Brood Mother if she wants to take that. For now, we do see Ex Machina Masaros.
Radiant are scanning.
I just don't know who else would get the Fallen Sky, honestly. Oh, Drow. Wow.
More mobility?
More mobility.
No, I mean, that's what she needs at this stage, right?
Yeah, it's interesting choice.
Make sure she can do her damage. I mean, that's what the name of the game is. It's the only way you really win these fights. Late game Dota, you know, just overpowering your opponents. That's certainly one way to get it done.
Interestingly enough.
By the way, I'm sorry, I have to say, look how much money this guy's sitting on right now.
Yep.
He's turned this Lina into a dragon, basically, with that pile of gold he's sitting on right there. Holy moly. Here we go, mid lane.
Can't eat it, though.
DD for Jackie.
Oh, look at the play hard. But Snowball might just save him here. Wait, something else. They kill Playhard thanks to the Walrus kick. Armel, no, Playhard saved by the end. Another duel to Armel, but gave him the damage this time. That was such a wild play, that Playhard. It's too much. Oh, they're going for this. They used the Walrus kick inside the Snowball, and the duel this time from the Legion. She's not the Ground Ranger, though. The Tiny tears through KP. Masaros will live.
Double buybacks.
And they kill off DJ as well. John Well dies. 4 people alive left on Fnatic. Tusk does not have buyback.
Only Lina with buyback right now. Tusk down for a full 110 seconds there without DJ, who's crucial in that last fight for the save. Bleed still with 2 buybacks and an Aegis now on this Drow Ranger. They hold the outpost. They've got the Megas in the base, and they're 1 game away from taking their first victory here in the DPC.
Gabby has Rapier, and it's time to put it to use. The Fallen Sky keeps him in play, a better place, but look at that Tiny. Too much damage. Jackie as well.
The attack. Good move.
Gabby's still fine. Masaros is really hell-bent on the second station. They did get a lasso off, and they tried to kill the Abba in time, but it didn't work out. The second lasso now for the Rubik. Kill Playhard a second time, but Armel just falls. He just can't tank this damage. Gabby can't either. The damage
down.
from Bleed is too high. Tombstone's out.
2 versus 5.
They can't defend. The second Tombstone's down as well. The Fallen Sky from Gabby. He goes in the middle of the fray. He's trying to kill them, but it was just too hasty. Gabby will die. Rapier on the floor. Buyback doesn't matter. The Ancient is going to fall. This Glyph is just delaying the inevitable. Bleed manages to come back from the comeback here.
Yeah.
One last turn for this game. And Dubu still feeling no emotions after such a barn burner game. Play hard. He knows he's played a fantastic game. Dubu can finally breathe safely. And there we get finally a smile from one of the Bleed players.
Absolutely. And I'd love to see Corden as well. I mean, that's...
okay.
There it is.
He's a Dota player.
The man who just won his very first DPC game ever. Never played in Div 2. Straight to Division 1. Finally wins here on his second match day. And, well, it's going to be Bleed who take it after a 64-minute game. Must be grueling, though. I mean, they must be exhausted in these kinds of games.
I'll be honest, I've seen those faces before. It's the kind of faces where you go, you congratulate the team, hey, congrats guys, you did really well. And they go, we played terribly. I can't believe we did that. Why did it last 60 minutes? And they're just very hard on themselves. They actually did a fantastic job, but it's true. Sometimes it slipped away from them. It looked like it could be Fnatic's game, and now there's something they can observe for the next game. We're going to see now, though, what our panel has to say about this game. As Bleed versus Fnatic, the series is over, but our panel is ongoing, and they can break down this 60-minute slugfest for us.
Thank you so much, Avo and Richie. So let's talk about it. I mean, it seemed like Bleed, they had the laning stage, and then they didn't, and like mid-game, they had it. So like, it's kind of a repeat of last game, basically what happened.
Yeah. A bit of a slugfest. Yeah, Bleed started very hot, and then they started losing steam. After they got that first Roche, they instantly lost that Aegis, and then the lack of catch that they had in their lineup eventually gave Fnatic enough space to... It felt like it was their game, and then all of a sudden, you look away, and then now Bleed got mega creeps.
I mean, I feel it just got to the point where Jackie was dishing out way too much damage, Corden as well, and like the one Rubik lift was basically 1 kill all the time. Play hard, making some plays, lasso and duels stolen as well. Here we see here a really clutch duel on Armel.
Yeah.
I think Jackie was like super free this game too. He played super well positioning wise. Wasn't really too worried
Did
about
he
the
die?
battle. No, he had 0 deaths, 21-0 and 5 to end the game. Definitely our MVP, but I think Armel's item build was like really interesting to me. I think they picked the bet to like get on top of the draw, but because of the Abaddon, he went for this like Dragonlance Witchblade kind of build. He did end up with the Dagger and Hurricane Pike in the end, but it felt like they just couldn't get on top of Jackie.
I have 2 questions for you guys for a little educational moment. What do you think was the logic behind the tri-lane at top?
I don't know. In the past, LC could fight Brood, but with the new
insatiable hunger.
Yeah, like I think not a lot of people know that matchup, and in theory, yeah, LC should win, but yeah, Master Rush showed why Brood is a lot stronger.
I feel like they should just dual lane, like just Lina +1 top. I think they would have been fine.
And then like the tri-lane kind of went into disaster when I think Janual went to go suicide, and then they identified Janual's not in the lane, and then the 3 heroes killed the 2 heroes top and kind of went. And then Cordon obviously rotated bottom with the Envy, and then they went for a kill at top, and then just very good rotations from him.
It feels like a story of the series, right? Both games, Bleed kind of getting ahead in the laning phase, and then Cordon just has like an easy time moving around. Helps enable the side lane cores even more, and just kind of snowball off that. Fnatic, of course, both games making sort of a comeback in the mid game. I think I mentioned earlier, every time nothing is happening on the map, it feels like Fnatic's pulling ahead in terms of net worth. They definitely use they're a bit more spread out.
They're more experienced in terms of getting more on the map.
Yeah, I think like Cordon's net worth, like it tends to stop a bit more compared to other players when what's it called, the stalemate happens. Yeah.
Right, and then also another question I want to ask you guys is Gabby's skill build. During around, I think it was 22 minutes, we saw it 1-1-4 with no ulti. When it's quite typical to see 1-4-4.
I mean, it goes like preference of the hero, of the player. Some would opt to learn more, put more skill points into the skills, and others, when they generally just go for the stat, they just want to farm. They don't want to join any fights and whatnot. Maximize that efficiency, hitting the neutrals and whatnot.
Could have also just been the Rubik in the game, so he didn't want to learn more levels in stun. Definitely seen that before. I think not learning the Laguna kind of hurt KP early. Definitely missing some dual damage for the first half of the game. He was super farmed, but he had like 10 dual damage, minute 30, I think.
I think
At one point, Rubik had more dual damage.
Yeah, that was true. Did you guys see that interaction though? It was really cool when Rubik stole the duel. Yeah, the triangle duel. And then I think, who was Rubik dueling? Was it Bat?
He dueled Bat and then KP dueled him.
Yeah, and then the duel just ended. I've never seen that before, ever.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. There used to be something in Lotus where the first duel ends and then you continue the second duel, but I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, so I believe we do have an interview right now. We got Dubu coming on. How are you feeling, Dubu? This is your first win of the DPC SEA.
I cannot hear you guys.
Oh.
You guys sounds like robot.
Hello?
Are we still robot?
Lagging.
Are we still robots?
Kala.
Is it us or is it you?
It's definitely him. You feel laggy, Dubu?
Hello? Can you? Is it okay now, or is it
Still
still
sounds like robot.
okay.
I cannot hear.
still robots?
All right, thanks for the interview.
Maybe.
Maybe we get back to him in just a bit. So I guess we can keep talking about the game while we sort this stuff out. That's sad.
I've never been a robot before.
I have blood in me, so I wouldn't know.
Oh.
But yeah, overall, pretty good game. Bleed definitely showcasing that, like, despite being behind and they're never really truly out of it.
Yeah, big win for them. Both teams 0-1, so I think Bleed feel a bit more comfortable with their standings right now.
And definitely a lot of pressure in Fnatic. You never want to start off the season 0-2.
Losing with Lina. That's a painful one, yeah.
That's true.
The thing is, they have, these games that they lose, they're so close.
Yeah, that's
they're
very
so
true.
close. Like, it's not like...
It's like 50-50.
Yeah, it's not like they're getting like... I mean, they kind of get stomped the early game, but they bring it back and then just some clutch decision-making moments in the late game, It's rough, it happens.
Right. So we've seen like almost all the teams. We've seen all except for Boom right now. So does that affect, like, the games that you've seen, does it affect your power rankings for everyone yet?
Not really, not yet. Besides, like, maybe Execration up there in the top. Until like Boom starts playing more games and to see, like, because they have 2 games left to play, right? Today and on Friday. I'm assuming they're going to be up there with Execration, but again, it's also a new lineup, so you never know. I just always put them up at the top because Coach Mushi is legit, you know.
Coach Mushi. we both play with Mushi.
Okay, I believe that maybe we don't sound like robots anymore. We can go ahead with our interview with Dubu.
Take 2.
Dubu, can you hear us all right?
Yes, hello.
Hello. I have to ask you, how does your first win of the DPC SEA season feel?
Feels really good actually. Yeah, after the loss like 2 days ago, that actually hit my mentality quite a bit. Yeah.
So I want to ask, how did you guys get together as a team?
I would say mostly Forep, our coach worked on it. He contacted people like one by one, and then basically it showed us like picture or / the vision do together. So yeah.
One other thing I want to ask, hi Farem, is how does your playstyle from the NA DPC differ from the SEA DPC?
I am not so sure. I haven't played in NA for a long time. Only thing I know about is like competition here is really high, so it's fun.
Okay. What adjustments did you make coming from that loss against Blacklist? If you don't mind going into it.
We just adjust some of the hero tier list.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because going from the Blacklist game, you guys were kind of prioritizing Lina, and I kind of felt like Jack E needs to be like picked later on in the draft, just because I feel his hero pool is a bit bigger, and yeah, it kind of shows like you pick him later in the draft and he can really carry these games.
Yeah, he's really good carry player.
I had a question, but I've lost it. Oh my god. Sorry, brain farting here. I wanted to ask, like you said, the loss against Blacklist hit your mentality. Like, is there anyone in the team that like brings the team together? You know, like get you guys back on track, back moving forward?
I just had counseling with the Forep, just for like talking some random stuff or any kind of nice statement, what I'm feeling. It wasn't really like anything like specific or anything. I just like talked with him some random stuff. After that, I felt really good.
Okay.
Then I asked my teammate, go one by one, talk with Forep, everyone. It's mandatory. Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have like a psychologist on board or no? Not yet, because I know like in the past teams, you know, because Dota is a very mental game, and I know how much it can affect players. But yeah, that's good. Moving forward, is there one team that you're looking forward to like facing up against?
Not really. I'm just happy to actually can compete both of them one by one. It's really fun.
What's it like playing with Corden? I mean, he's new. He's like very new, right, to Tier 1 Dota?
Yeah, he's actually the one that surprised me. I thought like it would be like much more difficult for us to actually like compete because he's a new player, but his skills really high, and then he only need to do like adjust like some few more stuff. But rather than that, he's so good. Yeah.
That's good to hear. Yeah. All right, good luck.
All right, thank you so much, Dubu, for the interview. Congratulations again on your win, and we hope to see you guys again soon. But yeah, I mean, what a game. That was quite the game, I believe. They were able to take it in the end. I'm very excited for what we have next, which is Talon versus Boom.
First roster debut in DPC.
Yeah, that's going to be intense. And they were, I believe, rank 1 and 2 last DPC season, right?
For sure.
Probably,
Definitely
like,
one.
Yeah, but Boom kind of just steamrolled Southeast Asia all throughout last season.
Yeah, but it felt towards the end they steamrolled downhill. It was very sad to see. I think a lot of people had like very high expectations for them. So.
Yeah. Ever since like the Dubai tournament, right?
Yeah,
They
and then
won.
they just kept playing, right? Like tournament after tournament, you see boom everywhere. Every tournament there was boom, and it just kind of, it's not easy to keep up. I think
it
sometimes.
sucks when you like. I've kind of experienced this in the past, where like you kind of peak very early on, and it's hard to stay at that peak level. And then everyone in the team kind of has like this expectation, and then it starts not getting met. And then I don't know if there was issues in the team in Boom, but you know,
it's also like a taboo, right? Like you reach level 10 and you want to push to level 11, and then it kind of like, oh, it hits you.
And definitely fatigue after a while.
All right, well, we'll be able to see the Talon versus Boom game right after this break. I hope you guys enjoyed this last game. It was really, really great. See you in a bit.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the blame cloak. Let's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Another set of 2-0s to start off this day of the Southeast Asian DPC. It happened on Monday. Execration 2-0 Talon, and then Geek Slate 2-0 Fnatic. But then our third series of the day was Blacklist Rivalry, going to 3 games against Bleed. Now let's see if that trend will repeat itself as we see Talon now go up head-to-head against the only team that we have yet to see so far. Every other team has had a game here on the DPC in Southeast Asia, except Boom. You saw it in the ticker. The boys are out of Mumbai and they're here back in the Southeast Asian DPC. But it's not the boys that you may remember from last year. There have been some roster changes. Pi, I'll quiz you, actually.
Oh no.
Tell me, if give me one player who used to be on the Boom of 2022 who's not there. I'll start off easy.
Oh yeah, Scam.
Okay, that's a good one. Winter, give me another one.
I know another one. I saw him.
You did just see him, yes, that's correct. Yeah, what you were...
Jackie, yeah.
Aw, you gave it away. Don't help out your student like that. And then the last one is Tim's. That's right, Scam, Tim's, and Jackie were in Boom of 2022, and now they are spread to the 4 corners. And now they have Natsumi, Zephyr, and X-Nova brought in from RNG, brought in from playing in China for a very, very long time. The Malaysian has made a return to his home region, and he's going to go up head-to-head against Talon. Quite the selection of changes. I had mentioned it on Monday that I thought Boom was my front runner for 2022 Southeast Asia. Obviously, the way TI went down, things changed, but I know that very, very first LAN of the season, I think it was the Dubai.
Yeah, there was somewhere in the Middle East there.
Right, and so that one was the one that Boom really emerged onto the scene. Everyone was like, oh my God, we might actually take Southeast Asia seriously. And then they didn't really match those expectations. May have peaked a little too soon.
I mean, that's pretty normal for Mushi's team.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, no, because I feel like then every major after that they went into, I mean, at least I had big expectations, and they never, I don't know, I don't think they ever made it like anywhere. Top 8? Maybe.
I think top 8s was about as far as they got.
And it was a little sad, because they did look extremely strong at that event, but yeah. That's how it goes.
Yeah, and I was hoping that it was going to be the resurgence of Southeast Asia in international lands in general, because I don't think since, I think it was the Chengdu major, it was a TNC, that was the last time that Southeast Asia won a major, I believe.
Winhaski? Oh, was it? Or maybe that might have been a major.
Like a DAC?
Yeah, they won a DAC?
That was before. I think Chengdu was 2019, end of 2019.
I trust you.
Or Changsha, one of those. Take my word for it. And if not, I'm sure Twitch chat knows the last time Southeast Asia won a major. Regardless, though, it's been a hot minute. It hasn't happened in the last 2 years. And we have yet to see who will take the mantle. Perhaps it'll be this new Boom, or perhaps it'll be Talon, because Talon is going to be their opponent. And they kind of got shellacked versus Execration, Pi. You weren't on that series, but Winter was with me. And that was Execration's debut, and it was a hell of a debut, and Talon looked kind of shook. Perhaps you would like to...
What did they look like? What did they look like, Winter?
I felt like you were asking him.
No. He wasn't on the series. Why would I? He already fulfilled his quiz for the day. He got 2 out of the 3 Boom players. I know you're starving, Winter, but I'm hungry for some knowledge.
I said Jackie.
You did say Jackie after he spoon-fed it to you. Tell me, how did you rate Talon after we saw them in that Execration series?
Definitely not very good. You know, I feel like the overall play wasn't really there yet. I mean, the draft is not that great personally. I feel like well, a lot of work to do. Execration definitely looks like probably the strongest team so far. I feel like so. Yeah, maybe they'll be able to do better here, but we'll have to see.
In that previous series against Execration, you were also praising Talon initially for the willingness to give away the Lina and see if they can beat it, if they can break it. Have you seen enough evidence out of the past 2 days that she can be beat? But maybe she won't have to be beat. We'll see in our first draft. Will she have to be beat? She will not have to be beat. She has been banned. Trim Protector, Ember Spirit taken out. Naga Siren, Lina taken out.
It's
And-
kind of funny though. What I remember from their first series is just Radiant Slark just.
Yes, that's correct.
them
Against
all.
the Phantom Lancer.
Nothing about them, just what owned them really. But
This time, Talon will be opening up with a Mirana, and yeah, we haven't seen any Boom. I don't think Boom. Oh no, Boom did show up to the M88, so they have played a little bit with this roster, and I'm curious how they did. Oh yes, they actually did very good in the M88 Invitational. So they beat Bleed in Winners Bracket Finals 2-0, and then they lost to Bleed 2-0 in Grand Finals.
Oh, okay.
So it was pretty neck and neck, and that inspires confidence because, yeah, yet again, this is the first time that we will be seeing them play DPC Season 1 so far.
Yeah, by the way, I wanted to ask you, Pi, a question about the pick sequence. If you get choice, would you rather be on first pick or second pick right now? Like, given how things are developing?
I mean, coming straight into it, it depends a little on how the scrims go, right? Like, if every game you play against like this first pick Lina and you're just losing. But overall, I just prefer second pick. Like, you get 2 counters.
The 8th pick is not as strong as the 2 counters, right? Because the first pick you get your power pick is the number 8 pick.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's how I feel. But at the same time, like, things have changed, right? There's so many bans now, and I don't remember at TI what people preferred. I think it kind of switched around a little bit, but
it did seem team dependent.
Yeah.
I think.
But I personally, I like being able to counter heroes like later on.
I mean, this is like how I like to rate the draft. I look at the team. Okay, your first pick, right? You pick this Mirana, and how well you're using this number 8 pick. The next set of bans, it's going to determine a lot of things later into the draft. And I feel like I agree with you. You know, overall, if I get a choice, I would also rather be on the second pick phase. I feel like it's easier because when second pick phase, you generally open with like a combo duo, like a Centaur with Rubik or Centaur with a +5 support.
Yeah.
And you try to accept the fact that the off lane you're gonna show your off lane, and he's just gonna try to pull creeps and try to 50-50 the lane.
Yeah. No, then the more you say it, like, because versus some teams, like it has appeared. You see, they pick Monkey there, right? But some teams previous they pick like a Bristleback, and then they have the like 2-3 perfect bans, and you just lose because you don't know how to deal with it. So there are ways to play first pick. It's not completely lost.
But do you feel like whenever you're first pick, right, you have to come up with like some drought strat or some kind of strat?
Yes.
Compared to when you're on the second pick?
It helps. It helps a lot. Especially as having heroes in mind like together. Because you basically, after these 2 picks, like, you don't really get to see much. You have to see your entire lineup in your head, almost. Or at least like, okay, we need a catch here and a blah, blah, blah there, because you're not going to get to counter.
Yeah, that's why your win condition on number 8 is pretty crucial for the overall draft.
Yeah.
You have to be able to pick the 8th pick with a very solid plan behind it and use your next 3 bans wisely.
I mean, speaking of that, then I think like Monkey's a kind of sketchy hero to.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to discuss about. Like, what do you feel like about them picking the Monkey on the number 8? I mean, I get it. You know, you see a Centaur, so you want to have like a lane-winning matchup. That's number 1. But overall in the game, how does it function in the game? It does work well with the Mirana. You can set up for the arrow.
Yeah.
But Monkey does have a lot of problems in the game. You have to use a lot of bans for the hero.
Yeah, and it doesn't really carry that hard. It's easy to just mess up, like get your tree cut, like misuse your BKB. They even have like, you're good versus Centaur, but he also has Stampede. So like you can end up in situations where you drop your ring and then everyone just runs away.
Yeah, how about not getting Fury? Like you try to play a really like fast game.
Yeah. I mean, you probably want to see a few more heroes before you decide that. But I think that's usually how people play it. That's when I see, who is it? Is it BZM? He's the carry, right, for OG?
Yeah.
Like he usually played Echo Saber Monkey. And I think other teams did similar things. And you put like a carry-ish hero in the mid lane. But we'll see.
Something like OD, SF, Sniper.
Yeah. Yeah, like a Sniper is a perfect example. But I wonder if the Centaur is too much for those heroes. I don't know though. Like Sniper has double 4 stuff. Is not that easy
going back to the Centaur, since I've been meaning to ask this as well, talk about this. Like going back to the Centaur, because of the meta, how it's so favored towards the long-range artillery heroes, and Centaur naturally is very good against those heroes. Could that be also part of the reason why they open with the Centaur?
I think so. It makes perfect sense.
Because every game you're seeing this, what? Drow, Sniper, Lina. What else am I missing?
I guess Shadowfiend kind of.
Shadowfiend.
So, no, it makes sense.
But that's why I feel like we've been seeing mainly like Tusks and Tinies. It's the flex ones, whereas Centaur seems very telegraphed. He's gonna be in the offlane no matter what. Whereas Tusk can be core, he can be support. Same thing with Tiny.
Yeah.
Centaur's a little more straightforward.
Centaur used to be that kind of hero though, where it was almost impossible to, completely shut him down.
Yeah.
Like he could always 50-50 a lane.
Is he still like that now?
That's what I mean. But now they have Monkey, Tusk, Mirana, so if they want to, they should be able to.
Like when I'm picking, say I'm second pick, right? I want to open with an offlaner. Centaur is generally not the hero I would think about right away, because I feel like when I'm picking a Centaur, I definitely want to give him like a lane advantage. I don't want to pick the Centaur blind, He's not like a LC where I'm just, I just pick off lane, and I'll be fine, Centaur doesn't feel that way for me.
I can't give the phase that Centaur has been useful in, but throughout all Division 1 so far, Centaur's been picked 12 times, 75% win rate.
Wow, yeah.
And we saw 2 of them yesterday with Blacklist.
He's gotten a few like hidden buffs, not hidden, but like small buffs in like basically 5 patches in a row. Like slightly bigger AoE on his hoof stomp, a little less mana cost. I think they even buffed it.
Yeah, the hoof stomp one is actually pretty big for the laning phase.
No, it lasts so long. It's one of the few like level 1 spells that actually does something nowadays. Like they've nerfed every stun. I think this is one. I think it's still over 2 seconds at level 1.
Yeah, and so Talon here, they have the
they're
toxic,
doing it.
the Ricky Mirana.
Sleep Dart arrow. Who needs skill?
And it's very annoying, I mean, all the carries, I think apart from Lifestealer, Juggler, if you don't have something to save yourself, it's very hard to play against that.
Yeah, or if you're not like an insane ball that you can move together.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Whenever you're playing against this kind of like very heavy pick-off, like their lineup feels like quite heavy pick-off, like Tusk, Ricky, Mirana, very single target focus. You should build, then you see that you should try to build a draft around like 5-manning. I mean, Centaur is perfect for 5-manning, and then you want to have like a CJ, like a DP kind of hero, like or your carry can be some lone druid hero.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. No, because I think that's one part with one Tundra TI. Like they played a lot of Potom, right? And then they usually had like a Tusker or something like that mid. And then we have the Hoodwink there. Like Saxa played a lot of Hoodwink. And those guys could just, I don't know, they could just pick off anyone they wanted. And then you had a 33 split pushing. So, because I didn't think generally when I looked at Tundra lineups, they felt like they had like a little too little team fight, but
the map, I feel like that draft is, a lot of it has to do with how they are seeing the map, how they are planning to play on the map.
Yeah.
And it's not just about having, we need to have a lot of team fights, so it's easier, it's direct. Like when you have very heavy team fight, the game is just straightforward, simple. Here we go here, we take this fight here, we have this ultimate, then we go tower objective. The game is easy,
Yeah.
And in terms of taking objectives, I feel like Talon may be lacking in that in some regard right now. Their pickoff is exceptional, like you mentioned, but being able to convert into map control afterwards may be a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
They need like some off lane with team fight, like what, Tide? I don't know, like some team fight hero.
Yeah, but I feel like I've learned that like it actually doesn't matter. Like they should go, like if they could get a Beastmaster.
Or just control control the map. And play for the pickoffs.
Yeah, and just kill people.
Beastmaster takes towers.
Yeah, he helps with that too.
Yeah, true.
And actually, surprisingly not banned, because as I had mentioned at the beginning of the day, Beastmaster is actually the second most banned hero of the DPC so far.
How about Night Stalker? Do you think that it's better than?
They banned it. Wow.
I mean, it's very similar to the Beastmaster.
No, I think you're right. I don't know if this means anything for the
carry
pick. Yeah. Yeah,
maybe.
so they go for even more kill. Like they don't care. They don't, like if you look at their lineup, they technically don't have any push. They don't really have any team fight either. They only have heroes to kill.
Yeah.
And like usually, like back in 2014, I would say like this draft is trash. But Dota has changed. And
so offlane Tusk core.
Yeah, I think it's probably the Tusk.
Let's see.
I mean, unless they're going to do some weird thing where Mirana is the core and Ricky and Tuss, they are the support.
That's what I'm curious about. I mean, we know Puck is mid at least, but beyond that.
I mean, I've seen a couple of games of, I forgot who was playing it, like off-lane Mirana.
Yeah.
With Tuss.
Maybe it is just off-lane Mirana.
Really?
I mean, it's most likely Ricky 5, I guess.
Yeah, but then, well, I guess Monkey is good enough against Centaur that your support really doesn't need to do that much.
Yeah.
It's Centaur and Hoodwink, though. They're pretty strong at level 1, level 2.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, because otherwise, what would it be? It would be like Potom, Monkey, and then you would have like a Ricky Tusk lane. That sounds...
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Sounds horrendous.
Yeah, but maybe it will depend on what Boom selects for their carry. It depends on the lane. I mean, most of the premier carries are all banned. There's only... Okay, there's still Morphling. I mean, Morphling kind of fits like overall, like it gives them a win condition, but he's not that good. I would say he's not that good against the Ricky. He's quite annoying, the smoke screen.
The smoke screen is annoying for sure. I mean, there's many ways where you can look stupid here playing Morphling. There's so many randoms, long-range stuns, silences.
Yeah.
This is a stressful one.
And you don't really want to get the pike on Morphling in general, so...
Yeah, and his team, no dispels. I guess Glimpse is the only save. This is a dangerous Morphling game.
Yeah. No,
but if Natsumi can pull it off, more power to him.
I mean, it's dangerous, but Morphling is a very good, I think, overall last pick to secure them like a win condition hero. Like, if everything goes well, the lane is okay. I feel like they should be able to hold the game long enough for Morphling to carry them.
No, I can see that. So they did Tusk Mirana, yeah. Tusk Mirana versus Morphling Disruptor.
Yeah, that lane's going to be hard for them.
Yeah, that sounds hard for Morphling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Natsumi's work is cut out for him, but like we said, Boom have had some experience in their M88 Invitational, so they're starting to feel things out. They're starting to feel what Mushi's all about. Let's see what our casters are all about and what they make of this draft number 1. Avo and Richie, you as nervous about this Morphling as we are?
Yeah, we were listening to Pai's comments, thought he was pretty accurate. We actually had a side question for him. Pai, what do you think would be the stupidest way to die on Morphling this game?
I mean, it always involves you go down to one strength, right?
That's right.
And then
Blink Strike.
a blink, a blink strike. That's pretty good.
I got one. You start shifting before Sleep Dart hits you.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Sleep Dart hits you, and then you just tick out.
Yeah, no, that's
It's okay, he has Lincoln.
that might be it.
Yeah, let's see if he can make his way there. And let's see how it goes with Abo and Richie for game number 1.
Yeah, so many dumb ways to die is basically what this one feels like.
Yep.
And we'll see how this Morph's going to navigate the minefield of potential deaths coming his way, because there are so many of them. Boundless from the trees, little blink strikes, a dumb smoke screen. I mean, we were talking about it, that Riki Mirana combo. It's just the ease of execution. It's right there.
I will say, though, if there's one hero that you want him to be countered, I mean, it sounds dumb, but it is the Morphling. Because Morphling players, they're kind of animals. They just pick the Morphling into any lineup. When you look at an off-laner, it's like, is this a good Pango game, good Magnus game? The Morphling player just goes, I want to play this hero regardless of what the enemy team has. So I'm sure he's played against counters before, and I'm sure he knows what to do. Natsumi is definitely one of those Morphling spammers.
Absolutely. It's just a matter of reading the map well. And that's why I'm a little bit concerned here that we might actually end up seeing one of those, let's call them silly ways to die on the Morphling, shall we?
I like the Pai phrasing of stupid.
Yeah, you know, Boundless Strike from the trees, Rikimaru, who eventually is just going to be running around the map, invisible.
Yep.
2 really big ones. Makoto as well, at some stage, very likely to, I don't know, some Blink Dagger, even just like a poof from the trees might end up, like, there's a lot of ways. I think I wouldn't be too surprised this game if we see Natsumi, you know, chill a little bit more higher on strength, even in moments where others wouldn't.
It's also the kind of game where I would expect maybe 1 or even 2 defensive items, like Winter suggested. Lincoln's a good idea.
Lincoln's for sure. Lincoln's.
I think BKB here is also like a must, because that smoke screen is just annoyance.
Yeah, I'd agree. I was thinking it's such an awkward item, I feel like, on the Morphling, but I was thinking maybe it's a game where you can actually justify the Hurricane Pike upgrade, because like Dragonlance isn't the craziest item on a Morph. His attack range is actually pretty bad. But then into a Puck, that usually doesn't feel good. Like if you're going to have to deal with the Puck and the Riki, like you might as well just get a BKB and deal with them both.
Exactly. And I think the Force Staff on the supports, though, is a good idea.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing a Disruptor hates more than trying to stand as far away from the back of the fight as he can, ready to cast a static storm, and then all of a sudden, you know, a little smoke screen appears at your feet, and you're not doing a single darn thing.
Honestly, this Riki hero is just disgusting. I know you've been playing it in your pubs recently.
I've been playing it a little bit. Yeah, he's really good at trading, especially versus ranged supports, is generally where you get to be a big bully. I think perhaps something that's a bit more annoying about maybe trying to trade into a Disruptor is that generally, you know, Disruptor with mana is going to eventually win those trades out. I'm curious, the starting items for Riki.
No stick.
Yeah, no stick, right? So as well as like no Orb of Venom or anything too crazy like
I agree.
Because Orb of Venom is like tempting onto a ranged support, right? You just kind of beat them down and you get 1-2 extra auto attacks out on them every single time. Yeah. That starts to add up, but I think he's being very realistic about what his lane opponent's going to be, and that regen's just the way to go here, interrupting the pulls and maintaining creep equilibrium.
It's also true that I think Orb Venom on Riki is particularly good.
Exactly, that's what they're going to do, Exo. I tell you.
This line, okay, just a small side story. I remember Seb telling me the story that there was this one player he played in his pubs. I forgot what it was.
This was Seb.
It was Seb telling us, yeah. And he was saying that this one player, I forgot what it was. Maybe it was Fishman, maybe? Yeah. Every time you would attack him, he would spam, "They're trying to kill me, they're trying to kill me," 2 times.
You know, I actually am pretty sure I've casted a lot of Fishman back when he was in Creep Wave, when Disruptor was a bit more of a pick. I think I can personally confirm that myself.
I think it was, yeah. And Seb said he couldn't concentrate because he was laughing too hard in the games.
I've seen other pro players as well on the Shaman spam the bakaz as soon as they blink in and hex someone. That's his gold line.
I know Matthew says to call his carry. Bakaz!
My lord.
On the Orb Venom comment that we're actually saying before, there we go, that's another pause, thank you. I do think the Orb Venom is a good idea on Riki, especially when you have cores that you can also punish with this. I don't think Morphling Centaur or Pango are in that category, right?
Agreed, yeah, and that's really what it's about. You can't just like come to lane on this kind of Riki hero, because like he's very flexible in the way that he can be played, which is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, because if you just try and play him like a cookie cutter hero,
you'll fail.
You're going to fail.
Yes.
You know, you're going to try and cut into cookies, and really you're cutting into cake. And you got to know if it's a cookie or a cake game. This is definitely a cake game. He's got to play the lane a little bit differently, and he's going to be looking, of course, to play more around the rotation game with his pot up towards the mid lane, perhaps, once this is, towards the mid game, not the mid lane, pardon me, and sort of being a little bit more annoying and threatening with smoke screens. That's the idea here behind this Riki. Yes, he can still be a lane boss. Yes, he still has a ton of, base armor and regen, but for the most part, it's going to be definitely for the mid game. Eager to see how Ali, either way, is going to look to deal with this.
Yep.
And how he's going to be looking to squeeze the annoying efficiency out of this Rikimaru hero.
For sure. And of course, we didn't talk about it, the panel didn't mention it, but the Riki Mirana combo, definitely probably the scourge of the TPC. We've seen it in Western Europe, we've seen it in SCA. I haven't seen it in China, but I'm pretty sure it's been played at some point.
Yeah, it's pretty good. As Pi would famously say, ease of access, right? There.
He almost got the courier there and actually forced Shepard to go for Bushwhack, which means now Oli can trade pretty nicely. Even, wow, Savage actually going for the Boundless Strike to make sure Sephiroth has to run away. Interesting use of the stun there to guarantee the Riki a couple more hits.
And like that's the kind of situation where like, I have Orb of Venom, maybe I actually kill this Hoodwink there, right? Compared to, well, if I have to be right-clicking FBZ with Retaliate, I want Mangoes.
Okay, at least he gets away. Riki also has ridiculous base stats. I think that's one of the reasons why he's actually so good in lane. Great base armor and also nice base regen. So this trade is not that bad for him.
Exactly, and a lot to do with the Blink Strike as well. You can use it to secure last hits and then Blink Strike away, like once a wave. It's very expensive on the mana, but in the early levels, especially into some quite oppressive offlaners like a CK, it can kind of, make that a Centaur War Runner. It can make a little bit of a difference.
Yep. There's a lot of kill potential though on Boom's lane. We've talked a lot about the Riki, but Centaur Hoodwink, very strong lane. One misstep and the burst of damage coming at you, especially if you're far away from creeps or you're only next to one creep, right? Because the Acorn Shot destroys you.
Absolutely. As currently having
Boom is struggling with the
timeouts. Yeah, the team speak. So hopefully they can get that resolved here in good time.
So I don't know if this is related. Oh, just Chapoy. I don't know if this is related, but Boom's manager, his luggage got lost on the way to boot camp.
Is that true?
Yes, and he's only allowed to wear Boom shirts. I don't know. I didn't read in the tweet if he's wearing any pants, but he's only wearing Boom shirts, and I think that might be the reason why TeamSpeak is not working.
That could be it.
They have to keep turning to watch as he puts another Boom shirt on.
Yeah, that could be it, right? I think that sounds very realistic. Well, hopefully the TeamSpeak Gremlins get weeded out of the pipes, I believe is the IT terms correct for that?
Yes, I was a software engineer. I can attest to that.
That's good to know. But right now, early fledgling lead right now for Talon Esports across all kind of 3 lanes. Struggling so far is Natsumi. He does have a big wave under tower, so I'd be kind of curious how this lane top for Morphling is going to go. Usually pretty well, of course, with the ability to shift your stats, and of course starting with plenty more stats like these GG branches and Wraith bands. He shouldn't be missing too much CS up here at least. Xnova laning against Q. Q who's going as well for the starting Wraith band actually on the bottom.
Interesting.
Yeah, I always like to see that. It's real aggressive, gives you some really good stats, and makes trading that much easier on the bottom. Xnova gonna have to ferry out a lot more mana regeneration and consumables if he's gonna want to be able to at least keep this bottom at bay and stop her from harassing the Morphling freely.
And the arguments we had for the Riki versus Disruptor are the same as Mirana Disruptor, honestly. Like, Mirana can also trade better against Disruptor than he does, at least with auto attacks. He depends entirely on Thunderstrike. But Mirana has a little bit more ease at securing that kill. You hit him with the arrow, Disruptor's a little bit too low, all of a sudden you're dead, especially with his Tusk offlane that decided to break out. Not a common position for this hero, by the way.
Yeah, very true. The one thing that I think does kind of make this matchup maybe something to consider, right? A nuance of this matchup is that Xnova's Thunderstrike, of course, is going to give vision on the bottom because normally she just attacks from the trees from a really good range, and then she can leap away into fog and just like escape. Don't always have that kind of option when you have... sorry, I got distracted by the ult. You don't always have that option with the Thunderstrike. And I also really like that they have this hero against a couple other heroes that are really slippery, right? The Puck as well might have this issue as well if she's trying to jaunt and blink out of fights. Monkey King especially is a really big one, right? Especially as it keeps him from primal springing into trees and tree dancing away. Riki as well, right? If he goes invis, he's still going to be hit by the Thunderstruck. So I think there's a lot of utility here for the Disruptor this game, even just with Thunderstrike. Careful though.
For sure. They are going for X. Oh, this is an interesting dive. The arrow got avoided, and Jab's like, all right, guys, I went far enough. I'm done. Let's go for Natsumi now. And Natsumi, he shifts back to strength. He's going to be fine for now. And the waveform to make sure he doesn't die. Q, in fact, almost died to a Thunderstrike, as Jab has placed this extremely aggressively.
Yeah.
He's going to go for level and tech team as well. Usually the core Tusks like to go for the max snowball plus ice shards, but not this Jabs.
I guess they want to really make it a kill lane. It seems fairly easy. I would have maybe liked to see it at level 3 arrow? Instead. They're looking for an arrow. They're trying to go fishing.
Is it the first dumb way to die for Morphling? Because if he gets hit by an arrow, that would be a little bit dumb.
That would be a little bit dumb for sure.
Oh, that was very hopeful.
I mean,
Natsumi saw that, and as a good Dota player, he thought, should I catch it?
You know, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take here. As Jap keeps disconnecting from the team speak. Hopefully.
In case you don't know, Yopaj is Japois, is literally his name is backwards. That's what we're referring to. And it's apparently an issue with TeamSpeak.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but at least all the pauses are towards the middle of the game and not in the middle of the Roche team fights and somewhat later on.
Yeah, better to fix these things early, right? That's why TeamSpeak knows that all the issues are going to happen in the first 20 minutes of the game, then it respects you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy that we're still using TeamSpeak this day and age.
Yeah. It's the way to go, though.
That was the first comms we ever used, you know? You remember, Richie, back when we started casting together?
My first comms were actually on probably Mumble. I used Mumble.
Oh, that was Mumble for me too, but I meant Was.
No, it was Ventrilo. I used Ventrilo first.
I never used Ventrilo. Mine was Xfire, actually. Remember that?
Xfire. No, I never used Xfire.
Yeah, it was the one for the Warhammer games for some reason.
Really?
It was terrible.
It's funny.
It had those UIs that you're like, oh, you're stuck in 2000s forever.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
There's something quite comforting about that every time you see it, though. I'm a fan.
Yes. Yeah. Well, TeamSpeak still works great. Hopefully it works great for these guys as well. As, how long a pause do you think you need to get for you to be like, oh, what was happening in the game again? Apparently a big one for 23 Savage as they go for him. Double edge, and they're going to kill him. FPZ secures the kill onto the enemy carry. And this kill lane's already getting off to a good start. Zephyr just pinged the creep going, why did you miss the last hit? FPZ, he's dead.
Oops. Well, it happens.
I think he misclicked, actually.
And, well, I mean, just First Blood as well is going to be making this lane a bit more painful. I imagine there's a state of this Monkey King skill build where you have enough points in Jingu to kind of just ignore. Well, it wasn't even retaliate. He just died.
No, it was just the Hope Stomp double edge. I actually think this is the better build against Monkey King.
Interesting.
Of course, retaliate. So the difficulty with this is if you don't retaliate, you don't have push, right? But with a Hoodwink, if you just max Hoof Stomp and double edge, you have so much kill potential against Monkey.
Right. I do think it also it serves double duty, right? Because it keeps him at bay. Because if Monkey ever is trying to get Jingu stacks on you, you can always threaten to just Hoof Stomp. And when normally, if he's solo in this lane, it's just a disengage Hoof Stomp so he doesn't die.
Yes.
But he can very quickly turn that into a kill attempt just as fast as he gets the Hoof Stomp out. Lots of rotations mid here, by the way, for the minute 4 rune.
Yopaj is going for this rune. The glimpse sends back Q. The arrow misses as well, but they silence Yopaj. Doesn't seem to matter to him. In fact, they swashbuckle still. Gets close to his courier. And another pause by Boom.
Seems
Yopaj, yep. I'm assuming the same issue.
We figured that one.
Can we use Discord?
See what's
the admin say.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and deal with that. Curious, it's only the one player though.
Interesting.
Because they are boot camping, aren't they? Here
Yeah, they're in the team house in Jakarta. We'll see if the admin responds in time.
Oh yeah, of course. Probably taking it up in the proper channels. We'll see how it goes, and we'll have a little bit of a discussion there. But of course, like we said, at least we're dealing with it early in game 1 and not late into game 3.
In the meantime, since we're talking about Jakarta, while they're boot camping, what was your favorite Indonesian food, Richie? Because we didn't get that on set.
Didn't get that on set. Maybe it'll be coming soon. I can't say I've been to most of Indonesia though. I've only really ever been to Bali.
Yeah, that's a very specific kind of Indonesian food, right?
Exactly.
Babi guling there was very good.
It was really good, yeah. I mean, so I would kind of have to say that one, honestly.
But a good old classic nasi goreng is always very good. You know, ages ago, I went to this small town in Malaysia, and we found this restaurant was not very good at all.
Right.
And they gave us a nasi goreng, which was white rice. It wasn't fried. Goreng is fried, for people who don't know, so it's meant to be fried.
Right.
We were very disappointed. And we found a really good nasi goreng place here in KL, which is Indonesian as well. And we showed them a picture of this fried rice, and he spit on the floor. He said, "We're very sorry. Here's a second nasi goreng on the house for you experiencing this."
Unbelievable.
I'm assuming because he thought we were tourists. We live here in Malaysia, but he didn't know that, and we didn't complain. Let's be honest.
Now, that's service.
Yes, and I thought, this is what real food pride is. You see someone else cooking your food badly, and you give them double ration so they understand.
For me, I think my favorite Indonesian food, now that I've had time to think about it, is actually the fish fries that they do there. There's lots of fish. At least
what's
in Bali. They just grill or fry. Maybe.
That's a common one. I mean, that's the one we see in Malaysia at least.
So good, though.
Very, very good, actually.
Having that one on the beach. And that's, I think, what Tusk is going to have to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get fried this game, because eventually burst damage will be coming through, and I think something that is always a bit of an issue for him to worry about here is snowball into these big AoE abilities, right?
For sure.
Snowball into Hoof Stomp. Snowball into
Bushwhack.
Snowball into Bushwhack. Snowball into Disruptor Static Storm. I think Boom here have got some pretty amazing counter initiation here, even if their connection to TeamSpeak isn't as good as that.
I'm glad you mentioned this Disruptor Static Storm as opposed to the Pango Static Storm or the Centaur Static Storm.
Right.
Usually
it's important to be specific. You never know if we've accidentally launched the lobby and ability draft.
Right. You also don't know if there's a storm happening outside. You know when the world starts to buffer because there's what is it called? It's the Benjamin Franklin thing, lightning. And then
the Benjamin Franklin thing as the implication that he invented lightning.
Yeah, he invented the key thing, right?
Yeah, he invented the harness to power to
yeah, he invented the lightning rods, right? And then he put him all over buildings himself, and that's why he was president of America.
Do you know, apparently there's a big debate between Benjamin Franklin and someone else in the electricity world, and maybe it could have been Nikolai Tesla, about having ball ends on lightning rods compared to triangular tips.
Okay, but who's debating this? What forums are you going on? That's my question.
I couldn't say, honestly.
Was it electricity forums?
I mean, it was a long time ago, so it must have been the Ventrilo forum.
Ball ends or triangle tips, guy? Which one protects you from lightning?
Turns out the ball ends.
Is it, actually?
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Benjamin Franklin didn't want to admit it.
Really?
Yeah.
What a sassy man.
Honestly, I mean, people.
Well, he wasn't alive when Tesla was alive, so did he? He came back from the grave.
So again,
when Tesla used.
I don't remember. Someone was like, "Yo, I think maybe a point is better," and he's like, "Nah, that can't be."
A point is better than the ball. Why? What was the theory behind the ball? What was the ball better? Frankly, I just see a piece of metal and I just think, okay, the metal's going to protect me because it goes through the metal instead of me. That's why I always wear umbrellas when there's a lightning storm.
You wear you have the hat with the umbrella on?
Exactly, so it goes right through me. Did you know the safest thing to wear in a lightning storm is actually a suit of armor? Because it goes right through the armor, does not touch you, because the armor is more conductive than you are.
It only depends if you're grounded, though.
It's true. Yes, do not jump in a lightning storm.
Into lightning storms. All right. Don't
with a suit of armor and then jump. You have to stay on the ground. In fact, if you shuffle your feet, like those runners, you know those runners that do the
speedwalkers.
Speedwalkers.
They specifically don't run. Actually.
Yes.
It's in the name.
Specifically in lightning storms, you're only allowed to speedwalk in suits of armor. Be very careful, otherwise you could get hit by lightning.
Do you know the fastest speedwalker in the world? I think I know this. He can speedwalk a mile in like 8 minutes.
That's incredible.
Which is like a pretty I don't think I could do an 8-minute mile right now.
No, I definitely cannot do it in 8 minutes. You saw
You see all this food.
I don't think I can do a mile in 30 minutes, let alone 8. How long? 1.6 kilometers?
Something like that.
That's very long.
It's four laps around a pretty standard track.
I would like to ask Pi if we combine all the times that he's gone out of his house in Malaysia, does that equal a mile? Less or more? What are the bets, chat?
Oh,
I would say less.
Less? Brutal. Brutal.
I mean, he hasn't tried most of the foods here, so yes, 100% less. Yeah.
We'll see. We gotta change that, man.
You know, we're actually taking him out to eat every day now. He's not allowed to. His broadcast day ends at 11 because we take him out to eat right after.
We take him out mandatory. There's that. I mean, fortunately, we're broadcasting in the middle of KL. There's Mamak all over the place.
Yes.
So it is
in fact,
not that hard.
Tweet at Eples Gaming. What should we feed Pi next?
Very true.
Yes.
It's very true.
And particularly Southeast Asian foods. Please don't suggest other. I don't want to give him Western foods.
It's true.
It was just superior. I'll be honest. I am part of the Malaysia gang. I understand.
Malaysian food's pretty good.
It's incredible.
I agree with
It's very sedap.
good.
Sedap.
Yep.
Indonesia apparently say enak. I don't know if that's true.
I wouldn't know.
But I've only seen the Malaysian ads. As Yopaj has disconnected now from the game. So maybe if you disconnect from both things at the same time, and you reconnect together.
Maybe they give him one of the old reboots, you know?
Reboots, yeah, to the PC, yeah.
That might work.
Yeah.
I work it out because... Fortunately, it only seems like it's one of the PCs, but we're going to go...
I have a feeling the Boom manager lost his PC now. He first lost his luggage, now he has no PC.
No luggage, no PC, nothing else for him, but yeah. But unfortunate that we have a pause. It is first game of the season here for Boom Esports, right?
Yes.
So if there was ever a time to have technical issues, it would be in your first one, as they're going to be the last ones up to play.
Technical issues are the spice of life. You know, if you're a Southeast Asia fan or South America fan, you know you have to pause at the beginning of the game. It's just normal.
It's just the way. I mean, is this a pub? Is this a pro match? It's really hard to tell at this stage, honestly.
I remember when they introduced the thing where you can't pause in the first 5 minutes, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
And I kept telling people, guys, this is going to destroy the SEA servers. I think everyone disconnects here in the first 5 minutes.
Where you have the guy that first picks Pudge and says, okay, I go smoke. And it comes back like 8 minutes later.
When I first came here, I thought, oh, they're buying smokes this early?
Like, wow, they're so proactive.
That's incredible. And then you realize that's not it. No, they're leaving the cyber cafe.
Yeah, it was very much a thing. And it's always a little bit of a pain to make sure that ends up getting resolved. But a very good quality of life change overall, for sure.
Yes, it was for some regions. I wouldn't mind. You know, I get a lot of disconnects in SEA. Most of the time, people don't abandon here because they're rage quitting. They're just abandoning because the computer busted. Sometimes the internet's done. There's typhoon. That's happened way too many times.
I've had some pretty wild reasons for disconnect.
Someone literally did all chat to me, typhoon, and then disconnected. I was like, oh my, is he okay? I hope so.
They just leave sometimes.
Yeah. That was my first time. As a European, I didn't know what natural disasters were, right?
I will say, C is the only, and I've only played a handful of games in Western Europe and Eastern Europe servers, pardon me. But C is the only server region where someone has left and abandoned at the start of the game, and it's ranked, and then they come back like 30 minutes later.
Let's go, guys. I'm ready.
And they're like, yeah, what's up? They're like, why didn't you get me XP? They come back and they're like, immediately, they're like, why didn't you pause? And it's like,
yeah.
Oh man.
It's also the only region where I've seen where you had a 4 versus 5, and the 5 team will pause, BM pause, to make fun of the 4 team that's losing. Yeah. Maybe North America does that too.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's been something for sure. I've also lost.
You flourished in this region. I'm not gonna lie.
In C?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
This man speaks C pub.
Then whenever I go back to America and they're like, any imports, sir, I'm like another 1,000 MMR from C, and then they fist bump me and they're like, come on in, welcome home.
He's actually the only successful North American player to leave his region. Him and Quinn are the two neck and neck. Let's see who's gonna do better. Well, I've been dropping. I actually give CMR. I talk to the guards.
Oh, it's happening.
Oh,
it's
the
happening.
Game. It's going.
Oh no, this Dota game's interrupting our podcast.
I said we said enough things, Richie.
We've said the things.
But more importantly, what was that thing or the news that Sunset was talking about?
Most of it was this the news?
This was the news, Richie.
That Chop Boy couldn't connect. Oh,
he knew all along.
He knew all along. Well. Anyway, now that we're back in game, trivia time. No,
okay. Oh, I thought you had one.
No, I don't have.
Oh, okay.
I don't have one.
You gotta prepare these beforehand. You sound too much like him to not abuse them.
I'll come up with a.
Yeah.
Alvaro.
I'll use my full name. Nobody knows my full name, Richie. It is a secret. I'm always way too
like
different.
a demon if we see your full name. You're gonna...
If you say it 3 times and you sacrifice a Bobby Guling.
That's the trick.
That courier, that courier just stood in vision so the Mirana could hit it, and Natsumi didn't realize.
Well, that's the problem. That we've clearly found how long is too long, where you forget what's going on in the game.
That was it. Yeah, that was too long.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, you know. Another dumb way to die here would be ice shards from Fog.
That would be a very dumb one. You know what? Ice shard's residual damage.
Oh yeah, from the shard.
From the shard. That would be
the ice shard 2.
Yep. Though I do think that Winter was on the money with the Blink Strike. I think the Blink Strike might be the dumbest way to die. Jabs though might be dying. This is not dumb though.
No, he's got Bracer though. He's a tanky lad in brown boots already.
He's maxing ice shards. Interesting. I usually thought the second point in tag team was huge value. And I thought that either you skip tag team altogether or you take, max tag team or at least get 2 points.
I think he just wants that value point because he has a laning partner that can actually really take advantage of it, especially with Leap.
Okay.
Like, I think that bonus damage can really come in handy. Like either you're gonna snowball ice shards and trap Morphlane after he uses waveform, too early or misuses it.
Sure.
Then you're gonna kill him, or I don't know. It's just a little bit of bonus damage.
Yopaj hit by the arrow there. Dream Call on top. I see that infused Raindrops, which is saving from a lot of damage, and Mikoto is going to jaunt to the orb here, most likely. Oh, they guessed! And Mikoto couldn't jaunt, which means the Disruptor's trying to finish him off. Yopaj is already dead. Q.
Oh, he missed uphill!
Oh, will continue to attack the Disruptor as they miss uphill. Here's the Blink Strike from Oli, but no Venom. I think to slow down X-Nova, but the Blink Strike themselves. Bushwhack bringing Q closer to the action, and Q is unable to finish off X-Nova.
It's an arrow for Q, but I think X-Nova's now out of range.
No, the Zephyr would block it anyway. Definitely you block that arrow. They have a Bushwhack though. Ooh.
Good leap.
Very good leap.
Mm-hmm. It's really hard to catch a cat, they just always leap away like that.
Especially if you're a squirrel.
That's very true.
Yeah, squirrels tend to struggle against cats. It's a type
but look who's top.
It is Yopaj. Yeah, he's doing the Corden, and actually he's cat jabs really easy. This was a very Corden-like rotation.
It is, to be honest. Normally, Corden would run bottom after his team secures some first bounty rune, get a kill, eat 3 mangoes, and TP top, though.
True.
I will say, it's a good move, though. It clearly catches him off guard, and this is going to allow the Morphling to continue flourishing here in this lane after he's gotten a little bit more space. He had some difficult early levels. He had a double wave underneath his tower, and he's recovered nicely since then.
23 Savage in the bottom lane is being hunted down. Kinetic Field also to get vision. They lack a little bit of damage. He actually, baited the Hoof Stomp, and that allowed FBZ to guarantee that kill. Sorry, baited the Mischief with the Hoof Stomp. And here is X-Nova dying to Q. Or no? Q couldn't get the second hit. FBZ now running away, realizing this Mirana hurts a lot. Kinetic Field just in case.
Ollie.
Blocked Ollie. That was such a clever Kinetic Field, X-Nova.
Couldn't quite find him there.
That was so well played by Boom.
Yeah, I heard X-Nova learn that move from his past teammate on TI. One of the Bears told him about that move.
Kinetic Field, nothing. It's great. Rickies will never catch you. They're going for FBZ again. This time they hit him with the arrow. How much can he tank? He doesn't have ring of health, and that single Wraith Bend might be helping him a lot.
Yeah, that bonus armor plus the phase boots, right?
Yes.
After getting first blood, that was the one thing I wanted to point out before we had to get a pause. Hold on.
Yeah, they're finding Yopaj. There's constant action this game, and Yopaj will die as Jabs is pretty much living rent-free in this mid lane.
And that's the 3 points in Ice Shards, right? That's why you max that. The value points that you get, especially from 1 to 2, literally doubling the damage. It's the preferred build here for now, especially if you don't have a really great teammate to take advantage of your tag team.
I think this is a really exciting early game. is in a large part due to the FPZ build that you wanted to mention, right? The face boots allows them to be so much more aggressive. They catch a Riki as well. And I really do think the choice of not going Vanguard first and going face boots instead is a big reason why they're so active.
Right, yeah, we spoke about this a bit yesterday, right? About the aggression, you know, picking up just the casual of Ring of Health and then immediately into phase and then to go in back into the Vanguard. It does allow you to be a little bit more clever with your jukes. There is a glimpse, which is avoided. Does allow Boom to secure the ward, and Paj is back safely in the river with a quick swashbuckle.
There's something I like about Xnova when I've seen this Disruptor a lot is that he really throws out a bunch of spells.
Yes,
like
yes, he
they're
does.
constantly on cooldown, and instead of just, this is the perfect glimpse to get the kill, he just uses it to annoy the enemy. Always doing something, right? It's rare to see this in Disruptors.
Speaking of glimpse, he's currently got 2 points in it, a 1-2-1 build, so I'm curious how he's going to continue to develop that. I see a lot of good use for glimpses this game, especially early with how incredibly mobile this Talon draft. Everyone's got a mobility spell built in right away.
Do you reckon we're going to see a glimpse into Rolling Thunder? Like literally glimpse him into the Rolling Thunder?
I think you have to if you're going to try and catch this puck. There's a smoke though coming. Talon, they're going to group up and maybe look to try and catch the Morphling ideally, but it seems like Xnova is going to tank this one instead.
Yep, but Xnova's happy. There's another spell just thrown out, and that's going to annoy Mikoto. No hesitation for Xnova.
That's 4 heroes top as well. It's a pretty big commitment from Talon, and then they're not going to get anything. They're just going to farm this camp as a team and say, well...
Yeah, stopping this gank is a big, big deal. Even if Xnova died, it would have still been a win for Boom, I would say, actually. As long as it's not Natsumi.
Yeah, I mean, Natsumi, speaking of him, he's up to 18 denies, which is already net worth, but he is really kind of shutting jabs out of this lane, which is why he's been so eager to look mid. Makoto is still missing off the map. I know he's probably still hunting top or in the jungle. They've got a ward in their own jungle, and now Yopaj as well, rotating from the mid lane, looking to counter-initiate. Okay, there's Glimpse, not quite into Rolling Thunder, but they've juked him pretty decently.
Yeah,
always strike back, he's A-okay.
I mean, catching the Riki before you have... that Wild Wing does not like Xnova. Catching the Riki before you have Static Storm, unless you bushwhack him from Fog, right? And bushwhack is also just slow projectile. I just don't think you catch it.
By the way, it's a Battle Fury build here for 23. I don't necessarily think that's the wrong decision this game by any means. But sometimes you see like a transition item. I guess if you go Falcon Blade, you're definitely not going to go Battle Fury because then you want the cheap items and not the big expensive item that's going to.
Also, they both give you regen, right?
Exactly, right. But yeah, he's just gone straight into it. He's committed already with the broadsword.
Mid, Mikoto almost died to Yopaj, and they're going to chase after him. Yopaj will get this kill. Look at Jaboy go. He's celebrating by hasting. Top lane, though. They do manage to finish off Natsumi.
Yep, and that's level 6, quote-unquote, reveal, or I guess the disappearance, really, for Riki in this case. Is more apt, as he just kind of rolls up with a level 1 smoke screen, and I wouldn't necessarily call that a dumb way to die, but it's one of the silly ways Morphling can die this game, you know? You get just surprised by a smoke screen, and then they jump you, because you're just not expecting it.
Xnova will stay here, though, to have some experience. The question is, where is Natsumi going to go afterwards? Bottom? Does he TP?
I think it's about that time. You got 2 points in Retaliate with the Vanguard up.
Yeah, and you take this tower now, you swap for Morphling. In fact, Monkey King's already doing that swap.
Exactly. You ensure that you give him the boot.
Oh, he actually went to mid. This is one of the few things Morphling can do, right? He's one of the carries that actually survives mid really easily because he has waveform. So it's harder to gank him compared to, say, a Drow.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the mobility, he's naturally a bit tankier.
Yep.
Yeah. And he is going for those value items. He's actually the one to go for the Falcon Blade for the little bit of regen and some stats.
Ooh, FPZ.
Yeah, he wants to defend, and he can, actually. I don't think they easily take down this very tanky Centaur. He's got Vanguard and the casual cloak with the full Hooded Defiance in the quick buy, but after the blink.
I think Centaur, at this moment of the game, with just the Vanguard and face boots, might be one of the strongest heroes in Dota. Like, right now, there's just no way you kill this guy.
Yeah.
He does so much, he can counter-initiate easily, and Retaliate punishes you if you go for him.
And that's exactly why Talon are going to smoke and go to the opposite side of the map.
Exactly.
I mean, they know that this guy just TP top. They're like, okay, well, that tower is not going down, but maybe we can catch someone down bottom. Where there is Natsumi here, just farming away. They're going to send Ollie in first. He's got that smoke screen ready. We're on Max Agi.
Will they catch him? Smoke screen used, but I think he got away from the smoke screen.
It off.
He did. Just on the very edge of the smoke screen.
Even got the stampede off. Okay, so, all right, you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, no, no, no.
Fool me thrice is throw a shoe, right?
I believe that's how the saying goes.
And that's a huge win for Boom, even if they have to commit the stampede, right? That gank was super important. Do you think maybe they mistimed that a little bit? Jab should have been quicker on the draw, or he should have been closer to Riki?
I think maybe there's a case to be made that they should have like TP'd to behind the tower, or even TP'd to their high ground, and then just ran at him.
Right.
Because I think it was a little slow.
He's dewarding. I think Xnova's ready to die for this. He is.
Yes, he is. That is certainly going to be maxed ice shards. My goodness, that thing is 300 damage now, and that's going to allow Jabs to easily farm up towards his point dagger.
Yeah. So he did end up going for the typical core build. Just 1 point in tag team, probably value point, and then just maxing Snowball and ice shards.
Middle tower is under
Lane,
attack.
Ali.
Ali.
They know he's here.
They should. They shouldn't at least guess something is around, and they all missed the rune. The hate is bottom. Q will take it. Perhaps save it for the puck as he jaunts right to it. Yopaj is trying to get close to him, but he realizes that's too dangerous.
Yopaj is itching for a fight. He feels real strong right now, and he should. He has his Diffusal Blade with pretty decent timing on top of Blightstone, so it's really good auto attack modifiers for him at the moment. Doesn't have that point in lucky shot quite yet.
Oh, they cut the Mirana though with the Bushwhack and into the Sharpshooter. That's a lot of damage. Q's fine though.
I mean, what a little guarantee basically after that little reveal is we're taking this tower, there's nothing you can do about it. But top lane.
Yopaj, he's going for the round. It is difficult, but he does have Diffusable. Oh, it's on cooldown actually. The inhibit, not yet ready. Bushwhack will hit 23 Savage, and Zephyr wants to finish him off. That acorn shot will do the trick.
Tower went down. I believe FBZ is going to claim the tower mid in exchange. So still lots more room on the map here for Natsumi to continue extending his lead as top lane.
Yeah, this fight continues. They want to now punish the Hookling for doing this, and it's going to be the first kill. Still a poor Silence Pango. Now finally has the mobility back. Swashbuckle, though, was very short range, and Yopaj could be in trouble as a result. The Stampede to try to save him. The puck is close by, and one last hit will do the trick. As bottom, they continue the aggression, try to do the same thing against the Tusk. It's going to be off laner from mid laner. That's the trade Boom is attempting to create. But Jabs is a tough nut to crack. Finally, Natsumi gets the kill.
Yeah, they'll still drop. I like that move from Talon, right? They recognize, okay, tier 1 tower's down here. We can rotate a hero up like with some lockdown, say like a puck, and we can easily get a kill here and look to punish. Without rolling thunder, it's nice.
I do think Yopaj could have gotten out. That Swashbuckle was very aggressive because I think he got greedy. And if he had Swashbuckled further plus Stampede, he probably was fine.
Oh, there's the first cast of Hooded Defiance, and Makoto's like, oh.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. Glimpsing a puck and also trying to get the hoof stomp on top of that. What you can do actually is you glimpse and you have something else prepared there, and then you hoof stomp where the puck is.
Yes, where the puck's jaunting from, yeah.
Or face shifting, rather, yeah.
That's the one. But then you have to be careful that you don't get Waning Rifted, right?
Yeah, this hero.
This hero's really hard to catch when you have like a 1 second windup on a AoE stun.
Yeah, anytime that FPC catches the puck with a hoof stomp, everyone should celebrate.
Honestly, I agree.
It's a great deal. Static Storm, though, will be the bane of this puck's existence eventually, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if Mikoto thought of BKB this game.
Yeah.
Like earlier. You know, like blink straight into BKB.
Well, you know what's going to really be the bane of all of Boom's existence here. It's this Riki shard. He's almost got the money for it already. Just needs a little bit of gold, but FBZ's here now, and he's going to have to just kind of wait. He'll get it in like 10 seconds or so, and that Sleeping Dart will be online alongside, of course, this Potom Arrow. So lots of damage going to be coming in. Q as well, nearly farmed up the full mech. Mid.
There's a Static Storm that we're talking about. Swashbuckle on top of that Bushwhack will guarantee the kill on Mikoto.
Easy kill there for him. And that's just because Talon are farming their big items, right? Here we go. There's going to be now the shard coming towards Riki, so that Sleep Dart on its way. Mechanism on its way from Mirana. She might... I don't really know if she wants to go for the full Guardian groups, but she already has the Arcanes and the mech now. We'll see what her next item of choice is going to be.
As long as the Riki is doing the initiation for you, right? You don't need to go for the usual Yules, Atos, whatever. So I think it really opens up your itemization.
And all this, right, for Talon means that 23 with his Battle Fury is going to continue to try and recover a little bit as far as the farm game goes. Natsumi and FBZ both have better starts than him, and that's reflected in the net worth chart. But they could look for a kill on Natsumi now.
They are
about it. Oh.
Okay, that was clearly not the real Morph.
Yeah, that was a...
I think he might have just been trying to get rid of the illusion.
Maybe that's the only one he saw.
Maybe. It is nighttime. They don't have good vision. Snowball prevents the glimpse. FBZ, though, he's crazy. He's going in. He knows he got something because the sound is different, but that is going to be a Riki. They can't quite see him. Wukong's command now used, and who's going to keep the high ground? It seems like it's going to be Boom for now as the Tusk tries to get away. Jabs. Oh, they kill Natsumi in the back lines. Jabs does die, but that's your carry gone. Boom How keen are they to continue this fight? Apparently very keen as Yopaj leads the fray. Dreamco though, plus that Boundless Strike, going on for the Centaur, trying to finish off his tanky offlaner. They'll succeed. Yopaj now turns into ball form, gets down to the low ground, but the Mirana chases after him. Talon playing this so well. How'd they snipe the Morphling early? I just see him like, poof, blew up. Maybe he can catch the...
You want to know how he died?
Yeah.
Sleep dart into arrow, it looks like.
Oh, wow. That was just the damage.
I really think they caught him sleep dart into arrow. I also, myself,
They also caught the Nova.
Yeah, they did.
I literally just saw him disappear.
That'll complete the team wipe. I think he was just max edgy and he came back.
Wait, what? Mikoto's courier died and he dropped something. Oh, okay. The courier died. He knew the courier was going to die, so the courier dropped something for Mikoto to pick up.
Oh,
that's
okay.
Link Dagger.
Okay. We'll take another look. We'll see. He's on the right here. We're looking. We're finding. He just walked into arrow.
Okay, that might be the dumbest death.
Well.
It's Sleep Dart into arrow, which is such a strong combo.
It's a good combo, I promise. Don't worry, not in the live, Makoto's juking some spells.
Oh. I was not expecting to see that. I missed him walk into the arrow completely. And now he gets caught by the Sleep Dart. This time it is going to be Sleep Dart into arrow, and that condemns Mikoto to a swift death.
I mean, that's just such a... I mean... You just know, I mean, there's a 24th pick Morphling. You know what you're getting into. Yeah. And I think probably the worst part about this game was while Yopaj was disconnected from the TeamSpeak, you were just thinking about, oh man, this Riki's gonna get Sleep Dart. Oh man, I'm gonna get smoke screened here. I gotta be careful for this Boundless Strikes.
Oh no, another one of these. Into the arrow. Luckily it's a Centaur, they can't.
Yeah, he'll be fine. 30 HP regen a second. He wakes up from that and he's literally healed all over the wounds already.
Yep. But yeah, you're right. The dread on poor Mikoto, who realizes...
Wait, they're in the triangle.
Oh, another Sleep Dart, another arrow.
Quick reaction time.
Yeah?
Really quick reaction time.
That cooldown on Sleep Dart, 12 seconds, is just dumb. It's way
I think the real problem is this cast range, if I'm honest with you.
It's also ridiculous.
The cast range is very good on Sleep Dart. I think the cooldown, yes, sure.
Can we hover over it so people can see? Because it's actually absurd. I'm doing it right now. Look at that area.
That's the cast range of
That's his vision. It's cast range as long as he can see.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's a really good ability, and I think that's why that's the main reason it's getting played as support. Careful though, there is wards here, so Cute sees them. Oh,
Moonlight Shadow. At least they'll catch the Mirana with the Hope Stomp combo. Oh, they actually didn't. The Hope Stomp missed. Doesn't matter. They're stuck in the kinetic field. You can't jump over it.
Nope. $6, many of those.
But it's not a big deal, right? I mean, you smoke, they broke smoke, a support dies.
Yeah, really that move from Boom was just get out of our triangle. This is my Morphling safe space. This is not for you.
And out of your own jungle, because it's also my Morphling safe space.
This is, yes, that is that stage of the game. Top lane though, it's the Static Storm, but the Wukong's command has come out. FBZ still making the jump on in, 23, having a bit of a rough time, but they just really like the damage. Stampede trying to run him over, keeps him inside the ultimate. Another double edge here might condemn him, and indeed it will. Zephyr with the kill credit there. As Mikoto is now just running for his life. Blink Dagger ready, but a hard catch anyway onto the puck. So Boom will stop the chase. They're happy with the monkey.
You see that cute play that Yopaj started to do towards the latter end? If you roll up inside the Wukong's command, because all the monkeys hit you, it's like a rolling thunder. And he tried to get the monkeys to hit him to finish him off.
It's true, like it's the true pinball. Like the bumper is when you get trapped up there on Space Cadet.
You should see it though. It actually is very fun. I saw it earlier in a China match and it did work really well.
That's pretty cool. I never thought about that.
You have to just know like in what position you have to roll up.
Of course.
Like, so you know where you're going to get hit to.
That's a pretty fun early game counter. And with the Blink Dagger now on Pangolier, Yopaj is, maximizing control. He's gone for that damage early on the Diffusal Blade because his team, outside of, a sharpshooter being lined up, does kind of lack a little bit of damage early until at least this Morphling comes online. But that'll be soon. Natsumi is, by the way, going for this BKB. He is not messing around.
Yeah.
I think day one of the CDPC, we saw plenty of highlights where Morphling would just see a Sleep Dart coming in and be like, nope, or a hero would just see a Sleep Dart coming in and just BKB and just walk away. They're like, I'm not dealing with that.
Yep. You can also dodge it with Manta style, right? I think the projectile's not so fast that it's impossible.
Yeah, it should be disjointed.
No, I mean, like, it's physically impossible for a human to do that, right? I'm assuming. The Sleeping Dart, like, it's not super quick, so...
Oh, yeah.
Reaction time is not, like,
Definitely. I mean, these guys, of course, if there's anyone that's going to do it, it'll be these guys.
I mean, I guess if Jackie can avoid a Light Strike array... From invisibility.
Down bottom, the question is if 23 can avoid this gank. Seems like the answer is yes.
Yep.
So he'll leap away into the trees.
He went for the tree-dense cast range, actually.
I like that.
Yep. It's ridiculous now. But it's interesting, because a carry Monkey King that goes for Battle Fury, I'd expect maybe the Jingle Mastery Talon. because of how, you just want to pile damage with the traditional carry. What do you think the thought process is here?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Fair.
Because I would have gone with the same thing. You take that Jingu mastery damage with the cleave that you already exist, and copying over to the soul. Like, it just sounds good. You want to maximize that. You want everything to kind of go with your build. It could be that he just really highly values the farming more than the additional cleave damage you do with Battle Fury, and he's just trying to get from camp to camp.
Balance Strike, we found Dream Coil, and stop by the roll-up. That's going to help. Rolling Thunder is now set up with the Monkey King.
Oh, BKB.
Activates BKB just in time. Now Wukong's command to counter-initiate with a Sleeping Dart. Also, Agi Morphling. They hit him with the arrow on top of that. God. He can't change it. Full Agi Morphling is dead. The Pango also falls. Talon, they're looking for more. They find a Hoodwink, not the best of position, but 23 Savage, he's crazy, he just got glimpsed back. X-Noah will live to see another day until the Illusory Orb finishes him off. As now, they catch FBZ, he's in that smoke screen, one water punch will send into the stratosphere. And they're fighting one more person here, I think 23 Savage. This is why he went for the talent, he is just a hunter. Nothing can escape him until that is on cooldown, and then the Squirrel is fine.
Until he says, okay, Squirrel, you can
live today, there's more objectives.
I've got bigger objectives, and that's going to be the tier 1 tower for my team, and immediately into Roche. Dual BKB reveal there. That was Boom thinking that they had just found themselves a free Monkey, when indeed it was not the case. Monkey does get off his BKB, turns that entire fight around. Great Wukong's command, gives him bonus armor. And again, it's just this counter initiation. Smokescreen, these talents for Smokescreen are really great. I think the only reason they actually prevent Morphling from shifting, or even worse, waveforming away in that case for Talon, is because of that 10 talent that he has on the Smokescreen radius.
Hoodwink is trying to escape, or sorry, he was trying to cut waves. Now he's trying to escape. It's a nuisance, but Monkey King will definitely find it. That's a dead set.
Wow. Well, Kodo as well, style on him, avoids the bushwhack. TPs are immediately to the mid lane.
You're right in the smokescreen talents, by the way. Level 15 talent also allows you to have almost perma smokescreen.
This hero is just so
like,
disgusting.
Why? Why is it allowed?
He is so disgusting on this smokescreen, honestly. Like, you can just be such a nuisance, forcing out it sounds stupid, but you force a little force staff at the wrong time in a fight because someone's afraid that there's more abilities coming just because of the smokescreen.
Exactly.
And force staff cooldown is much longer than smokescreens.
Yep.
Like, we know how big of an item that is these days, honestly.
It's true. It's very, very true. That's why the BKBs are so important in this game.
Yeah.
That's why I think he's built his, actually.
Should be, yes, it should be on the way then with that Mythril Hammer. And he'll be getting that fetched to him pretty soon.
X-Nova, oh, he found Mikoto. Mikoto with a quick blink to prevent the Static Storm. In goes the Monkey King. Got hope stuff though. 23 Sam. Activate the BKB in time to prevent the balance strike from Natsume, as Jabs also joins in. There's Wukong's command plus another balance strike of his own. That's gonna kill off Yopaj, FBZ as well. Like you said, he caught the arrow and got punished right after.
They just don't see these arrows coming right now. I think
there's too much stuff on the screen.
Well, honestly, in that specific instance, I couldn't blame them. I mean, in both instances, actually, it's been the Wukong's command coming out, and that is a lot of visual clutter.
Yeah, it's because they're golden and red or whatever. He has a for it.
For sure. I mean, and it's just a lot of stuff to try and keep track of. I mean, see if you can spot the arrow in this fight. You might not be able to because I think it's right over where our picture-in-picture is.
They got him with Sleeping Dart anyway, actually. Now that I realized.
No, he got the Lotus, though. He dispelled.
Yeah, but they smoke screen after, so he couldn't... I guess he... Yeah, it's difficult.
Well, either way, good play by Talon. I mean, they're making this combo look easy, and it's not. It's not this easy.
Oh, yeah, but it's not the hardest time.
It's not the hardest, but if Sleep, I mean, obviously, poor ET, probably the least picked hero in all of Dota right now, maybe even less than Meepo at the current stage.
Don't say that, because every time you say that, Fog, like, he shakes in his chair. No, my ET, don't mention they're going to nerf him again.
They're going to nerf him again. You know, if Sleepin's arrow is that good, we just see it way more on that guy. I mean, it's just point and click. It is easy.
Yeah, it's true, but don't say that. That's the first thing, actually. When you go to the tournament, Fog's there, he's like, hey, guys, have you seen that ET's actually overpowered? Nobody knows it right now.
Like, let me show you all the ET interactions. See, he's got a couple good ones, too.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, careful.
Q. Gonna find the Disruptor, the Static Storm. BKB immediately jabs. Yeah. He's done. He kicks the corpse, he's set. And in fact, jabs once more. FBZ. Hard target to finish off, though. How much do you want to commit to this? For now, just a smoke screen. They're poking, they're prodding. There's the Dream Coil as well committed, but 23 Savage is forced back to BKB. He doesn't have the Wukong's command just yet. He's fine. And Natsume is just dealing way too much damage. That's going to be the Age is gone. The arrow avoided by FBZ. Now the Stampede. He's not quite dead yet, but Jab is chasing after him. He will finally finish off the Centaur as round 2 starts, and it's all for Talon here. How far will Mikoto go? That's the real question. Not far enough. Not going to commit suicide today.
No. Yeah, that Morphlane just really beaten into that Monkey King, you know. One of the Agi supports was, I mean, still somewhat decent, but because of his skills, does kind of depend on getting off Jingu Mastery in these fights to self-sustain. When he's not able to do that, when the Morphlane's able to burst down through him, it looks real scary for him there. Through the BKB as well. I wasn't expecting to see that this early.
Okay,
he got off the shift. He got off the shift.
Also, they messed up the combo.
Yeah.
Because they woke him up immediately with a Waning Rift.
Okay.
They tried to Waning Rift him before the start hit him, so they couldn't shift in time. It's hard. Like you said, there are some things you need to know about this combo.
Yeah.
It's not that easy.
It's a couple things that it's easier than it looks, you know.
He has Ether Lens Observer. Hover over the range of Sleeping Dart now.
Yeah, it's like a full screen.
Look at this. You can't even. He's fully zoomed out. Thank you, friend.
I'm wondering now if this ability has, like, how does it work? Does it have a projectile speed, or does it have just like a total time to hit?
That's a projectile speed.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because like sometimes when like Techies gets shard and he buys his like
blast off
is a fixed time, so he's just like comes zooming in from across the screen.
Zayat's learned to abuse that in TI.
Yeah, it's really entertaining.
Oh, there's the Sleeping Dart.
Oh, he tried to. I think he was gonna roll up.
He was trying to, but it's not enough time.
Now he's just dead.
Static Storm tries to protect him, but it's too late, and X-Nova will die as a result too.
That just looks. This is the first time I've casted a game where I've seen this combo, and I do have to say it does look silly.
Dude, lean up, whatever. Ricky Moran is where it's at, honestly.
Lina, sleeper, into dart, into arrow, killer.
Easy, honestly.
It's just map control now. It's just pick off after pick. It's just a pick off machine.
Yeah, and especially for heroes like Pango, who are not particularly tanky, but their skills make him tanky, he's just so vulnerable to this. He has mobility, but he can't never use it because of smoke screen. He has all these great things like roll up or the shield crash to give him the damage reduction. Can't use them. Also, the roll up, you can't just spam the spell because if you do, it'll actually deactivate in time. Right, you have to click it only once.
I'm wondering a lot about this 23 build because we just saw that he's got only the second Monkey King Daedalus this entire, I think, patch or maybe Dota Pro Circuit probably. And then he's going to go back for, what's his item build? Is that Ags next, I believe? It should be Ags.
Ags or Scotty, I can't.
It looks like Ags first, but either way, a little bit of skirmishing.
What is coming on his card? It is Ags.
Okay, so I feel like normally you'd see the Ags first with like BKB and Battle Fury, but maybe he's like, no, I need damage. You know, if you go for like those more utility items, you're 30 minutes, right? You need something.
He already initiates. X-Nova's gonna die really quickly. They got a second support as well. FBC trying to cover their escape. As in comes 23 Savage. And
wow,
FBC
okay,
forced FB. That is absurd.
That's okay. Maybe
that's a Centaur, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe 23's got this figured out, huh?
They have killed off Mikoto though, who believed too much in his team. There is such a thing as thinking your teammates are too good. And Mikoto just experienced that. Eco death.
It's a really cool itemization from 23. Maybe we just don't see a ton of Monkey King, but I really like his item build then.
That's great. I agree.
This Ag Scepter is going to really make things even more painful here. It's going to enable a lot more of their high ground push. I would say that's by far the weakest asset of this Talon lineup, is they siege very poorly. Monkey King, very much a hero that would, wants to fight in his Wukong's command. Puck doesn't really want to hit high ground. Riki obviously just exists for the walking Sleeping Dart,
Sure.
Tusk wants to counter-initiate. Like, it's not the easiest time, but with those soldiers you have on the high ground, it does make, like, jumping onto or a Morphling waveforming onto you that much scarier if you're going to have 4 things auto-attacking you.
100%. Morphling does have his own Ags, though, now completed. Not only will this give him the Monkey King Ags when he turns into him,
right?
But you also will now get all that attack speed away from Monkey King.
It's true.
Well, Agi. Sorry, no, the attack speed, you're right.
Yes, it's both. It's both. You steal 20% of stats and 70 attack speed, I believe, on the top of my head.
Which is ridiculous.
It's very punishing. So I'm wondering if he's going to decide to go for anything to deal with this. He's got the Ag Scepter online now, which is 10 stats. It's something. But sometimes what you see a lot of, like, very attack speed dependent, mostly ranged heroes, I'll add, against this Morphling, is they'll go for either like a Moonshard or they'll go for Lincolns. Those are the 2 biggest solutions.
Right.
After casting a lot of the CQs with Winter, he greatly prefers Moonshard, but that's mostly on the range carries. I'm not sure what he feels, or what even 23 feels once he sees this Ag Scepter on the Morphling.
On the squirrel. Jabs. Well, he prefers killing the squirrel. They also caught the Morphling, but he did manage to morph, or attribute shift, to strength and time. Turns into Natsumi, that is with the Axe, so 23 Savage no longer has any damage.
Yeah, and it lasts a while, too.
Yeah, it does. Look at how slow he hits.
Yeah, it's pretty painful. suppose maybe the Monkey King's a little unique, right? Because I guess in a way, the Ag Scepter is kind of something that gives you more attack speed. I mean, it gives you more attacks, right?
Sure, that's a good point.
It's not like the traditional Moon Shard or
And don't they
AC.
immediately attack after they come out, right?
I think so. I think they maybe have like a little bit of a...
Oh, no, yeah, they immediately... Well, once they settle themselves.
Yes. Yeah. They like kind of do a little move. They like a little issue a move command, and then they just attack move from there. Yeah, I mean, so maybe that's the thought process behind it. Obviously, you know, Monkey King sets up the Wukong's command. He's already got a bunch of soldiers set up, and if he's sitting still, he's already got even more. Maybe that's some way. Yeah. Perhaps that's the ideology. Could be some answer to the Morphling. I'm interested in it either way.
I'm curious as well. I do think another answer they're developing is just, like you said, they struggle at quite executing this combo in the high ground. So Tusk found a way to deal with this, which is Axe. Now he's going for Ether Lens as well. So now Jabs will have a way to just kick someone off and kick off the team fight.
There you go. And really, I think he wants to catch, like, I think no matter who he sees, he's going to kick him in some direction. I think he can use that kick mid-fight to kick FBZ away. He can use it to kick Morph out of position. He can use it to isolate a support and nuke him real fast.
Honestly, anything but FBZ to be kicked back, mind you, I think is ideal.
Yeah.
I would actually say if you can kick the Pango, I think Pango dies in the duration of the kick.
For sure. Yeah, you just have to hit him with a silence or another stun. I think what your ideal combo is onto anyone, maybe even FBZ, is coil into kick. If you can like really get that down to a T before they can BKB somehow.
Can't you sleep dart into that kick and then it's just unstoppable?
You probably could.
Is that possible, right? Like they can just do that and then nothing stops the kick, right?
But what I do really like is that we're still having seen Sleep Dart be incredibly effective. By the way, now Smokescreen has a 7-second cooldown. Force Staff's cooldown, if in case you don't know off the top of your head, 19 seconds. So you can get 2 Smokescreens down in the cooldown of 1 Force Staff. Yep. Which is, I think, a big reason why Riki's also being played so much.
Yes, Smokescreen is broken.
I remember there was a time where Riki was like completely busted as a carry. It might have been the time where his old Axe like doubled attacks and he would just jump in and he would build cleaves.
The Battle Fury Riki, yep.
And then the solution was they just kind of kept buffing Force Staff until it became this overbuffed item. And then Riki like completely fell off, right?
True.
Now I feel like Riki's back because this item, well, it got overtuned a bit. Now Riki's back in the meta and he's taking advantage of it. Exciting fight coming up though for what is second Roche.
Both teams are respecting the high ground, however, and Talon has a stronger high ground, obviously, in the enemy triangle. They also have wards in this area. Sorry, Boom has wards in this area. So they know that as long as the enemy team comes in, they have a strong chance of winning this next fight. Assuming they can win a fight, mind you. At some point in Dota, you're going to have to clash between each other.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But the patience from both teams, they just stick to their guns. Nobody wants to go into the Roche pit, which is obviously the next objective as well.
Yeah. Normally that Invis rune on Puck might actually be an opening, but when you have a Riki and a Mirana on your team, you're not going to use that for anything, really. Yeah, and then I did see a couple items just come online. That's Eye of Scotty now, 423. I believe I saw one more that I've just missed. Oh, I think it was Basher actually on Pangolier. It's in his stash? Oh, right, he's on the Radiant side, right. So he's going to have some trouble getting his courier all the way over here. He'd really love to have that item, especially because he has Ag Scepter, and he, of course, has that 15 talents. That'd be a really, really big tool in their inventory here to try and win a fight, especially around Roche. Pangos love rolling around in here.
Yeah, it could be a turning point as well, because then he doesn't become the easy kickable target. As long as he gets a single swashbuckle or a shield crash, he might be able to prevent his own death, which is huge.
And if he rolls up anywhere around the Roche pit, he just points himself in the direction of Roche, and he's going to be useful.
It's true, actually.
Like, it's a really good place to fight, even if the Tusk is able to somehow still jump you.
And they got a Spell Prism as well, by the way, on Boom, which would be huge on Pango, and that's exactly who they give it to. Boom still in control of a better high ground right now, but Talon wants to fight around their own ward.
That Basher's still just chilling in the inventory. It's Bing chilling. Get that out here.
He's just afraid of the couriers. He's trying
now he's called it. Now he's called it. I'm not sure. He just kind of...
He was waiting for the burst, actually.
Oh, the speed burst.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess.
Because he was afraid that they were around there. Now he knows more or less. Moonlight Shadow, though. Jabs. They want to get control of this area. First thing is D-warding. Now they put their own ward. Now it's difficult. Now the sleep dart
range.
And the arrow with the axe. Boundless Strike with the Ice Shard. It actually deters this initiation a little bit.
There they go. Rolling Thunder.
FBZ is a hard tier to kill, but they forced him. They broke the tree. He is BKB'd at least, so they can continue to stun him. 23 Savage tries to get the armor off with that Wukong's command, and they will kill Yopa in a matter of seconds. The sharpshooter, though, hit him. FPC goes for round number 2, but he just gets killed. The monkey soldier, too strong, finally finishing off the general, as Puck will deal with this Morphling. He's out of strength. He can't actually shift anymore. He has to TP at this point. Natsumi, he's silenced again. Smoke screen, they caught him. He's dead. Zephyr in the trees, trying to get away. Do they have enough damage? They do not. Zephyr at least will live, but who cares? They're just supports.
Man, just an impossible game here to be a Morphling or a Pango. It feels like so many silences, stuns.
The Pango died on his way.
Yeah, and he actually, I think he wasn't aware of how many soldiers were standing on where Monkey King.
I can tell.
There was like 3. He took like 5 auto attacks in the same second and just absolutely got torn apart. Because you can still be auto attacked, of course, when you're in Rolling Thunder. It's just, most heroes don't have the attack range unless they're ranged, but you can't stun the Monkey King soldiers. So they just beat the crap out of him when he rolled on through. You can see here.
We can see it here, right? He gets the Wukong's command in.
And then he just dies. He just explodes. He's clearly
not the worst part, though. Look at FPZ. He jumps in. He's like, I got it. Easy kill, right?
No, they just both do the same thing. They didn't respect, honestly, the Monkey King soldiers. I don't know what to call them.
Soldiers, yeah. Yeah, he conquered all of China with them. I mean, you got to respect them.
I mean, it's crazy. You know, Boom Esports, you know, if Monkey King's about the journey to the West, they're about the journey to learn about soldiers, basically, here.
Yeah, Boom Esports with XNOA, they were the journey to the South, but it's not working.
No, it's not. Yeah, that's true. It's really not working for him, unfortunately. It's a rough fight now with... well, actually, Roshan wasn't taken. So it's without the Monkey King, Talon do really struggle. Even with Tag Team, they didn't give it a go.
Yeah,
that's
interesting.
Slightly surprising.
I mean, okay, respect you. There's no reason to rush it, right?
I suppose not. Yeah, I suppose not.
And now you can secure it. Also, jump in the Roche pit now with all these soldiers. I dare you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's just no way. They don't attack Roche, of course, but they'll kill anyone else who comes in here. That's
actually. Yeah, they used to attack Roche. That was stupid.
That was pretty busted.
He's almost level 25 as well, right?
He is. He's getting there. Not quite enough here. I reckon this game, he probably wants that additional Wukong's command ring.
I think almost always is the
it's just so good. I mean...
For sieging high ground especially, and also against Pango.
There's a case to be made only because he took the 15 talent.
Sure.
Like, that's the
jump.
Yeah, you know, and you're all over the map, and you can get onto the back line.
It's done. He settled it.
Yeah, it's not happening. Okay.
Look, I love me some Mario Monkey King, but I think this is the better choice.
Yeah, very true. Now this game is pretty terrifying for Natsumi, honestly. So he's got his Egg Shard as well on this Morphling, which means he can attribute shift while stunned, but not crucially while silenced. Or muted, of course, because that also makes you silenced. So it's only anything that says stun above you. I probably not slept either, I think.
That's a good question. I actually don't know.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Because I don't think you're able to during Nightmare either. But that is a good question. I actually wouldn't know.
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to double check, because there's only like a handful of sleeps in the entire game. And all of a sudden, when one of them becomes this strong and it's so prolific...
Now you have to check out the interaction.
Trivia time, Alvaro.
The hardest part of being caster, doing work.
Whoa, this Puck. Careful here, Mikoto. By the way,
Mikoto? Okay, he's got Aeon. But why? I guess he's just biding time for his team to come in. He is almost dead. Snowball is saving him. Now Wukong's command is super large.
No way.
Mikoto's still alive. Oh my god, he avoided
he's getting out of here.
Morphling actually jumped into the smoke screen. Now he's forced to get away. They finally cut up to the Puck. It was Yopash who got him. He knows.
Oh, but the sleeping dart on Natsumi?
Smoke screen on top of that. They have a Dagon, just for good measure. Someone killed the Morphling. They don't have the Walrus kick though, only the Walrus punch. Jam is still trying to finish him off, but he just waveforms out of those ice shards. X-Nova will die to 23 Savage.
Yeah, beat back by the soldiers there. Just trying to do anything he can to save his Morph. Morph's really struggling here. Oh man, they're just constantly signs of there's not enough. There's the kick.
There's the kick. FPZ sent back. Can he stomp his way to victory? No. Not with this humongous smoke screen.
Yeah, and the humongous ice shards now as well. There's Dagon for good measure out from Q. That's a Dagon 2, by the way.
I love that he bought this.
Hell yeah.
He's like, what do I got to buy, guys? Dagon.
He's got Axe Scepter as well. He's actually got a significant amount of magic burst.
Yep. He does.
He's been casually farming up too. He's nearly as rich as Yopaj, and of course now it's a 30k.
Oh, Yopaj! Whoa! Even in ball form, they can still play volleyball with him. He turns into Rolling Thunder. He wants to play snooker. It's not going to work out for him. We're going to have to see. Waveform into 23 Savage. He has the Aegis though.
But he doesn't have BKB.
We don't have BKB. Jab starts to cover his escape. It's a little bit difficult, but 23 Savage can just jump onto a tree. All Jabs had to do was tank the damage.
Yeah, well done by Jabs. He also kicks away, I believe, Natsumi, as I think those were 23 Savage. I think
he died to the soldiers.
He's really not used to those things. I have to say, did he die to illusions?
No, the soldiers. Guys, my teddy bears never moved. I don't understand what these soldiers are doing.
Yeah, those guys were really friendly. That's pretty bad. He's got Egg Scepter. He has Egg Scepter. He sold his boots for eggs, and then he died to the darn soldiers, man.
I think he might have just gotten critted by accident. Like, I think a crit just kills him at this point.
Yeah, I mean...
Strength Blink on Puck. Okay, let's try number 2. You killed yourself once. Maybe with Strength Blink, it works better.
I mean, he's got Aeon Disc again, right? So, I mean, he's
I kept checking his inventory because I thought, surely there's a BKB here that I'm missing. I'm not seeing.
Nope. Just bold and brash here really is the move. Dagon 3, by the way, now we've upgraded to here on this Mirana. 4, make that, apologies, which means we're at 700 burst damage before reductions, but also, and a minor point that I'll bring up, it also kills illusions instantly.
That's true. And it does reduce the cooldown every level, right? Mm-hmm. Oh no, I'm not sure actually. I think they took that out ages ago.
Yeah, probably not. I think it's 18 seconds every level.
Okay, I apologize
it's just more damage. I mean, and it is good versus the Morphlane, right? It's all about still bursting. It's funny enough, now that his BKB duration has been reduced to 6 seconds minimum, and he has to BKB over like every little thing. There we go. I wanted to hear the triple bounce.
Oh, gold, Richie, gold.
Very good. It's the...
As a Spaniard, I hear the bounty runes. I can't stop myself.
In any case, Natsumi's having a really tough time. Like, he is actually still dying in smoke screens constantly because, again, of the reduced cooldown. 7-second smoke screen for a 6-second duration. Smoke screen literally has a 1-second downtime.
Is he just showing us how cool he is?
Yeah, and that's what it looks like, you know? And in that duration, the BKB ends. So by the second smoke screen, which Riki's easily able to put down because no one's been able to jump up this entire game, Natsumi doesn't have BKB. So being able to burst him before he can waddle his way and swim his way towards the outside of the smoke screen and start shifting, any damage you can get in that duration is going to go a long way. And that's why I really like this bottom build as a result. Like, if you're going to go all out for this combo, build all out for it. I respect this.
Yeah.
Definitely don't do this in your pubs, though.
Yeah, I will say, though, that in terms of damage, the Morphling also went for his own damage item, Daedalus on him. So he's trying himself to burst these supports as quickly as possible.
And that will help. I really think if he can steal the Agi, if he can actually target the Monkey King with the ultimate, steal 20% of his stats, steal that attack speed. Of course, because you're stealing Agi as his base stat, you're also reducing his armor. Monkey King, he's got Scotty, so he's fairly tanky, but maybe you can get through him. It's not unfathomable, especially if you can get like a Pangolier rolling around with the Basher, a couple of procs there. It's hard though, man. 23, his build, it's really worked out for him. Certainly has no complaints.
He has his Monkey King bar now.
And Ollie as well, he's quietly farming up his way towards an entire sheep stick. He doesn't have any of the part. He's literally just bought Brown Boots, Shard, Aetherlands, and he's been incredibly useful. 28 assists, not a single kill on this Riki make that, but 28 assists.
Yeah, he's actually had so much space, he's had time to go to Western Europe to steal one of their panelists and build it right in this game.
There it is. There it is.
Moonlight Shadow. That might set up for a kill. I mean, Mikoto, whenever I see him going anywhere, I think he might jaunt. He does.
Oh, he does.
Of course he jaunts.
Oh my goodness.
This man has no fear.
25, by the way. Dream Coil pierces magic immunity, so that's a bit of a game changer as well. Something more to annoy the Morphlane in case he didn't have enough.
I hope they've had a chance to click on him and check his level, because otherwise they'll be surprised.
Okay, Disruptor still holding onto the Ags. X-Nova, though, kind of showing under the wave. He's at least repurchased his Brown Boots of speed. He's able to move around the map a bit more quickly.
He forced the Greaves on Zephyr immediately.
He forced the Greaves on the Force Staff. I think, like,
not bad.
I think we're at a point of this meta where we need to bring up Force Staff, especially in a game where it's this relevant versus Monkey King versus,
what is vicinity. Yeah, glimpse him away from his Wukong's command is literally impossible. Jab gets Zephyr, but Jab,
Squirrel.
He's forced to use the BKB. They also find Mikoto, but doesn't really matter, especially...
That was so forced from Yopaj. They really thought they were going to get something out from that, and just nothing.
There's no Wukong's command, though.
Yeah.
So maybe they just waited out.
They only got the tier 3 tower, so it's like not the worst holds. Aegis is going to be, make that Roche number 3 is about to potentially respawn here in 15 seconds. That's definitely going to be the next point of contention, but Talon, they can just kind of sit back on their laurels here, and 30k net worth up. Morphling is scared to do just anything here. It's a good game to beat them for sure. They've got this game not in their hands, but in their claws. Or their Talon, and it's a bird. Isn't it a bird?
Yeah, but aren't Talons different than claws?
I guess they would be.
I don't know about birds. I didn't go to bird college.
Yes, I know.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, yeah, I can only get to bear.
You went to clown college.
That's what SVG tells me every night. Boom is going to try one last Hail Mary attempt without the Hoodwink, though. It's interesting. They know the Roche is about to spawn or could be about to spawn.
It's got to start with a static storm onto Monkey King when he doesn't have like a million soldiers down, and then they have to jump him and kill him without making sure. Yes, during this 6-second BKB duration. That's the dream, and it is a bit of a dream at this stage, but
their positioning is crucial here though for Boom Esports.
Roche is up.
And Talon's been so good at controlling the high ground right now. It's actually been very difficult for the Morphling to do what he wants to do this game.
Yeah.
Ags on this Roche, by the way. Who doesn't have Ags? Do you give it to Ricky? Oh no, Puck.
I'd give it to Puck still, probably.
No, Ricky's is a dumb Ags. There's no reason for it.
Yeah, Marana's already bought hers. Yeah, so it'll go to Pucks. And yeah,
it's a pretty good Ags, honestly. The pushing is pretty important. The only thing is Mikoto has to be careful not to mess up with the smoke screen.
That's a good point, actually. I would probably just consider selling it in that case.
He already ate it.
I know he ate it because he's a core. He can't stop himself, but
true.
I do think that's a really big... I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe he's going to be aware of that, and he uses it to force people back into smoke screen, right?
Yeah.
That's certainly well worth the risk, in my opinion, and I'd like to see Makoto go for some of those plays. Lord knows he's already made some even more insane jumps.
Especially because he plays behind the enemy team, so I don't think it's a concern.
You see that? Yeah, that's very true. Half the time he's coming from their fountain.
Yeah, it's true. They think the Puck is actually one of their allies. Oh, they found the Monkey King. Yopaj.
Oh, they did find the Monkey. Oh,
they Dream Cold him. He can't move any longer.
Oh no, he's gonna get beat.
Wukong's command.
Oh, no.
Where's the Pango going?
Oh, no.
Why are they Walrus punching him away?
Why?
Oh no. CEO jabs. He sent him away.
He said, no, pangolins are endangered. You will not take him. Yeah, I mean, they're still going to get these bears.
I don't know why they just did that.
2 HP, by the way.
They want to break the coil, maybe? To get an extra stun then?
I guess, but it felt like 23 had that in spades, had more than enough damage in spades.
Oh, I would agree. It's okay. Reset. Clear comms.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Try to push him off the high ground. Oh,
what is that range?
No way.
And they dig on him. Dig on him, please. Yes! Goodbye to Zephyr.
Wait, stuns on the 23.
That explode as well. This is a good chance. Rolling Thunder on top of that. And not to be will burst down. 23 Savage. Only his first life, though. How do they save him in a second once that explode is about to bonk? They do bonk him into the bushwhack.
The Morph, he's in trouble.
The damage is lacking. Morph is in trouble. The Walrus Punch on top of the Balance Strike hits him. And 23 Savage will try to get his revenge. Is he successful? He will be. Natsumi's dead for 100 seconds. He does that buyback, however. They push the Pango back. Walrus Punch him into the Stratosphere. Wukong's command set up. It's time for them to go for the racks. We already see a buyback from this Morphling. Doesn't have the tools he needs to fight this just yet. Everything's on cooldown, particularly that Morph.
Yeah. Monkey King did use his refresher orb in the meantime. So he just used about everything, but they're going from, he's going for more, they're in.
Oh, Jabs is doing the trick where you hit a Lotus Storm target and then die. That's the
now Makoto almost
does the same thing.
He's trying to kill it into the fountain. X-Nova, he's trying to make it home.
The X-Nova will die before he makes it home.
But 23's got Megas in the meantime. There's another sleeping dart. FPZ's been awoken. They've actually bursted through 23. Not bad, and they did push him out of the smoke screen queue. He's going to lose a godlike streak on that. That's 1,200 gold. Natsumi's just almost...
What is Makoto?
He's got 10% his net worth.
He silenced the Morphling. He's committing the Dream Coil. He's gonna kill him.
He's got the kill.
He's gonna kill him.
Strange time.
Okay, and now Talon's gonna buy back. They know there's no buyback here on this Morphling, and that should just about be it. GG. Okay.
Nobody knew who was winning, not even the teams, until that final kill on the Morphling. That is the face of a man who has seen too much this game. He is done. He is absolutely done, Q.
Yeah. For sure, yeah. There's a little bit more, yeah, just a casual little sip of coffee. Definitely a wild game. Another 52-minute match here. as we can see the team's kind of recovering from that game. Just an absolutely wild game there, and Riki, what a hero, huh?
Yeah.
This guy is just walking around smoke screening up. He had no kills that entire game, 0-1 in 34. Almost the perfect support game.
Wow, that's incredible. 0-1 and 34. I mean, it was just an incredible combo. Maybe I think the drafting has to be looked at, not because the draft by Boom was bad, but just don't let the Ricky Mirana go through. I think that's pretty clear. And also, kudos to 23-7.
Yeah.
What an interesting build, and what a strong Monkey King performance.
It's true. I did really actually like his build. Good point. I think Makoto also did a lot of work on this puck, the way he moved around the map and just sowed discord throughout the entire game.
I think his teammates couldn't hear him halfway through. He just disconnected off TeamSpeak and just did his own thing.
It's probably true, right?
Well, after that performance, I cannot wait to see a game number 2 from both these teams. I want to see how Boom recovers. But before that, I want to see what our lovely panel has to say about game number 1.
I definitely enjoyed witnessing the duality of man in those webcams. It was Q being like, oh my god, dude, that was the most stressful game of my life. And then Oli's just like, sleep dart. What a great spell. Yes, that's right. 0 kills, 1 death, 34 assists on Oli. And Mirana actually tied with her puck for most kills on her team. 14 kills, tied with Makoto. So all around a very, very solid team effort for Talon, getting their first win on the board for the DPC. And I had my suspicions, Pi, that it was going to be a very, very stressful Morphling game. This was one of the instances of Morphling having a lot of stress, and I don't think that relented. Even after he got the shard, even after he got the scepter, it was a tough Morphling game.
Yeah, no, it seemed to be the case of like, okay, guys, just let me get my Manta so I can break the silence. Oh, and then I need the shard so I can morph in stuns. Oh, but I also need BKB so I can morph in the cloud.
Smoke screen.
Yeah.
And then I needed scepter so I can actually do damage.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was difficult for him, and he was actually doing a really good job. They won their lane really hard. Like X-Nova played that lane so well for the Morphling. Like got all the pulse off, like he got a lot of farm. But then, you know, you just need that 1 or 2 weird deaths, and you're not looking that hot anymore.
A few errant arrows here and there.
Yeah.
Makes life quite hard for Natsumi. And I feel like the Centaur also, for as amazing of a start Winter as he got, like 23 Savage is looking completely lost early on. Vanguard was completed super early by Centaur, and Monkey King was just hopping around. Didn't really necessarily feel the impact of the Centaur after that laning phase, though.
I mean, I feel like he had a really good start, but when they were moving together with the smoke and as a team, they kind of messed up a couple of very, very crucial ganks. The first one was like the bottom jungle they were invading. Then the Centaur went in a little too early. The Disruptor didn't follow up, but he couldn't get in range, or it was like 2 or 3 seconds cooldown still, his ulti. So they couldn't finish off the kill, and then they lost, I think, the whole team. The whole team died there. Then the second instance was the mid. There was an incident in the mid lane where they were trying to kill the monkey, I think, and the Centaur missed his stun, or he snapped the coil and he couldn't stun, and the whole team died as well. And after those 2 sequence of events, I felt like the game just was too difficult for them. Overall, I feel like the lineup, I'm sure the Morphling has, you have some difficulties in the game, but I could see why they went for the Morphling. It gives them a solid win condition. He's going to be able to do well in the team fights once he gets what the BKB you mentioned, the shard, he has the Manta and whatever damage item he gets later. But I mean, I feel like I don't think that I would, if I look at this game, I don't think I would change the Morphling personally. I feel like the mistakes they made when they were moving around, invading the jungle, that's what cost them the game.
Okay, so not necessarily draft-oriented, but more strategy and execution. Our rivalry MVP goes the way of Q's Mirana. It was a tough call, though. Like I said, it was a team effort. I was not going to give it to Ricky, though. Oli, I love you, but like... He had Eye of the Vizier.
Team effort, yeah, you mean 2 heroes, 2 heroes.
That's it. Yeah, he had Eye of the Vizier, he had Ether Lens. I don't know how much skill is necessarily involved at that point.
Yeah, you just need to sip your tea and like spam your spell.
Spam your spells.
He was patient, you know, like following them. Like he was doing some.
That's true.
Yeah.
Some
No,
patient
but
stuff.
that's also why it was hard for them to initiate. It's like, oh yeah, you're a centaur, you're supposed to blink and stun, but you have like so many invis units in front of you just breaking. You have the Ricky, and you also have Mirana invis.
22 minutes they got a gem. That's how much pressure they felt in the game.
And it's still hard. Like you still can't really. It's not easy to get those initiations. I would have to go back and look over the replay because they were ahead. Like I'm pretty sure they had more farm on every core, but they just couldn't.
They had like maybe 2k, 3k lead after the laning phase. And yeah, I mean, until the point where they spoke. I can't remember if they smoked or, but they ran up the high ground. The centaur went in, they stunned, and then they didn't follow up with the disruptor ulti, and then they all 5 heroes died.
Yeah.
The random arrow hit them off.
Oh yeah, that was
That's why he got the MVP.
Exactly. No, actually yes.
Honestly, yeah. And so and 23 Savage was doing what you love, Winter. He was actively showing up to defend towers. He was fighting despite having a pretty rough laning phase. So this is a trend that is continuing to bring success to teams. Now let's see if Talon can bring this game 1 success to an entire series victory, or if we're going to get 3 games out of the boys out of Mumbai. Let's find out after the break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
It has been a long day here at the Southeast Asian DPC. First series, SMG versus Execration, a 60-minute game, and then a 52-minute game. Series number 2, Bleed Esports versus Fnatic, it was a 44-minute game, and then a 64-minute game. And now here, in the third series, Boom versus Talon, we're starting off with a 52-minute game. Although those other series were 2-0s, but still, these are some extended games that we're having here.
Yeah.
I love seeing how teams handle late-game situation decision-making.
Yeah, and yeah, they don't give up.
No.
And there might also be the thing that teams might not be executing as well as they should, like finishing off games.
Nope. Definitely seeing that be a trend.
Yeah, so like that definitely plays into it. And then you get these jitters where like you might not go for the thing you should go for, like that jump. And then the game just keeps extending and extending, so.
Everybody had roster changes, so it's going to take some time before everything is smooth, you know? So these are all the games where, okay, we lose, we move on, we learn, then we get better.
Yeah.
And as I had mentioned earlier, Boom have had a little bit of experience with this roster. They were at the M88 Invitational, and they made their way to the grand finals against Bleed, and then they lost 2-0 against Bleed, but they had beaten Bleed earlier in the tournament in winners bracket finals, and that was a 2-0. So it seems like regardless of current performances, at least these teams are, getting the jitters out, dipping their toe in the water of playing with each other. Because, yeah, like we had mentioned at the beginning of the day, they had 3 roster changes, or 3 players swapped out. I guess the only players that remained were Yopaj and FBZ.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Natsumi, Zephyr, and Xnova are new introductions to
do you notice just now when they were showing the cameras when they were drafting? I was surprised Mushi wasn't drafting.
Yeah, he was sitting back.
He was sitting back, right?
Yeah.
I thought I was looking at it wrong.
And who was drafting?
Xnova was drafting.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I suppose it was him because Mushi was looking at his screen.
No.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, they were probably doing it together, right? But there's still extra, the guy who presses the button.
But Mushi used to press the button.
But it says a lot, like if he's on your team, he's clicking the buttons.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but if you even go back to Boom before, so Mushi was drafting, but then they would switch. I think even in the middle of TI they switched.
Oh, really?
That's a Mushi thing, When I was playing one TI with him, we went through the whole boot camp with he was drafting, and then he got so pissed off during the day before we went, because we had some really terrible scrims, and then we landed in Seattle, and he's like, I'm not drafting anymore. I'm like, everybody was like, okay, whatever you say, boss.
TI?
Whatever you say, boss. Okay. And then he just gave the captain slot to Xting.
Okay. Wow, that's a stressful environment to start TI off with. Let's see how Boom feel starting off this game number 2 with the draft. Serve it up for me. Hoodwink and Centaur first phased.
I like it. They believe there was nothing wrong with the draft.
Is it stubbornness or is it confidence? Meanwhile, okay, fine.
Confidence.
Murano response, Naga and Lina banned out, Treant and Ember banned out.
Okay.
There you go. Another 8th pick Monkey King.
I mean, they're not getting Ricky.
Okay, we're getting a game 3, guys.
Yeah, usually this is technically better for Boom, right? That's usually how it goes.
Why do you say that?
No, because if you win a game and
With
then
your
you
strategy.
replay the exact game, like you can make small changes on the other side.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, but you won the first game. Why would you need to make changes?
You saw them win. It was convincing.
What he's saying, the losing team, you can see more of what went wrong. When you compare it to the winning team, okay, we won.
Yeah.
What are you going to change,
But the implication is that there are going to be minor changes, though. You're not going to run literally the same
No. You're going to do one.
Man,
they're going to ban
this
Ricky.
team is cocky, man. This Talon team. Yesterday, first game of the day. Lina, you have it.
That's right.
Today,
I'm not afraid.
Okay, I'm picking the same thing.
Boom, 2-0'd.
Yeah.
I like it, being the captain, being whoever is the drafter. In order to be a good drafter, you need to have that amount of confidence.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, this lane in particular definitely worked out. Like, I think Centaur was 6k net worth and Monkey maybe 4.
Yeah.
And he was chased out of the lane. The tower was dead. Centaur actually killed their tower and defended his own tower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not just about the Monkey against Centaur matchup.
Yeah.
It's cause the support. He had a Ricky in his game.
True.
The Ricky can't do anything.
So you're saying don't ban the Ricky. Let him have the Ricky again.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Why?
Sleep Dart, who cares?
If they let them have the Ricky,
You're done.
Okay, maybe not quite done yet, but
Half done.
I will doubt them.
Okay, fine. All right, well, in comparison to the last bans, they had banned out Furion last time. Boom had banned out Furion and Magnus and the Doom. And so the Doom is still consistent. And Talon had banned out Bat, Drow, and Slark.
Are they actually just gonna redo the game?
Dude, I'm totally down.
Okay, so it's gonna be the same game.
No way.
So then strategically, what adjustments would Boom make if they're not going to make any hero changes?
Make better smoke plays. The smoke plays, I feel like that was
a lot easier said than done, Winter.
I mean, let me put it in a way, right? Okay, how hard is it to communicate that, my disruptor ulti is still on cooldown for another 2 seconds,
Very difficult.
Wait for my ulti and then go who storm, It's not like a big change,
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta alt click my spell and say static storm on cooldown under 25 seconds. It's too much work.
That is work.
That's work.
Well, I feel like if Xnova, he's been promoted to be a captain, that might be because of extra responsibilities affecting the play,
Fair
maybe.
point.
I mean, they have to ban the Ricky, right? Just do.
No, don't ban Ricky.
Because if you don't, okay, let's say you don't ban Ricky, right? Like, can the lane go better? I don't know. Okay.
Is it all
Maybe
the
I'm
exact same bans?
Oh,
no Ricky for you.
Okay, so this is their change.
I think you still go for Ricky, honestly. I think you force their hand.
You don't go Ricky.
Come on.
You do it.
You do it. It's one dispel. You think one dispel? You got to deal with like the arrow still may come in. Are you gonna wait for the arrow to connect and then a Photic shield? Do you do it after the sleep dart? It's not that easy. Although the one ban
then
changes.
You get silence.
Yeah, then you get silence. Exactly. The Ricky is still in the game no matter what. The one change is they had banned Magnus out last time. This time they're banning out Rubik.
Yeah. Or I mean, feel free to change it up too, Talon. Do something else.
No, this drafter has some sassy attitude. He's gonna go for the same picks.
Yeah.
It was Tusk first, and then it was the Ricky. So maybe they'll tease us with Tusk. Depends on how sassy he's feeling.
I mean, they're definitely talking about it. It's like, does that really counter you? It's like, no.
Yeah,
no, I don't think so.
I'll just silence him, Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna get my Aether Lens and he won't have 4 stuff.
I mean, because the worry is their lane, right? It was not good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Abo and Seek and Strike, they mentioned Orb of Venom. Like, maybe he should try to go for Orb of Venom on Ricky level 1.
Yeah, but at the same time, they could just lane like Mirana for the monkey, so the lane won't be so hard for him instead of the Ricky.
Yeah, I don't know how much. I mean, I guess the Mirana does help, but
because Mirana is way stronger at level 1.
Range support.
Kind of, but she doesn't have that guaranteed like save for the monkey if they commit on him. I feel actually the lane that they can change the most is like they didn't play their Tuskar. This.
Oh my.
Their Tuskar Mirana lane. They didn't play it very well.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I feel like Monkey King and Mirana against this Centaur Hooing, the level 1 duels matter a lot between the supports. If you can pressure and trade harass better and you get your level 2 first, you might actually just win the lane from that. So I feel like maybe it's a good idea to put the Mirana with the monkey to secure so that the lane doesn't go as bad as the previous game.
Yeah, but my argument is I think the lane might be worse.
What? No way. How is the lane gonna be worse?
How much worse could it possibly
be?
get?
I'm gonna say like in total it will be worse because you will have Ricky Tuskar.
I mean, but Ricky Tuskar is whatever. Your 8th pick is the monkey. You want to play for the monkey. Screw the Tusk. Tusk is gonna.
He'll build Battle Fury. He'll come back later.
The Ricky is just gonna need to pull the creeps for the Tusk. Tusk gonna have a bad game.
There's an Orb of Venom.
Orb of Venom Abba. I'll still do it. I mean, I'll just maybe drag the creeps behind and then TP out if I have to mess up the creeps.
Yeah. I think they will do exactly the same thing as last game.
The last phase bans that Talon went for were TA and TB, which I guess won't be relevant now that Boom has picked up their carry, I'm assuming? Or is mid lane SF making a resurgence?
Both of them do play the hero, but seems more like a carry to me.
Yeah, generally now it's... Because it's Boom, right? They have... Yopaj does like...
Yopaj does like it.
Yeah. But I think in general you would just want some normal mid hero.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, a side lane SF against a Tusk seems miserable. I feel like you would get very abused.
Yeah, I mean, at least now you have the Abaddon and hopefully he can heal you enough.
Hopefully.
I don't exactly know how the damage works out. No, because like if you go in with Tusk, right, like you're committed, like you're in there. If you try to run away, you're getting triple raised.
That's true.
So like if the Shadow Fiend can just get to like...
I think it's okay to die though. If he uses his 2 mangoes to kill, I feel like whatever, I take that death at level 1 or level 2,
Mm-hmm.
I feel it's not that bad. As long as I can go up and manipulate the creeps and get the creeps to my tower, I think that's a worthy death.
Yeah. And plus, Ricky has bananas armor. He can just face tank. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, I feel like just SF at level 1 is just too much of a monster. With the raise and triple mango, you're just gonna die. And it's all about how can you get the creeps towards your advantage and control the lane.
The Ricky's gonna lane with the monkey. I don't know.
True, that's right. We're running it back. I keep forgetting.
No, Ricky's not.
Magnus does ultimately end up getting banned out. Now we'll see, does Talon want to go for their puck again? They ban out the Leshrac, so they're expecting it to be a side lane SF.
Oh, they banned
their puck. Okay, we get one change.
So they want to get something that puck counters. The call, is it Pango?
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Interesting. I mean, it's not an especially good Pango game. Like Shadow Fiend kind of hits you. They have Stampede. It's fine, I guess.
How about Conquer?
Conquer's...
They need some sort of like, I mean, you can set up for the arrow. I mean, they need
Yeah.
some sort of initiation.
They have so many setups, though. You think they need initiation? They have Tusker. I mean, I was thinking like a sniper.
So you think they need more damage?
Yeah. I mean, the last game, though, the puck was like, it turned out to be super, like something that can go in and out and like give vision and stuff with some magic damage. I don't know what's left for that, though. Like, you definitely don't want to play Tiny. I haven't seen, what is it called, the Void Spirit?
That hero is terrible.
Yeah, I haven't seen that here.
That rider is still in the pool. Oh, no, never mind. It's banned out.
Yeah, there's an Abaddon too, so it's...
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I mean, you can still pick it, but...
No, it's second phase banned by Talon.
Yeah, but if you don't have overall last pick, do you want to pick the sniper here?
Death Prophet also.
I mean, you kind of want to have some neutral hero, right?
I mean, maybe they're picking in a different offlaner and they just run this Tusker mid.
Oh, yeah, since you see the SF might be safe lane, right? You just
Yeah.
pick a lane counter against the SF.
There's so many heroes banned out, though, so I don't know what that is.
Wait, did the ban just switch? You see that?
Yeah.
The ban just switched?
What?
No, it did a little dance that Ursa.
Oh. Well, they take out the Ursa.
What would I want to pick here? I mean, I feel like I'm thinking like Tinker Zeus.
Yeah, some damage.
Yeah. Okay, or you just go Pago.
I mean, that's why they banned the Lash and mostly the Pug.
So where's Ricky going? Is he going with Monkey or is he going with Tusk?
He's going with the Monkey.
He's going with the Monkey. Run it back. And now
we played the lane wrongly. It wasn't a hero issue. It wasn't a hero problem.
Sorry, I forgot my Orb of Venom. Now we'll win the lane. And now we need to figure out whether this SF is going. Is it safe lane or is it mid lane?
Yeah.
I mean, what do they need? They need more.
I mean, they
need initiate. They need stun. Or
yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough when you only have a Centaur, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Bloodseeker left. Okay.
So SF is mid.
I kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Carry
nice.
Bloodseeker.
It's also slightly annoying for Ricky, like anything that sees you at any time.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
And also, like overall versus Mirana, it's good. Like you never get these guys who just disappear with 1 HP.
And of course, Rupture versus Pango ulti.
Yeah. Only trouble is like you don't have this, guy who goes in and makes everyone low in the start, but it should be okay.
I mean, they don't have much stuns. I feel like it's mostly just the Centaur.
Yeah, but if you Rupture someone, like, can they get away? They can get Snowball save. I don't know. It's
a bit.
I like it though. I like it.
It makes
what
sense.
If he gets? Then what? You really think Abaddon can protect him enough?
Shield.
And then, yeah, I mean, that was the idea. They gave it away.
I mean, he doesn't need any protection if he kills the Ricky first.
Right. The best defense is a strong offense. Are you convinced enough to say that Boom repaired the issues with it?
We're having a game 3.
We're having a game 3.
We're having an all-nighter here.
Okay, that's what I like to see. Strap in. Let's see if our casters are running the late shift over in the restaurant. I see you're still tending bar back there, so PA is ready to go. Are you?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're doing another closed ship into the open ship. Are you?
We fired her last week. I don't know why she keeps coming back. She's not supposed to have the keys. We apologize.
It's really weird because like I always swear like every time I say goodbye to her, she does disappear and then she just comes back like 5 seconds later. I don't really understand that mechanic.
It's true. She blurs away. Yeah. Anyway.
Difficult to, she's an immaterial girl. Who knows what she's up to? Ultimately, though, I want to see where this game pans out. So, Avo and Richie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Tsunami. Thank you for indulging us as well. Yes. What do you think, Richie? The panel said it was confidence. Sorry, by the panel I mean Winter. They said it was confidence to give away the Mirana Ricky. It does seem dangerous. That combo did not seem like a combo that's easily stopped.
Yeah, and more so than that, I would say it's a combo that was just easy to pull off as well. Like, it didn't seem like you needed to be in a specific terrain. It didn't seem like you needed any specific items other than literally Riki Shard. And then let me, and by the way,
1,400 gold.
He had 14,000. I think he had a net worth of like 11,000 over the course of a 52-minute game. He had 39 last hits. Like, it's really like quite silly how simple this was to operate. Mirana, sure, she had a lot of items, and she had even more burst damage with the Ag Scepter and the Dagon to top up, but it's not like she needed those items to really get the core of that combo down. I agree. I think it is really risky, but I also assume that Boom Esports have something in mind for it.
And I think what that something in mind is called a Madden.
Yeah.
I think that's the one here. Yeah. You also have an offlaner that can deviate easier. I mean, I guess the last time Center was the same thing, but you can deviate into Lotus Orb. We already saw that. So a Photic Shield and the Lotus Orb maybe is enough coverage for this. Right. It still seems like a dumb combo, but at least this time you don't have to worry about the Morphling. I do think the Bloodseeker is a much better choice against the Riki.
I think the difficulty is that because he can kind of just hit you from any angle, unless you have sentries all over the place, unless you're like actively holding a choke point like FBZ is right now.
Right.
He can kind of come from anywhere, especially with that cast range and then the Aether Lens that he immediately, I wouldn't say rushed because he had like 30 minutes, but the Aether Lens he got immediately after, like it can really almost come from anywhere. Compared to almost anything else that you expect to be coming from Invis, I do think it's something that eventually players will get good at, kind of like a, oh, nice stun there. Kind of like a bushwhack, funnily enough, and cutting down the acorn trees before you could, like, eventually people will get good at it. But for now, it just seems like it's a little bit new. Just a little, and stay out.
They were clearly retreating by then. All right, well.
Hey, you better run. That's what he was
now
saying.
he has to go back to base to heal back up, and they'll TP back to lane.
He won't miss too much.
Yeah. They also, I mean, one of the biggest changes as well, I'd say, would be the Yopaj now playing up bigger win condition here. Like, he's not so much a team fight here like the Pango was last game. It's just pure damage. And maybe that's what they needed. Like, if you just burst the Riki fast enough, in addition to having a ridiculously good lane as we're seeing here, look at Yopaj's positioning.
Yeah. Nice stun on it too there. Really nice. And 23, he's back to lane and immediately back to half HP. That can feel amazing. Immediately pulling tangos from Ollie. See what his net worth ends up this game. But yeah, I think I do like the SF a lot this game as well, when you just kind of like take a look at the draft at its individual pieces. SF eventually, like you're saying, is a win condition as a core, can be a right clicker, and that's a hero that can kind of just burst the Pango when Pango's rolling around in the fights. You can just kind of throw maybe 5 right clicks and you're going to kill him once it gets late enough. Riki, Monkey King, they really hate, you know, getting messed up by your ultimate on that Requiem. Monkey King especially in the early game.
Bottom. Noah's in trouble. I think he's in. Never mind. They just decided to stop attacking.
It's good.
We did go for tag team level 1 this time on Jab, so maybe that was the original idea. Tag team level 1 and then proceed to go Ice Shard Snowball.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's going to change anything else, but it seems like probably not, right? It's interesting. I guess they're really just looking to do a lot of bullying here to the Abba. Abba is definitely one of those heroes that if he can build a big advantage early on with how much damage you can absorb and reflect with a Photic Shield, especially if you can do it to 2 heroes, he can make a lot of space for you early. So I'm a bit surprised that they really want to try and kill him, but I guess if there's any time, you want to do it now. Abba's got a pretty nice level 3 spike, if I'm being honest.
Same with Bloodseeker, actually.
Yeah.
They both really excel at this level 3. It's a very strong lane that you've already pointed out. So it's probably the idea is let's punish him before that happens, especially because Jab's, if he's a max tag team, that level 3 spike is not that strong.
Right, exactly.
They go for Natsumi again in the bottom lane. Tag team is pretty strong. When Natsumi gets the help of the Photic Shield, and there he goes, fights back in. But Natsumi got hit by the arrows, stayed a little bit too long, hoped for the third heal, and he is going to get it. Now chasing after Jabs next, but Jabs is not possible, so they ping a single creep so he can keep healing off this thirst.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, now you've got the points in the casual point in Mist Coil, right? Bloodseeker, one of these heroes. I mean, you saw, as soon as he gets the kill, even with level 1 thirst, it's enough for him to continue and easily kill Jabs if Jabs indulges him. It's this really tough lane where, a little bit like Morphling, right? Where you play it close on edge on this Bloodseeker and you hope that you can actually get the right kind of play in order to deceive enemies into how tanky you actually are.
Yeah.
And I think that becomes even more difficult to kind of establish and to do that kind of quote-unquote mental math when you're Talon in this lane, when there's an Abba who's also absorbing the damage, reflecting it back onto you suddenly, when he's throwing mist coils the entire time. I think this is a deceptively very strong lane.
Yes, I actually completely agree with that point. I think the mental math in Bloodseeker is one of the most important parts of this matchup in lane. Because you have to know, will he get away with this? Like, will he get away with a thirst kill? And Natsumi is also a big Bloodseeker spammer, so he also knows how to do the mental math with the Abaddon taken into account.
Yeah. Plus, you've got a melee hero, so you know he's always going to be expecting to take a Photic Shield damage as well.
Yeah.
There are a couple of...
Are they just killing Penguin? Oh, that was very close. That was very close.
Really close, yeah.
Oh,
he missed the
man.
third raise because he thought Mikoto was going back. Mikoto juked him, really well played. But Yopaj, I mean, it's just, this lane is impossible for Pango.
And down bottom, even though, of course, we were trying to catch the action mid, as a result of all this move speed, Natsumi's actually going to be able to like perfectly recover the creep wave, like exactly where he wants it. Just a small little effect to Zephyr's really bullying poor Mikoto here. Yopaj has a triple raise. Oh!
Yeah, he's done. That bushwhack secures. We didn't even triple raise, we just needed one.
Wow, really good rotation there from Zephyr. Great map awareness. You know, FBZ definitely one of these heroes that can be left alone a bit earlier. We saw how much 23 struggled against the Centaur earlier last game. It's the same exact matchup, just instead of bottom, now they're top. And he makes a really nice rotation away. I think he kind of corrals that Pango into that position, and you know, they communicate and pick up a nice kill. That's great teamwork. It's textbook.
Indeed. I had a lot of those in Clown College. Natsumi in the bottom lane. He is now pretty much
juggle them.
I'm actually very good at juggling. I'll show you afterwards.
Okay.
I can juggle 3 raw eggs and eat them at the same time. As Natsumi, he is now unstoppable in this bottom lane. The Abandon is kind of free to rotate here, and we're seeing by what you call in the creep wave. And in fact, all Boom's lanes seem to be unstoppable. Winning all 3 lanes, how is Talon expected to come back into this mid game? What's the idea here?
All right, now the idea is Battle Fury again for 23 Savage. Okay. Got him through the previous game, and maybe again, if you can rely a little bit on this combo to disrupt and find pickoffs, especially if you get 23 involved in them and create a bunch of space.
Natsumi.
And get there.
He's committing to jabs. He has all the first stacks. He should. There we go. One last hit. As soon as he got face boots, he started getting aggressive.
Man.
3 slippers of agility, Richie.
It's brutal on 3 points and thirst.
Yes, I love this build. This is the more aggressive Bloodseeker build. Usually you go 2-1-2 if you're planning on farming, right? Because it's more efficient. But if you want to fight, 3 points and thirst is the way to go.
Yeah, all 3 lanes seemingly going very swimmingly right now for Boom. 23 not deviating from his build. Sometimes you'll see the monkeys start to go for those value items like Falcon Blades, maybe like Deso in an effort to maybe try and be active earlier on the map.
Yeah.
Don't really think we're going to see that here. So we anticipate the 6-minute runes now. Both supports over on the side of Boom, free to rotate on over, and it's actually X-Novo who picks up the DD rune.
Okay.
So bottle refill denied at least is going to help Mikoto, but he's still taking quite the beating. He's a full level behind. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't think it's Mikoto's fault though. It's just the Shadow Fiend.
No,
matchup.
it's Paj also playing a good matchup, and a Zephyr with a phenomenal rotation.
There's your favorite interaction, the arrow auto-killing the catapult.
Creep. I guess it's, I've come to enjoy it more over the days since it does add a layer of strategy to the Mirana's rotations, right? She can really only arrow 1 of 3 wagons on the map. It's up to you what you do with the other 2, right? So I guess I have mellowed out my stance on that a bit. I do think it's a unique aspect of the hero. I thought it was a little bit dumb when like Chen could take them and ENG could take them and whatever. Like
that was dumb.
I didn't like that, but now at least it's done, I think, in a way that adds complexity to the hero and gives you counterplay.
Yeah, and Punch can also do that, right? So now that you have even other heroes that can do it too.
Yeah.
So it's not exclusive to the Marauder.
Doom can eat it. Well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I have a couple insta kills.
Maybe I start hating it again.
No, you are on the right track, Richie. Reform. Right now, though, we're going to see a calmer early game because Boom's lineup, much like last time, right? Like, the kills last time were happening in the top lane. This time, they're not playing as aggressively, but it's bot where they're just securing a bunch of farm. They have no interest in actually getting ganks. They just want to make sure that Shadow Fiend and Bloodseeker hit their timings.
Yeah, that's slightly concerning for me because, once again, FBZ is not going into this Retaliate build, which is helping him in the lane, right? Let's make that very clear.
I think it's the right build.
Slowing down 23's game, but they don't have really the best of push on the side of Boom. I think once you hit 15 on SF and he gets presence affects buildings, we'll be cooking. Oh, Mikoto have to cook up a demon here.
Yopaj is hugging the walls as he should be. He actually is just going to try to wreck him.
Yeah, no
but
way.
the smoke screen stops him. Yopaj kicked him to the high ground. Yopaj trying to get the wrecking, but Souls won't succeed. He's dead. Now 23 Savage hoping to stun him, continue this fight. But Mikoto, he's been ruptured by Natsumi, and that's going to get him a kill. Bloodseeker could continue, but he's just gonna farm, as a good player should.
That was wild. For some reason, everyone but the offlaner showed up to fight early.
This is real SCA Dota. If you've ever played SCA pubs, you know your offlaner will never show up before minute 10.
I think this makes a lot of sense. Both of these guys are saying, guys, shut up. Don't call me to these fights. I almost have my first big item, and then I'm going to be unstoppable.
True.
This is like the carry equivalent of them not showing up to fight right before, their 2K from BKB. I think this makes sense.
Jabs punishes Natsumi as he comes back into the lane. He actually hurt him a fair amount, and Jabs will kick him out of lane.
Nice.
Well done.
3 heroes top right now for Boom as the SF looks to get involved here, potentially onto a kill, onto the Monkey King.
Oh, Ricky's nearby
the
though.
Bushwhack from behind.
And with a Stampede, it'll help. Bushwhack misses though.
Yeah.
Too slow a projectile. As Boundless Strike Zephyr has stuck himself in the trees, has used a Scurry to get away. Boundless Strike though will hit him. Tricks to the trade just to avoid this. Ollie's just trying to get away. There's a TP coming though from the Tusk. Jabs is now rotating. We have Ice Shards for vision if he wants to snowball. Well, where will he Ice Shards? Ooh, the Wreck-It was taunted. There's the Ice Shards hitting 2. And we always have the snowball. You can always cancel it. They're playing around here. Dancing with the Wrecking of Souls.
A little taunt on the way out. I'll save that one for later. We've only seen 1 Death Requiem and not quite the full cast of it. TP now down to the bottom lane here as Zephyr is going to maybe try and set up something onto Makoto. Yep, this should be fairly easy by the looks of things.
He's going to roll to avoid the Blood Right damage, but he did not succeed. He actually got hit by the Blood Right.
That's pain. That is pain.
It's hard to calculate that one. It is the right play to make, by the way, Rolling Thunder to avoid Blood Right. But you die most likely anyway.
Yeah.
He didn't have TP, so that's why.
I mean, there's just no play to be made there.
Zephyr?
Oh, and now they are going to look to punish this TP, so that's going to be a dead Squirrel without a TP for, I believe, another minute.
Yeah. Jabs is succeeding here. I think this Tusk has to be a little bit faster than Centaur making rotations. And
I think you'd expect him to with his tool, with his item, or sorry, his skill kit, basically, right? Built-in nuke damage from the get-go that does allow you to scale, but FBC with a couple of mobility items and some tankiness becomes a huge nuisance in the fights. So Jabs doing his best here to enable kill after kill. It's actually maybe a little bit fortunate that it's the Pango to take the death and not him, although I will say Makoto is starting to really look a bit worse for wear as a result here. 3 deaths for him. He's still... well, level 7, 1 full level behind, but he's only got Arcane Boots. He's not going to be able to match that 14-minute defusal timing that we've been seeing earlier today on the Pangos.
Can we talk about Tusk first? Oh, wait.
No, we can't.
We cannot. Leaping Mirana, Bushwhack, Sharpshooter for good measure, why not? But can we talk about Tusk for a second now? Sure. He's max tag team this game. What's the idea behind that compared to last game? Like, what are the differences?
I'm really curious. Maybe he thinks he needs to be a core. Well, hold on. Let's see this kill onto the Hoodwink, who did get off Scurry, trying to escape into the trees and will make it out. Perhaps he's feeling a bit pressured to be a little bit more of a core early and actually deal more damage and be immediately relevant into the game, rather than look to scale and play for that like walrus kick timing a little bit later down into the mid game, right? Okay. Because with this build, he's not going to scale, obviously nearly as nice as he would if he went for maxed ice shards, because he's not going to farm. But he's going to do a lot of damage right now for the next 8 minutes. It's going to feel better.
True. And he can be more active, which is what he's doing. So he's playing according to the build. I like that.
So, I mean, that would make sense to me. He's also gone for double bracer. I don't know if this is the normal build. I feel like double bracer used to be super popular, and it kind of fell out of fashion. The new Fed's been like...
few off-laners, right?
Yeah, the new Fed's been like a Wraith Band or something like that, but it just feels like he wants to do whatever he can to be ready to fight as early as possible. Infused raindrops, double bracers, the armor from phase boots. Like, he's a tanky lad right now. He's hard to kill. He's got like almost twice the HP as his Mirana does.
One thing I do like about this build a lot that I will mention is that you crit off the tag team damage. So Boundless Strike with this tag team max is ridiculously strong.
Dire's top tower has
I just need they need some way to open up the game, right? I mean, he can't really look to play as the core. I don't think there's going to be enough farm on the map for them in, say, 15 minutes time.
Sure.
You know, again, I quote Winter because I cast with him a lot and he's got interesting ideas about the game.
A good cat.
But something that, and he's a very good cat. But one of the things that I like he always says is that, actually, I think it was Pi. I think I might maybe misattributing this. When he talked about OG.
The same to you.
Yeah, pretty much, right? I think Pi said it's like, no, like you need to play this game not for now, but like in the next 15 minutes. Like that's what he's at. Like it looks weird now, but like in 15 minutes when 23 Savage is the only one getting farm around the map and Jabs is not able to farm any waves or camps with ice shards because 23 needs all of them because their map is small, this will have been the right build. They see that this has been a difficult laning stage for themselves, and Jabs, in my opinion, I think he's setting himself up to try and have the most impact in the next 10 minutes because he's not expecting to get that farm.
Okay. I do like that idea. And I love the Pango to scale, FBZ.
Yeah, for sure. Because Pango also had a really crappy time too, right?
Yeah, I mean, but he's a hero that naturally scales better than the Tusk, right?
Of course.
So there's that point of consideration. I like that.
So, like, you know, I guess the question naturally becomes, well, which hero is going to be immediately more useful, right? And that's Tusk. Let the Pango scale a bit more, give him the space. Obviously, Monkey King the nature of his role, he's going to scale more. Because here goes Boom. You know, that's the second tower down now. And I suspect they're going to, move immediately into the jungle. This is their territory now. They're likely still going to contest any Talon heroes that try and farm in Radiant jungle. You can see they have this ward down that Mirana's standing right next to. And I think this is exactly why, you know, Tusk is building the way he has. Snowball level 2 next, by the way.
It's a great TED Talk. I really appreciate that. I do think that everything he's done and the build that he's now doing with a Snowball proves the points you're trying to make here.
Perhaps. Maybe I'm just a little lucky, but who knows? I think maybe there's an idea there, mostly because I'm pretty sure I stole that from Pi.
Huh?
But it's the time to play
We've
this
all
one, right?
stolen from Pi, right?
It's true. You know, no, that's a stupid pun. We won't say it. Q is going for the similar build, right? Because once again, they're just maximizing. They're going for what this draft is meant to do, and it's meant to show us why they need to nerf the Ag Shard on Riki. Sleep Dart immediately in the quick buy. He is going to have that probably at 15 minutes if he gets literally 1 CS and then just doesn't die. Same thing for the Potom. First item here is the Aghanim Scepter. Just do what your draft is good at. Play for the next 15 minutes. We need to be online soon because Boom is going to become a little bit of a scary monster in these next 10 minutes, and we have to be ready.
But of course, in the Boom side, they're also playing for the 15-minute mark. We're also seeing a rush for the BKB on the Shadow Fiend, as opposed to a typical Dragonlance, and similarly on the Bloodseeker, another rush for the BKB. Now the Stampede will save FBZ, got it just in time there.
Just in time, all they went on in is, I think as soon as you heard that Blink Strike animation, they went for the play.
Yes.
A nice Stampede out.
Smokescreen is not immediate, it has a little bit of a cast point. So you usually use him preemptively, which is great against Centaur most of the time.
Yeah, of course, because most of his animations are very long.
Yes.
Of course, Stampede being a little bit of an exception there. And Centaur card as well.
It's true, but nobody's ever going to use
no
that.
one's
Sorry,
ever going to use that. Sorry.
Not to me. In the top
lane.
lane.
This is aggressive. This is a big mistake.
It is extremely aggressive. You'll be punished immediately for it.
Ouch. That hurts. What has otherwise been like a almost flawless game, I have to say, for Bloodseeker here. Of course, greatly aided by his supports. He hasn't been solo carrying the game for them. It's just a first mistake. It's a small one, but it is going to allow Talon now to move into the triangle, and it's going to force Boom to relinquish a little bit of the map control here. So that's not ideal for them, but they do the next best thing, and that's going to be FBZ moving into this dire triangle, and he's going to try and steal this stack, and by Lord, I think he's going to do it.
I think he is. And I guess you could argue that Natsumi made the space for FBZ, so they at least are making something out of this kill.
I don't think it's so much making space, so much as FBZ doing the next best thing, to be honest.
No, I agree. They're trying to do the best thing, considering what just happened.
Yes, exactly.
But I agree with you entirely that that was just a bit too far.
It's a mistake. It happens. What you want to do, what you want to have as a team is not a team that is going to sow discord. You know, you need the Insania. Oh no,
they want to sow TeamSpeak instead.
Yeah, right. Oh no, we've accidentally picked the gyro. Don't worry, we can do this. We can do that. Oh, you took it down. No worries. Let's do the next best thing then, and that is start pushing down bottom. SF takes the tower. We take a little bit of a stack in the triangle. Not bad. Not ideal, but
not bad. Yeah, but Talon has opened up the map with this. We have the Riki Dart.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously, the Abaddon is like, hey, Riki, I don't know where you are, but I am here to dispel you.
Yeah, well.
He is not the target you want to go for, because of course it's borrowed time. But you might as well force it. If you go on FBZ, he's going to dispel it, so you might as well force that. Zephyr, though, walks into the middle of this, and obviously he'll get punished.
Oh, they've actually trapped the SF, so he's
Abaddon's going to die too. Xnova just...
This is really good.
Got murdered?
Yeah, and that's the utility of even just using that reveal combo on the Abba. Because, yeah, he's going to heal it off, but borrow time level 1, that cooldown, I mean, it's only 10 seconds each level, but it makes a huge difference as far as how aggressive you're able to stand on this hero. Oh, another Sleep Dart. I think that one avoided.
Yeah, that Blink Dagger.
But that's the real strength of this Abba hero, is he can afford to be a little bit of like a watchtower, kind of, right? But he can only do that, obviously, when he has his ultimate. So if you can proc that out from him, like, he immediately has to change the way he plays his positioning. And if he doesn't, or if he's in a draft where he can't, because someone needs to be out in front, then he's just going to die.
Radiant's top tower is
That's what we just saw happen here.
Yeah.
At least he did, you could argue, block the gank for FBZ.
Yeah, sure.
So at least he played the 5 role as effectively as he could. But now it's the moment for Talon to start getting kills.
Yeah, and Makoto is well recovered, right? He's got himself now this full Diffusal Blade, 23 as well with the full Battle Fury. And if we take a look at what Jabs is going, he's going just straight Deso, right? So just immediate impact items. They're trying to really, oh, hold on. There's a big smoke coming. They could catch 23.
This would be a huge kill. The pushback, he just barely caught him, but too late. And they're going to continue with the Hope Stomp, with the Sharpshooter. That's going to be a kill on 23 Savage.
That was really well done. I really appreciate how everyone just got an ability in there to make sure they get a bit of assist gold.
Of course, and also because of teamwork.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Oh, hold on.
They got him with the arrow. He doesn't have BKB yet, so there's no way for him to escape. And that'll be carry for carry.
Yeah.
But Talon, they barely spent resources on this compared to Boom.
And there's no Stampede either, so I don't think they're going to really be able to get anyone out from this. They're both going to know, oh, okay, both of our cores died under an enemy ward.
Yeah.
Well played, touche.
But we do see Yopaj joining with his team, maybe taking over the enemy triangle. He feels quite strong right now. He just got BKB.
Oh, no
Sleeping Dart.
No arrow.
Okay. Whenever I hear that, I have to check for Maranas in the vicinity.
Yeah, I'm always listening for the very unique arrow sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It's actually the tiger, or whatever it's called, that is throwing it.
Really?
Yeah, it comes out of him. that arrow is part of
kind of
Sagan?
Sagan.
Sorry, Sagan's the Street Fighter. That's what you're talking about for jabs.
Yeah. And he's got it done. And again, 1 point in Ice Shards. He's here to kill people. He wants to blow up this squirrel. Zephyr, be careful. Oh, he can't hear us. He's got his AirPods
Oh,
in.
no.
Oh, no.
The squirrel's dead. Oh, what is he doing?
He just really wanted to last it, I guess.
It was like, Ollie, don't you dare take this last
I guess not.
Actually, I think he waited for it was half HP for extra crit time, right? That would make sense.
Sure.
Radiant's
I think he had to kill no matter
That
what.
works that way, right? Am I crazy? Or am I... Man, I'm very old.
I honestly think he had to kill no matter what there.
Yeah.
But that's his first 2 stacks of the Desolator, so that's exactly how you want this to work. Now you've got a real kill threat, right? Oh, hold on. Pango.
Yeah,
oh, he's got no mana. He's really...
He has Rolling Thunder. Just enough. Just enough.
Wow.
He's going to roll himself to safety. Oh, he's coming back in. He's coming back in. Beep, beep. Going for FPZ. Hard kill, though. And I think 23 Savage realizes this. Natsumi, though, will die. Jab. Jumped him.
Oh my god, Talon are absolutely weaseling their way back into this game.
Don't you come into the streets. Jabs will find you. Oh my god.
They're doing a phenomenal job. So I don't know if I was completely right about my kind of, oh, we need to play for 15 minutes, this game is going to be hard. I think this is a strat that Talon have. I think they know that with this strat, they have like the easiest kill setup and the gap close in the world for jabs. Because it's just it's sleep dart into arrow into snowball, and then jabs is instantly there. And this kind of is a big fix for him, because it means he doesn't have to quote-unquote waste money going for Blink Dagger and can just immediately get the Deso.
That's very true, actually. That's very true.
So maybe this is just a timing that Talon have, but either way, it's this 20-minute mark. It needs to be online now, but it's really nice because it's 3 team members basically playing in each other's strengths, right? You can see Q, he's just running around the map, maxing, just arrowing everything he can to get this Ags online ASAP.
Okay, they found the Ricky this time, so they're hoping to punish this. And he is quite tanky, but not tanky enough for a sharpshooter not to kill him.
So really, really cool stuff from Talon. I love to see that. Next item they're going to synergize this with, of course, is the Mirana Arrow, being upgraded by the Acceptor, that is. And then hopefully Pango has some more items is probably what they're thinking, because he has done very well in this meantime to be on the recovery train. But in the meantime, they have managed to catch Makoto now a 3rd time, so he's not really fallen off too bad, but he is having a rough time and now has the BKB online. It's a little bit difficult because with the way that they've maneuvered around the map, it's, X-Nova just has to play babysitter right now.
Oh, you mean for Natsumi? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the BKB online. Now I think he should be able to take some fights, though. He should be strong in the main team. The question is, can you run into the fight before they sleep dart you, which is your biggest issue?
Well, now I think it'll become easier for Boom, right? Because the problem was everyone was in farm mode, and you're trying to play that efficiency game where you're all kind of still spread around the map, but still all doing your own thing. And that's where Abba's at one of his weakest, these save heroes, right? Because if they're not right next to you, then they're pretty limited by his cast range, Abba especially. But now that we're grouping up on this double BKB timing, not
Arrow?
Yopaj.
Okay, avoided.
Arrow's going to be missed.
No more arrow. Jazz might still go in. He has Blink Dagger now. Will he try? He's going for Natsumi first. Wants to steal the Roche as well. He'll snatch the Aegis. He did get hit by the pushback, so he might be able to get rid of his first life now. Is there any follow from Talon? Or was this just the plan?
I think they
Okay, the BKB to prevent the arrow from killing him. And he will die for this. He did take the Aegis, though. Not the worst of plays, but it didn't seem like Talon was interested in fighting this rush at all. Just jabs.
I think that's a necessary play for this Talon strategy to work. Because to be honest, if they cannot threaten Natsumi or this SF with this talented Riki combo, hold on.
They did find the Shadow Fiend now. Rolling Thunder as well. Maybe that was the bait the whole time. And he should be dying if there's any sort of detection. Detection, please. Force. Someone?
No way. Unbelievable.
Oh, he got away, and they're going to kill the Bengal as a result.
Bit unlucky from Talon, right? It was an Invis rune in the bottle that saves him. Bit unlucky, you could say.
Sure, no sentries here.
At the same, I mean, now they'll know. Now they'll know, especially because after those couple of kills, Yopaj is much closer to the Shadow Blade. I really like that play actually from Jabs really quick because I think their combo is not too dissimilar from like killing someone in a chrono.
And here we go. One more time, Zephyr's dead. What a fun strategy to watch. Oh, cut down the tree. He doesn't have the Quelling Blade. He tried with a 4-step though. FBZ forced the BKB, not bad.
Okay, not bad. Anyway, this is a kill combo. Aegis counters this combo, therefore snatching Aegis, even at the cost of your own life, is worth it in my opinion.
Okay. That was easy. Well, why do you speak so much when you just
exactly. And very well timed as well. Held onto that snowball. Talon immediately with the double tip. I think they easily breathe a sigh of relief there.
Yeah.
Good stuff from Jabs.
I didn't think Jazz was worth, especially when they...
Oh, no, I think Yopaj is out of here.
Yeah, he's
okay.
out.
That was close. It looked a lot closer. He was out safely. Smoked and didn't break on these guys.
It's especially important because then they use that BKB time in the Shadow Fiend at the waist earlier, right? To then get the kill. And that makes it very worth for Talon.
Yeah, so this game's a bit frustrating for Boom for sure, especially considering how strong their start in lane went. They are going to smoke up now and look for a bigger engagement here. 4-staff, by the way, on the Centaur. Not every day you see that item. Not the rarest of items. It does make a good degree of sense on this kind of hero. But, you know, obviously it's for one specific thing, but for now it's to catch the Monkey King as he is going to be bursted 100-0. Very fortunate timing. Monkey delivered on a silver platter for them.
Yeah, that's really good. They got the kill gold in FBZ. Okay. I mean, not the ideal. He's going for Lotus Orb once again this game. 4-step Blink, Lotus Orb. FBZ is just the Ricky counter this game.
Yes, he is. That's essentially his task. And you can tell that's how annoying this game is for them when he's specifically designated as buying these, how much net worth is this? 2,300, 4K,
like 600, 6,000?
It's like 6K for a 1,400 gold item, basically. That's just value.
Yes, yes, yes. But at least this way you counter the whole hero.
Because I'm telling you, Ollie, the last game lasted about a half hour longer than this, and Ollie only got 12 more CS the entire game.
Yeah, he didn't need them.
He was literally...
Oh, that's boom. This time they found Dust Button. That's good. Jabs. Rupture. Is Jabs gonna get away? He has Snowball to gain some time. The team is behind him, the enemy triangle, but I think they just realized Jabs is most likely gonna die unless...
he's gonna make it out alive?
He just TPs like that.
Well, then...
They couldn't guess where he blinked to. Well done.
Sir. Now this is really frustrating for Boom, I have to say. That's one ulti down. They didn't actually commit there. The Requiem of Souls didn't also need to commit any BKB, so not the worst exchange. But it's just like Talon are just being just little rats almost like this game.
All right, we're seeing the escape again. I think the comp.
Hold on, they're killing 23 again.
Oh, they are killing 23 in the bottom lane. Requiem of Souls. The Fear's gonna last long enough for the two races to hit. He's going to die. Middle lane, they try to do the combo with the Mirana. It's not gonna work this time as they go for FBZ instead. FBZ is quite tanky, but not tanky enough, I believe, unless they just let him go. They stopped going for FBZ. They're dividing their damage a little bit too much. Natsumi seems like a juicier kill. Mikolo does have roll.
Doesn't even need it.
But the Aphotic Shield will be saving Natsumi from the sleep. He won't need the roll for now. Smoke screen is too strong. FBZ went back in to die. As X-Nova does have the Paro time. He won't die just yet. He's going to try to distract him from Zephyr. But he did get put to sleep, and it's going to be a rude awakening here as Yopaj tries to do something in this fight, even activating BKB, but to no avail. They want to go for him too. Yopaj doesn't know BKB any longer. The Snowball will keep him in place. The arrow as well. They know he has Shadow Blade. Do they have something to text him this time? They do. They have a Sentry. And that's going to be a disarmed Yopaj going back to base. Not enough damage. Sentry took a little bit too long to come out.
I think you really have to ban either the Riku or the Mirana against this. Like, it's just...
Or at least the Tusk. If you're gonna let them both go, at least ban the Tusk too.
Yes, agree. I mean, it's too much. Talon are very clearly in their comfort zone. I mean, they've snatched an Aegis from you. Tusk has avoided death after he got ruptured by using Snowball Blink all by himself. They've just absolutely tap danced on your graves right there on the tier 2 tower. Like, you cannot let them get away with it. They are far too comfortable with this. This is by far the best I've seen this strategy look.
Yeah.
They look very... Maybe if you can outscale them or go with like an NP, you know, if you have some idea, but whatever Boom's proposing here, it clearly is not working because Talon are just, outmaneuvering them at every step, almost every fight. The only thing is 23 is, you know, kind of just... he keeps Rival springing into enemy smoke ganks. That's a little unlucky for him.
I do have to just question a little bit though. Like if it's the Lina, I understand how important it is to be able to counter Lina like Blacklist did, right? Yeah. It's a single hero. You don't want to force one ban, right? But in the Ricky Mirana, just ban one of the two. It feels like a strategy that is easier to deal with in the banning phase than it is to counter it. Because a lot of commitment from Talon to the strategy, and they let him have everything once again.
It's very much one of those like just ban it, lull forehead kind of moves, because of course that's going to let something else through, and like then we are on a whole different.
Of course, but there's a whole strategy of Ricky Mirana. Why did they just pick Mirana and just ban the Ricky?
I mean, I agree. That's what I think they're just far too comfortable. Like if it works, you know, you just ban it.
Yes, I
think
agree.
like I remember, who was I talking? I remember talking about something or hearing something about something or another a while ago about Skitter. Like he was just like winning games on CK. Like CK wasn't even that great. It was around Stockholm Major, and they're like, I don't know, the heroes just works for him. Like we're just gonna ban it. Like
yeah, it's the easiest way.
It's the easiest way. Just don't give it any more thought. If it works for them, just take it away from them. Make them play something different. Make them play your game instead. Propose a different kind of lineup. This is very much a fairly standard draft. In fact, it's very reactive from Boom. In a way, they have to play this Riki's game, don't they? They have this ABBA, they have this CK who's literally building as a Riki counter, you know? I mean, you're playing into it.
Centaur, you mean?
Centaur, thank you, yes. Propose something else. Pick a zoo lineup. I don't know, don't do that, right? Because it's bad. But force something else from Talon.
Ask FPC if he's happy right now. Ask him. Yeah. Ask him. I dare you, Mushi. I don't think he's going to give you a positive response.
I don't think he'll like it. I don't think he's going to be happy this game.
Oh, and he smiles a lot.
Yeah. And now Jabs is, you know, he's free to continue scaling us however he needs. He did his job for the first 15, 20 minutes. 23's died a couple times, so he's not completely ready to fight. He's nearly at his BKB, Acceptor and BKB. Going for a very similar build, might I add, with the Crystallis here in his inventory already. It's really cool. I think Talon have a really nice idea on, and I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't feel like Boom have really innovated much with this lineup. I haven't really seen much other than just reacting to Talon. I'd like to see them force an idea here.
Yeah, I would agree. I like the Centaur pick myself. That was the most innovative.
I like the Centaur too.
But that was the one thing they kept from last draft, and there's a reason for it.
Exactly, because it worked, but now you're just using him as a Riki counter.
Exactly, yeah.
Here we go. Let's see what they can do now. So they're going to smoke up. They've got a full Gleipnir. Perhaps this is going to be the item that kind of ties everything together for
them. It's big against the Riki. It's true. You finally have some catch against
them. That's very true. Yeah, AoE, so you can cast that on anything, and anything in fog.
You don't have to see him either, right?
Correct.
So even if you don't have vision of him, you can still stop him.
BKB, and now this Hurricane Pike complete on the SF.
Xnoa's like, oh my god, I'm alone here. Oh, I hope they don't go on me. But they didn't fall for that bait.
And there's a Lincoln's now as well on the Pango, so he has one way of dealing with that rupture. And I think we're fairly limited, actually, on Lincoln's breakers. Mist Coil is a decent one.
Yeah. The Acorn Shot?
Acorn Shot's really good. It's really good.
There's the dart again. They have to catch the Abaddon first, but he'll survive that
damage.
Oh, they just blinked up to the high gun. Look at Mikoto go. They forced the BKB off the Bloodseeker, and they can't rupture him.
They can't rupture him.
That is huge. And that's Xnova dead. Another sleeping dart.
Oh, no.
Shh, FPZ sleeping. Okay, he's gonna wake up. He wants terrible morning.
That's a nightmare for him. That's when you wake up and you realize, oh my god, my alarm didn't go off, and it's the first day of school.
Oh my god, what will Sensei say?
And the true nightmare is you're in an anime.
They're gonna wait for the Roche to spawn now, maybe 2 minutes to go. They kind of realize it's gonna take a little longer, so maybe just play around this area. They're pretty comfortable with this, though.
No, and see, this is what I mean. It's like, Talon, they even know how to play against like the quote-unquote counter to this. Oh, they have the Dispeller? Easy, we'll just catch him out.
Yeah, it's
like,
true.
And then Boom's like, oh god, guys, we have nothing to dispel this anymore. We need to run away. Like,
yeah,
something else, please.
Trial by fire for Boom, right? Now
exactly.
they know.
Now they know.
Can't counter. You just gotta
now they know. I just think it's, I don't know. It needs to change. Talon are far too much in their comfort zone. Items are coming along, though. Natsumi's got plenty of gold. This SF eventually is going to be able to hit like a truck when he gets this break online, so he can kind of appear from nowhere and potentially nuke through a Pango. I'd really like to see him get his shard. I think that's a super disruptive item for the SF on that little micro fear. We'll see.
They found Xnoa now.
Yeah.
It's once again, he's the ideal target to go on for.
Oh, they just needed one more.
It's so hard to catch Oli, but they did. They did. That's a good hook stop.
Okay, that's amazing.
Mikoto tried to save him, but a little bit too late. Can they punish this? No, because the Lincolns is too annoying. Okay, little dance by Yopaj. Avoids a Rolling Thunder, but they have no way to reinitiate here.
That's good. They are, I will say...
Wukong's command's available. If they're going to go into the high gun, very scary. And that's Jabs. He's going to stop Yopaj in a matter of seconds.
Millisecond. That SF performed a magic trick and it was disappearing.
Look at Houdini go.
Wow. Yeah, okay, I will say one thing for Boom is that even if they are just completely playing into Talon's game right now, I do have to commend them. I think they're doing it in a really well, like a really efficient manner, right? This Gleipnir is a fantastic item. It's a smart pickup here on the Bloodseeker. I think Xnova is always kind of in the right position, right? Just tanking the spell first. He's the one that can and should. Oh,
what a boundless strike, actually. I think they just killed Zephyr and Noah by accident.
Wow.
And they found FBZ as well. That's going to be 3 kills. Easy. They didn't break a sweat.
They really didn't.
And that's a free Roche.
I mean, and like I was saying, I do think Boom, they're buying all the right items. They're in kind of the right places, but they're just, it's like they're learning how to play against this, you know, and Talon have already mastered this technique. It's a forbidden Riki technique.
Yes, guys, and the secret is Shard. That's the secret ingredient.
The secret is only buy brown boots and save all your money, and then just buy Shard and never get... By the way, remember about 10 minutes ago when I was like, guys, Riki's not going to get any more CS? He's gotten 2 since then. He has 29 CS.
Yep.
He is a... He can unbind everything else except for maybe... Well, he needs his binds, but still. I mean, just...
It's true. Honestly, I think you could unbind everything. That's the challenge. If you're playing in C-Pub,
I think if you're
try unbinding everything and only playing with Sleeping Dart and Riki, and I think you can still win a game.
I think if you're gonna use this strategy, like it should be in the rules that you have to use like a Wii remote to like
play Riki.
To play the Riki.
I think that might make you stronger. How quick do you flick?
You think?
Yeah.
Either that or like make it a skill shot, because it's just like.
Oli definitely played Wii tennis as a kid.
For sure.
Yeah.
He for sure. He played some Wii darts. That's for sure.
Wii darts. There you go. Mikoto. And he's going to initiate with Rolling Thunder.
Initiation.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too easy their initiation.
Good force staff out though, and they're not going to get much out from it. Wow, those ice shards.
He goes back in. He wants to kill the squirrel. BKB. He's committing to this, and he's TPing in the enemy high ground. They still kill Zephyr. Jabs TPs in time. Okay, that is some humongous courage from Jabs.
I just think Talon are in absolute control of this game. Like, everything they do just seems so phenomenal. I don't know. I'm so impressed, honestly.
Yep.
I'm especially impressed because I really thought that this game was going to be just about impossible. I saw 3 very difficult lanes for them in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, but Boom could not capitalize on at all.
And
Talon played around their timing so well.
It really didn't seem that way. Perhaps I underestimated how strong Boom could have been out from the laning stage. You know, there is something to be said there, but it's just been Talon ever since then.
You can actually pinpoint the moment when Jab stops giving a shit about this game.
He's like, all right, see you later, guys.
There you go.
Just a little sleeping dart onto the Centaur, and we're out of here.
It's quite nice, actually.
I don't know. You know, honestly, maybe the best idea is instead of this Lotus, he actually should have built the cart so that he could blink and then put the person who slept into the cart. I'm not even shitting you.
Yeah, it might be.
That actually might be a better idea. Because sometimes the Lotus isn't fast enough. You need like a pure reactive item that's going to allow you to reposition them.
SF is struggling to just make it into the fight.
Yeah.
So maybe the cart would help. I don't know.
Because it becomes untargetable.
the cart is just so bad.
Buy the cart. This is the game. Copium.
It's such a bad axe. Why did we develop a special Mama cart? It's never going to be shown in game.
Okay, good initiation. There's an Aegis on that monkey, though.
Yeah, but there goes Mikoto again. Stops FBZ. The arrow hits him as well. The damage is apparently not lacking because 23 Savage will just commit to this. And so does Jabs. Sharpshooter did hit 23 Savage. Activates the Wukong's command plus the BKB. Avoids him now as Mischief, but he's going to die regardless. There's the Aegis. Now spin. Jabs. His bind to the end. Yopai is trying to calculate that wreck him best he can, and he will do so perfectly. That kills Jabs, but 23 Savage is still alive. Mikoto comes back in, kills off the Shadow Fiend. 23 Savage, now retreating, jumps back to a tree where he feels safest.
Phenomenal cast there on the Roku missiles. He does have to pay with that for his life, but being able to remove that... that
hope stop did not hit. And 23 Savage, he reconsiders.
He has no HP. He cannot go in.
Nope, but the rest of his team does want to go in.
This is bold.
They've rooted Oli. Now they put him against the tree. He's gonna die. They can kill a Riki. Now with the bash. First hit bash. They even cancel his Lincolns, and that's going to be a dead Mikoto.
Yeah, that was way too bold. You need Monkey to absorb a bit of damage as well, I think, in these engagements. He's also pretty darn close. Well, he's about 700 gold off, but for him, that's only like 3 minutes to getting this Nullifier. You've just lost the Aegis.
I think even less. Look at this creep wave.
That's a meaty wave.
Juicy.
Holy moly, that's a juicy wave.
Any carry players in the chat? Is this not... it's just too good
There
to want.
it is. He's almost got it. That was almost 800 gold.
God.
Wait,
and he's going to get more gold, Richie.
But Bloodseeker, Natsuna's going to TP down.
It doesn't matter. Look at how much gold. Look at how much gold he got. He just got nullified.
Yeah, he's out of there.
It's too good. He's doing it for the satisfaction of the viewers. This is a TikTok video.
And look, he's a little greedy.
That's too much.
He's a little greedy. Oh no.
I don't know. Like Leibniz didn't get him.
Yeah, not fast enough. I'm sure that means good try, friends.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice. I respect you very much for trying to kill me. Unfortunately, it could not happen at this situation.
I wish you the best of luck, Ness. I think
next year in Div 2.
Oh my lord. Holy moly. I don't think we're quite there yet.
No, of course
Simply
not.
match number one,
first
week
game.
number one.
It's Talon's second game. They really do need this win, though.
They do, but again, it's just... And credits to Talon. They found something that works and they're rolling with it, right? But the Mirana, same exact build. The Riki, almost the same exact build. He is actually changing it up, going for the Blink Dagger next. I'd be curious as to why Ollie feels the need to do that, specifically this game.
I mean, you can avoid swashbuckles with that. Sorry, swashbuckles, the bushwhacks.
It's true.
Right.
Maybe he waits for Requiem as well to end. Blink away from Gleipnir without needing a target from, without needing a Blink Strike target, which might not always be around.
What else do you want? Like, you've already unbound all your keys. You only have one sleeping target. You can't use items.
Thunder.
There goes Mikoto again. He forces a stampede. He's committed. He's not committing.
No, he's backing off.
But can they reinitiate on this? It does seem like Boom is keen on this idea. Or at least they want to make sure the creeps push to the high ground so they have vision.
Sorry, I just noticed that Ricky's holding up to the quick hitting charm so he can shoot more sleeping targets.
Yeah, again, he can't use any active items.
I've just never seen a hero reduced to simply one button. It's just...
Did you know that Q is actually, or sorry, Ollie is actually playing on an arcade stick this game?
Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah, it'd be even better. The joke would be even better set up if, you know, did you know that Q just simply rebound Sleeping Dart to Q?
Yeah, but that's unfortunately not Q playing the hero.
I know.
Q's actually playing a difficult hero. That's what you said at the end of the game, right? So now was looking at Q's reaction versus Ollie. Ollie had the time of his life.
Ollie played it. Ollie, by the way, still is playing a really great game on the bottom. I don't think...
Again, I'm the Ricky.
This combo is not easy.
Q is playing great on the bottom.
Yeah, he still is playing great. And I like his item build, and he's making some really nice moves and always shooting the arrows, you know, to find enemy heroes in the middle of these fights. He just knows where the high traffic zones are going to be.
Double damage, Chapoy gets the tower. That's going to be the first tier 2 taken. That actually opens up them taking over the enemy triangle if they want to, in addition, of course, to them taking over the enemy outpost. Not the greatest, but it is a small start for Boom. Yeah.
And now Xnova's got 4-staff. I think he might have had it for just a while, but it seems like he's recently finished off that purchase. So perhaps a little bit more mobility here. I think that's the third 4-staff. Yes, indeed, fourth, I believe, because actually there's a Hurricane Pike as well on the SF. So four staffs, pardon me, and one Hurricane. 3 forces, 1 Hurricane on Yopaj. So lots of mobility. Final answer, Alex.
Final answer, lots of mobility.
Yeah, lots of mobility.
Zephyr got caught with jabs again. They hit him the Sleeping Dart, but this time the Aphotic Shield will save him. However, 23 damage really must to commit to this kill. And he did. They got the kill. Mikoto joining, and FBZ does get a stampede off. This should be enough for them to retreat. Nullifier on Xnova. They can't hit him to slow him, but this Monkey King is fast enough. They put him to sleep. Yeah. This team fight continues.
FBZ though, he's the bigger fish right now. He is actually going down. Well done. Mikoto chased him down. Brand new Skull Basher in this fight.
Do they know Yopaj is here? His Silverage is about to end. Wrecking of Souls, he needs it because otherwise he doesn't get away. Is he actually going to get the kill here? He even Hurricane Pike closer to the Monkey King. Now taking this face! Oh no! He was the one that forced himself closer to him. Okay, he thought he was going to win that fight. So he forced himself offensively. Then it's like, Monkey King is too strong. He's melee. I'm not sure. There's a lot of things he forgot. He has Jingu Mastery.
Yeah. I get bonus attack speed if I use Hurricane Pike on an enemy.
Yeah, but then the Monkey King would have escaped. But that would have been fine because then you escaped too.
Because then you probably also make it out alive.
I do like that he immediately corrected and then TP, but it was too late.
Sure, he identified the problem.
Yes.
But I believe now the biggest problem is that your base is about to be destroyed.
Yep.
As Talon are going to comfortably move up into the high ground. They don't even have to go back and check for Roche, which by the way is up, and he's got an Ag's Blessing. Nice. Oh no! Even with the Aphotic shield, Zephyr still gets caught by the arrow. It's too much.
Look, the shield. You're better off shielding him after the arrow
At
hits.
this stage,
point.
Boom are just too comfortable. They need to get hit by the arrow. They've just been conditioned to it.
It gives him safety in this crazy world. If there's one thing that's certain, is death, taxes, and the arrow
connecting after this. Certainly.
All right. Oh, sorry, 22 Savage. We'll behave. We're going to take the Rosh instead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Back comes the Axe Blessing. Do you give it to the Tusk? You do.
Nice. Now he's got Walrus kick. I mean, they're just so far ahead in this game, but this is like the perfect kind of cherry on top of what has been a really nice build from Jabs. I started the game by complimenting it, by theory crafting it, and I think this is like it coming full circle. He is an absolute boss right now.
He really is.
And he's got the best of both worlds. He's got that damage, that carry damage build, on top of now the utility that you would normally expect from an offlane Tusk at this stage.
Yep. We got a Scotty in the Bloodseeker at least, so that might help a bit. I'm not... He's tankier for sure. He can chase after the Mirana perhaps, or the Pangolier more effectively. I don't think he can fight the Monkey King head on. But he's trying to find some utility in this game, Natsumi.
The Basher's a big help, right? The Basher's a big help, and I think so is this break on top of the fear that will hopefully be applied on the first auto attack from the SF.
Yes.
I think those are absolutely mandatory to come in. Otherwise, Monkey King is real scary. I think something as well, Xnova's just having such a hard game. You know, the cast range on Aphotic Shield feels really nice in the mid-game. It's early to mid-game, but then after that, it just feels like you're always just a bit too far away. They've dealt with him much too easily, like handedly even. It's felt like he's just like, if he stands out in front and wants to be an ABBA that tanks a couple of spells, it's no use because they proc your borrowed time from 2 screens away using the arrow and Dagon combo, and then you don't have your borrowed time for another minute or half a minute.
That's true.
Or you're standing far away, so you can at least hopefully dispel someone, but then they just burst him too fast.
Yep.
Or you're getting caught by the stunts. I really have to also commend 23. He's been connecting on these boundless strikes, like, it's been amazing.
You have to do so many things and play so perfectly, and even then the team fight is hard. Yeah. And that's, there we go. That's going to be Jabs once again initiating. He has a snowball, was trigger the borrowed time.
Yeah.
And he triggers it, activates BKB, sends Bloodseeker flying. Natsumi's forced to now activate his BKB. Nullifier on top of that, but need to hit him. Mikoto's keeping the rest of the team at bay while they hit towers, which is the real objective here.
Okay, so not...
Okay, the Rupture and the Stampede plus the Hoof Stomp. They can kill the Monkey King. 20 Savage is down. That's only his first life, but he did lose his Wukong's command.
He's got BKB in 1 second. No immediate follow-up, so he'll be A-okay for now.
Okay, boom. They proved they can do it, but can they do it 2 times?
It's not quite Megas, though, is the problem.
Oh, that was a good snowball. That's going to punish this one Blink with a Requiem. It did catch the Tusk, but not quite with Savage. He got the BKB off in time. That Fuel Push dead. The Dagon on top of that tries to finish off this Bloodseeker. Mikoto's stuck. He gets unstuck, and now he finds FBZ. But FBZ, the Walrus punch
he's
to
not
that
getting
kick.
out of that one.
The 1-2 combo from Jabs will guarantee that the center goes down as well. Yeah, okay, Natsumi's alive, but who cares? There's no follow-up for him. That's going to be the buyback from FBZ. He's hoping to prevent this last rack from falling to get one last team fight in. It seems difficult, especially when Mikoto's just up in your face like that.
It just can't. I mean, it's just so hard. You really need to be...
Jabs,
yeah,
Jabs
here
is
goes
crazy.
the Fountain Knife. There's the chance.
Okay, the hook stump. That caught Jabs. You can maybe kill Jabs. Nope, Jabs is unkillable. In fact, Jabs fights back. Jabs is going to kill 2 of your cores.
No, that's it. That's GG. I mean, well played here to Talon, who have done a phenomenal job in this series. I think they've had an amazing early game here, and especially after what was a really rough laning stage from Boom, and they're going to be able to take the series 2-0.
Yeah, Jab's really enjoying himself this game. I think rightfully so. He played a fantastic game.
There it is, cup of tea. He's like, yeah, guys, I need to... Let's get the physical therapist in here and really put my body on the line for this match.
Yeah, it was hard to play that Ricky, honestly. Let's be serious. The hardest part was unbinding all the keys halfway through the game. Jabs was, to me, the MVP of this game. I would probably say I think his Tusk was absolutely incredible. Yeah. And I think he showed us that, like you said, the strategy is not just Ricky Mirana. I love that he's laughing about this. The strategy was not just Ricky Mirana. The strategy was everything around that, right? There was the Monkey King for 23 Savage, the Jab's Tusk, and they just let everything through.
Yeah.
And then that's the question. Okay, you think you're gonna stop Ricky Mirana? Fine. Power to you. It's like the Lina. But can you at least stop them from all the supporting cast also being picked here?
Right.
Do you give them the starstruck cast here?
That to me was the most impressive. It's one thing to find a good strategy and just make it work, but it's another thing to have like the team play, the knowledge, and the Dota sight to just kind of combine a power spike on 3 heroes and to all play together for that one specific timing and play it so effectively that it looks like the most simple thing in the world. Very well played to Talon, who are going to be able to get the 2-0 series. We're going to throw it on over to Tsunami and the rest of the panel to make sure they can break down this series for you.
Definitely a night and day difference for Talon compared to their Execration series on Monday. They had a strategy, they executed it, and it was a well-oiled machine. Although really only just one little flute thing needed to be properly oiled up. Or olied up, I suppose, depending on how you want to look at it. It was a pretty encouraging performance from Talon. I wouldn't even just entirely attribute it to that combo. It was, like, I think Jabs, like Seek and Strike said, probably the MVP for that game.
Yeah, no, I agree. He played the game really well. And probably went for the correct item build, just a quick Desolator.
Went for these crazy Aegis steals.
I mean, this play, yeah, for sure. I mean, someone else who did it kind of impressively too was Mikoto, because he got absolutely dumpstered in lane. And I don't even know, suddenly he shows up and he has Diffusal and a Linkens. I mean, probably not all to him. Maybe Boom messed up a little bit, didn't take advantage of their timings, but...
Well, Winter, they kind of struggled getting one of their timings on that Bloodseeker. What was that about?
Farming across the map in front of the tier 2. Like, I see this a lot in like carries that are probably, you know, you get this habit from playing too much pubs where you get away with doing things in pubs, but you're not supposed to do that. Maybe sometimes you know that, but because it becomes such a habit that you're constantly playing pubs, and in the game, you know, something you just do it, you know.
Being rewarded for bad behavior.
Yeah, sure, you can make the argument he thought the Abaddon was next to him, you know, but the Abaddon actually just walked away. He was with him, but he was walking around. But there was not just that instance, you know, like there was also another instance where his teammates smoked towards the jungle, and then he already knew that the enemy team took over the triangle, and he still farmed one wave in front of his tier 2. Like, all these things just add up, you know, and the smokes they've been doing, I feel like they're not as crisp, they're not fast enough. When the Santo has his dagger, they have to immediately group up because you're playing against a Ricky into and Mirana. You cannot be alone on the map. You have to be balling together. You get a kill, you cut some creep waves, then you move on, you push the tower. If anyone is always taking one extra creep wave, it's just telling the team to wait for me. People are gonna die, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they basically had 2 times this game where they did like, where their lineup felt like it was doing the correct thing. Like, one was the laning stage where they did really well. Like, the Shadowfiend completely owned this Pango mid. And I think, yeah,
although I will say the Hoodwink Centaur lane did not go as well as it did last time.
But I mean, they still got, you know...
Quelling Blade!
They got the Quelling Blade on Ricky.
Yeah, they still did completely fine, though. Like, they got good farm. And the Bloodseeker was just killing heroes off cooldown. And then there was like a 50-minute gap where they were kind of getting, I don't know, like they were just running around like headless chicken style.
Yes.
But then they finally grouped up together and they got a smoke Ankong, they killed the monkey, and they ended up in the correct position and they were cutting waves. And
but they were supposed to arrive at that spot with a bigger advantage earlier, because it's a Bloodseeker SF.
What they did, they didn't stay there. Like, in my opinion, they should not leave that spot. They should continue cutting, but they kind of moved back on their own side. And I mean, you have to give it to Talon too. Like, they like, this is what Dota is about. Like, when you see them play, like, that's when you're having fun. Like, they all have blinks. They're all just going in, they're going out. and the other team, they're the dummies, you know.
I would argue Ricky is the one having the most fun.
I think they were all, like, Tusker was definitely having fun.
Yeah, Jabs was one-shotting people. He had a little bit of everything. He had the damage with the Deso. He had the utility with the Blink. He had the fun with the Scepter blessing that he got at the end. It was a very, very exciting game.
And he's still keeping in front of 5 heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one team is the highlight reel and the other team is they're the ones having fun.
Yes. And probably the player and the hero that had the most fun, I would like to bring on for an interview. Oli, well, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. My first question, what's your favorite Ags shard in the entire game?
Sorry?
What is your favorite Ags shard in the entire game?
All of it.
Oh, all of it, really?
Yeah.
You're not biased towards the one that you played a lot today? Because it seemed like you were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I am, and my teammate also. You on Mirana, I have a Dagon level 5.
You say that, but we actually saw in the post game 1, you were sipping on your cup, and Q was looking very, very stressed out. He was stroking his hair a little bit, but you're saying that both of you were enjoying the sleep dart and the arrow combo?
Yeah, sure, because it's easy. Like I just dart and arrow it, and he get the kills. I just watch only.
Well, you were doing a great job in that entire series. My first question to you is, what's it like being back in Southeast Asia? You had a pretty long stint playing in China, and now you're back. What's it like to return to your home region?
Because of I staying in the China for 4 years, I would like to try in another regions and try to learn another style instead of staying in the China.
Is there any style that you picked up in China that you think made those 4 years worth it?
I like their systematic a lot because they will go on more teamwork and have a good strategy.
I can see the teamwork was definitely on show in this series. Pailai, any questions for Oli?
Yeah, I just have a question about the pick phase, the second game. Did you think they would ban Ricky in the second phase?
Yeah, I think they will definitely ban the Mirana and Ricky, but they just let it go.
So what was your thought when they repeated everything from game 1? Like in the...
I said, we're just gonna pick the same. I think this is so comfortable for us.
Yeah, no, it looked good.
What's the counter to the Ricky?
Oh, counter to the post-fight Ricky? I think none.
You just ban it. It's the only choice. Although on the topic of drafts, we saw that usually whenever Mushi is coaching a team, he's the one sitting in the draft picking the heroes. Right now it looks like, are you the one drafting? Or at least the one picking the heroes?
Oh, no. It's Jabs drafting.
Oh, okay.
And he's the one picking hero.
And so how much influence is Mushi having on the draft?
Maybe they think the draft is not the problem, it's just only the play.
I'm sorry, I'm so confused. I was conflating Boom. My bad. Never mind.
Sunbi.
My question for you then is that you have wait, is it Sunbi or always on the fly? Sunbi.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. So how much influence does Sunbi have on the draft?
He gives us a lot of idea and how to play on this time being and how we're gonna play afterwards. So it's good.
How was the recovery from Monday? Because your series against Execration looked pretty rough. So what did you guys work on in those days in between?
We just watch the replay and try to find out what is the problem, and we will do it better. So now we get it.
Was one of the problems not banning the Lina? Because we saw that you guys let Lina through, and we were like, wow, this is confidence from Talon, and then it kind of didn't work out.
It may not be the ban pick drafting, but it's a lot of on the plays.
So, okay, so just your execution in the game wasn't quite on point then?
Yeah.
I see.
Yes.
All right. Well, in this game, in this series, it was definitely on point. So great recovery from Monday, and congratulations on this win, and looking forward to seeing how Talon do with the rest of the season.
All right.
Thank you very much, Oli.
Okay.
Catch you later. I actually didn't realize that it was 4 years that he was in China. That's a long stint.
Yeah, I tried to get him on my team before he left for China.
Really?
He was actually supposed to follow me to Philippines to play in a team called Detonator. And before he flew, like we already gonna buy his tickets and everything. Before he flew, then he just messaged, guys, sorry, I actually...
Something came up.
Yeah, something came up.
I'll see you in 4 years, apparently. But yeah, I mean, he seems to have taken a lot of great lessons from his time in China. Obviously, the stereotype is what he said, that China is very systematic, very formulaic with teamfight execution.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah. And you could tell that he has learned a lot from China. You know, like every time you lose a game, like if you're in a Chinese team, the players, they always look at the mirror. They look at what they are doing wrong first instead of trying to, we should have picked this, we should have picked that, we should have banned the Lina.
Yeah.
Why we didn't ban the Lina? It's a very, very good attitude to have as a player right now.
And overall, that attitude brought them a lot of success. Like we had mentioned, their game one, or first series against Execration, not quite successful, but they have recovered very, very well. And unfortunately, that means that it's around closing time here at the Mamak stall, because that's it. 3 series of the day were sold out of all of our entrees, but we can take a look at all the memories that we had over the past few hours. 3 series all wrapped up. First one was SMG versus Execration. Execration continue the good times with yet another 2-0, but it was a hell of a series. I highly encourage, if I don't know if you would agree. If you had to pick one series of the day to go back and watch, I'm taking SMG Execration.
Yes.
Okay.
It was the most dramatic.
It was very dramatic.
It was exciting all the way through. Like every game was kind of long. And like kind of a bit back and forth, but especially Execration SMG.
Game one.
Game one was one for the books. I don't want to expose Ninja Boogie, but let's just say that when SMG started throwing, there was a big smile on his face. Second series of the day was Bleed versus Fnatic, where Fnatic continue a very, very shaky start into this season. It seems that they haven't quite gotten their footing, but Bleed, on the other hand, recovered from their loss against Blacklist Rivalry on Monday, and we just saw the conclusion of Set C Boom Esports versus Talon. This was Boom's very first series in the DPC, but they had done pretty well in the M88 Invitational, making it all the way to Grand Finals before ultimately losing to Bleed. But it seems that the Ricky Murana strategy might just be my second favorite thing after Lina for this DPC. It's looking like.
Yeah, no, it looks very annoying. I mean, I already know it's annoying from pubs, but there I don't know, it's not the same. It's definitely not the same.
I mean, it's difficult
when
to
you're 5 competitive players, then it becomes, it's just taken to the next level.
And we can look at the full standings, although it has only been 2 days, so not too much, but we can see that Execration continue being the spiciest team on the menu, haven't dropped a single game. Geek Slate took the day off today, but they had gotten a 2-0 on Monday, and Blacklist Rivalry, I suppose, they have 1 win. 4th and 5th place have 1 win and 1 loss, so 3rd place is still kind of up for grabs, but I'm looking forward to, 1, seeing if Geek Slate can continue their momentum, and 2, how Boom Esports will recover. Winter, what did you think of Boom's performance in this series?
Yeah, they definitely don't look very, very good as a unit. I feel like a lot of the problems that they had in the first game, I still see it in the second game, the smokes, how they're farming the map. I feel like the drafts, I mean, they are fine, can be better, but those are not the biggest issues. They have to iron out the communication, how they're using the smoke, when they're using the smoke, who should be doing what throughout the game. I think those are the things that they have to talk about after the game.
I like that we were able to identify clear things, like for the SMG series, it seemed like their buyback usage was kind of careless, and then here for Boom, it seems like their smoke usage wasn't fully maximized.
You can tell people are not on the same page, People are like, when the smoke is quick, it means everybody agrees to do the same thing quickly. But when the smoke is slightly slow, even 10 seconds, it means there was a discussion. And people are talking about different ideas. That's why it's slow.
It's just week 1 in jitters, so we can see how we're going to close out week 1 as we return back to the Southeast Asian DPC on Friday. It is going to be 3 more series yet again. Geek Slate versus Boom. is going to be our first entree of the day. Second is going to be Team SMG versus Bleed, and our dessert will be Blacklist Rivalry versus Fnatic. I guess our frontrunners, Execration is going to be taking the day off. So, which one do you have your eye on, Pi, out of these three?
I mean, I think SMG versus Bleed is going to be very interesting. See, I mean, Bleed are the most, how do you say, disciplined team. Like, I don't know, maybe if there's something like too disciplined, they're that team.
Okay.
Where they stick information and like, if they smoke, they're going to be ready to smoke. They might be underfarmed because they're so ready, but they're going to be ready. So I'm interested to see what happens there.
Yeah, especially going up against SMG, who kind of have been struggling to close games out.
Yeah.
Perhaps too much discipline in that regard also. They're like, oh, let's wait for another Roche. Let's wait for buybacks.
Yeah. I mean, another interesting thing today is every series was 2-0. But
yes,
like
they're all competitive 2-0s.
Exactly, they feel like a 2-1 series. Maybe except this last one. The last game kind of slipped away. And
yeah, it did. It
became a meme, honestly. That's what that game was.
Ricky, Marana, what are you going to do against that combination? Well, maybe we'll see how Western Europe will figure it out, because actually we're wrapping things up in Southeast Asia, but Western Europe is going to continue some action in just a little bit. Not on this stream, though. It's going to be on somewhere else, but I hope you guys have been enjoying yet another Southeast Asian DPC Division 1 broadcast, and we'll see you all back here on Friday.
Dangerous crowd. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the blame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole. Just